Ladies and gentlemen, this is the man in black saying, welcome to my open house of horror, which brings me to number 12A Maple Drive. A nice house. 3 bedrooms, through lounge, fitted kitchen, garage, bit of a garden, front and back, yes. A nice house. But it has a history that has led to a for sale sign being placed outside, a history you do well to know before you think of buying. The snowman killing.
I'm cold, so cold. I'm cold, so cold.
Let's build a snowman.
A snowman?
Yes, we'll build him on the lawn.
I don't want to build a snowman.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't want to.
Don't be silly.
They're scary.
They're not. They're fun.
I don't want to.
You do want to.
I don't.
Yes, you do want to.
Please, Colin,
yes, you
don't
do.
make
We're
me.
going to make a snowman, aren't we?
Don't make me. Please, don't make me.
We can make him by the bird table. He can scare the birds. Yes, that's it. He can scare the birds.
I don't want to.
Come on, it'll be fun, I tell you. Fun.
I don't want to. Wait for me.
Mummy, can I play outside?
Oh, it's horribly cold, darling.
I'm bored.
Well, go and play with your tank. You had a nice new tank from Auntie Joan. You've not played with it at all.
Don't want to.
Well, then grab that cloth and help me dry up.
I'm not that bored.
Where's Alex?
I don't know, playing or reading. He's always reading.
He likes reading, darling.
He's a baby. He's wet. He never wants to do anything.
You mustn't bully him. We're all different. We all like doing different things. Just because he doesn't like doing the things you like doing doesn't mean to say he's a baby.
He's a baby. If it really, really snows, then I'm going to build a snowman.
Are you now?
A big one. As big as me.
Well, you won't make one this afternoon, that's for sure.
Look at that, Mummy.
Look at what, darling?
The snowman, Mummy.
Snowman? What are you talking about?
Can't you see it, Mummy?
Colin, your imagination, you're as bad as Alex.
The snowman, Mummy. Can't you see the snowman? At least look, Mummy. Come here and look.
What for? There isn't a snowman. You've just been talking about building a snowman.
But you must see him, Mummy. You must. He's on the lawn. Look. He's on the lawn. Just by the bird table. Look. Just there. Look. You can see him.
I suppose you'll never be satisfied until I do look. Now, let's see, shall we?
He's just there. Look. Just there. You must be able to see him, Mummy.
There's no snowman on the lawn. You shouldn't tell fibs.
You saw him, didn't you, Mummy? Right by the bird table. He's scaring the birds.
You watch too much television. You do not stop playing.
I'm not playing.
No, for the last time, there is no snowman. The snow is too light for a snowman. No, where's your brother?
Asleep.
What? I thought you said he was...
He's sleeping. He's cold. Cold as ice.
That laugh of yours, I don't know where you get it from. Now, let's see where he is. Alex! Alex! Alex, darling! Darling! Oh, God. You're so cold. Oh, my God.
Told you. Cold as ice. Cold as ice.
No, shut up! Alex, darling, what's wrong with you?
I'm cold. So cold. He's only playing.
Alex, wake up, darling. Come on, it's Mummy.
Mummy?
Oh, thank God.
He's only playing. I said he's only playing.
Colin, go upstairs.
Oh, Mummy.
Go upstairs and go upstairs now, at once.
I haven't done anything.
Oh, are you all right, Alex? You all right now?
I dreamt. I was dreaming. I didn't like it, Mummy. I didn't like it.
It's all right now. It's all right now. Shush. You're awake now.
I had to build a snowman, and he fell on top of me, and I was cold. Cold as ice.
It's all right now. You're okay now.
He didn't have any Eyes. Oh, Mummy.
Oh, no, shush.
I don't want to build a snowman, Mummy. I don't want to.
No. What's going to make you build anything, darling? No, you won't have to do anything you don't want to.
Promise?
Yes, I promise. No, it was only a silly dream, anyway, and only a dream, and dreams don't mean anything, and they can't hurt you, okay?
It says the snow will continue. Might thicken up tomorrow. The snow. Looks like it'll continue.
Oh. Alex had that dream again today.
What dream?
What dream? The same dream he's been having on and off for years. The one about the snowman.
Oh, that.
He's had it twice since we moved. Twice. Before we moved, he hadn't had it for 2 or 3 years.
Stress of moving, Anne. Moving's a stressful time.
Thing was, Colin said he saw a snowman.
Colin? I thought you said it was Alex.
Yes, but before that, it was Colin that said he saw a snowman. He kept on, and then he said that Alex was asleep. So I went to find him, and he was in here in front of the fire, asleep, dreaming that dreadful dream. Henry, he was freezing.
In front of the fire? Freezing?
Not just freezing, I mean cold. Really cold. Chilled. Like ice. And he was white.
Well, he'd probably been outside.
He hadn't. I know he hadn't. He was so cold. Henry, you must believe me. When I first saw him lying there, I thought...
You thought what?
I thought... He was so white. And still. He was so still, I didn't know what to think. And Colin had been saying these stupid things.
What things?
Oh, about the snowman, and I was frightened. I don't like that dream. It scares me. And seeing him there, it was like seeing a ghost. This house, the whole place, it just gets on my nerves. You don't know what it's like. The whole place, it's claustrophobic. It comes in on you.
Anne, look, ever since we moved, you've been preoccupied about the twins or the house or both. We must have had this conversation.
This is
or
the
if
first
not this particular conversation, then one like it.
But
You've been going on about this sort of thing for weeks, and frankly, I'm rather fed up with it. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Look, I've said before, you should get out more. Tell you what, I'll leave the car tomorrow and you go and do some shopping. Buy yourself a new dress. Mrs. Macpherson will look after the boys. That'll cheer you up.
I don't like it here. I don't like it. This house gives me the creeps. I don't know why I had to move in the first place.
We moved because A, it meant I didn't have to commute. B, it's a bigger, better house. C, it was a very reasonable price. And D, house prices here are set to go through the roof. Not to mention there's a good school for the
It's
twins.
all right for you. You don't live here.
What do you mean, don't live
Well,
here?
not really, no. Oh, Henry. This house shouldn't just be a hotel for you. It should be a home. For all of us.
Anne, when I've got there, got ahead, got the car, when paying for the mortgage isn't such a struggle, then I'll have more time to...
Yes. Then you'll be able to spend more time at home.
Look, I really have to go through those figures. Jenkins asked me specifically. Maybe tomorrow...
Yes, all right, go on up. I'll wash up and watch a bit of television, maybe do some ironing. I'll keep myself occupied. Don't you worry.
Get out more. That's what you should do. Get out more.
I don't like snowmen.
We'll
Don't
build
make
it
me do
here.
it.
Right here.
No.
Right near the bird table. He can scare the birds.
It's cold. I don't want to. It's cold.
Right. We'll start with a snowball. A big, big snowball.
Mummy! Who's it now, Colin?
He's back.
you say?
He's back. The snowman's back.
Now, don't be silly.
He is. I can see him on the lawn.
The snow's gone. There is no snow.
You can't see him from here. He's on the
For
lawn.
the last time.
Can I go and play with him?
There isn't a snowman. There never was a snowman.
Can I, Mum? Can I?
Can
please?
you what?
Go and play with him. The snowman. Can I, Mum? Can I please?
Now, come with me. Come on. Now, look. Look out there, Colin. There's just the lawn and the drive and the shed and the fence. Nothing more. No snowman. Nothing. It's not even snowing now.
There is a snowman. I can see the snowman.
Stop playing games. I don't like it.
I'm not playing. He's there. Alex has been playing with him.
What?
Alex. And now he's asleep.
Sleep?
He played with the snowman and now he's asleep.
What are you talking about? Where is he?
He's cold again. Like yesterday.
Where is he? Colin, where is Alex?
Cold as ice.
Colin, where is...
Cold as ice and white as snow.
Colin, where is Alex?
Mummy, you're
Now
hurting.
just tell me where he is. Tell Mummy where he is.
That hurt.
Is he upstairs? Is he in your bedroom?
You hurt me.
All right, I'm sorry. Now, I didn't mean to. Just don't... Now, listen. Where is Alex? Just tell Mummy where he is.
I told you he played with the snowman. And now...
Is he outside? Is that what you're saying? Is he outside?
Might be.
Where exactly?
With the snowman.
Colin, now you will answer me properly. You will tell Mummy exactly where he is, and you will tell Mummy now. Colin.
He's asleep. Cold as ice. Cold as ice.
Colin!
He's in the shed, Mummy. In the shed.
Alex! Alex, darling! Oh, God! Oh, you're so cold! So cold! Wake up! Come on, wake up, darling! Come on, this is Mummy!
I told you, Mummy. I told you you've been playing with the snowman.
Colin, I told you, stay in the house. Get back in the house.
He's only playing. He's only
back in the
playing.
house.
He's only playing.
Oh, Alex, you're so cold. Here, come on now. I'll get you back to the house, get you warm.
I was dreaming again, Mummy. I was dreaming.
Shh.
It's cold, Mummy. It's cold.
It's all right, darling. We'll go inside now. We'll get you warm soon.
So cold.
It's just a stupid dream, darling. That's all. It's just a stupid dream.
It's not a dream, Mummy. The snowman's here.
Don't be silly. Come on, now, look at me, darling.
He's right there. I can see
No,
him.
you can't see anyone, darling. You can't see anything. Just stop staring, will you?
He's behind you, Mummy. And he wants his eyes. He wants his eyes.
Don't be stupid now.
Run, Mummy. He's coming.
No, don't be silly now. Come on, it's just your dream. That's all. It's nothing.
Don't let him get me, Mummy. Don't let him get me.
Oh, God.
Henry Makepeace?
Henry, it's happened again.
Ah, look, I'm in the middle of a...
The dream happened again. Alex was in the shed as cold as anything, and his neck. I thought his neck had been broken.
What?
He looked all wrong and twisted.
Is he all right now?
Henry, I don't like it. It's creepy. There's something creepy going on. Sinister.
Is he all right now? What happened to him? Was he hurt?
Can you come home?
Anne,
I don't want to be here alone.
Look, I can't come home. It's impossible. I'm up to my eyes.
Please. Henry, I'm frightened.
I can't, I tell you. Look, the boys are okay now, aren't they?
Well...
Aren't they?
Well, they seem all right. They're indoors playing.
Good. Now, this is what you do. You get Mrs. Macpherson to come in for a couple of hours to look after them, and you take the car. Remember, I left you the car, and go into town, get yourself a new dress. Nothing too pricey, but something nice.
Don't treat me like a child. You always do this whenever I ring at work. I can just imagine you sitting there lifting your eyebrows towards the other men in the office. That silly wife's got herself into a state again.
Look, buy yourself a complete wardrobe if you like, or
what?
Or go and see a doctor. Get yourself some tranquilizers or something. You have to do something, Anne. Sort yourself out. Hello?
Yes.
When I get home this evening, we'll talk the whole thing through, all right? I mean, really talk it through.
There is something going on. Something I don't understand. Henry, you must believe me. I am not going mad or anything. There is something going on.
Nothing's going on. It's all in your imagination. What you have to do is to get it into perspective. That's why you should get out. Give yourself a break. Look, I've got to go. Do you promise to do as I said? Go into town. Promise? You can spend as much as you like. Go on, Anne. You know you need a break, and you know what I'm saying makes sense.
Yes, all right. Not going to town.
Good. You'll feel all the better for it. Believe me. All the better.
There.
Can we go in now?
No, I've told you. Now we need another snowball for his head. A small one.
When does Mummy get back?
She's not back for ages. Are you going to make his head or not? Or shall I use yours?
You wouldn't. Don't be silly. You couldn't.
I could twist it until it came off and then put it on top.
You couldn't.
Round and round it'd go, and then it'd break.
Don't.
Round and round. Snap.
Please don't. You couldn't anyway.
Oh, yes, I could. Now you're going to make his head. Or do you want me to try?
I still can't believe it. Well, I suppose we were bound to bump into each other sooner or later. But I am glad it's sooner.
Oh, yes, me too. God, how long's it been?
Well, it must be about 7 years.
So how's married life?
Oh, you know, okay. Boring at times, but then, well...
How about the children?
Oh, it's still just the twins. They're 11 now.
God, are they really?
Yes. Well, and you?
Oh, no ring yet.
Did you get the... Oh,
you first.
Right. Are you still with the paper?
Oh, yeah, still there. But now I'm a fully qualified local journalist, covering weddings, staff dances, makers running off with milkmen's wives, you know, all the usual sort of stuff.
Well, nothing juicy.
Oh, no, not for years. You had plans to write sometime, didn't you?
Oh, yes. But that was before.
Before?
Well, what do you think? Marriage and children and... You know, one's life just sort of fills up with things. There's never a dull moment.
What's wrong, Anne?
Nothing. Just an overactive imagination, that's all.
What about? Oh, Henry, surely.
Oh, no, not Henry.
You don't sound all that convinced.
Oh, Henry has his good points. He's got lots of good points. He's just very determined to follow the yuppie trend. So determined he doesn't have much time for anything else and just gets me down sometimes. I am actually in town to buy myself a dress or even a complete wardrobe if I wanted to cheer myself up, to give me a fresh perspective on things. Henry's idea. Everything can be solved with money.
Fresh perspective on what?
No, nothing you can put your finger on. Well, I don't really like the new house we've got.
Where is it exactly? Maybe I know it.
It's on one of these anonymous estates out at Knollwater. You know, the kind of thing. One part is all named after admirals, you know, Nelson Avenue, Hood Close, and another bit is all writers. Dickens Way.
Thackeray Drive.
Shakespeare Road.
And Old Boulevard.
There's a Jane Austen cul-de-sac.
Jeffrey Archer Lane.
Oh, God, no, nothing so modern.
So, which one are you in? The admirals or the writers?
No, neither. Trees.
Trees?
It's Maple Drive.
Maple Drive?
Yeah, but why do you say it like that?
Oh, a name from the past, that's all.
Go on.
Well, 5 or 6 years ago, I was sent to write something about Maple Drive. A very sad story, very sad.
What?
There was a family lived there when the estate was first built. I think they were called the Osbornes. Yes, that's it, Mr. and Mrs. Osborne. An ordinary family, the typical nuclear family. Mum, Dad, 2 sons, aged, I don't know, 10 or 11. Twins, as it happened. Oh, look, maybe I shouldn't be...
Twins?
Well, it's just a coincidence.
What happened?
God, I'm surprised you haven't found out about this before. I'm really surprised.
Just tell me, please, what happened?
All right. There was an accident. The boys were outside in the garden playing in the snow, and one of them got hurt, badly hurt. In fact, it was fatal.
How hurt? How did it happen?
Oh, look, steady on, love. This was a long time ago.
It's important. It's important. How did it happen?
Well, remember, you asked me. His neck got broken. He fell over something, and his neck got twisted. It was very sad, but... The reason why we got interested in it, the papers, why I remember it so well, the other boy panicked. He thought it was his fault, you see, and he panicked. So he built a snowman.
A snowman?
Yes, with the body, his brother's body, to hide it. I don't know what he thought he was doing, but it was a bit macabre, and it made a good copy, so of course we got interested. God, I hadn't realised until then how cynical a press can be.
Where did this take place?
I told you, in the garden.
No, what number? What number was the house?
Oh,
Please, Helen, what number?
13.
You sure? You sure it wasn't 12 or 12A?
Quite sure. I remember it gave me the title of the piece. Unlucky 13. It was number 13, all right.
There isn't a 13 now. It goes 11, 12, 12A and 14. They must have changed the number. They changed it from 13 to 12A.
No, steady on, Anne.
Probably to help sell it. I bet they moved straight up.
Yes, I think they did. Anne, listen. Look, Anne, listen to me. Look, it's a long time ago. It's all in the past. It doesn't mean anything now. Here and now, it doesn't mean anything. Anne, what are you looking at? You look like you've seen a ghost.
How long has it been snowing?
It started before I came in, I think, 2 or 3 hours. It looks like it's settling, too. I should be careful if you've got to drive home.
I have to make a call. I must make a call. Where are the phones here? Do you know where the phones are?
Now, let's make his mouth. Then he'll be able to talk to you. Be able to tell things to you.
Come on. God, come on.
Hello?
Hello, Mrs. McPherson. It's Mrs. Makepeace.
Oh, hello, dear.
How are the boys?
Sorry, dear, what did you say?
How are the twins, Colin and Alex? How are they?
Oh, they're fine, my dear, quite fine.
God.
They're enjoying the snow.
What?
They're outside enjoying the snow.
I thought I told you not to...
I made them wrap up well and wear their Wellington boots.
I thought I told you not to let them outside. I told you strictly not to let them outside.
Yes, but when it started snowing, it's different, isn't it? It's not every day we get snow like this. You must watch out when you drive back. It's really quite settling.
Where are the boys now? Can you see the boys now?
Yes, I can see them. On the lawn, that's where they are.
Both of them?
No, not both of them, just one of them. I can never really tell which one it is at this distance.
And what's he doing?
I think it's Colin, though. I think it was him that had the red woolly hat on. Or was it Alex? No, one had a green hat, I think, and the other one had a red.
What is he doing? Mrs. McPherson, please. Just tell me what he's doing.
Doing? Building a snowman, of course. What else would a boy like that do in the snow?
Good. There. A nice big grin. Alex, I want your hat. I want your hat for the snowman. No, I'll get cold. Come on, give it over. Or do I have to take it from you?
Hurry up. All these lights.
For God's sake, Anne, just calm down.
I didn't ask you to come.
Sorry, just take it easy. I mean, traffic lights are like kettles. They never change if you watch them.
Oh, okay.
Find out!
God! Oh, God. I never saw him. I never even saw him.
Anne, what are you scared of? Is it something I said? Something about what happened before? You've got to tell me, please.
I can't. I daren't tell you.
Well, try me.
Well, later, maybe, but not now. I've just got to get home, okay?
I'm getting cold, Cole. I'm getting cold. No, you're not. Now we need something for his eyes. No. Oh, yes. He's got to be able to see you, hasn't he? I don't want him to have eyes. I want to go indoors. You can't, you baby. I'm frightened. When does Mummy get home? Not for hours and hours yet. I know. We'll use coal. That's black. Go and get some coal. I don't want him to be able to see me. Go and get me some coal. Then he'd be a real snowman. A real snowman. Then he'd be able to see you.
Can you see them? Can you see the boys? Oh, they're probably on the lawn. There should be 2 of them on the lawn.
Slow down a bit, will
Can you see them? You should be able to see them.
Well, I can't see anything. It's the snow.
No, there they are.
Mind out, we're sliding. Oh, God, we're going to hit them.
No.
Oh,
Alex, look out.
turn the wheel. Left a bit. Left.
Oh, God. Alex.
Mummy, you nearly hit me.
Oh, darling. I thought I'd hit you. Oh, darling. I'm sorry. Darling.
You didn't hit me, Mummy. You hit Snowman.
Oh, thank God.
Are you all right, Mummy?
Yes. Oh, Yes, I'm fine now. Oh, give me a hug. Come on. Oh.
Anne.
Well, you'll think I'm really stupid, but I was thinking the snowman.
What, Mummy?
Oh, never mind. Just stupid, irrational fears, that's all. I was building it all up in my mind, some sort of great evil force, but now I've destroyed it. And everything's all right now. Where's Colin?
Col? Oh, he's asleep.
Asleep? What do you mean, darling? Where is he?
He's all right. He's just sleeping.
Anne, I think you'd better come over here.
Where, darling? Tell me where he is.
I didn't do anything. It was the snowman.
It was curious the way the snowman had shattered. The scattered pieces remained somehow connected. The trunk, the legs, the arms, the head.
Oh, no. Please, God, no.
All in proportion, all of a size. A small boy's size. From the end of one leg, one white leg, protruding quite naturally, seeming so normal there that at first she didn't notice what it was a foot, a human foot. And from the head, the shattered, flaking head, the head that was set at a curious, awkward angle to the rest of the body, she could see the eyes. Not black pieces of coal, but blue, staring, human, and dead.
I told you he wanted his eyes, Mummy.
Thinking of moving? Well, as I said earlier, 12A Maple Drive is up for sale. A nice house. 3 bedrooms, through lounge, fitted kitchen, garage, bit of a garden, front and back, yes. Bit of a garden, front and back. It's a snip at the price, I'm told. In fact, they're so keen to sell, they might even be open to offers. Imelda Staunton played Anne, and Brian Hewlett her husband Henry. Alistair White was Colin, and Alkis Constantouris was Alex. Eva Stewart played Mrs. Macpherson. J.C.W. Brooke wrote the story, and Martin Jenkins was the director. My name is Edward D'Souza, the Man in Black. And until the same time next week, I too, like the garden snowman, must melt away.
Listen to the waves, listen to the bells, listen to the weird circle. Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale, Frankenstein.
The wind howling outside my lonely home is my only companion. All else is quiet here, as I sit by my window in the parlor, writing this document for the scientific world. Be warned, you doctors and scientists who come after me. Be warned that man must not experiment with the secrets of life. My experiences started in the University of Manchester, where I was studying natural history. It was after class, May 22nd, 1818, that Professor Waldman, my close dear friend Henry Clerval, and myself were in the laboratory of the university.
Victor Frankenstein, your persistence amazes me. Someday I shall sit at your feet and allow you to teach me.
Thank you, Professor Waldman. But the whole subject of the structure of man has always been too clouded in mysticism.
Well, frankly, Victor, I prefer mysticism.
Well, that's because you're a mystic, Henry.
Why, Henry's no more a mystic than I am. He just loves to avoid arduous work.
Oh, translating that means I'm lazy, eh, Professor?
Well, if you prefer to put it that way, I rather think of you as a student whose nervous structure does not take kindly to natural history.
The professor's kinder to you than you are to yourself, Henry.
Well, if I worked as hard as you do, Victor, I should probably wear that same gaunt, sleepless look that you carry about.
Well, my experiment will be finished tonight. And then I'll manage the 8 hours sleep that other men manage.
The secret experiment will be finished tonight, huh?
Well, then, will you tell us just exactly what you're doing in the basement at home?
I'll tell the entire world. As a matter of fact, I stayed after class this afternoon, Professor Waldman, to ask you to join me this evening in the basement of our place to watch the completion of my work.
Oh. Well, how about me?
I don't think I dare invite more than one, Henry. And the professor is more interested in this type of procedure than you are.
I shall be delighted, Victor.
Just the best friend who never knows what's going on in his own home, that's all.
It's not that, Henry. But I thought you'd entertain Elizabeth for me, while the professor and I were at work.
Entertaining Elizabeth will be a delightful favor, old boy. You know, I think you trust me too much with her. Have you ever met Victor's fiancée, Professor Waldman? She's one of the most charming...
Yes, Elizabeth was one of the most charming, beautiful women I'd ever known. I had been in love with her from childhood, but even my love for Elizabeth couldn't dim my passionate zeal for the work I was doing. It was 8 o'clock that evening. Henry, Elizabeth, and I were seated in the parlor. Elizabeth was saying...
I'll be so glad, Victor, darling, when all this is over. If you only knew how tired you look.
The minute my work is done, successfully or unsuccessfully, I promise you, Elizabeth, we'll be married and off to Switzerland before Henry has time to lock up this place.
But first, we find out about the secret in the basement.
Henry's being eaten up by curiosity.
I don't blame him. I'm suffering pangs of what's it all about, too.
Well, you'll both know soon. I wonder where Professor Waldman is. He's late.
He'll be here soon, Victor. Stop pacing the floor, sweetheart.
I think I'll start my work downstairs. Send the professor down when he arrives, will you, darling?
We'll come down ourselves and take a look around. Or will I turn into a pillar of salt for peeking?
Nobody ever turned into a pillar of salt for peeking, Beth. It was for looking back.
Oh, nothing like a good practical working knowledge of the Bible for scientific experiments. It starts the night off right.
Yes, I thought jokingly of that paragraph from the Bible then. And she was turned into a pillar of salt. But what about a man who looks back? There is no ready reference for him or for me. I went downstairs to my laboratory at a little past 8, opened the door, and started to tinker around to pass the time more quickly. My every sense was alive, taut, waiting, with the sense of what was to come. I heard a knock on the side door, which led me from my laboratory directly into the forest, which bordered Manchester. I looked out and...
Good evening, Victor.
Oh, did Elizabeth tell you to come down this way, Professor?
No, I found the entrance to your laboratory quite by myself.
I help you with your coat, sir?
No. You proceed with your work. Nothing like trivialities to annoy a scientist at work. There we are.
Well, follow me, Professor, into the back room, and you'll see for yourself what this is all about.
Well, I feel that I'm in for a most exhilarating evening. I wish I had more students fashioned in your mold, Victor.
Well, Professor, here is my...
Why, what's this? A full-sized replica of a man?
Yes, only he isn't full-sized. He's fashioned on a grander scale. I should say this creature standing up would be approximately 8 feet 2 inches tall.
Well, you should have been an artist, Victor. He's a perfect reproduction. What did you make him out of? Wood? Clay?
Animal flesh.
Flesh?
Feel him.
Oh, feels like the body of a dead man.
Or the body of a man who hasn't as yet been brought to life. This body is complete in every detail. Heart, lungs, teeth. Even the fine nervous system.
Well, it's interesting. Yes, interesting. How about the brain cells?
Yes, adult brain cells. I think he's quite handsome, don't you?
Well, each man to his own taste. He's the best reproduction of a man I've ever seen, but actually his face is hideous. As a plastic surgeon, my dear Victor, I'm afraid I can't give you much credit. Well, what do you intend to do with this hulk?
You see this fluid here in the test tube?
Yes.
I filled the hypodermic needle with it. And now I'm going to inject the full 8 ounces into the vein, directly above his heart.
But why?
Watch. You see, Professor, quite by accident, I stumbled on the secret of life. I've been bringing small one-cell creatures to life for quite some time.
The secret of life?
Within 30 seconds, after this injection, this creature will live.
You're trying to play God, Victor. It's heresy.
It's science. I'm making a new race, by far finer than the present one. Larger in structure, stronger, heavier, healthier. A race able to live on nuts and berries, with a greater capacity for feeling.
Victor, for the love of heaven, don't go through with this experiment. No man living has the right to tamper with the secret of life. You've created a monster on that floor. You've no idea what will happen if you go through with this.
Watch, Professor. The injection.
I only hope and pray this is a failure.
It can't be. His eyes moved. Watch him, Professor. He's like a baby, first realizing life. His hands touch the floor. His eyes are trying to focus on the world around him.
He's hideous.
Yes, he's hideous. I made the skin too much like parchment, I'm afraid.
Victor, get rid of that monster.
He's trying to stand up.
If that mind which you've created is a twisted one, have you any idea what kind of horror you've let loose in England? As a humanitarian, I feel it my Christian duty to do this now.
Put that knife down, Professor.
No, I can't let... Oh, he's got me in the clutch of his hand. Command him to stop this, Victor.
Stop fighting him, Professor. He's frightened. He has the same reactions as a child. Grabs and won't let loose.
Let me go, monster.
Stop! Don't go out that door. Put the professor down. Don't go out that door. The monster left my laboratory through the side entrance into the forest, carrying the incredibly mangled body of the professor with him. I rushed out of my laboratory after him, but the creature was faster than I, and he disappeared from view. I returned to my laboratory and destroyed all evidence of the creature's manufacture. I burned the blueprints from which I had made his body. Then, carefully, I locked my laboratory and went upstairs to join Henry Clerval and Elizabeth. I must have looked wild-eyed as I entered the room.
Henry, that's most amusing. You tell the best anecdotes in all of England.
Oh, you flatter me, Elizabeth.
Oh, Victor, you're through sooner than we expected. Darling, what's the matter?
Didn't the professor show up?
Nothing's the matter. My experiment was a failure.
Oh. But the professor...
He never showed up. Beth, Henry, I want to go away.
Of course, darling, we will, as soon as Henry can get the house locked up.
I don't want to wait. I want to leave at once. Tonight, please, tonight, Beth. We can get married before we cross the channel and then go to Switzerland.
But it's almost midnight now, darling.
What's the difference? Please, Beth, if you love me.
But why tonight, Victor?
Henry, you've no idea what I've been through. I have to get away at once.
Of course, darling, if you insist. Anything you want.
And we'll be married before daylight. Darling, darling, Beth. I know a little minister whom we can awaken. And so Beth and I were married that evening in a little chapel on the coast. Then the three of us fled to Bern, Switzerland. I refused to have anything to do with the civilized world. No newspapers, no word of home. Just the peace and quiet of the Swiss mountains. Henry and Elizabeth both tried to learn of the events which had occurred in my laboratory that evening. But I never broke my silence on that subject. After the first tries, they refrained from asking me about it again. It was in the middle of the 4th month of our visit when Henry and I were sitting on the terrace of the little house in the mountain. Beth was out picking berries when Henry suddenly...
Victor, I'm your closest friend. I tried to keep silent about... Well, Victor, the day after we left England, I bought a newspaper.
Did you, Henry?
Yes, I saw this clipping on the front page. I couldn't very well miss it.
What clipping?
This one. The horribly mangled remains of Professor Waldman was found on Beekman Hill. The identity of the unknown murderer is being sought by Scotland Yard.
Poor Professor Waldman. I'd no idea.
Hadn't you?
No. What are you trying to say to me, Henry?
You're leaving England so suddenly that very night. Your fear of being discovered, the secret experiment. Well, it all seemed to add up to some kind of strange connection with this clipping. Now, if you're in trouble, Victor, you can depend on me. I'll stay by your side.
I'm not in trouble. I'm just tired, terribly tired.
And you know nothing of the professor?
Absolutely nothing.
He didn't come to our chateau that evening.
I told you he didn't then. Stop questioning me.
Victor!
We're out here, Beth.
Oh, I've just had a horrible experience. Oh, darling, I'm so glad to see you.
You're pale, Beth. Sit down right here next to me.
Why, what happened, Beth?
Well, I was walking in the woods not far from here when I looked up and saw a man. Sort of a man standing over me.
Well, men aren't so bad. That is, if you happen to know the right ones. And you do.
I'm not joshing, Henry. He wasn't exactly a man. He was twice the height of anyone I've ever seen. And his skin looked like dried parchment. It's incredible, but I think I've seen a monster.
Monster?
Yes, I ran away. He didn't follow me. He just stared after me, watching me. You do believe me, don't you?
A monster stared after you?
Look, Henry. Victor, through the trees right out there. Look! There he is again!
Yes, the monster stood there, silhouetted against the trees. The monster which I had created, standing like an evil blot of flesh and bone, moved in the darkening twilight. And then suddenly, phantom-like, it disappeared. Beth and Henry both watched me as I started from the piazza after the disappearing creature in the backwoods. As I drew near to the heavily wooded section, giant footprints in the soft mud about me showed the path ahead. The sun was sinking in the west, and the last orange pinpoints of light needled my flesh until every sense within me was tingling with the expectations of seeing my living horror. Then I realized I was unarmed. Every crooked tree, each twisted branch which obstructed my path, appeared to be his form. I heard the crackling of a branch and the moving of a form on the velvet moss.
I thought you'd come, Creator.
You.
Are you frightened, Creator?
You dare talk to me?
Please, don't turn away from me. Please.
Let me go.
I mean no harm to you. Listen to me, Victor Frankenstein. You must listen to me. You created me. You owe me that much.
I owe you nothing, murderer.
Why am I a murderer? Because you created a form so horrible, a face so distorted, that no man can look upon me and call me friend. I'm an outcast. You can save me.
Let me go.
Not until you hear my story. Sit down, Creator.
My arm! Let me go.
I wandered through the streets of London that first day. Children screamed in the streets. People flocked together trying to kill me. and I was lonely and hungry.
How did you follow me here?
Not so long ago, I returned to my birthplace, the laboratory, broke in and discovered your identity. But first, I fled to Scotland and lived outside of a cottage. That's how I learned to speak. An old blind man was teaching a young French girl to speak English. I listened to the lessons from the open windows.
Now, what do you expect of me?
A companion. A woman of the same species, with my defects. One who will be my friend. This being you must create.
No, I'll not do it.
You must. Every man's entitled to a wife.
No.
You must. If you create her for me, I'll take her with me into the far wastes, and no one will ever see either of us again. Ever.
How will you live?
On fruits and berries. We'll manage together. Please, you can't deny me this.
A mate. A monster's mate.
You will? You will. I swear, I'll never harm another human. Never create her. If you'll only grant me just one companion.
And if I refuse?
If you refuse, even a brain that you have made, creator, might become twisted and distorted.
And so that night in the forest, I made a devil's bargain. I bargained to create a monster's mate, perhaps another murderer. How could I know? The monster swore to live in the forest and wait a year or 2 years if necessary. And upon completion of my work, he would take his companion away. But if I broke my promise, he swore revenge. And so I started work. I searched Paris for the necessary equipment, built a shack in the woods about a mile away from our chalet. 3 months I worked, 3 solid months, shaping her who was to be his mate. And then one night, it was windy outside. I thought the wind had blown the door open when...
Victor, I'm sorry I had to disturb you.
Is it Beth?
No, not Beth. She's fine and sends her love. It's the townspeople. Your activities have stirred up a lot of curiosity.
Oh, the fools!
Well, I can't blame them, especially after the rumors which have been going around. Rumors of the... Victor, you know the monster in these forests. You've known of him all along. People have seen him and connect him with you. Mothers in the village are frightened of their children.
I know nothing.
Look, I'm only trying to help you.
I know nothing, I tell you.
But the men have banded together. They're going to make a raid on you here, to burn your laboratory down, and to find the monster who lives in these woods.
They can't. They mustn't.
Oh, what devil's work are you carrying on, man? I'm trying to help you. Oh, Victor, will you please let your friends be your friends?
Henry, go back to Beth and leave me alone.
Beth is safe at home. You're in danger, and I won't leave your side this night, my friend.
Then be prepared.
Prepared for what?
You've guessed many of the reasons for my secrecy.
Then there is a monster.
At school, I stumbled on the secret of life. I was trying to create a superior race. I was a fool, and I created him instead.
And he does live?
Yes, he lives.
Professor Waldman. What happened to Professor Waldman?
The night I created the monster, Waldman became frightened. He screamed, attempted to kill the creature. The creature, like a child, warded him off and then tore him to pieces in front of me. I couldn't stop him. The monster had killed before it had really begun to live.
Then what?
The monster left the basement through the side entrance, carrying the professor's corpse. I had no choice. I had to leave the country.
Oh, what are you doing with that creature now?
Fulfilling a promise. Follow me into my cabin and I'll show you. How soon do you think the townsfolk will be here?
Oh, within 2 hours or so. They're meeting in the square in town.
Come in.
What? A woman?
Yes, a woman. The monster's mate, his friend. I promised him a friend, and in return he swears to hide himself forever from the world.
A devil's bargain, Victor.
A bargain I must keep for all our sakes.
But the monster proved himself a murderer time and time again. Why, in London, after the death of Professor Waldman.
Time and time again.
But how do you know that the mate won't be even more vicious than he? You'll let loose an avalanche of hatred. Oh, destroy her before you bring her to life.
Yes, avalanche of hatred.
Look, you've no time to waste. Set fire to this cabin quickly, Victor. Set fire to the cabin and come away. Why, man alive, you can't go through with this thing.
But the promise.
It's a promise to a fiend. He'll be your death and ours, Victor. Oh, hurry, man, hurry, if you've any love for Beth.
I've been insane with grief and fear for Beth and you. Go back to Beth, Henry, at once and wait for me.
And you?
I'll set fire to the cabin as soon as I destroy my books. I'll join you later.
Well, hurry, friend. We'll meet you home as soon as you can make it.
For 1 full hour, I worked feverishly. I soaked the shack in oil, and then taking a taper from the vase, I lit the fire. The fire started quickly. I placed my books in the very center of the room, and then opened the door of my shack. The experiment was at an end, and I felt free. The monster's mate would never live. I walked out, and then I saw him, his face contorted with rage.
Ah! My wife! My only dead devil friend! Ah! My only dead!
I knew then what was in his mind as he raced through the forest in front of me. The blazing shack was a beacon of light, and I saw his huge, misshapen form outdistance me, far outdistance me. He was faster than I, taller than I, and covered more territory. Racing, running blindly through the forest, I reached my home. The door of my home was flung open. Henry, mutilated and torn, stumbled blindly toward me.
Victor, the monster.
Henry, what?
I tried to, Victor.
Henry, you.
Beth, no. The stairs.
Beth, I'm coming, darling, I'm coming. I'm coming upstairs. I'm coming, darling, I'm coming. If you kill her, Beth! Beth, oh, my darling. My darling. Oh, Beth, no. No. Both you and Henry. Both dead.
You two are alone, Creator.
Yes. Both of them were dead. All my dear ones gone from me now. And I'm alone. The wind howling outside my window is my only companion. All else is quiet as I sit by my window, writing this document. I am dying of loneliness and fear, shunned by the world, hated by everyone. I know I am waiting only for the monster's return, and he, having eluded the world, will return when I've suffered my full share of misery, as he has suffered his.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you the story Frankenstein. Bellkeeper, toll the bell.
Countdown for a blast-off. X minus 5, minus 4, minus 3, minus 2, X minus 1. Fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future. Adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000 could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company presents X minus 1. If you wanted to take over our world with a minimum amount of resistance and trouble, how would you go about it? Tonight we'll tell you how, with a strange and chilling story by George Lefferts. The Parade.
You are Mr. Sid Ryan?
The same.
My name is Luchar. I am a Martian.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. What was that again?
A Martian.
As in Orson Welles?
Precisely.
I'm a Rotarian myself. Sit down.
Thank you.
Now that we've had our little joke, Mr. Luchar, what can Publicity Associates do for you?
I am interested in obtaining publicity. It has been my observation that advertising and publicity are the very backbone of earthly civilization.
Spoken like a true Martian, Mr. Luchar. Now, if you'll tell me the name of the client.
The client, of course, will be the Martians.
You don't give up, do you?
Give up?
The gag, I mean. Oliver!
Yes, Mr. Ryan?
This is Mr. Luchar.
Oh, how do you
Mr. Luchar claims to be a Martian. Take him outside, will you, Oliver?
I am happy to see, Mr. Ryan, that my telling you I am a Martian has approximately the effect I guessed it would. I believe we can do business. I have here cash retainer of $5,000.
Oliver, take a look at that wad of lettuce.
It's the real stuff, Mr. Ryan.
And my client is prepared to spend many times that amount.
Sit down, Mr. Luchar. Oliver, get the client a cigar, the 50-cent box.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Well, now, what can I do for you, sir?
I wish you to manage a publicity campaign. A very large and important campaign.
Is the product established, or is it something brand new?
Something quite new. Now, what would you judge the most effective type of campaign?
Well, if the client has a lot of dough to throw around, a suspense campaign is best. First, you place ads in the paper saying, "Watch this space." Then about a week later, you run an ad saying XYZ or PDQ, and you get people guessing what it means. Then finally, when you've teased them enough, you bust loose and unveil the product.
Excellent. We will conduct a suspense campaign.
Of course, in this kind of campaign, secrecy is very important. Once the name of the product leaks out, it spreads like wildfire, and the whole campaign is kerfloppo.
Quite so, quite so. The utmost secrecy.
You realize, of course, these things cost like crazy.
Would, say, $1 million cover expense?
Come again?
I said, would $1 million cover it?
Why, yes, I am at... You did say, $1 million.
I understood that you have handled some very large accounts. Of course, if this is too big...
No, not at all, not at all. As a matter of fact, I seldom touch anything less. Right, Oliver?
Huh? Oh, of course, that's right, Mr. Ryan. Absolutely right, yes, sir.
You will begin, then, by saturating the newspapers, the radio, the streetcars with a very simple statement.
What's that?
I will write it on a card. Here you are.
The Martians are coming. Say, that's not a bad teaser. Got that, Oliver?
Yes, sir.
The next ad will read, June 1st is Martian Day.
June 1st is Martian Day.
What happens on June 1st?
The parade takes place.
What parade?
I wish you to arrange a parade up Fifth Avenue.
You mean like the Macy Parade?
Exactly. Except that the theme will be the world of tomorrow, the Martian world. My client would like it to be a gay affair. Balloons, clowns, pennants, pretty drum majorettes.
Say, that sounds terrific. I might be able to interest the department stores in a tie-in.
Fine. The parade will climax the campaign. On June 1st, the product will be unveiled.
Good enough. By the way, Mr. Luchar, just what is the product? What are we selling?
Oh, no, Mr. Ryan. Secrecy, remember?
Yeah, but after all...
Mr. Ryan, all will be revealed to you in good time. For the moment, let us say that we are selling a concept.
A concept?
The concept of invasion from Mars.
Sorrel Talent Agency.
Sammy Sorrel, please.
This is Sammy.
This is Sid Ryan over at Publicity Associates. Listen, Sammy, how you fixed for midgets?
I got midgets.
Fine, I need 40 midgets for a parade. 40. June 1st. And listen, Sammy, I want them dressed in little spacesuits.
In little...
You know, like men from Mars.
Mars.
Okay? And I want some movie extras, maybe 50 of them.
50.
Also rigged up like men from Mars. Make them look gruesome. Got that?
Gruesome.
Also, I need some horses with pretty girls on top of them. Maybe you can get that bunch from Maroney's Traveling Circus, the one we booked for the Fireman's Parade in Albany last year.
I'll try, Sid.
Never mind the expense. Just get me the talent.
It sounds like you landed a big client. Who is it?
It's a secret. I gotta hang now. Call me back, Sammy.
Right.
How you doing, Oliver?
Oh, fine, Mr. Ryan, just fine. I got 100 small boys pasting little stickers. The Martians are coming on the subway platforms.
Good.
We got full-page ads in all the dailies.
Good.
And 10-second spot announcements on every local station.
Good.
It's costing a fortune.
Good. The more it costs, the bigger our percentage. Spend like you were going to the electric chair, Oliver.
Yes, sir. How are you making out in the parade?
If it comes off, it'll be the biggest thing since Barnum invented the midget. I've got Macy's, Gimbals, and Saks to contribute floats. Everything is built around the Martian theme, see? Even the horses will have long feelers attached to them and funny-looking extra legs. It'll be sensational.
That sounds fine, only
what?
Mr. Ryan, we don't even know what we're selling.
Oliver, my boy, do you think old Sid Ryan has been sitting here spending all this moolah and not putting two and two together?
You mean you know who Luchar represents?
Just by accident, understand. I have learned that Century Pictures is making a big new epic. One of those expensive pictures they make in secret and then spring on the public because they don't want the other studios to get the jump on them.
What's the picture?
A space opera titled Invasion from Mars. Get it?
Oh, I begin to see.
Also, by mere coincidence, it's supposed to have its premiere sometime around June 1st. You follow me?
Yes, but, Mr. Ryan, Century has an exclusive contract with New Feature Syndicate for all their publicity.
Suppose Century Pictures doesn't like the way New Features is handling their stuff. They want to get out of the contract, but New Feature says no, so they have to get around the contract. A man named Luchar, client unknown, starts publicizing the Martian invasion. Need I go further?
Oh, I don't know, Mr. Ryan. Sounds pretty far-fetched to me, but I don't know.
That's what I like about you, Oliver. You're so innocent. Let me talk to Commissioner Patrick, please. Sid Ryan.
Hello.
Commish, Sid Ryan.
Oh. How are you, Ryan?
Fine.
What is it this time? You want to drop a man off the Empire State Building into a teacup full of water? The answer is no. Also, we're not arresting any fan dancers.
You know I don't handle fan dances. I want a permit for a parade. June 1st, 5th Avenue. It's a Sunday. There's no traffic.
Now, look, Ryan,
Macy's gets a permit. Gimbals gets a permit. The American Legion gets a permit. The Sons of Erin march every time Morton Downey sings the Wearing of the Green. Oh, don't give me a hard time, Patrick. This is too big. I have the 5th Avenue Merchants Association behind me.
Okay, Ryan. Fill out the forms. I'll pass them along to the license commissioner.
That's my boy.
By the way, what's the occasion for this parade?
Well, don't you read the papers, Patrick? June 1st is Martian Day.
How is the campaign going, Mr. Ryan?
Like wildfire, Mr. Luchar, like wildfire. Everybody and his brother is going along with the gag. Yesterday we distributed 50,000 Martian hats to school kids. I got some of the merchants doing World of Tomorrow displays in their windows. Every big novelty manufacturer in town is climbing on the bandwagon. They want to get into the parade with floats, giveaways, anything. Everybody smells a buck to be made. I wouldn't be surprised if the mayor himself declared Martian Day. I've even arranged for Commissioner Patrick to accept a $50,000 check for the Policeman's Benevolent Fund from the man from Mars. Oh, it's terrific, terrific. My blood pressure's up to 200.
Excellent.
I understand Century Pictures spent over $1 million making that space opera.
I beg pardon?
Oh, come, Mr. Luchar. Sid Ryan wasn't born yesterday, you know. I know who our client is, even if you don't admit it.
You do?
Always thinking that's me.
Well, as long as you know, let's keep it to ourselves, shall we, Mr. Ryan? As you once remarked, when these things leak out, it destroys the surprise and ruins the effectiveness of the campaign.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Ken Daly speaking to you from our portable transmitter. atop the reviewing stand for the much-heralded Martian Parade on Fifth Avenue. It's a beautiful sunlit day here in New York, a perfect day for a parade, and the streets are packed with thousands of spectators all eager to find out what this is all about. There's an air of shrill expectancy. Some of the kids and their parents have been camped on the curbstone since early this morning to be sure of ringside seats when the so-called Martians pass by. I've just had word from Sol Brown up at Central Park Mall that the Martians have landed from big pink balloons. And now while we're waiting for the arrival of the parade, we brought some people up to our microphone to tell you their reactions to this most spectacular of all publicity stunts. That's right, come on. What's your name, madam?
Miss Ada Shackley.
A little louder, please.
Miss Ada Shackley.
And where are you from, Mrs. Shackley?
Columbus, Ohio.
I see. And I see you have your family with you, too. Two little curly-headed blonde boys. Are you in New York on vacation?
We came for the Shriners Convention with their daddy.
What do you think of Martian Day, Mrs. Shackley?
Well, it all seems very strange to me, but the boys have been pestering me to watch it, so we've been standing here 2 hours. I can't make head or tail of it.
Well, neither can a lot of other people, Mrs. Shackley. But judging by the thousands here today, there's a lot of curiosity.
Curiosity killed the cat, folks say.
Well, let's hope not. Thank you, Mrs. Shackley.
Mr. Ryan's here.
Ryan, right. And this is Mr. Sid Ryan, ladies and gentlemen, the publicity man who's the brains behind the Martian Day stunt. Hello, Sid.
Good morning, Kenneth.
Easy, not so close to the mic.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, Sid, you've certainly lifted the lid this time.
Looks like it, doesn't it?
Sid, there's been a great deal of speculation as to exactly what all this is leading up to. I've heard some folks say it's a big war bond drive. Others think it's just to stimulate local business. And, look, I understand in the trade itself, the smart money says you're building for the premiere of Century's forthcoming extravaganza, Invasion from Mars. Now, come clean. Can you tell us what the real story is?
I can. I'd like to, but honestly, I can't.
Oh, man of mystery, eh? Are you going to watch the parade from the stand here?
No, Ken, I can't stand noise. I'm going out to my office and watching Company.
Well, thank you, Sid Ryan, and good luck. And here they come, ladies and gentlemen. The first units of the big Martian parade, swinging down Fifth Avenue with fanfare, colored streamers, music, confetti, floats, all the trappings of a Mardi Gras. And here in the vanguard is a whole troop of little midgets in weird-looking pink and blue spacesuits, carrying Rube Goldberg weapons with signs painted on them. Let's see, I can read one which says, Atomic Blaster. Another one has a placard reading, We're Martian through Georgia. And here come the clowns, laughing and falling all over each other. They're giving free sugar candy to the kids along the way. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is a happy, laughing crowd along Fifth Avenue today. A true reflection of the great sense of humor and good nature that makes America the place it is. This is promised as the climax of the show. And now a great hush has fallen over the crowd. It's quite a sight to see these thousands of people standing here expectantly, hearing only the great regular sigh of their mass breathing. And now here they come, ladies and gentlemen. The Martians. Marching in booted, helmeted ranks. Row after row of them. My, this is an impressive sight, ladies and gentlemen. And a rather serious contrast to the rest of the joyous slapstick parade we've witnessed. There are perhaps, 200 tall, broad-chested men dressed in metallic gray spacesuits with thick glass visors drawn across their faces. Each is holding an ominous-looking ray gun at the ready position. They're marching in absolute silence, keeping step perfectly, as though some mute, unspoken command were marking time for them. The crowd seems rather grim and serious now. Perhaps they're reminded of the actuality of war and possible invasion. They stand solemnly, silently, watching. Even the children are awed. And now the first ranks of the Martians are moving past us down Fifth Avenue toward the reviewing stands at the square. No one moves. What's that? What's happening? There, a woman, ladies and gentlemen. She dashed out into the street. For what reason, I don't know. She attempted to lift the visor of one of the Martian spacesuits, but just as she reached the Martian, she fell forward in a dead faint. I tell you, I've never felt such mass tension in a crowd as we're experiencing here right now, today. All sorts of rumors have begun filtering back through the audience. There are excited whispers of she's dead, she fainted, and now an undercurrent of, what? They're really Martians. This is an example of how a single incident can precipitate mass hysteria, ladies and gentlemen. I tell you, it's a mighty reassuring sight to see the blue uniforms of New York's finest spaced every 10 feet or so along the avenue. Somehow, I can't explain it, this incident has begun to work on what was a moment ago a happy, carefree crowd, and the complexion is changing.
Did you see that? A woman fainted.
Of course I saw it.
What do you suppose she saw?
Oliver, old man, did I ever tell you were too naive for this business?
But that young woman ran out into the streets to get a close look at the Martians, and then she screamed and fainted dead away.
I'm well aware of that, Oliver, since I paid her $50 to do it.
What?
The dramatic moment, Oliver, the stock and trade of the good publicity, man. Relax.
Holy smokes, you sure think of everything.
Yeah, for my share of this deal, roughly $100,000, I can afford to think of everything. Shut the window.
Don't you want to see the finish?
We'll go down to the reviewing stand for the finish. Right now, I want to make a phone call. By the way, where's Lucha?
I haven't seen him.
Well, he'll be around.
Boy, those Martians sure look like the real thing.
How would you know the real thing if you saw it, Oliver?
Well, gee, I don't know.
Close the window, Oliver.
Oh, yes, Mr. Ryan.
Sorrel's Talent Agency.
Sammy, this is Sid Ryan.
Say, listen, Sid, I was going to call you. I'm awful sorry about those Martians.
What do you mean sorry? They're terrific.
No, don't joke, Sid. I mean it.
Well, I mean it too. They're great, great.
Are you in the bag?
Never felt better.
You mean it, don't you?
Of course I mean it. What is this?
There are Martians in the parade?
About 150. Of course, I only ordered 50, but
Sid.
under the circumstances...
Sid.
Well, what is it?
Sid, don't you know? I couldn't get you a single movie extra. There's a studio strike in New York. I was going to call you, but I figured...
Hey, wait a minute. Where'd these guys come from if you didn't hire them?
I don't know. Maybe Oliver.
Oh, hold on. Oliver.
Yes, Mr. Ryan?
Did you hire those Martians?
No, sir,
Sammy, this is on the level, isn't it?
Honest, Sid,
Okay, Sammy, I'll call you back.
What's the matter, Mr. Ryan?
I don't know. I just don't know. I've got to locate Lucha. What's Century Pictures number?
Mr. Ryan, this is Sunday.
Oh, yeah. Well, get me their publicity director, Marty Sanford, at home.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
3, 2, 4. Here you are.
Thanks.
Sanford.
Marty, this is Sid Ryan.
Oh, hello, Sid. How's the big
Fine.
promotion?
Listen, Marty, this is dead serious. On the level. Get it?
What's wrong?
I've got to locate Lucha.
Lou who?
Lucha, come on now, Marty. This is life and death. The guy you sent over to hire me for the invasion picture.
Invasion picture?
Invasion from Mars, the space opera.
Are you batty?
Marty.
That picture was shelved last month.
What?
Sure, back in the can. Too expensive and too fantastic. The big shots decided you can't sell a Martian invasion to the American public. And I never heard of a guy named Lou...
Mother heaven.
What is it, Mr. Ryan? You look terrible.
That's too fantastic.
What's too fantastic, Mr. Ryan? Is something wrong?
Open that window. I want another look at those Martians.
Yes, sir.
Look at them. Oliver, you were in the Army. Could 150 movie extras learn to march like that in, say, 24 hours?
Not in 24 days, Mr. Ryan.
Not a second's hesitation. Not one other step. Look at the way they carry those ray guns at the ready. The only other time I've seen troops march like that was in a film of the Nazi stormtroops marching through the streets of Paris. See those chests on them? That's pride. Sheer, arrogant pride. Look at those chins. That's contempt. Nobody could act like that.
Mr. Ryan!
Oliver, get down there. Find that woman who fainted. Her name's Gloria Montex. Get her up here. Make it fast.
Here she is, Mr. Ryan. I can't get much sense out of her.
Stay away from me.
Gloria, it's me, Sid Ryan.
Oh, don't kid me. You're a Martian.
Gloria, settle down.
No, you're wearing a mask.
Baby, it's me, Sid.
And underneath, it's awful. It's all big green eyes and those feelers like a catfish.
Baby, snap out of it. Listen, what happened down there? You ran out and screamed like I told you, but the fainting, that wasn't in the act.
Oh, go away, please. Go away.
What'd you see?
Oh, no, please. It's too awful. Please, please.
Just one question, baby. Inside that helmet, what'd you see?
You won't get anything out of her, Mr. Ryan. She needs a doctor.
Okay, Oliver, I've heard enough anyway. You take care of Gloria here. Get her a drink.
Where are you going?
To see the commissioner. We gotta stop this parade before things begin to happen.
Okay, Ryan, what's the beef?
Listen, Patrick, I don't know what it is, see, but something's wrong. You gotta stop that parade.
I suppose you'd like the riot squad. That would get you a front-page spread on every paper in town. Honest, you publicity guys give me a pay.
This may be a matter of life and death.
Oh, sure. Look, Ryan, I've got no time for your cheap publicity gags. I'm a busy man.
Listen, I'm trying to tell you I don't know where these Martians came from, who they are, anything about them. All I want you to do is stop the parade and make sure they're on the level.
Ryan, I'm wise to your tricks. Now, if you let the sergeant show you out...
You won't do it, huh? An honest citizen appeals for protection and you refuse.
I most emphatically do. Now beat it.
All right, Patrick. I'll go right to the mayor's office. I'll have you busted flatter than a fried egg.
Go ahead. I'm sure his honor will be glad to toss you out on that phony nickel-plated skull of yours.
You heard me, Ryan. You cannot see the mayor.
Adolf, please. This isn't a gag. I don't want publicity. All I want to do is maybe prevent something horrible from happening.
In case you don't know it, wise guy, something horrible is already happening. A couple hundred little kids are in the hospital with ptomaine poisoning from that phony Martian candy you passed out. Or didn't you know?
I didn't. We've got to stop that parade.
Sure, you'd like nothing better than to start a panic now. Maybe a few hundred people would get trampled to death. Think of the newspaper space that would get you and your product.
I won't stand for this, Adolf.
You won't have to, because you're going to get out of here right now. Go on, beat it, get out. You and your publicity stunts make me sick to my stomach.
Oliver, where are you? Oliver!
It is useless
What?
to scream at him, Mr. Ryan. Your friend is quite dead.
Lucha.
He wanted to run to the police with some story about a Martian invasion. I found it necessary to restrain him.
Restrain him, you stinking murderer.
Now, Mr. Ryan, collect yourself. After all our planning, it wouldn't do to have everything spoiled, now would it?
Lucha, stop talking and talk fast, because when you get through, I'm going to take you apart piece by piece. What's this all about?
But surely you know, Mr. Ryan. After all, you've been publicizing it for months.
Listen, you...
Please, do not interrupt. You see, before colonizing your planet, we Martians sent advanced scouts to study your habits, your weaknesses. We found that the people on Earth are predominantly conditioned by advertising and publicity, and so we conceived the idea of treating our entire invasion as a vast publicity stunt. Clever, huh? After all, Mr. Ryan, who would suspect an invader who advertised his invasion in the newspaper, invited the public to his surprise attack, and spent millions publicizing his plans?
Holy jumping catfish.
You've done very well.
Then there was no product.
Ah, but there is a product. The product is death.
What are you trying to do, Lucha?
We Martians are a humane people, Mr. Ryan. We do not like to destroy thousands where a few hundreds would suffice. In exactly 2 minutes, our troops will treat the world to a spectacle of death, which will bring the rest of your planet to its knees in horror. Nations will clamor to surrender.
Perhaps, Mr. Lucha, but not if I can help it. You...
Yes, please.
Operator, this is Mr. Ryan. Get me the field telephone on the reviewing stand of the Martian Day Parade. Hurry.
Anyone in particular?
Just hurry.
Reviewing stand, Sergeant Cassidy.
Get me Commissioner Patrick.
Hello.
Hello.
You'll have to talk loud.
I want Commissioner Patrick.
Oh.
Patrick!
Wait a minute. Things are quieting down. Now, what was it you wanted?
This is Ryan. I have to talk to the commissioner. It's a matter of life and death.
I'm sorry, you can't talk to him now. The chief Martian is presenting the PBA check to him. The Martians are going to fire a salute.
Listen, you gotta stop him.
What?
Stop him!
I'm sorry, Mr. Ryan.
You idiot, the works is going...
This is the operator. I'm sorry, Mr. Ryan, you've been cut off. I can't seem to get them back.
Doesn't matter, operator. Nothing matters now.
Tonight, X-1 has brought you The Parade, an original story written by George Lefferts. Featured in the cast were Joseph Curtin as Ryan, Joe DeSantis as Luchar, Alexander Scorby as Daly, Agnes Young as the woman, Ellen Deming as Gloria, John Thomas as Oliver, Arthur Anderson as Sammy, Wendell Holmes as the Commissioner, and William Keane as Sanford. Your announcer, Don Pardo. X-1 was directed by Fred Way and is a transcribed NBC Radio Network production. Next week, the tables turn. Instead of Martians invading Earth, we bring you a tale of men invading Mars. Ray Bradbury's brilliant short story entitled Mars is Heaven. Suppose you were a member of the first rocket ship crew to land on Mars, but instead of seeing Martians, you find that you've landed in a town that looks just like home, that all your dead relatives and friends are there to greet you, so that as incredible as it may seem, you think you're really in heaven. That is, you think so, right up to the fatal moment, the moment of X-1.
Join the Abbotts on another baffling mystery tonight over most NBC radio stations.
Countdown for blastoff. X-5, -4, -3, -2, X-1. Fire! From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000 could-be years on 1,000 would-be worlds. The National Broadcasting Company presents X-1. Tonight, Universe. We are just beginning to discover how boundless our universe really is. And yet as man reaches out to the stars, out toward infinity, ironically enough, he may be building himself a new kind of prison. What would it be like to live all your life in a world no larger, say, than a single gigantic rocket ship bound on an endless mercy?
Hugh, look out! You all right?
Yes, just missed me.
What was it?
A mutant with a slingshot, I think. Must have dashed down that passageway.
Want to go after it?
Oh, we'd never catch it, Alan. It's probably 12 decks above us by now.
I didn't think they ever came down this far. Trolls usually get them before they reach this level.
Well, they get more daring with each generation. Well, this one looked like a female.
Male or female, it might have killed us.
I told you this trip was pure foolishness, climbing 24 deck levels to hear a crazy old man rave.
All right, Alan, we're almost there now. Let me see, compartment X, 15, level 24. This is the place.
This area smelled as if it hadn't been visited by a sanitation crew for generations.
This part of the ship is almost deserted.
Yes?
Is this the compartment of John the Witness?
Who are you?
My name is Hugh Hoyland, cadet from Scientist Barracks. This is my friend Alan Mahoney.
What do you want of John the Witness?
Well, only to talk.
Are you a believer in Jordan?
Naturally.
I have heard that there are those among the younger scientists who doubt the word of Jordan.
To doubt is death. We're not heretics.
Ah, enter.
I brought you a gift of tobacco, grown on the richest level.
Oh, it smells good.
I assure you it's of the best.
Wait here. I'll get him.
What a rat's nest. Well, what the devil do you think he can tell you?
Alan, I'm not sure.
Well?
Are you John the Witness?
I am.
Good evening to you. I'm Hugh Hoyland. This is my friend Alan Mahoney.
What brings a gentleman of the scientist class to my humble compartment?
I've heard that you and your parents before you have been keepers of the legend of the ship.
Since Jordan gave the word.
I'm anxious to hear the word as Jordan spoke it.
Why?
Because our young scientists, well, among them there have been some who talk against the word.
There are regulations against such heresy.
Still, some of them say the ship has no purpose. They say that we are here accidentally, that we have no more grace in Jordan's eyes than the most deformed mutant who dwells in the highest level of the ship.
What shall I say to you?
Well, I wish to hear the word from the mouth of one who knows, in order that I may become more convinced.
Sit. You have a gift for the witness?
The finest tobacco.
Good. I will dim the lights. Now pay close attention, for these are the words as my father's father's father gave them to his son's son's son. This is how the ship came into being, how our people were created. In the beginning there was only Jordan, thinking his lonely thoughts. Out of his thoughts came a vision. Out of the vision came a planning, and out of the planning came decision. Jordan's hand was lifted, and the ship was born. Mile after mile of good compartments, tank after tank for gold and corn, ladder and passage, door and locker fit for the needs of the yet unborn. He looked on his work and found it pleasing, meet for a race that was yet to be. He thought of man, and man came into being. Then Jordan checked his thoughts and searched for a key. Man untamed would shame his maker. Man unruled would spoil the plan. So Jordan made the regulations, and order came to the works of man. A crew he created to work at their stations, scientists to guide the plan. Over them all he created captain, made him judge of the race of man. Thus it was in the golden age.
These are the true words?
As my father's father taught them.
But what of the strange beast-like people on the upper levels of the ship? Surely Jordan did not create them.
Jordan is perfect. All below him lack perfection. You have heard of the legend of Huff?
I have heard that he mutinied against Jordan.
Darkness swallowed the ways of virtue. Sin prevailed upon the ship. And before wisdom prevailed and the bodies of Huff and his followers were fed into the converter, some of the rebels escaped and lived to father the mutants. They are tainted with the sins of their fathers.
Witness, one more question.
Speak.
What is the ship?
The ship is a great sphere, 25 kilometers wide and 100 levels deep.
I know that, but the upper levels.
Regulations forbid us to venture into the upper levels. But it is said that beyond the levels of the mutants lies the forbidden place where Jordan's spirit prevails.
So I've heard, yet something troubles me. Something which prompted my coming here.
Yes, my son.
What lies beyond the ship?
What?
What lies beyond the ship?
This is heresy.
Answer me.
I will not permit such talk. The ship is complete. The ship is universal. The ship is everywhere. The ship is endless.
Your mutterings are those of a frightened old man. They answer nothing.
You question the word.
I think you lie.
Hear me, Mr. Hoyland. For what you have already said, I can have your body fed into the converter. Your soul launched on the endless trip.
You threaten me.
You, for Jordan's sake.
Do you think I fear this dried fig of a man?
You! Sir, my friend is impetuous. He does not understand.
I might be persuaded to forget a substantial gift.
Why, you pig!
You!
Alan, come on. The sight of this so-called holy man offends me.
No, you shall not leave.
Don't try to frighten me with that gun, old man.
Remain where you are, heretic.
I warn you, put down that gun.
No, closer.
Drop it.
No, very well, then. Death to the heretic.
Alan, get him. Alan. He's not breathing. Is he dead?
I don't know. Come on, Hugh. We've got to get out of here.
Right.
Nowhere. We can't go back. They'd feed us into the converter before we could even... What's that?
An alarm. That old woman must have turned it in. Come on, Alan. The patrol will be here in no time.
Where can we go?
Yes, where? The upper levels.
No, the mutants.
We'll have to take our chances. Come on, Alan. Let's go. Listen, that's the patrol. Come on, we've got to climb.
There's a hatchway down the corridor.
All right, quickly.
Oh, early fire!
Alan, up ladder! Up! Come on, Alan, come
on! Hugh, wait. How far are we from the outside wall?
Judging by the slope of the deck, about 2 miles. Alan, let's try this passageway here.
If you hadn't asked him that stupid question.
Now, there's no use going over that.
But why did you do it?
I've been thinking about it for a long time. When he began to give me those stupid pat answers, and I just saw red, I guess.
Who are you to question the ways of Jordan? When you asked me to go with you to visit the witness, I thought you wanted spiritual help. I never dreamed.
I'm sorry, Alan. I'm sorry. I couldn't foresee this.
Wait a minute.
What?
I saw something move.
Where?
Near that bulkhead.
I don't see anything.
Maybe my eyes are going bad. Listen! You behind us!
Alan, look out!
No. What are you?
Put away that knife. Keep away from me, you.
Right, Bobo, don't kill him. Not yet.
Who are you?
You must forgive my friend Bobo. Like so many of my people, he's rather impetuous where members of the so-called super race are concerned.
Who are you? What place is this?
As you can guess, from my leg. I'm a mutant.
Mutant? Where is Alan?
Your friend is dead.
Dead?
I was not able to restrain my people in time to save him.
Why don't you destroy me and get it over with?
We do not kill for pleasure, Mr. Hoyland. Only when necessary.
You know my name?
I read your identification tag.
Who are you? Mutants can't read.
My name is Gregory.
Gregory?
I'm a leader of my people. You see, although we are unfortunate in our heredity, Mr. Hoyland, many of us are quite intelligent.
And why do you live like animals?
We'd rather live like free animals than like regimented slaves, as you do.
I've heard you practice cannibalism.
Undoubtedly, you hear many things about us. You turn your head. Why?
That monster. I've never seen a creature like him.
Bobo is an unfortunate. He was born without the power of speech.
How can you tolerate such a monstrosity?
We've learned to live with difference. If we began to destroy our imperfects as you do on the lower levels, there would soon be no one left.
It violates the regulations. The word of Jordan states
Mr. Hoyland,
that
your people are really quite primitive and barbaric.
You dare say that to me?
I dare say a good deal more. Let us go to my compartment and speak further. I'm always interested in information on the lower levels.
I'll give you no information.
Bobo. No. Mr. Hoyland in my cabin, please.
No.
I would advise you to go quietly, Mr. Hoyland. Bobo has a hatred of superior beings, which is unfortunate, but quite understandable. Proceed. Enter, Mr. Hoyland.
This is where you live?
Yes.
But you have books.
Stolen from your libraries, Mr. Hoyland.
Compton's Astrophysics, Philosophy of Interstellar Navigation, Celestial Mechanics. You've read these?
Most of them.
I had no idea that you... Why did you bring me here? What do you intend to do?
Do you believe in Jordan, Mr. Hoyland?
There is no other belief.
And the trip? I suppose you believe in the trip, too.
What else is there to believe? When you die, your remains are fed to the converter and your soul makes the trip.
And where does the trip take you?
By to Centaurus, of course.
Ah. And where or what is Centaurus?
Centaurus is... Mind you, I'm just telling you the orthodox answer. Centaurus is where you arrive when you've made the trip. A place where everybody is happy and where there's always good eating.
And you believe this?
Well, the peasants believe it literally, but many of the younger scientists, like myself, know it is figurative and symbolic. Why do you ask?
Did it ever occur to you, Mr. Hoyland, that the trip is exactly what your peasants believe it is?
What?
And that the ship and all the crew were actually going somewhere, moving?
The ship can't go anywhere. It already is everywhere.
Imagine a place bigger than the ship, much bigger, with the ship inside it, moving inside it.
There can't be any place bigger than the ship. There just wouldn't be any place for it to be.
Oh, for half's sake, listen. You know the lowest level?
Of course.
If you started digging a hole in the lowest level, where would that hole go?
It's forbidden to think such thoughts.
Where would it go?
I can't think about it.
Bobo, we're going to take Mr. Hoyland to the place.
No. Where are we going?
To the top level.
But that's certain death.
Nonsense. I've been there 1,000 times. Come along.
No, I won't. I won't. You can't make me.
I think we can.
Please.
Now, shall we proceed peacefully, or shall I have Bobo persuade you? Open the door, Bobo. Inside.
No. What place is this?
This, Mr. Hoyland, is the main control room. Well, Mr. Hoyland, you're trembling.
It isn't true. No, there's no such place except in mythology.
Ah, you younger men are so wise, Mr. Hoyland, except for one thing. This happens to be the main control room of the ship.
Main control... But it's just a huge room with an instrument panel.
And what did you expect?
How do you know this is the main control room?
See these instruments? Using them, the navigator many hundreds of years ago actually steered the ship on its voyage.
I don't understand.
I didn't suppose you would. Sit down.
Very well.
Look up. What do you see?
A huge shield.
Watch it for one moment, Mr. Hoyland. You're going to see something that few of us have ever been privileged to witness.
What are you doing?
Dimming the lights. Don't be frightened. Keep your eyes focused on the shield above us. Ready? Watch.
It's sliding back. Ghost of Jordan.
Well?
What am I seeing?
The universe, Mr. Hoyland. The universe in all its beauty. The stars, the planets, the suns and moons and constellations.
No, it can't be. The ship is the universe. There is nothing but the ship.
Ah, but there it is. You see it before your eyes, spread out like a canopy of glory. Do you still deny it? Answer me, Mr. Hoyland. Do you deny it?
No, I can't deny it. They've lied. They lied to all of us.
Good. I have showed this to others of your people whom we captured, and though they saw it before their very eyes, they would not believe it.
Please tell me all about it. Tell me the truth about the ship and about the universe. What are these things? How did this come about?
Many thousands of years ago, on a planet like those you have just seen, a planet called Earth, a scientist named Jordan decided to build a ship that would carry men from one planet to another. For many years, Jordan and thousands of others studied and planned. And when they were finished, they built the ship. A ship so large that it had to be assembled in its own orbit beyond the place called the moon. 60 years it took them to construct. And when it was finished, a whole new science had been conceived. Then the trip was begun. The trip that was to land a colony of Earthmen on a far-off planet called Centaurus, millions of light years beyond the furthest planet ever reached before.
How do you know these things?
Among my books are the log, which Jordan himself kept, and the records of the journey for the first 40 years.
What happened?
There was a mutiny. A man named Huth led a rebellion of those who wanted to turn back. In the struggle, the navigators were killed. The crew fell into a state of anarchy. In the years to follow, small groups of men tried to organize the ship for navigation, and each time they failed. Finally, the whole idea was abandoned. And so, for centuries, we have swung in space, unmanned, undirected, living in a lost world of our own making, without purpose, without direction.
Why have you told me this?
Can't you guess?
You want to finish the trip.
Yes, but I can't.
You can't?
Look at me, Mr. Hoyland. You see, a mutant, a man with a twisted leg. My people are outcasts, condemned to death if we so much as set foot in the lower levels of the ship. The main drive is in the lower levels where my people are forbidden to go. No. It would mean that both our people would have to work together. Our differences encouraged rather than denied.
All right. I'll see the captain himself. I have an uncle on the central board. I'll tell him what I've seen here.
And do you think he'll believe you?
Send one of your people with me.
That's asking a good deal.
I'm risking a good deal by going back.
Very well. Bobo will go with you.
Bobo? He can't talk.
There will be no need for talk. I will write a message guaranteeing safe conduct for a group of unarmed scientists to visit the main control room. Bobo will take you safely through our territory. What happens when you reach your own level is up to you.
One moment.
Yes, what? You? Quick, Uncle, let us in.
But this mutant...
He's harmless, please, Uncle, please.
Now, what is this? You're wanted for...
I know all about that. Uncle, listen. I must see the captain.
The captain? Are you mad?
Uncle, you're a council member. You can get me to see him.
He'll kill you. You're wanted for heresy.
I don't care. I must speak with the captain. Now, Uncle, you're close to him. You can arrange it.
I don't understand.
Listen to me. The ship is moving. I can prove it. Do you understand? There is a purpose in the ship.
I don't understand what you're babbling about.
Now, never mind. Just talk to the captain. Tell him I have information of tremendous importance. Tell him I've arranged a truce with the mutants.
Truce?
Here, show him this paper. Signed by their leader. Do it, Uncle, for my sake.
I don't know what...
Uncle, please, if I'm to die, let this be my last request to you.
Very well. I'll speak to the captain.
And you say, Mr. Hoyland, that you saw this with your own eyes?
I swear it, Captain. I swear it on the word of Jordan.
Let me see the paper again. Commander Erst, what do you think?
I don't know, sir. It might be a trick.
I guarantee you safe conduct.
If these things are as Mr. Hoyland reports them, It would pay to risk a few lives.
The man is a convicted heretic.
Still, we must not discount his word. He has a safe conduct, and the mutant risked its life coming with him. I think we might investigate.
Captain, you mean you will do it?
I will have an expedition outfitted. Dismissed, Mr. Hoyland.
Thank you, sir.
Captain,
Commander Erst,
sir,
you will make the necessary arrangements for an expedition. And I trust you understand.
Perfectly, sir. Perfectly.
Lieutenant. Mr. Harlem? Well, you better halt your men here. This is the spot.
Patrol! Halt! Well, I see no welcoming party of mutants.
There'll be none. Their leader will meet you inside the main control room.
You don't say. And just where is this main control room?
Beyond that door.
I see. All right, men. Ready up.
Lieutenant, why do you ready arms?
In case of ambush.
Ambush? Now, wait a minute, Lieutenant. What are those men doing with that ray gun?
Just aiming it at the door.
Are you mad?
No, Mr. Hoyland, but most certainly you are to think that we could be lured up here to be slaughtered with a fantastic story about some mythical control room.
Guns ready, sir.
Lieutenant, I warn you, these people have acted in good faith. You can't break that faith.
Oh, mutant! Come out!
For Jordan's sake,
Hold
Lieutenant.
It. A little too quiet for comfort. Mutant! Open the door!
Please, Jordan. Don't let anything happen. Don't let...
All right, it's opening. Ready, men? Someone's coming out. Steady.
Gregory, stay back! You fools! You've killed him!
Here come the rest of them. Fire! Fire! That should teach them a lesson they won't forget. All right, men, inside the room. Come along, Harland. You're under arrest as a conspirator in this ambush.
Ambush, you fool. You blind, stupid fool.
All right, that'll be enough. You been inside this place before?
Yes.
What's this machinery?
These are the controls he would have used to steer the ship.
Gone out of his mind, Lieutenant.
Steer the ship? Who?
The leader, the one you killed.
This ugly mutant?
This ugly mutant happened to be a man of true genius.
Why, you're mad.
Am I? Lieutenant, this man had a vision which would have saved you, but you chose to kill him because you couldn't stand the sight of his difference from you.
Shut up, Highland. Don't listen to him, man.
You can't shut your eyes, and you can't shut your minds, and you can't shut your ears to this.
The roof's moving back.
Yes, look. Let the vision of this confound your ignorance and blind your eyes. This is the heritage of stars and open skies, for which men have yearned for centuries. Try to destroy this, and you will only destroy yourselves. Death to the heritage. But I say to you that you can't keep this from our people. They will seek it out. The ship will be manned, and the ship will be steered, and there will be freedom, purpose, and respect for ourselves. This is your heritage. Look upon the universe.
Kill him.
X-1 has just brought you Universe, a story written by Robert Heinlein and adapted for radio by George Lefferts. Heard in the cast were Donald Buca as Hugh, Peter Capell as Gregory, Bill Griffiths as Alan, Abby Lewis as the woman, Edgar Staley as the witness, Jason Johnson as the uncle, John Seymour as the captain, and Ian Martin as the lieutenant. Your announcer is Fred Collins. X-1 is directed by Fred Way and is a transcribed NBC Radio Network production. And now, next week we have a strange story to tell. A sweet, blood-curdling little story that is really only 2 sentences long. The last man on earth sat alone in a room. And then there was a knock on the door. What knocked on that door? You'll find out next week on X minus 1.
When you buy United States savings bonds, you help to build your own future security. Here's an opportunity to save systematically for long-range personal objectives. So invest in United States savings bonds. Now follow the Abbotts to mystery and adventure over most NBC radio stations.
Countdown for blastoff. X minus 5, minus 4, minus 3, minus 2, X minus 1. Fire! From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000 could-be years on 1,000 would-be worlds. The National Broadcasting Company presents X minus 1. Tonight, the science fiction classic, Knock, by Frederick Brown. Tonight we have a strange story to tell. A sweet, blood-curdling little story that is really only 2 sentences long. The last man on earth sat alone in a room. There was a knock at the door.
What's that?
Good morning, man.
What? Who are you?
You have regained consciousness.
Who are you?
I am Zan.
I'm still asleep, I must be.
You are not asleep.
Maybe if I close my eyes, it'll go away.
I will not go away, man.
No. I guess I'm awake. What are you?
I am a Zan.
What's that?
A Zan is intelligent life.
Look, what happened? Where are you from?
From Planet 7 in the 3rd galaxy in the 4th quadrant.
Where?
It is not necessary to repeat information which is correct in the original statement.
Planet 7, but... You mean I'm not on Earth?
You are still on your planet.
Then what are you doing here?
The Zans have annexed your world.
You mean you've conquered Earth?
Yes, that is correct. We will now prepare your planet for habitation by the Zan.
Well, how about the people? What about the population of the world?
You are the population of the world.
Huh? Now, wait a minute. I don't understand what's happened.
The Zan have landed on your planet. We have removed the lower life forms to prepare for colonization by the Zan.
When did all this happen?
2 days ago. You have been unconscious until now.
You really mean I'm the last man on Earth?
That is correct. Identify yourself now.
What?
Kindly provide data as to your position in the elementary social order of your planet.
I'm Walter Phelan, Associate Professor of Anthropology at Nathan University. How do you speak English?
We have deciphered your written and recorded records. It is not difficult to reconstruct your language. It is a primary type of auditory communication.
Oh.
Is there anything you want to complete your natural habitat?
You mean I'm a prisoner?
That is correct. What will you want further in your room?
Do I have to stay here?
Yes.
The rest of my life?
Forever.
Then you better bring me my books.
That will be done.
That's rather considerate of you. You know, I've got to call you something. Do you mind if I call you George?
It is immaterial. I will be back, Associate Professor of Anthropology.
Oh, that's all right, George. Just call me Walter.
Very well, Walter. I will be back with your books.
All right, George. I'll be seeing you around.
You will not be around, Walter. You will be here.
Come in. Oh, hello, George.
Hello, Walter.
Wait a minute, you're not George. You're different somehow.
It makes no difference. The Zan are many, and they are one.
Then I'll call you George, too. I'll call you old George. What can I do for you?
Point 1. You will please henceforth sit with your chair facing the other way.
Uh-huh, I thought so, George. That plain wall is different from the other side, isn't it?
That is correct. It is transparent.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm in a zoo, right?
That is correct.
How many other animals do you have in the zoo, George?
216.
Not complete, George. Even a Bush League zoo could beat that. Did you just pick at random?
Yes. All species would have been too many. Male and female, each of 108 kinds.
Male and female, huh? Of all the animals?
There is a female of your species among the collection.
Anyone I know? Well, never mind. It doesn't matter anyway. Well, what do you feed us all, eh?
For carnivorous species, we make synthetics. The flora was not hurt by the vibrations which destroyed animal life.
Oh, nice for the flora. Well, George, you started out with point 1. I deduce there is a point 2 kicking around somewhere. What is it?
Something we do not understand.
Oh?
2 of the other animals sleep and do not wake. They are cold.
Don't worry, George. It happens in the best regulated zoos.
What is wrong with them, Walter?
Nothing much. They're just dead.
Dead?
Mm-hmm.
That means stopped. But nothing stopped them. Each was alone.
Well, maybe they just died of old age.
Old age? I do not understand.
You don't? Well, how old are you, George?
Your planet went around the sun about 7,000 times since I was born.
7,000 years?
Yes, I am still young.
Yeah, babe in arms. Look, George, you've got something to learn about this planet you've hijacked. Here on Earth, we've got somebody you don't know where you come from. An old man with a beard and an hourglass and a scythe. Your vibrations didn't kill him.
What is he?
Oh, old man Death. Down here, our people and animals live until somebody, the Grim Reaper, stops them.
He will stop more?
He gets us all, George. With your lifespan, it won't seem like a minute and we'll all be gone. Looks like you made a mistake, George. And I don't think there's much you can do about it.
That is not correct. The Zan is a logical being. We will take action.
Well, George, where are you taking me?
We will be there shortly. We will bring your books and your chair.
You mean my lease is up?
I do not understand.
It's moving day?
That is correct. We are here now. You will live here now, Walter. It is a larger room.
Well, be it ever so humble, there's no place like home.
Go inside.
Oh, be careful with those books, George. Don't lose my... Oh, excuse me.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
I guess George didn't explain. George tries to be polite, but he hasn't quite caught on yet. I'm Walter Phelan.
My name is Grace Evans, Mr. Phelan. What's all this about? Why did they bring me here?
I think I know why, but let's go back a bit. Do you know just what has happened otherwise?
No, not exactly.
Well, I've been talking to George.
George?
Well, that's what I call them, all of them. There's no way to tell them apart anyway. There aren't many of them here yet. They come from outside the solar system, sort of an advanced scouting party.
I saw their spaceship. It's as big as a mountain.
Yeah, they're moving in on us. They cleaned off the Earth with some kind of vibration. It destroys all sorts of animal life. I don't know whether they did it all at once or if they had to circle the Earth a few times, but they killed everybody.
No. I was afraid
The cheerful note is that you and I and 200-odd other animals were picked up beforehand as specimens for the zoo. You do know this is a zoo, don't you?
I suspected it. But I don't remember anything about being captured. I just woke up here.
Well, my hunch is they used the vibrations just low enough to knock us all out. And then they cruised around, picking up samples at random. When they were all set, they turned the juice on full blast.
How terrible.
Yeah, well, they solved a lot of problems for us. Housing shortage, wars, even the atomic bomb. I don't suppose the human race, you and I, have to worry about anything now.
It's awful.
Only they made a mistake. They underestimated us.
I don't understand.
They thought we were immortal.
That we were what?
Immortal, like they are. Oh, they can be killed, but the Zans don't know what natural death is. They didn't know anyway until they lost 2 of us yesterday.
You mean there are more than two of us?
Oh, not more of our species, no. These were merely fellow animals, a rabbit and a canary. And by the Zan's way of figuring time, the rest of us are only good for a few minutes apiece. It's a joke on them. They figured they had permanent specimens here in the zoo.
Well, didn't they even know we'd all die eventually?
I don't think so. George, that is the second Zan I saw, told me he was 7,000 years old, and he's young by their standards. When they learned how quickly we die, they were practically shocked to the core, if they have cores.
How can you talk that way about it?
Academic detachment. I learned it at faculty teas. At any rate, they've decided to reorganize their zoo. 2 by 2.
What, are they going to keep us locked up together in this one little room?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. There's plenty of furniture, though, and George promised to bring me my chair.
We've got to do something.
Why?
Well, I don't know. It just seems to me we owe it to the human race to do something.
Oh, well, perhaps you have a suggestion?
There must be some way. They can be killed, you said.
Oh, yes, I've been studying them. They look horribly different, but I think they have about the same metabolic and digestive system as we. I think that anything that would kill one of us would kill one of them.
But you said 7,000 years.
I think I figured it out. Now, George cut his, I suppose you'd call it his hand, when he brought in my books. Started to bleed, red blood. But I could see the cut closing as he stood there. By the time he left, it was healed.
I don't understand.
Well, you see, whatever factor there is in man that makes him grow old is missing in the Zan. Their regenerative powers must be unlimited. They just don't wear out. They go on and on until they're stopped.
Suppose we killed one. There must be some way.
Oh, what would be the use? They wouldn't even punish us. They'd just give us our food through a trapdoor and put up a sign saying, "Beware of the man. Dangerous."
I don't think they'll even have to bother in your case. I don't see anything funny.
I'm sorry. It just reminds me of Martha.
Martha?
My wife. She died 2 years ago.
I'm sorry.
Well, not at all. It was a pleasure. That'll be George with my books. Come in. Hello, George.
Hello, Walter. Point 1, I have brought your books.
Point 1, eh? What else is on your mind?
Another creature sleeps and will not wake.
Oh?
A small feathered one called a duck.
Well, it happens, George. I warned you. Old Man Death, the Grim Reaper. I told you about him.
Walter, the Council of Zan has met. It has been decided logically that A, no life form can withstand the full strength vibrations with which we cleared your planet. Therefore, the Grim Reaper you spoke of does not exist.
Pretty neat, George. What's B?
B, the only intelligent life to escape the vibrations is you. Therefore, the logical conclusion is you are stopping these animals by some means unknown to us.
George, you are off your trolley.
You will tell me now how this is done.
You've got me.
Yes, we have. It is necessary to save the remaining specimens as long as possible. If we do not get the information, we may be forced to dispense with your species entirely. This means you, Walter, and the female.
Now, hold on, George. Don't go off half-cocked. Let me take a look at these animals that won't wake up.
I will take you there now. Go first, Walter.
After you, my dear George.
This is the weasel.
Now, you should have got him in the winter, George. The fur's worth more then. It's ermine.
This is the reptile cage. Here are the ducks. That is the male. The female has been stopped.
Yeah, lucky girl. What's the matter, fellow? Lonely?
Walter, you will tell me how you stopped the female duck.
Oh, you got me, George. I didn't do it. Maybe she died of the Dutch elm blight.
Walter, you are not being logical. We have concluded you are stopping these animals. Tell us now how it is done.
I've told you, George. I haven't the foggiest notion.
Very well. We will have to take further action.
Oh, what are you going to do, George?
We will go back now to your room.
What happened, Mr. Phelan?
You might call me Walter. After all, George does. And we have more in common.
Please, what happened?
Oh, just a duck, a dead duck. George thinks I killed her by remote control. He wants me to tell him how.
Did you?
Look, I'm just an ordinary anthropologist. There's no telling what those animals died of, just natural causes. But George can't see it that way. He thinks I'm holding out on him.
Good.
What?
At least we can get back at them some way. At least we can do something to them.
Well, why? After all, George isn't a bad fellow, if you like an ant mentality.
How can you say that? Well, they murdered the human race.
I suppose so, but we can't change that now, so why think about it?
We just can't sit here and do nothing.
I fail to see how we can do anything else.
But at least we could be fighting.
I can't see the virtue in that. I was more or less content with my books, and we've got George to talk to.
Of all the men in the world they had to pick, don't you want to fight back? Don't you want to keep on fighting to the end?
It hadn't occurred to me.
But we've got to, Walter.
Why?
Well, I can't really explain it, but, Walter, if there was any good in man, it was that he kept on struggling against nature and, in the end, even against himself. But he kept on fighting for what he thought was right, and we're all that's left. Walter, we just can't end by giving up. We've got to keep on fighting.
You know, you do remind me of Martha.
There isn't much left for us. We could beat them in this one small thing. We can pretend there's a secret about death. We could refuse to tell them anything.
Well, there isn't anything to tell.
But they don't know that. Promise me you won't give in.
Well, I suppose the worst they can do is kill us. All right, Miss Evans. Hello, George.
Hello, Walter. Now you will tell us how these animals are stopped.
George, this may come as a shock to you, but I've decided not to tell you.
Why?
Oh, a romantic attachment to lost causes. My grandfather was a Confederate officer.
Walter, you are not being logical.
Oh, neither was my grandfather. He charged a Yankee battery with 1 round of ammunition and a corncob pipe.
You are not logical, but that is expected in lower life forms. You will come with me now, Walter.
Where are you taking him?
To the 2nd level. Go now, Walter.
You won't tell them.
I can't guarantee anything, but as of now, I don't intend to.
We've got to fight, Walter. Remember that. We've got to go out fighting.
Yes. Yes, I think you're right.
Go now, Walter.
Goodbye.
It's been a pleasure, Miss Evans.
I am waiting. Go now, Walter.
After you, my dear George.
You will tell us now, Walter? That was the first level of vibration. There are many more. However, we have calculated that none of them exceed your threshold of unconsciousness.
Oh, very clever, George.
Of course. You will tell us now? How do you stop these animals? You will tell us now?
As of now, no. However, I'm not very brave, if that encourages you, George.
You are not being logical, Walter.
You're telling me.
We will now use vibration level 2. Walter, you are still conscious.
Let me alone, George.
You will tell us now? You will tell us now how you stop the animals?
Let me alone.
We have had vibration levels 1 and 2. There are still 15 more before your threshold of unconsciousness.
No. Let me alone.
Walter, listen to me. Another creature sleeps and will not wake. We must know now.
It's tough. You better start vibrating again, George.
No.
What?
It would not be logical. We have calculated that no further level of vibration will overcome your irrational psychological block. We conclude you will not tell.
And let me go?
That is correct.
That's real nice of you, George. I appreciate it.
We have calculated that the resistance of the female of your species will be lower. We will now place her under the vibrations.
No, George, you can't do that. No, listen, George. George, there is no secret. Can you understand that? There is no secret. Those animals died from natural causes. I'm telling you the truth.
That is not a logical answer. We will get the woman.
I've told you the truth. Can't you understand?
We must know now. The female animal cage next to the duck has been stopped. We must preserve the survivor.
The animal next to the duck?
We will bring the woman here. She will tell us after the vibration.
No. Listen, George. You want the truth? You want to know how to save the mates of the animals that have been stopped?
You will tell us now?
Yes, I'll tell you now. I give up. But you've got to promise to leave the woman alone. You promise, George?
If we receive the answer from you, Walter, there will be no further need for the vibrations.
Well, I guess that'll have to do. All right. Take me to that stopped animal. I'll tell you how to save the mate.
Very well, Walter. You are being logical now. We will go.
Walter, are you all right?
Just let me catch my breath a minute.
What did they do? What happened?
After a while, I told them what they wanted to know.
Oh, no.
as George pointed out, it seemed to be the logical thing at the time.
But you promised.
I know.
It was our last chance to beat them on even one little thing.
Perhaps. You mind if I sit down?
You gave up.
I suppose you could call it that. I'm very tired.
They've beaten us completely then. There isn't even anything we can do. The last of the human race, and we give up. We don't even die fighting.
Oh, it isn't that bad. Something might turn up, Martha.
What did you call me?
Huh? No, I must have said Martha. Sorry, she was my wife. She died 2 years ago. What were you saying?
Nothing. It doesn't matter. It's too late. It's too late for the whole human race.
What now, George?
The Council of the Zan has met.
No? Something wrong, George?
Our Zan has been stopped.
What?
The Zan is dead?
That is correct.
Well, you didn't believe me, George. But you can die. You can really die. You'll have to get used to that if you're going to stay here.
The Council has decided. A, you have in some way stopped this Zan. B, you and the woman must be eliminated.
Walter.
No, you've got it wrong, George.
The Council has decided. This time you will have the full vibration.
This time? Walter, what did they do to you?
Oh, they have a rather effective third degree.
They tortured you, Walter?
Yes.
And I thought... Oh, Walter, it was all my fault.
I wouldn't even have tried without you. I suppose we have a last chance now to end with some dignity.
I think you're a very brave man, Walter.
No, not very. There isn't much else to do. Do we go now, George?
Now, Walter. Wait.
What's that?
I have been told another Zan has died.
Now will you believe me?
The Council of the Zan meets now.
2 gone already, and you were with me, George. You know I didn't kill this one.
What stopped him then?
I told you, it's Old Man Death. You came to the wrong planet, George. Your immortality doesn't go down here. He can stop you, but you can't stop him. And you'll all die if you stick around. What now?
The Council has decided. This is a place of death. We will leave your planet.
Leave? You mean you're giving up?
It is not safe for the Zan.
Oh, Walter, they're leaving. They're really going.
Come on then, George. And don't hurry back.
It would not be logical to do so. We are leaving the Earth now. Goodbye, Walter.
Goodbye, George. Well, they're all aboard now.
So wonderful to feel the sun and the wind again.
Yeah, they've closed the hatches.
Walter, is it safe for us to be out here?
Yes, they're not interested in us any longer. They only want to get away. And I want to see this, Grace. The Zan leaving Earth forever. They're blasting off.
There they go.
Yes, it's all over now. Well, I suppose we might as well go back in.
I still don't understand. Walter, what made them go?
I just told them the facts of life.
Of death, you mean?
No, of life. After all, I thought George was old enough to know. At 7,000 years, he was going to be a pretty big boy.
I wish you'd stop joking and tell me what happened.
Look out for the step. Well, you remember when the first animals died?
The rabbit and the duck?
Yeah, and their mates just started to pine and waste away?
Yes.
Well, that worried the Zan. They wanted to keep the last specimens alive if they could. So finally, I broke down and told them about affection.
Affection?
Yes. And then I introduced Donald.
Donald? Who's that?
Here we are. Grace, meet Donald.
Oh, Walter, please. What does affection have to do with it?
That's what the Zan wanted to know. I told him it was love that made the world go round. That having lost his mate, Donald would die immediately unless he had affection and constant petting.
Petting?
I even showed him how. Here, fella, come on. Come here. Yeah. I held Donald in my arms, and I petted him a while. Then I let the Zan take over with the animal in the next cage.
What animal?
Take a look.
You mean this cage?
Mm-hmm. Watch out. Don't go too close.
Walter, it's a rattlesnake.
Yes. Their metabolism made it impossible for them to die of old age, but I had a hunch that they could be poisoned.
Well, then it was the snake that killed the two Zan.
Mm-hmm. They never even knew what bit them.
Then you outwitted them, Walter.
Well, I suppose...
I thought you'd just given up. Oh, Walter, I'm so ashamed.
You don't have to be. I had given up. I probably wouldn't have fought if you hadn't pushed me. Well, we've got a world to plan. A new world, Grace.
I know.
We'll have to decide which animals to let out of the zoo and which ones it'd be safer to keep in. But first, there's a bigger problem.
What's that?
The human race.
Oh.
We've got to make a decision about that. Pretty important one.
Yes, but...
It's been a nice race, even if nobody won it. Of course, it may go backward for a while until it gets its breath, but we can save the books and all the most important things and get it started ahead once more.
No.
It's the Garden of Eden all over again. But Eve, you'll have to watch out for that snake.
Now, don't be ridiculous, Walter.
You know, funny, you even blush like Martha. Only, you're stronger than she was. Prettier, too.
I wish you'd forget about Martha.
I think I will, my dear. If you'll give me time.
Now, Walter Phelan, you listen to me. If you think for 1 minute that
I thought it would never happen to me again. But it is love that makes the world go round. So, Grace, if you could only...
No. I wouldn't marry you if you were the last man on earth.
But that's exactly what I am.
I don't care. I don't even want to talk about it. I'm going out.
All right, my dear, but think it over. And please come back.
You see, I told you. It wasn't really so horrible, our story. Remember how it goes? The last man on earth sat alone in a room. And then there was a knock on the door.
Come in. Come in, Grace, my dear.
You see, it wasn't horrible at all. In just a moment, a word about next week's adventure. Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you Knock by Frederick Brown, adapted for radio by Ernest Kinoy. Featured in the cast were Alex Scorby as Walter, Laurie March as Grace, and Louis Van Ruten as the Zan. X-1 was directed by Fred Way and is an NBC Radio Network production. And now, next week. A strange and chilling story from the Bureau of Missing Persons. The story of what occurred when they accidentally intercepted a short-wave message, a cry for help from a missing atomic scientist who told them the fantastic story that he was now the man in the moon. How did it happen? You'll hear next week at X minus 1.
Join the Abbotts on another baffling mystery tonight over most NBC radio stations.
Countdown for blastoff. X minus 5, minus 4, minus 3, minus 2, X minus 1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000 could-be years on 1,000 would-be worlds. The National Broadcasting Company presents X minus 1. Tonight's story, The Man in the Moon.
Attention, attention. This is the Federal Bureau of Missing Persons calling all local agencies. Attention, this is a coded report nationwide. Missing since 9 o'clock this morning the following persons. Smigley, Jonathan, 5 feet 8 inches tall, brown hair, brown eyes, mastoid scar behind right ear, last seen wearing blue top coat and tan cap, wanted by Los Angeles... Hello, get off this wavelength. This is a restricted band.
Hello, Earth.
Whoever you are, you're on a coded wavelength.
Earth.
Tune out. This frequency is reserved for the Federal Bureau of Missing Persons.
Hello, Earth. This is the moon calling Earth. Hello, Earth.
This guy's loony.
This is Jake in transmission.
Jake, this is Charlie of the code room. Some crackpot is on our frequency.
Yeah, I heard him, Charlie. I've got CQ trying to trace the source now. We should have a triangulation any second.
Well, hurry it up, will you? Some ham is in for a good stiff fine by the FCC.
Yeah, they ought to take his license away. Oh, here comes Lenny with the directional fix.
Right.
Thanks, Lenny. Hey, what's this? This is impossible.
What's going on down there? How about it? Get that ham out of my kilocycles.
Oh, listen, Charlie, unless this is a gag, that interference is being beamed from 240,000 miles away.
Oh, now, Jake, you know there ain't no such thing as 240,000 miles away.
Yes, there is, Charlie, straight up.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Charlie, that signal is coming from the moon.
Are you nuts?
Well, somebody might be bouncing it like a radar signal.
Radar on this frequency? Where'd you study basic radio?
Now, listen, Flathead, you asked for a fix. I gave the best fix our instruments can find. Take it or leave it. Somebody on the moon is calling the Bureau of Missing Persons.
Timpkin. What's the sweat, Charlie? Shouldn't you be broadcasting?
Listen, Mr. Timpkin. You know I'm a sober citizen, right? Mm-hmm. Never once have I broadcast with the smell of alcohol on my breath, right?
Right.
In all your 12 years here at the Bureau, did I once
what's
ever...
What's the matter, Charlie?
We're picking up a message on our wavelength.
Well, did you report to the FCC?
I ain't got the nerve.
Well, what's wrong?
You'll scream when you hear this, Mr. Timpkin. You'll jump right out the window, but... we are getting an SOS from the moon. Well, that's it. He started on voice and switched to Morse. The way the signal repeats sounds like a phonograph record or automatic sender of some sort.
Well, what's it say?
Let's see here. Can you read me? Help, Otterburn. Will contact when moon is in phase.
Let's have that again.
Can you read me? Help, Otterburn. Will contact when moon is in phase.
Otterburn.
That sounds like a name, huh?
Otterburn. Wait a minute.
Something registered?
Cornelius Otterburn. Holy jumping Jehoshaphat.
Hey, where are you going?
Talk to the chief.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you going to tell him? We just got a CQ from the man in the moon?
That's exactly what I am going to tell him, Charlie.
Hey. Oh, no, this is just too much for me.
Washington Star Ledger.
Let me have O'Brien on city desk.
A moment. O'Brien?
Seamus.
Yeah?
Charlie Starbuck down at the Missing Persons Bureau. You want a hot one? No kidding. This'll cost you a beer, okay?
All right, shoot, Noodle Brain. I'll stay on your wavelength for 30 seconds.
Okay. We just got a radio message from the moon.
Yep. What?
From the moon.
Call me back when you're sober.
Okay, Seamus, if you don't know a story when you see one,
I'll send you the name of a good psychiatrist. So long, Orson Welles.
How do you like that? You don't believe me.
Otterburn, Mr. Wade. Now, does that name ring a bell?
You're the man with the photographic memory, Henry. What about Otterburn?
Cornelius Otterburn, atomic physicist, reported missing from his home in Baltimore on June 5th, 1945. Just 5 years ago. Vanished completely.
Are you trying to tell me you really think there's something to this man in the moon business? Henry, I'm surprised at you. This is some crackpot trying to jam the airwaves.
Yes, but the name Otterburn is so unusual.
So are a lot of names.
But I have a theory that...
I was afraid of that. Henry, you always have a theory. Let's see, what was it last year? Oh, yes. That people disappear in occupational sites.
Well, it's true.
Please, Henry, I'm a busy man. You expect me to believe that this Otterburn is sitting up on the moon, sending out shortwave messages?
Well, he might be on Earth bouncing the messages off the moon, but who's to say he isn't on the moon?
Henry, as chief of this bureau, I have my hands full trying to coordinate reports from 48 states and Alaska. I have no time to include the moon.
But, Mr. Wade...
Out, Henry.
But, Mr. Wade...
Out, I'm busy.
Yes.
Oh, here. Take this folder of reports for the dead file.
Yes.
And no more nonsense, eh, Henry?
Yes.
I appreciate that you have a very dull job filing old missing persons reports, and I appreciate that you take an active interest in the affairs of the Bureau. But no more nonsense, huh?
No, sir. No more nonsense.
Pardon me. You are Mr. Henry Timken.
That's my name.
Permit me, Jefferson Philo, scientific feature writer.
Oh, how do you do? Oh, are you a newspaper man?
Not exactly. I write as a hobby. Occasionally the papers give me leads on an assignment. If I may have a moment of your time.
Oh, certainly. Just sit down at my desk over here.
Thank you. My, that's quite a stack of papers.
Filing. I'm the records custodian of the Bureau. 12 years and never misplaced a record.
Magnificent. I admire the precise mind, Mr.
Timken.
Of course. Now, Mr. Timken, Mr. O'Brien, the editor of the Star Ledger, said I might drop by and investigate a rumor. Only a rumor, mind you, that a message from the, moon?
Well, we aren't certain it's from the moon. It may be a bounce. They have bounced radar waves off the moon, you know.
Yes, I know. I wrote the first newspaper article on it.
Really? I'd be interested to read it.
I must have a copy in my briefcase.
Well, don't bother.
Oh, but I insist. Oh, yes. There you are. I'll leave it on your desk.
Oh, thank you very much.
Now, about this message from the moon, Mr. Timken.
Well, now, we don't know for sure, as I said. But I believe that this message, wherever it originates, is from Cornelius Otterburn.
The physicist?
Oh, do you know him?
I once wrote an article on his contribution to nuclear mechanics. A brilliant man, Otterburn. Years ahead of his contemporaries.
Well, whoever is sending those signals, if he isn't on the moon, is at least using the moon as a sounding board, bouncing the signal.
But why, Mr. Timken? Why?
Well, if you will come here tomorrow night at 8, Mr. Philo, we may learn the answer to that question. I've arranged with Charlie, our radio man, to let me use the equipment.
May I consider this an invitation?
You certainly may.
Very well, sir. Until tomorrow night, then.
Goodbye, Mr. Philo. Let's see now. Aiken, Abelard, Abramson, Rono, Atch. Well, that's funny. Now, where did this list of names come from? Paul Ahrens, astromathematician. Robert Simons, electronic engineer. Carl Parker, mining specialist. Well, this must have got mixed up with the papers on my desk by accident. Peculiar list of names. Oh, good morning, Charlie.
Oh, hi, Mr. Timken. See, we made the papers.
Oh?
And how? And as the chief steamed up about it, he really gave me what for.
What did the paper say?
Oh, mostly ha-ha. Here's the Herald, listen. Man on the moon contacts Missing Persons Bureau. Missing atomic scientists sitting on the moon, say Bureau experts, etc., etc. What a panning.
Well, no wonder Mr. Wade is hopping.
Say, about tonight, Mr. Timken, I don't know.
Now, you promised you'd give me a key to the radio room.
Yeah, but I didn't expect
Well,
it.
I'll take full responsibility with Mr. Wade.
Not the time for the morning broadcast. We got quite a list today.
Well, mind if I listen a while? We may hear Otterburn.
Well, I ain't self-conscious. Just stick around.
Yes.
Attention. Attention. This is the Federal Missing Persons Bureau calling all local agencies. Nationwide. This is a coded broadcast. The following persons are missing. Ahrens, Dr. Paul, 5'5", brown hair, brown eyes, scar on left side of chin, thick glasses.
Ahrens.
Occupation, astromathematician. Missing since 6 o'clock this morning. Being sought by Bel Air police.
Charlie.
Repeat. Dr. Paul
Charlie,
Ahrens.
shut it off a second.
Hold it. Delay 1 minute. Listen, Mr. Timken, it's okay to stay, but you can't interrupt
Now,
us.
this is important. Did you say Dr. Ahrens was reported missing this morning?
6 a.m. We got the report from Bel Air less than an hour ago.
Are you certain, Charlie?
Positive. What is this?
Charlie, what's the next name on the list?
Let's see. Simons, Robert, engineer.
What?
Came in less than 20 minutes ago.
20?
Hey, what's the matter with you? You look like you've seen a ghost.
It's nothing, Charlie, except that last night, quite by accident, someone left a list of names on my desk. And that list included the names of those 2 men who were reported missing within the last hour. What?
Oh, that don't sound right to me.
Well, it isn't right, Charlie. It leaves a big question to be answered. Who would make up a list of missing persons before they were missing, not after?
And you say this list of names was left on your desk accidentally?
Well, I believe so, Mr. Wade.
Do you have any ideas, Henry?
Well, it's hard to say. Mr. Philo left some papers from his briefcase.
Mr. Philo?
Well, a science feature writer.
I see. You were the leak on that story, then?
Well, yes, sir, I'm afraid I was. I didn't think it would be treated as a laughing matter.
Well, we'll deal with that later.
Yes, sir.
What's this Philo like?
Well, he's a strange old duck, bald, thick glasses, tall. He walks stooped over. Seems to know a great deal about scientific data, but of course, being a science writer,
Is there any other possibility?
I believe that this is all hooked up with the broadcast from Otterburn.
That seems to be a very remote possibility.
Well, the Missing Persons Bureau deals in remote possibilities, Mr. Wade.
I do not require a statement of policy.
Yes, sir.
What's the theory?
Well, for some time now, it has been my contention that in a country like ours, where even the cleverest criminal can be ferreted out and located eventually, there is no such thing as a missing person.
I was afraid of that.
For 12 years now, I have kept the central files, where information from all over the country is channeled and recorded. I have made a private study.
This is beginning to sound familiar, Henry.
And I have discovered that each year, literally thousands of persons vanish, leaving no trace. They are never located. Where do they go? Nobody knows. And they disappear in interesting cycles.
What sort of cycles?
Occupations, for example. One year we'll have a run on, well, say, coal miners. Next year the proportion of engineers increases. And then scientists. And
what do you think happens, Henry?
I don't know, Mr. Wade, but I'm beginning to suspect that somebody else has discovered the same phenomenon, even to the point, perhaps, of being able to predict who will turn up among the missing next.
Philo?
Well, I don't know. But I would like to find out.
And you think Otterburn may be a part of this picture?
Mr. Wade, I definitely do.
Henry, do you honestly expect me to buy an idea like that?
It is more than an idea. The two top men on this list are missing, and...
Maybe so, but the rest of them aren't. Parker, Watson, Gibbs. Why, I saw Parker in the restaurant where I had lunch today.
Yes, but...
And if you think I'm going to make myself a laughingstock by accepting such a crack-brained theory...
Well,
Excuse me.
Yes.
Hello, Wade speaking. Yes? Yes? I see. What name? Just a moment. Henry, let me see that list again.
Here you are, sir.
Go ahead. I see. I'll get back to you. I guess I owe you an apology, Henry.
Sir?
Carl Parker was just reported missing.
Parker?
Third man on your list.
Holy mackerel.
Exactly. Henry, for a good many years now, I've ridiculed these theories of yours. I don't know. Perhaps I've underestimated you. Maybe this time you've really stumbled onto something.
What do you intend to do, Mr. Wade?
I don't know. I haven't thought it out yet.
I was planning to listen for another broadcast tonight in the hope that Otterburn might try to contact us again.
Good idea. I believe I'll join you.
I also invited Mr. Philo, the feature writer.
Oh? I'll be glad to meet him. I'm beginning to get interested in your Mr. Philo.
Mr. Wade, you don't think...
That he's mixed up in this?
Yes, sir.
I don't know, Henry. But it suddenly strikes me that we don't know very much about him, really.
We ought to contact the police.
No, Henry. I think we're better off keeping this between ourselves for the moment. We're dealing with the unknown. And in solving an equation for the X factor, it's often easier to limit the number of terms. You follow me?
I don't know, Mr. Wade.
There may be more danger in what you have discovered than you are aware of. Let's keep it quiet. Do you agree?
Maybe you're right, Mr. Wade. I haven't thought of the danger involved.
8 o'clock. And Mr. Philo is late.
Well, he said he'd be here. He strikes me as a man who keeps appointments.
Look out the window.
Yes.
The moon is almost in direct phase. We can't wait much longer.
Well, it's a perfectly clear night for transmission. If anybody's sending, we ought to pick it up with this equipment.
You'd better switch on the set.
Yes. I never realized how eerie this office could be when it was empty.
I left a light in the hall for Mr. Philo when he comes. Are you getting anything?
Just some foreign stuff, I think.
That concludes the British portion of tonight's programming from Johannesburg, South Africa. We continue in April.
That's a peculiar transmission sound.
Earth.
Now, that sounds like something. See if I can work the selector.
The moon is in phase.
Yes.
Hello. Earth. Can you hear me?
I'll try to return. Hello? Hello?
Hello. Earth.
Hello, do you hear me?
Oh, I get you now. Thank God.
Who are you? Can you hear me? Who are you?
This is Professor Cornelius Otterburn. Hello?
Go on, I hear you.
Not much time. They're on to me. They've located my sending point. Do you hear me?
Go ahead, keep talking.
I've only enough oxygen for a few minutes more.
Well, where are you?
I'm on the Earth side of the moon. You get that? The Earth side of the moon. A volcanic crater.
Good. Start that recorder, Mr. Wade. Go on. Explain, please. Explain, please.
Now listen closely. There is an Earth colony on the moon. There is an Earth colony on the far side of the moon, made up of renegade scientists and criminals. Professor Ernst Halsman...
He died in an insane asylum in 1938.
Professor Ernst Halsman discovered nuclear rocket power in 1935. Turned his plans over to escaped inmates of the asylum. They took off and set up a colony on the far side of the moon in 1938.
Go ahead, we're recording you.
Each year, they recruit new colonists from Earth. Slave labor, mostly. I was kidnapped in 1945.
Yes, I know. Keep talking.
They wanted me to work on atomic drive for their flying disc. Hello?
Still getting you. Go on.
Last month, 6 others and I escaped.
Speak louder.
You got to stop them. Stop them.
Stop who?
The moon colony. Planning to take over the Earth. Invasion. Oh.
Hang on.
No oxygen. Hard to breathe. Listen. They have agents on Earth. You hear me?
Agents on Earth? Where? Who? Hello?
Agents in...
Henry, look out. Someone at the window. Get down. Henry, are you all right?
I think so. This shot smashed the transmitter.
And the lights. Strike a match. Careful.
It was close.
I got a look at him. From the description, it was your Mr. Philo.
We got a recording anyway, but not the most important part of the message. Poor Otterburn, suffocating to death.
Henry, we've got to get you out of here. He said they have agents. Philo was probably one of them. He'll be looking for you now, trying to kill you.
But the police...
You think the police would believe a fantastic story like this? People being kidnapped to the moon as slave labor? Moon colony planning an invasion of the Earth? But Henry, believe me, they'd clap us into straitjackets before we could finish.
Well, we've got to do something.
We need time. Time to get through.
You don't think my theory was bunk then?
I know it wasn't, Henry. Right now, my only concern is for your safety.
But we can't walk out of here. Philo's probably waiting.
Listen, there's a service elevator that leads to the basement garage.
Yeah?
We can get down there. There are some delivery trucks parked there all night. We can probably get one started. The garage door's off the ramp, work from the inside. We'll start the mechanism and make a run for it.
I don't know. I think if we call the police...
By the time the police get here, we'll be dead. You think Philo will wait outside all night? Come on. That's an order.
Okay. But what about the recording of Otterburn's notes?
We'll leave that here in the safe in my office. They'll never get into that. Let's go. You buzz the elevator while I hide the recording. This is the basement. Come on. Keep to the side.
Yes, sir.
Shh. Let's try that delivery truck over there. I'll get in. All right, Henry. You start the mechanism to open the garage door, then jump onto the truck.
Yes, sir.
We'll make a dash for it.
Where can we go?
I have a farm outside Chevy Chase. It's private. Miles from the nearest neighbor and completely hidden by trees. We'll run for that. Go ahead. Start the door up.
All right.
Quick, jump in. Here we go, Henry. Cross your fingers. We made it out all right. Anything doing?
There's There's a blue coupe behind us, Mr. Wade. It seems to be following.
I'll cut up Pennsylvania Avenue. Now Route 1, toward Baltimore.
It is following. He turned with us. Can you go faster?
Not much faster.
Well, he's gaining on us.
I've got an idea. Hang on, Henry.
Yes. Why'd you stop?
I'll turn off the lights. It worked. He shot right past us. Now we'll double back and go out another route.
Well, I don't see anything. I think we've lost him.
Good. I think everything's going to be all right now. We can be at my farm in less than an hour. Not much longer now. Is anyone behind us?
I thought I saw the blue coupe again, but I was mistaken. Whew. This place is really out in the wilderness.
We can stay here indefinitely till we'll figure out the next move. Just up this dirt road now. There's the house up ahead.
You're not going toward it.
No, I have a better idea. There's a big abandoned wheat silo on my grounds. It's down the hollow where it can't be seen except from the air. And even then, the oak tree's shielded. We'll hide you out there. Now, we leave the truck here. It'll never be seen. Come on.
Yes. How did you ever find this place, Mr. Wade?
I've always liked seclusion. I bought it about 12 years ago. Come up here in the summertime to get away from it all. There's the silo.
It's certainly well hidden.
There's a small door around the side. Come on. Be careful of those bushes.
Yes.
It's hard to see them in the dark.
Do you suppose Philo will find us?
I assure you, Henry, Mr. Fowler will never find us here. Not in a million years. Here's the door.
Oh, it's pitch dark.
Hold my arm. I know the way. Just a few steps up, and another door.
Steel. Well, this is an unusual silo. Double-walled, wood outside and steel inside.
Completely fireproof. An army couldn't wreck it. We're inside the inner shell. Careful.
Yes.
You're in a circular room. Stay here a moment. I'll go outside and see if the coast is clear. In a moment, your eyes will become accustomed to the darkness. I'll bring back some food and water.
Don't be long, Mr. Wade. This place gives me the willies.
Just a moment.
Mr. Wade. I swear I hear something. Mr. Wade. What's that? There is something. Good Lord. There's someone in here. It's locked. Oh, no. Mr. Wade. Mr. Wade, let me out. I'm not alone in here. Mr. Wade. This must be a light switch. Thank God. Oh, no. People. 10, 15, 20. Mr. Wade, help!
It will do you no good to shout, Henry.
Mr. Wade, where are you?
Outside. Speaking over the intercom.
Mr. Wade, there are people in here. 15 or 20 of them. They're sitting like statues, just staring at me.
They won't hurt you, Henry. What? They've all been drugged. They're even more helpless than you.
But who are they?
Permit me to introduce them, Henry, since they're currently unable to introduce themselves. The gentleman seated before you, the one with the scar, is Dr. Paul Ahrens, the astro-mathematician. Next to him is Mr. Robert Simons, electronic engineer.
Names on the list.
Yes, you're familiar with the rest. They've all been, shall we say, recruited for work with Professor Halsman's group on the moon.
Moon? Then you're one of them.
Of course. Oh, yes. There's one whose name was not on our list. If you'll turn around, Henry, you'll recognize the drugged form of your old friend, Mr. Philo.
Philo? But I thought...
That he was part of the conspiracy? No. On the contrary. His snooping made it necessary for us to include him.
Please put the man in the window, the one who fired the shot.
An agent of mine. The pilot of this ship.
Ship? What ship?
This silo is camouflaged for a rocket launching platform. In a moment, the roof will slide back for the rocket's takeoff.
A rocket ship?
In exactly 70 hours, you and your companions will join Professor Otterburn on the moon.
But you can't do this to me.
We have done it, Ted.
No.
You see, there was another name omitted in that list, which I carelessly mixed up with your papers. That of Henry Timken.
No!
Bon voyage.
I won't let you do this. You can't. Please let me out. Let me out, please. This can't happen. Let me out. Let me out.
Attention. Missing since 8 o'clock last night, the following persons. Timken Henry, age 45, height 5 feet 8, 165 pounds, brown eyes, slightly balding. Occupation, records custodian. Repeat, Timken Henry, age 45, height 5 feet 8, 165 pounds.
In just a moment, a word about next week's adventure. Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you The Man in the Moon, an original radio drama written by George Lefferts. Featured in the cast were Louis Van Rooten as Henry, Santos Ortega as the Chief, Ross Martin as Charlie, Sidney Smith as Otterburn, Bob Haig as Jake, Joe DeSantis as Philo, and Ed Latimer as O'Brien. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Fred Way and is an NBC Radio Network production. And now, next week, the sign on the window said Perigi's Wonderful Dolls. A woman and a child waited outside. The little girl peering eagerly through the window, and the woman glancing impatiently at her wristwatch, as if expecting someone who was late for an appointment. And there was nothing about Perigi's doll shop to warn them that they were waiting to keep an appointment with Doom at X-1.
This week we come to the 8th of our stories. And in the world of numerology, little attention is given to this number. For some reason, of all the numbers, 8 is the one to which little regard is paid. And in our 8th story, a husband pays little regard to his wife's nightmares. We all of us suffer the agony of nightmares from time to time, but we wake and the horror vanishes in the reality of day. There are some dreams, though, which are not like that. Dreams which return again and again. Dreams which have been there since childhood. Dreams which demand that attention be paid. In my story, however, the husband says to his wife, "You mustn't let it worry you. Dreams may be frightening sometimes, but they don't really mean anything." The husband is wrong, and you are about to discover why in story number 8. The Face.
Penny for them.
What did you say?
I said a penny for your thoughts. You've been staring out of that window for at least 10 minutes. I might just as well be back in Hammersmith.
I'm sorry.
Are you all right?
I'm fine.
You're very pale. Is it the heat?
It simply has no effect on me. Richard hates it. He says he can never understand how he came to fall in love with a salamander.
There's nothing wrong between you.
How do you mean?
Wrong between you and Richard.
Celia, just because I happen to stare out of the window for a few minutes doesn't mean my marriage is on the rocks. I have every reason in the world to be happy.
But you're not.
Who says I'm not?
Oh, come off it. We've known each other for far too long for you to try and hide something from me. What is it?
It's nothing. Leave it alone.
Nothing that you want to talk about.
Nothing worth talking about.
Tell me.
It's a dream, and people who talk
me.
about... Oh, it's not worth talking about.
You never know. Dream or nightmare?
Both. Do you really want to hear it?
Of course I do.
Well, it's a dream I often used to have as a child. I haven't had it for years, but last night it came back again. There's nothing particular about the dream itself, but the way it used to be was that the night after I'd had that dream, there would be another one. A real nightmare. And I used to scream out loud in my sleep. It's 10 years since I last had that dream, and now the first dream, the warning dream, has come again. I'm dreading what's going to happen tonight.
What happens? Can you remember?
Every detail. But I'll tell you about the first dream so you'll understand. It's quite harmless, really. I'm walking on a sandy cliff covered with short down grass. I'm about 20 yards from the edge, and I can hear the sea below. There's a path which I follow which goes steadily upwards, and there are always stiles which I have to climb over. There are sheep grazing, but I never see another human being. It's early evening, and I have to hurry because there's someone who's waiting for me. Someone who's been waiting not just for a little while, but for many years. And there, in front of me, is a little wood where the trees have grown crooked from the wind off the sea. And I know that my journey is nearly over. That this person, whose name I do not know, is waiting for me somewhere close at hand. I have to walk through these trees. The boughs almost roof in the path from the sky. It's like walking through a tunnel. And then the trees start to thin out, and I can see the grey tower of a church, which stands all by itself. Around it is a graveyard, which has not been used for a long time. The main body of the church, between the tower and the edge of the cliff, is in ruins. Roofless, with gaping windows and ivy growing round them.
Then what happens?
That's all. That's all there is.
You mean it always stops there?
Always. I used to dream it over and over again when I was a child.
And always exactly the same?
Yes, except that last night something was different. It was as if, in the years since I last had the dream, the church and the graveyard had changed. The edge of the cliff had come nearer to the tower. It was within 2 or 3 yards of it, and the whole body of the church had gone over into the sea. There was just one broken arch still standing.
But there's nothing particularly frightening in that. I've had much worse dreams.
I told you there's nothing frightening in the first dream. It's in the one that follows that the horror begins.
What happens?
It isn't so easy to describe. Partly because my mind keeps trying to shut it out, I suppose. I try to tell myself if I don't think about it, it won't come. But it always does. At least, it always used to.
But you aren't a child anymore. Perhaps it won't be the same.
It's not like any ordinary nightmare. I'm walking at the foot of the...
Darling, I'm home.
Oh, Lord. There's Richard. I don't want to talk about it in front of him. He'd think I was going soft in the head. Look, I'll give you a ring tomorrow.
Oh, this heat's a scandal. An abomination. Celia, hello. Lovely to see you.
It's all right, Richard. Don't bother to be polite. I'm just going.
Hello, darling.
Hello.
I'm on my way out. Bye, Hester.
Bye.
I'll ring you if I don't hear from you. Bye, Richard.
Bye, Celia. What sin have we committed that Providence should frizzle us up in a frying pan? Let's thwart Providence, Hester. I'll whisper so that he won't hear. Let's drive out and have a quiet, cool dinner somewhere along the river.
The very thing. I'm sure Providence didn't hear us. I'll go and change.
Oh, any letters for me?
2 or 3. They don't look very interesting.
Receipted bill. Circular begging letter. Dear Sir or Madam. Cheek. Asking me to subscribe to something without bothering to ascertain my sex. Private view. 17th century portraits at the Walton Gallery. Hester, do you want to go to a private view at the Walton? I've got meetings all day. Somebody said that there were some Van Dykes that had never seen the light of day.
When is it?
Friday.
I might go with Celia. She rather cares for that kind of thing.
Oh, I'll leave the card on the tray.
That was a marvellous meal, darling, I must say. Sometimes you have the most wonderful ideas. Good food, good wine, and a fresh breeze off the river. It even feels cooler in here.
Well, we'll keep the windows open.
Oh, I'm going straight to bed. I'm too sleepy even to take my makeup off.
I'll be with you soon. But there's a few things I've got to check in these accounts first. Before tomorrow.
Must you?
I won't be long.
I am alone on the shore by a steep cliff. And above me, I can see the tower of the church. The sea must have beaten and beaten away at the cliff until it brought the nave crashing down. Broken pieces of stone everywhere. Are they all that's left of the church? And here's a piece of gravestone. Who departed this? And there's a grave still there, up on the edge of the cliff. It's coming. It's going to show itself. Run! Run! I can't move. I can't move. Try not to look. Try not to look at what's in the cliff face. I can't move my eyes. Look away. Look at the sea. I can't. It is there. The face. The face staring at me out of the cliff. Don't look. The eyes are looking into mine. The lips are moving.
I am coming for you now, Hester. I am coming for you, my bride.
Hester, my darling, what is it? What's the matter? Wake up!
Keep him away! Keep him away!
What are you going on about? There's no one here. It was just a dream.
It was a dream, just as it always was. Oh, I'm so frightened. He said he would come.
Who said he would come? Dreams may frighten you sometimes, but they don't really mean anything. He can't harm you.
The eyes were grey, set very close together, and they looked steadily at me all the while. He had red hair growing low on the forehead. His nose was long, and the mouth... On one side, it was almost beautiful and very sensual. On the other, it was deformed or burnt, and the face stared at me as if it lusted after me.
And that was the dream you used to have when you were a child?
Yes, the same dream.
You mean you knew he was lusting after you even then?
I probably wouldn't have put it like that, but now I remember. I remember the lips. They said when I was a child, I shall come for you when you are older. And last night they said, I am coming for you now. And 10 years ago, the ruined nave of the church still stood on the edge of the cliff, but now it's fallen away into the sea and only the tower is left standing there. Oh. And I was so determined I wouldn't let it get hold of me. When I woke up this morning, I told myself I was afraid of nothing other than my own fear. That evil face had come to me in dreams over and over again when I was a child, and it did me no harm except to make me afraid. But now I know it is drawing nearer to me.
But how can it? How can a person in a dream do you any harm?
Come on, let's go to the gallery.
Sir Charles Cotterell by William Dobson.
He's very red in the face. Who's the girl who's falling out of her dress?
That, my dear, is the Duchess of Portsmouth.
No question about the secret of her success. She must have been lovely, though. And who are the couple over in the corner?
Sir Arthur and Lady Ferguson.
They look as if they've just had one hell of a row and the painter caught them before they'd had time to put their faces straight. They couldn't possibly have wanted to be painted looking like that. Richard said there was supposed to be some Van Dykes. Where are they?
Oh, room 3. Just through here. Lord Crofts. What a superbly aristocratic nose. Oh, what is it? What's the matter? You look as if you've seen a ghost.
Whose portrait is that?
The man with the red hair? Sir Roger Wyburn. Oh, trembling from head to foot. What on earth is it?
That is him. That is the face in my dream. Does it say anything about him?
Nothing, just portrait of Sir Roger. Come on, let's get you out of here. You look as if you're going to pass out. One large gin and tonic.
Thanks. Oh. God, I'm sorry to make such a fuss. How stupid.
Well, certain it was the same.
You can't be mistaken about a face that's haunted you all your life.
But what does it all mean? Who was Roger Wyburn, anyway? And what's he got to do with you?
If only I knew.
There must be some way of finding out. I've a friend who sometimes does research for writers. He might be able to help. Oh, are you going to be all right? Shall I get you a taxi?
I'm meeting Richard at 5 and he's driving us down to the cottage in Rye. We're going to have a golfing weekend. Perhaps fresh air and exercise are what I really need.
Hester, wake up, for God's sake. Wake up, Hester. Hester. Was it your dream again?
Yes, it was my dream.
Tell me. Look, I know we haven't been married long, but it's time I knew.
I suppose you're right, but you mustn't interrupt. You must just let me tell it.
The moment we get back to London, you're going to see Dr. Baring.
And what good will that do? He can't give me pills to stop me dreaming.
No, but he might help you to find out why you have these dreams. There must be some explanation.
And the Van Dyck portrait was the absolute likeness of the face in your dreams?
In every detail, Doctor.
Then you've every reason to be reassured. I've only the sketchiest knowledge of psychoanalysis, but this seems to be a classic instance of the way in which the mysterious subconscious flows beneath the surface of human life. Like some dark underground river, as one of my colleagues once put it. Or, to put it in plain terms, I think that you may have seen that portrait when you were very young. Not the thing itself, perhaps, but a reproduction in a book or periodical. And no doubt it made a very deep impression on you. It awoke something in you which your conscious mind immediately suppressed, so the terror it inspired in you could surface only in dreams.
But why should it come to the surface now?
Oh, who knows, my dear Hester, who knows? Everything's all right between you and Richard, I suppose?
What do you mean?
Oh, you know, everything.
Oh, yes. No problems in that direction.
Good. Glad to hear it. Well, Hester, I don't find anything at all to be alarmed about. You're a perfectly healthy young woman. But you are run down, and I suspect that's the cause of the trouble. The return of your childhood nightmare isn't a cause, but more likely a symptom. What you need is a change of air.
But surely, Doctor...
Get out of this airless furnace into some quiet place where you've never been before, that has no associations for you. And don't let Richard come with you. What you need is a complete change. Somewhere on the east coast, perhaps. Suffolk, Norfolk. Ever been there?
Never. My mother's family came from Southwold or somewhere, but I've never been.
Sea air, complete idleness. No long walks, no long bathings. Short, bracing dip and a deck chair by the sea. Cut yourself off completely. And I know just the place. Rushton. A quiet little hotel by the sea, where it's impossible to do anything at all.
My dearest darling Richard, bless you for another lovely long letter. There is simply nothing to report about my life here. I loll around in a deck chair all day long, digesting enormous meals and thinking of... What do I think of? I want to say I think of him, but I don't. I can scarcely even remember the details of his face. It's as if something had come between us, as if I was seeing him through glass, as if Richard were a memory of something that had happened a long time ago. Thinking of getting home again. Baring was quite right, though. The treatment is certainly working. No more nightly visitations. No dreams at all, in fact, that I can recall. And every morning I wake to another day. The trouble is that if I go on with this kind of life much longer, I'm going to grow into a mindless noodle and start putting on weight. So tomorrow I shall try a little undemanding exercise, I think. A leisurely walk, perhaps, but not a very long one.
Well, madam, you could try going over to Minsborough. There's nothing much to see there now, but it's not far, and it is quite a pleasant walk. It's about a couple of miles.
I might manage that. Which way do I go?
You see there, just beyond the marsh, that hill with a little wood on top of it? That's where you make for. But I don't know whether you ought to be going out today, madam. It's so close. Feels like there's going to be a storm.
I think I'll chance it. I'd be quite grateful for a storm. It's getting so heavy, I might as well be back in London.
There are sheep grazing. And there's the little wood. There's someone who's waiting for me. Someone who's been waiting for me, not just for a little while, but for many years. The landscape of my dream. Here all the time on the other side of the marsh. The path, the stiles, the wood, and beyond it the church tower. And the trees are like a tunnel all around me, leading me on. And I know that my journey is nearly over. That this person, whose name I do not know, is waiting for me somewhere close at hand. But now I do know his name. Will I find him there, waiting for me? The trees are beginning to thin out, and there is the church tower, and only one broken arch between the tower and the cliff edge. No one. No one waiting for me. Only the tower and sea and gravestones crumbling on the edge of the cliff. Is this all that my fear amounts to? Is this what's been pursuing me all these years? It's time to go back. The storm is coming this way. One gravestone standing alone, about to slide into the sea. Here lies all that was once mortal of Roger Wyburn. Night.
Reckon you made it back just in time, ma'am. Did you get wet?
Nothing much to speak of.
Gonna be a really bad storm. You all right, ma'am? You look very pale.
There's nothing wrong. Is there a telephone I can use?
Well, certainly there is, madam. It's over there in the corner by the door to the bar.
Hester, I thought we agreed that
I know I said I wouldn't phone, but something... Look, I want you to get in the car now, this minute, and drive down here.
Hester, what
Don't
on earth-
ask questions, please, darling. I can't talk about it over the phone.
but surely-
We've got to get me away from here as quickly as you can. I'm certain that something terrible is going to happen.
Look, Hester, if it's as bad as you say, why don't you just leave now and get the next train down here?
There isn't a train until the morning, and I'm frightened that by then it will be too late. Please, if you love me, come now.
All right, darling. Now, take it easy. Take it easy. I'm on my way. Look, it's going to take me about 3 hours to get there. I suggest you have a relaxing bath and then a meal in the restaurant. I'll be with you about 9 o'clock. Now, take it easy. Everything will be fine.
Thank you. 9 o'clock then. Please hurry.
All right, darling. I will.
Come in. I've done as you asked, madam. Your bill's been made up and they won't charge you for tonight.
That's very kind. You will let me know just as soon as my husband arrives?
Yes, madam, of course. Oh, and there's this letter for you. It came by the second post this morning, but I'm afraid it must have got caught up with something else. I'm sorry, madam.
I don't imagine it's anything very important. Thank you.
I do hope your husband won't have too bad a journey. It's a wild night outside.
Is the sea rough?
Terrible, madam. You can hear it pounding away at the sea wall. Is there anything else, madam?
No, nothing, thank you. And at Minsborough, there's no sea wall. The waves are battering away at the foot of the cliffs, bringing the sand sliding down. And his tomb is on the very edge of the cliff. Get a grip on yourself. Celia's handwriting. Dearest Hester, I know I said I wouldn't write, but Richard tells me you're feeling much more like your own sweet self. And in any case, there's something I think you ought to know. I said I'd get my friend to see what he could find out about Roger Wyburn. There isn't very much, but this is the gist of it. He was at the court of Charles I, but wasn't a very reputable kind of character. There was some sort of scandal concerning one of the Queen's maids of honour, and after that he was distinctly persona non grata at court. And there were more sinister stories about him, hints that he had dabbled in the black arts. As the rumours got nastier, he fled the country and got caught up in the Protestant cause in the 30 Years' War. He was injured at the Battle of Lotho, wherever that may have been. That was in 1638. The following year, the girl to whom he had been betrothed since childhood came of age. He swore that no one would keep him from his bride, and returned to claim her. But the ship carrying him from Flanders was wrecked in a violent storm off a place called Minsborough, and he was drowned. And that's it. But the thing I thought you should know is that her name was Colburn. And I seem to remember you saying that was the name of your mother's family. And her Christian name was Hester. It's 9 o'clock, and the skies are clearing. There's a moon over the sea, and soon Richard will be here. Yes? Oh, that's wonderful. I'll be down in a moment.
Good evening. I've come to collect my wife.
Your wife, sir?
Yes. Well, we're driving back to London.
Oh. I'm sorry, sir. She's left. Another gentleman came to collect her earlier.
Another gentleman?
Yes, sir.
What sort of gentleman?
I knew nothing about him, sir. I've never seen him before.
What did he look like?
He was a red-haired gentleman, sir, with a sort of scar in his mouth.
There were footprints, which might have been hers, and they followed them until they came to an end, 2 miles away, in a great landslide of sand, which had fallen from the old churchyard on the cliff. It had brought down with it half the tower, and a gravestone with the body that had lain beneath. The gravestone was of Roger Wyburn, and his body lay by it, untouched by corruption or decay, although centuries had passed since it was interred. No further discovery was ever made. Rosalind Ayres played the doomed Hester, and Rosalind Thomas, her friend Celia. Richard, the husband, was David Goodland, and Norman Bird played Dr. Baring. The maid was Victoria Carling. The Face was written by E.F. Benson, dramatized by Michael Bakewell, and directed by Jerry Jones. My name is Edward de Souza, the Man in Black.
You never mentioned him before, Frank.
Oh, Tommy? You wouldn't have known Tommy Morris. He worked in the warehouse at Bristol's. Fine strapping lad he was, too.
And he left?
That's right. Couldn't stand the machinery. Well, we made everything by hand up to then. But suddenly one morning, there it was. A bloody great machine that could do the work of 10 men in half the time. Tommy couldn't cope with that.
You managed.
I had no choice, Martha. It was either that or no job at all.
You could have joined the army, same as Tommy.
That's what Tommy wanted me to do. But I couldn't, could I? I had my old man to look after, and by the time he died, I'd met you.
You don't regret that, do you?
Of course not. What's all this about? Ever since I mentioned Tommy Morris, you've done nothing but nag and ask questions.
I'm sorry.
He's an old friend. We were close when we worked at Bristol.
That was 21 years ago. You haven't seen him since.
What difference does that make?
I'm not sure. It just seems strange to me that a man who spent all those years in India and places like that should want to settle back in a small place like this.
It's his home, isn't it? Where else would he go?
Well, I wish you'd consulted me before inviting him here.
What's the matter with you, Martha? I meet an old friend in a pub, someone I haven't seen for years, and invite him home for a drink. Is there something wrong with that?
No.
Then what's got into you?
I don't know, Frank. Call it fancy if you will. But it gives me an uneasy feeling. There's something not right.
Something not right. Now, what kind of talk is that, Martha? If you see a black cat in the road, it makes you uneasy. 2 jackdaws in the bush send you into hysterics. And when Dilly Johnson lost a back tooth 10 years ago, you were convinced he'd be dead in a week. He's 90 years old now, and he's still running around like a 2-year-old.
Maybe.
What you need is to go to India yourself. Might broaden your outlook.
I'm perfectly happy where I am, thank you. I don't need to go anywhere else.
Are you sure?
Yes. I've got a fine roof over my head, and I've got my son. What more do I want?
What about me?
Well, we've got each other, that goes without saying.
Does it?
Frank.
Yes.
I'm sorry if I nag. I don't mean to.
I know.
And you are happy, aren't you? Content.
Yes, Martha. I'm content. It's just that you spend your whole life doing the same thing day after day, and suddenly a door opens and you wonder what you've missed. You should have heard his stories, Martha. The places he's been to, the things he's seen. What have I achieved? After 40 years at Bristol's, what have I got?
You've got everything, Frank. You just don't realise it since you met him again.
Martha!
No, Frank. He's got nothing. Neither chick, nor child, nor a roof he can call his own. We've got those things.
I haven't got this house yet. I still owe £200 in the mortgage.
Don't worry about that. In a few years from now, that'll be paid off.
On my pension?
We'll manage. What we've got is solid, Frank. It's safe. We don't need anything else.
Yes, Martha.
Frank, hold me for a minute. Just hold me.
Yes, Martha.
Ma! Ma!
Oh. Yes, Richard, what is it?
Have you seen my clean overalls anywhere?
They're in the airing cupboard.
I can't see them.
On the top shelf.
I got them.
Everything's fine, Frank. We've got everything we want right here. Well, say it, Frank. Please.
Yes, Martha. We've got everything we want right here.
There. Your deal.
Thanks. What is that noise?
The garden gate. The hinge is broken.
Must get around to fixing that.
You've been saying that for ages. Oh, I saw that old buddy of yours today. At least I think it was him. He was standing in the yard outside Bristow's.
Doing what?
Oh, nothing as far as I could see. Just staring at the warehouse wall.
Probably thinking of the time he worked there, that's all.
He's an odd-looking character.
And what's odd about him? You're getting as bad as your mother. She hasn't seen him at all yet, and she's got the heebie-jeebies. Would you like a drink?
Oh, no thanks. You go ahead. I'm on night shift at 12, and I need a clear head for that cutting machine.
Chop, chop. You know, Tommy hated that machine from the first minute he saw it. Do you know what he did? He stood right up on the folding bench, raised his two hands in the air, and cursed it 3 times. He left after that.
I don't blame him. He probably cursed you too for not going with him.
Why do you say that? There's no way I could have gone with Tommy. He knew that. Maybe if things had been different, I would have gone with him. No point thinking about that now. Cheers.
Cheers, Dad.
You did.
How old was he when he left Bristol?
Ah, I don't know. About your age, I think. Old enough to join the army, anyway. Why do you ask?
Just thinking.
About the army? Now, you forget about that. The army's no place for you. You want to kill your mother? She'd never forgive you if you did that.
I can't stay in Bristow's all my life, Dad.
I did. Yes, yeah, I know it's boring.
Oh, come on, it's more than that. All I do is cut paper. Chop, chop. The pulp is fed in at one end of the machine, and I stand at the other end, and the paper roll is long enough, I cut it. Chop, chop. God, you could go mad doing the like of that.
A few more years at Bristol's won't do you any harm. After that, you can do what you like.
Yes, Dad.
Just stick.
Hey, 21. Pontoon. And fivers only.
Not my night.
Doesn't look like anybody's night, the way the weather's shaping up. Do you think he'll come?
Tommy? Ah, yes, I know Tommy. If he says he'll come, he will. We were that close.
We meet again, my old friend.
Tommy, old son, come in. You must be soaked. Here, let me take your coat.
Right.
My son Richard was wondering whether you'd venture out at all in a night like this, but I knew you would.
Oh, it's rough enough.
Come on into the parlour and get some heat into your bones. Here we are. I told you you'd come, didn't I, Richard? Tommy, this is my wife Martha and my son Richard.
Hello.
He works at Bristow's now.
Yes, I saw you today.
Oh, at the window?
Where else, boy? Good evening, Mom. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Evening.
Sit down there, Tommy. Close up that fire and get some heat into your bones. Would you like something to drink?
Whiskey.
There's a fine drop of porter here if you prefer that.
Whiskey. If I may.
Certainly. Whiskey it is. How about you, Martha?
No, thank you.
Then it'll be just the two of us, Tommy.
Like old times. The boy not drinking.
Oh, not tonight, Mr. Morris. I'm on night shift at 12 and I need a clear head.
The machines?
That's right.
Those machines ought to be blowing up. I cursed the first one.
So my father told me.
Here you are, Tommy.
Oh, thanks. Cheers.
Cheers, old friend.
You know something, boy?
What?
When I worked at Bristow's, we made things by hand. There's an art in that. There's no art in a machine. When that monster moved in, I moved out. I could have died there.
My husband hasn't died, Mr. Morris. He's made a good living out of Bristow's.
Is that a fact? I'm glad to hear it, Mom. A contented man is to be admired. I've never met one before.
You look contented enough yourself, Tommy.
I did what was right. I always did that.
My dad says you've been to India.
I have. And many more places besides.
And have you seen lots of strange things, Mr. Morris?
I have.
Tell us about them, Tommy.
It would take a lifetime, old friend. The burning sands of the Sahara Desert, the Taj Mahal in India, the Tomb of Christ in Palestine, and other things too. Along the northwest frontier, men dead with bullet holes in their eyes and their tongues torn out. Men with their legs blown off and their arms scattered in the foul air. I've seen all those things, and many more. Not fit to mention.
That's enough. I don't want to hear any more.
Mom.
It's enough. I don't want to hear about those things. Nobody does.
You're quite right, Mom. It's not fit for decent company. Perhaps you'd be more interested in a wee bit of magic.
Magic?
It's something I picked up in India. Would you care to examine it?
What is it?
Well, as you can see, nothing extraordinary. Just a monkey's paw.
It's horrible.
It's whistled.
Mummified.
Let me have a look. Looks peculiar, all right. And it's magic, is it?
That's right. It belonged to an old fakir who lived in India. And this man, a holy man he was, lived on the highest mountain in India for 40 years. During that time, he never closed his eyes to sleep. He never spoke to another living human being. He only had the one friend, a monkey. And when the monkey died, the old man devoured the flesh and scattered the bones to the four winds. He did, however, retain one part of the monkey's paw. And he had that mummified.
And this is the paw?
It is.
How is it magic?
This old man believed that fate ruled people's lives, and that those who interfered with it did so to their sorrow. So he cast a spell on the monkey's paw, so the three separate men could each have 3 wishes from it, at their peril.
Did you have 3 wishes?
I did.
And were they granted?
Oh, aye. They were granted.
Has anyone else wished, Mr. Morris?
The first man had his 3 wishes. Yes. Now, I don't know what the first 2 were, but the third wish was for death. That's how I got the monkey's paw.
The man died?
With a mouth twisted in his skull. As if he'd seen something.
Jesus.
Holy God. Well, if you've had your 3 wishes, Tommy, it's no good to you now. What do you keep it?
Yeah. Fancy.
More than fancy, I think, Mr. Morris.
If you say so, Mom.
Can I have it?
No, Frank. If fancy is all it is, and Mr. Morris has no further use for it, throw it in the fire. Burn it.
If that is your wish, Mom.
I have no wish, Mr. Morris. It's entirely up to yourself.
Then, so be it.
No! Let me have it, Tommy. Let me have it.
I threw it on the fire. If you keep it, don't blame me for what happens.
I won't. Show me how it works. Show me. Show me.
Very well. Hold the paw in your right hand, Mr. Hyde. But I'll warn you of the consequences. Your wife there is witness to that.
I'm no witness, Mr. Morris.
3 wishes.
That's correct, old friend.
Let me see. Come to think of it, I didn't know what to wish for. Richard.
I don't know, Dad.
Martha. Come on, love. What'll I wish for?
Nothing. You don't need anything. You know that.
Everyone needs something.
I don't. I've got everything I need right here, Mr. Morris.
If so, I envy you, Mom.
Yes. I believe you do. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have things to do in the kitchen. Good night, Mr. Morris.
Mom.
I'm sorry about that, Tommy. Martha gets upset very easily.
It's of no consequence now.
Well, he tells a good yarn, I'll say that for him.
Did he leave it behind?
A monkey's paw? Oh, I offered to buy it from him, but he refused.
What did he say?
He said I'd asked him for it 3 times, and that was all that was required.
He wanted rid of it.
You think so? An odd way of going about it.
He hates you, Frank. I could see it plain.
Martha, for God's sake, the man is my friend. He held my hand when he left and put his arm around me. He's just a bit strange, that's all. And why should he hate you?
I have no idea, but it's there. That man bleeds hate. He came for one reason, to give you that paw. And now you've got it. You're a foolish man, Frank.
I was never that.
Then burn the paw.
No. I won't give in to that nonsense.
You'll rue the day. I'll say no more. It's 12:15. Time Richard was leaving for work. Richard!
I'm coming, Ma.
It's 11:45.
Yeah, I know. I'm on my way. And you two still on about that monkey's paw?
Your mother is.
You really didn't believe all that rubbish, did you, Ma? Lo, I'll admit, he had me going for a while.
And me.
I know what I'm saying.
Well, you can easily test it out. I mean, make a wish, and if nothing happens, well, that's it.
You think I should?
You know what I think.
Wish for a case of whiskey, Dad.
If I'm going to wish, I'd want something more than that.
Here, I know. You still owe £200 in the house. Wish for that.
Now, that would be useful.
But go on, Da.
All right. Where is it? Here it is. Now then. Was it the right hand he said?
Aye, I think so.
Right. I wish for £200.
Frank.
It moved. It turned my hand like a snake and moved.
I didn't see anything.
Nor me.
Didn't you hear it?
Let's have a look at it.
Don't touch it. I never saw anything like it.
I think the whole thing is insane.
What do you mean insane? You're the one who believed in it. And it moved, I tell you.
I didn't see it. It was just your fancy. I told you to throw it on the fire.
Wish I had.
I'm going to bed. Time you were at work. Good night, son. And God bless.
Good night, Ma.
You coming, Frank?
In a minute.
Well, don't be too long.
Well, I have to be going too, Da. Hey, you'll probably find that £200 under your pillow when you go inside. And something horrible squatting on top of the wardrobe watching you pocket your ill-gotten gains. Good night, Dad. I'll see you in the morning, huh?
Good night, son.
Bye.
Moved. I know it moved. I must say, it's extraordinary the way things affect you during the night. In the cold light of dawn, it does seem a bit silly.
What did you do with the paw?
Yeah, I don't know. It's inside somewhere. I'll get rid of it later.
You should have got rid of it last night.
Ah, well, no harm done. Is Richard not back from work yet?
No. He's probably doing a bit of overtime. He said he might turn an extra few bob.
Good for him. Mind you, that £200 would have come in handy, all right.
We're better off without it. Would you like some tea?
Might as well. This gate has fallen to bits.
It's been like that since we came here. The wood's rotten.
Oh, aye. Why don't you carry on with your washing?
I've finished my washing, thank you. I'll make some tea.
The wood's rotten. It is, too. Morning.
Good morning. Mr. Murphy?
Aye, I'm Frank Murphy. What can I do for you?
My name is O'Leary. I'm employed at Bristow's.
Oh, aye.
I'd like to speak to you for a moment, if I may. Is your wife at home?
She's in the kitchen making a pot of tea at the minute. Do you want to speak to her, too?
I think it would be best.
Nothing wrong, I hope, sir.
Could we go inside?
Yes, of course. You'll have to excuse the mess. It's been a wet all night and there's mud everywhere.
That's quite all right, Mr. Murphy.
Martha?
Yes, Frank, what is it? Have you finished? Oh.
This is Mr. O'Leary from Bristow's. He says he wants a word with us.
Oh, you'll have to excuse me. Is anything the matter, sir?
I was asked to come. I'm sorry.
What's wrong? Has something happened to Richard?
No, Martha, don't jump to conclusions. What is it, sir?
Is he hurt?
Badly hurt, I'm afraid, but he's not in any pain.
Oh, thank God for that.
He was caught in the cutting machine, ma'am.
Cutting machine?
I'm not sure how it happened, but from what I can gather, he was talking to some of the other men about a monkey's paw or something like that, and he leaned back and fell under the blades.
Blades?
Your son is dead, Mrs. Murphy.
Richard?
Oh, God.
Oh, my God.
I'm extremely sorry. I really am only a servant, but the firm wishes me to convey their deepest sympathy to you both in your great loss. I am also instructed to say that Bristow's disclaim all responsibility. They admit no liability, but in consideration of your son's service, they wish to present you with a certain sum in compensation.
What are you saying?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
How much?
£200.
I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whoever lives and believeth in me shall live forever. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He leadeth me through green pastures. Yea, though I walk in the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil. My rod and thy staff.
Come on, my friend. It's over now.
I see the last.
You're cold.
My son is cold.
that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet
Frank! Frank! Wake up!
Martha, what is it? What's the matter?
The paw. The monkey's paw. Where is it? What have you done with it? You haven't burned it, have you?
No.
Oh, thank God. Thank God. Why didn't I think of it before? Why didn't you think of it?
Think of what?
The other 2 wishes. You've only had one.
Wasn't that enough?
No. We'll have one more. Go and get it. And wish Richard alive again.
Are you mad?
Where is it? Where's the monkey's paw?
It's there in the cupboard drawer.
Hurry. Light the lamp. We've had one wish granted. Why not the second?
Coincidence.
Light the lamp.
Martha, listen to me. He's been dead 10 days. Besides...
What?
I didn't tell you before. His face... When I went to identify the body... Everything. He was destroyed, Martha. The face cut off him. There was nothing left. I could only recognize him by his clothes. If it was too terrible for you to see then...
I don't care. He's my son. Do you think I'm afraid of my own child?
I won't do it, Martha.
Oh, yes, you will. And do you know why? Because you killed him.
Martha!
That's right. If you hadn't made a wish in the first place, my son would still be alive. You killed him. Now I want him back.
He's dead, Martha. It's blasphemy.
Then kill me. Wish me dead. I won't live without my son.
Martha.
Get the paw. Hurry!
Yes, what?
Have you got it? Is that it?
Yes.
Then make a wish. Wish!
I wish.
Wish!
I wish my son alive again. May God forgive me.
Richard! Oh, my poor Richard! What was that?
A rat in the yard. I saw it earlier. He won't come.
He'll come. I know my son were that close. It's Richard!
No, Martha, please! What are you going to do?
I'm going to let him in. What are you holding me for? Let go of me. I must open the door.
No! Jesus Christ!
Richard!
For God's sake!
Let go of me! Richard, I'm coming, Richard!
God!
Damn you, I want my son! Oh, my poor boy, my poor child! Richard!
Oh.
Richard!
The paw!
Oh, Frank, help me! I can't open the door!
The monkey's paw, where is it?
Frank, help me, please!
Oh, hello, God, help me to find it, please!
Frank!
I must find it.
Can't open it,
I must. Thank God, I must wish. I must. I wish my son dead.
Richard.
My son is dead.
My poor Richard. My poor Richard.
In The Monkey's Paw, dramatised by Patrick Galvin from a story by W. W. Jacobs, you would have heard Edward de Souza as the Man in Black if Radio 4 hadn't chopped him out for their repeat in 1991. But you did hear Frank, played by Oliver Maguire, and Martha by Trudy Kelly. Richard was Alan McKelvey, Tommy Morris, Mark Mulholland, and O'Leary was played by Kevin Flood. The producer was Jeremy Howe.
And now, the Hall of Fantasy.
the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of The Return from Death.
You mean that you can bring him back to life?
I know I can. There, everything's ready. Will you step back, David?
Of course.
Now to turn on the machine. You'll see for yourself what I mean. Now to induce the charge.
How much voltage are you using?
25,000. That's enough. Now look at him, David.
Wait. He's alive. He was dead, but now he's alive.
In just a moment, the Hall of Fantasy will present The Return from Death. And now for our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Return from Death.
Dr. Jason Sinclair was a brilliant man. He was one of my instructors at medical school. He gave of his knowledge freely, creating in the students a desire to learn, imparting some of his own enthusiasm for his subject into the minds of his students. I always looked forward to his classes. After I received my degree, I lost track of him for several years. But one evening when I was ready to leave the research center... Hello?
May I speak to David Cummings?
Speaking.
David, this is Jason Sinclair.
Dr. Sinclair, it's good to hear from you.
I was wondering if you'd remember me.
Of course I would. All of us who studied under you owe you more than we can ever repay.
What are you doing this evening?
Well, actually nothing.
I'd like to see you, David. Why don't you come over to the house tonight?
It'll be a pleasure. You still live at the same place?
Yes, the world may change, David, but Jason Sinclair and his habits don't. I'll be expecting you about 8:30. Good to see you, David. Come in.
Good to see you, Dr. Sinclair.
You can forget the doctor part of it, David. Call me Jason. You're not in school now.
How long has it been? I've lost all track of time.
You received your degree in 1943. It's been 10 years.
I didn't realize it was so long. You haven't changed, you know, Jason.
Only 10 years older, that's all. Oh, do you remember my daughter, David? I believe she was
That's right. She was in my class. How are you, Elaine?
Fine, David. It's good to see you again.
Are you working with your father?
Yes.
Sit down, David. Sit down. Can I pour you a drink?
Not right now, thanks. Are you still with the college, Jason?
No, I left there some time ago.
Oh, really? How come?
I wanted to devote more time to research.
I see.
David, are you happy with your present position?
Well, I hadn't stopped to think about it. I guess I am.
That's a shame.
Why do you say that?
I was wondering if you'd like to work with me.
I don't know. I hope you'll forgive me for hesitating, Jason, but I've been with Associated Chemical for several years.
I understand, David. It's only natural that you'd hesitate.
Why, of course. Dad doesn't want to push you into this, David. You're perfectly free not to accept.
Of course, I would like to have you with me. I can guarantee you more than you're getting now.
Well, that's a pretty good inducement.
I'd like to work with you, David. I'm sure you'll find it interesting.
What are you working on, Jason?
Come, I'll take you downstairs, and you can see for yourself. You remember some of our discussions years ago about death and the possibility of bringing back to life a man that medical science had pronounced dead?
Yes, I do.
Well, that's what I've been working on.
Oh? Have you had any success?
Quite a lot. More than I'd expected this early. I'll show you. The rabbit you see on the table is dead. I'd like to have you examine it, if you will.
Yes, he's dead, I'd say, for at least 2 hours.
Very close, David. A few minutes longer, that's all.
What do you intend doing?
You'll see. I've already given him the preliminary injection, David, to save time. You know, of course, that all life has a connection with electricity. And we think we send out small charges of electricity along the nerve network, which in turn activates our muscles.
You mean that you can bring him back to life?
I know I can. There, everything's ready. Will you step back, David?
Of course.
Now to turn on the machine. You'll see for yourself what I mean. Now to induce the charge.
How much voltage are you using?
25,000. That's enough. Now look at him, David.
What? He's alive. This animal's alive.
Yes, David.
But there's something strange about him.
How do you mean?
I don't know. I can't explain it.
You're imagining it, David. You saw him dead, now you see him alive. The sight is foreign to your mind.
Perhaps.
I've learned the secret, David. Now we can restore to the living those who have passed into the realm of death.
Although Jason Sinclair passed over my objection, I still couldn't get the thought from my mind. There was something strange about the animal. Something seemed to be missing. We went back upstairs. Jason left the room to get the papers he'd written explaining the various steps he'd taken in his experiments. I was left alone with Elaine.
Did you see it?
Yes. It's amazing.
Are you going to work with him?
I think so.
David, I wish you wouldn't.
Why not?
Did you notice the rabbit after he returned it back to life?
Yes.
David, didn't it look foreign to you, as if something were missing?
I noticed something, but I couldn't put my finger on it.
That's what I mean. David, I don't think you should do it.
I don't see why. Elaine, think what a boon this will be to the world.
Will it, David?
Well, of course.
I'm not too sure about that.
Elaine, you, of all people, should have faith in your father.
I don't, though, David.
Why not?
Because I don't believe that once an animal is dead, it should be returned to life. It should remain dead. Because when it dies, its spirit dies with it. And when Dad brings these creatures back, the animal lives, true enough. But, David, it's like an automaton. The body may live, but the thing which gave it personality is dead.
I'm still going to work with him, Elaine.
Do you know what you're getting into? Dad is a precisionist. He'll experiment and experiment until finally he'll want to try it on a man. And where is that man going to come from, David? Where is he going to come from?
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Return from Death.
I was in the house of Jason Sinclair. A few minutes before, I'd been witness to a scene which had amazed me. As I saw it, I made up my mind to work with Jason. We went back upstairs, and when Jason left the room, his daughter tried to dissuade me from my decision.
I'm serious, David. Where is he going to come from?
I don't know.
Then you're going to go through with it.
Yes.
I warned you, David. Remember that.
Here are the papers, David.
Oh, thank you.
Look them over. They contain all the notes I've made on the experiment.
I will, Jason.
Are you going to work with me?
Yes.
Good. You'll have to give the organization for which you're working now at least 2 weeks' notice.
Of course.
If you like, you can live here with us. Do you have any relatives, David?
No.
Glad to hear that. I'll see you in 2 weeks.
Two weeks later, I moved in with Jason Sinclair, and we began working. We conducted experiments, making a few changes, altering the content of the preparatory injection, resetting the amount of voltage required, progressing from the lower stages of animal life ever higher. And then one night, he told me what he intended doing next.
David, have you heard of Terry Whalen?
Whalen? Oh, yes. He's going to die next week for the murder of that old man.
That's right. We're going down to the prison tomorrow to see him.
Why, Dad?
Whalen has no relatives, no one to bury him after his death except for the state.
What do you mean?
I believe we can have access to his body after he's executed.
You mean you intend using him as a subject?
That's correct.
But if we're successful, Jason, won't it be dangerous to return a killer back to life?
Not if we watch him. Not if we can destroy his urge to kill.
Dad, I don't think you should do it. He's a dangerous man.
Nonsense, Elaine. We'll increase the amount of voltage, David. Enough to destroy that part of his brain which motivates his desire to kill. Perhaps he'll completely change.
Use someone else, Dad, not Terry Whalen.
Where would I get someone else, Elaine?
We rose early the following day and drove out to the prison. Jason was well known and thought highly of in official circles. We were allowed to talk to the warden, and Jason convinced him that Whalen's body would be used for medical research, but he neglected to tell him how it would be used. Then we were allowed to talk to Whalen.
Just a few minutes, Dr. Sinclair.
I understand.
Who are you?
My name is Jason Sinclair, Mr. Whalen.
What do you want?
To talk to you.
So talk?
You're to be executed next week, Mr. Whalen.
Look, if you come here just to tell me that, I got a surprise for you. I already know it.
I'm a doctor, Terry. We'd like to use you as the subject of an experiment.
Sure, go right ahead.
Not now, Terry, after you've been executed.
Huh? What do you mean? Where are you from? You from one of those medical colleges? Listen, I don't go for that stuff. No, sir, if that's what you're here
Terry.
for,
I propose to bring you back to life.
You mean after I'm dead?
That's right.
You're crazy. You sound like you've been in stir too long.
I'm serious. We can do it.
You mean... you mean you can actually bring me back to life?
That's right.
That's pretty good. And they can't punish me a second time, can they? They can't kill me twice.
You agree to it, then?
Sure, Sawbones. Sure, I agree to it. Anything to get another chance.
Jason made arrangements for an ambulance to pick up Whalen's body a short time after the execution. That night, the night Whalen settled his debt with the state, a storm broke. We stayed at the house and waited. The ambulance was already at the prison, waiting for its passenger.
What time is it?
Almost 12.
I wish you hadn't arranged all this, Dad.
Nonsense, Elaine.
Well, that is 12 o'clock.
The time is to die.
It should only take them 3 hours, even in this storm, to get back here, Jason.
That's right. When they do, David, they'll have Whalen with them.
We waited there at the house. The storm was the perfect background for the strange mood which had seized hold of each of us. A short time after 3, the ambulance pulled into the driveway and we went down and opened the basement door. They brought him in and sat him on a table.
Yes, that's right. Thank you. You ready, David?
I guess so.
I'll prepare the hypodermic, then. We'll give him 20 cc's of this.
No more than that?
Of course not. There. That does it. Now, help me attach the wires.
Dealing with death has always frightened me.
It's foolish, my boy. As a scientist, you should never allow yourself to be subjective about things. You must be completely objective. There. I believe that'll do it.
Dr. Sinclair.
Anything wrong, David?
Maybe we ought not go through with this.
You can't turn back now?
No, I suppose not.
Shall we begin? Switch it on. It has a pleasant sound, hasn't it, David? What's the reading?
10,000.
Increase the charge. The reading?
15,000. 20,000. 23,000. 24,000. 25,000. Shall we stop?
No. You must destroy his desire to kill.
26,000. 27,000.
That's enough. Turn it off. Now, to take a look at him. Place the contact microphone in his chest, David.
Yes, Jason.
Listen, David. You're listening to the sound of his heart, David. The beating heart of a dead man. We've succeeded. We've brought him back from death.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Return from Death.
It was a wet and storming night. Jason Sinclair hovered over the body on the table in the center of his basement laboratory. I stood just behind him, watching a dead man return to life.
Listen, David. You're listening to the sound of his heart. We've brought him back from death. Remove the contact, Mike.
Jason, look at his eyes. They're open.
Yes, I see. Whalen? Can you hear me? Answer me, Whalen. Think what this means, David. He can tell us what it was like to be dead. The first man ever to know the secret. Whalen, answer me.
The strap's taken off.
All right, let's loosen them. How do you feel, Whalen?
Look out, Jason. He's getting off the table.
Nothing to be afraid of, David.
He didn't limp before, did he?
No. Some of the motor section of the brain must have been damaged.
He's coming toward us.
Don't move. You might frighten him.
Look at his eyes, Jason. They're not human.
Go ahead, David. He's trying to say something. I can't understand you, Whalen. What are you trying to say?
He's patting you on the back.
Trying to thank me, no doubt. All right, that's enough, Whalen. I understand you appreciate... Take his hand away from my throat, David.
That's enough, Whalen.
Look out, David.
I see him.
You knocked him out.
Yes.
You shouldn't have done that.
Are you serious, Jason? I was protecting myself and you, for that matter.
He wouldn't have hurt me.
You didn't seem to think that when he had his fingers around your throat.
Well, I admit that I was frightened.
All right. What are we going to do with him?
Well, keep him down here. Teach him to talk again. Seems to have lost the power of coherent speech.
Look at him, Jason.
Why? Is there anything wrong?
I don't know. But looking at his face now, I have the strangest feeling that he's not really a human being anymore. That something's missing. That he's a mad, vicious creation of the devil.
You're talking like a fool, David. Perhaps you're tired. I know I am. He can't get out of here. We'll lock the doors and the windows are barred. Let's go upstairs.
All right, Jason. But remember what I said. We placed him back on the table, taking the precaution of strapping him down in case he should awaken. Then Jason locked the doors and took the keys with him. We went upstairs.
I've been waiting for you.
Lane, I thought you were asleep.
No, I couldn't sleep.
Should have come downstairs and joined us then, Elaine.
You brought him back?
Yes.
How did he react?
Not as well as he might have, Elaine.
Anything wrong?
No, nothing.
He tried to kill your father.
What?
He was merely trying to thank me, David. He's probably suffering from a sort of amnesia. He doesn't realize his own strength. He's like a baby.
You know that's not true, sir. He's an inhuman, vicious killer.
Oh, you should never have done this, Dad.
Will you both be quiet? I'm tired of listening to you.
What?
I don't like to admit it. But I know I've been wrong. I'm sorry, my dear. I lost my temper. I shouldn't have. I know it's because I think you're both partially right.
How do you mean, Jason?
There is something inhuman about that thing that was a man downstairs. I noticed it tonight when his hands were around my throat. In his eyes, that intangible something that makes an animal a man is missing. In its place, I see the eyes of a madman with no soul.
Oh, what are we going to do?
I don't know.
Maybe we haven't failed, sir. Maybe because we're tired, we think we have. It may look completely different to us after a few hours of sleep.
What was that?
Came from downstairs.
Wayland.
We had him strapped to the table.
He must have gotten loose.
That was the door. He's trying to knock the door down.
We have to stop him.
But how?
Elaine, get my gun.
All right, Dad, I'll be right back.
I tried not to admit it, David, but that was only lying to myself. You and Elaine brought me to my senses. You were right all along, about the rabbit, about the other animals, and especially about Wayland. He must be destroyed. He's a monster without feeling.
Here, Dad, here's the gun.
Thanks. I'm going down there and...
You won't have to go down there. That was the door.
Listen. Listen, he's coming up the stairs.
Turn the lights out, David.
Yes, sir.
I'm going out in the hall to meet him.
No, Dad.
No, let him come in here. We'll stay right over here on the side of the room.
All right, David.
Be quiet.
He's coming.
I don't want to shoot him. We'll have to take him alive.
You'll have to shoot him.
Oh, yes, Dad.
He's just outside the door.
David, I'm afraid.
Be quiet.
There he is.
Were you killed?
He's searching for me.
Be quiet.
He's looking this way. Use the gun, Jason.
Pull the trigger!
He's still coming. Is he dead?
Yes.
Look at his face now, David.
Yes. I see it.
It's composed. It looks human again. Perhaps we're not meant to tamper with the natural laws of life and death, David. I see that now. But it took Wayland's return from death to prove it to me.
So runs tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Murder by Experts. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts, with your host and narrator, Mr. John Dixon Carr, world-famous mystery novelist and author of the recently published bestseller, The Life of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
This is John Dixon Carr. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective writers. Those experts who are themselves masters of the art of murder and can hold tensity at its highest. This time, our guest expert is the noted mystery writer, Mr. Bruno Fisher, who has selected a fast-moving, realistic study of a killer at large, written by Joseph Ruskell and Paul Monash. And now we present Kenneth Lynch in Prescription for Murder. On a Midwestern highway, a car bearing two men moves at a good speed through a dark and stormy night. The driver of the car has just turned on the car radio.
Now for the local and state news. A giant manhunt is on tonight for escaped convict Curly Elkins, who shot his way out of the state prison at Harmon a few hours ago, killing 2 guards in the getaway. Roads in the vicinity of Harmon have been blocked, and search parties are combing the woods for the escaped desperado. All citizens are asked to be on the alert for Elkins, who is armed and dangerous. Elkins is 6 feet 2, blue eyes, brown curly hair, pale complexion, with a horizontal scar on the left cheek. He was last seen wearing...
Why did you turn it off, Doc?
Well, that is, the fog's bad enough without news like that distracting me.
Hey, what's that wheel, Doc? Your hand's shaking. Why are you so nervous?
Nervous? Well, it's just this fog. I can't see an inch ahead of me. It gives me the jitters.
Oh, yeah. Say, thanks for stopping to give me a lift.
Oh, that's perfectly all right.
Didn't think I'd ever get a lift tonight. No one likes to take on a hitchhiker.
You from these parts?
In a way.
You said you were going into town?
Yeah.
Which town?
Oh, same one you're headed for.
Somerset?
Yeah, Somerset, that's it. No, it's funny how you get chummy on the road and tell your life's history, huh? So you're Dr. Richard Bennett. You're going to Somerset to take over some ailing old MD's practice. His daughter, too, huh? What's her name again? Marcia?
Yes. What town did I pick you up at, friend?
Harmon. So you've never seen Marcia or her old man, huh?
Why, no. No, I haven't.
Just exchanged letters with her from overseas Japan. Now here you are, coming to a strange town to take over. Life history. It's funny the way guys open up on the road, ain't it? Now you take me. You know all about me, too, huh?
No, I don't.
You sure?
You didn't say a word. Didn't open your mouth till now, just now, and...
What? When you turned the radio off and stared at me?
I stared at you?
Yeah. Hey, watch the road, Doc. What was so interesting?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
No, come on, tell me, Doc. Why did you look at me like that? Why the sudden once-over?
The once-over? What gave you that idea?
Never mind my ideas, Doc. I'm wondering about yours.
But listen,
you suddenly got a bright idea, didn't you, Doc? You saw the light, huh? Maybe you can see this, too, this gun.
Now, wait a second.
Okay, Doc, just pull over to the side of the road. Come on, Doc, be smart. Pull over.
Oh, no. No, I'm not going to pull over. I'm going faster. It's 55 now, 60. You can't shoot me, Elkins, not now. Not while I keep it going this fast.
You got this figured all wrong, Doc. I can let you have it. After all, what have I got to lose? If I get caught, it's the chair. If we go off the road, so I get killed, so what? But you get killed too, Doc. And you've got a lot to lose. Now, look. I'm going to count to 5, Doc. If you don't stop by then, I'm going to give it to you. 1. Listen, Doc, stop the car now and you'll be okay. 2, maybe I'll take your car, but what have I got to gain by killing you? 3, Doc, 3.
I'm not stopping.
Out here in the country, you'll be stranded for the night, but I don't have to shoot you, Doc. I'll get my head start. 4. I said 4, Doc. Getting kind of close.
How do I know you won't shoot me?
It's your only chance. If you don't stop now, I'm surely going to let you have it. The other way, you got a chance. That's better, Doc. Now you're playing it smart. Okay, Doc, get out, but don't try anything.
Now, look, Elkins. You have nothing to gain by...
I know, Doc. I said that myself. Now start walking into those woods.
But...
Don't argue with me. Get going. You still got a chance, Doc. Just trust your luck. Been pretty good so far. Got you to be a sawbones. Got your girl. This'll do, Doc. Stop here. Now he can't be seen from the road.
Elkins, I was only trying to be a decent guy, giving you a ride.
Sure, Doc. You're a good guy. You're a big guy, too. Just about my size. Take off your coat, Doc. We're going to change clothes.
Sure.
Come on. Your shirt, too.
Here's my coat.
With a shirt.
All right.
Silk shirt, huh? Nice. The pants. Come on, hurry, hurry.
All right.
Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. Don't bother to put my stuff on. You won't catch cold. You don't have to be modest because... Blue garters. What do you know? Too soon to close in the car. What a break. I'll let it get going. Spark plugs must be wet. Come on, baby, start. Hey, somebody coming. Motorcycle cop.
All right, yo. What's the idea?
Oh, what's the matter?
Your tail light's out. Want somebody to come along and smash into you?
Gosh, was on last time I noticed. Headlights are okay. Let me start my motor, see if that makes any difference.
All right. Maybe it went on then. Just a second, I'll have a look. No, switch on your brights. See if it works that way.
Okay, just a second. Yeah, copper, just a second while I shift into reverse like this. Dumb copper. What's that? Roadblock. Might have known they wouldn't waste any time.
Hey, you want to get killed? Didn't you see this roadblock?
I know. Sorry, officer. The fog, you know.
Well, let's see your license. Jameson, you come on the side. Okay,
What's the matter, officer? Something wrong?
Yeah, plenty. Some guy escaped from the state prison. Now, let's see your license.
My license?
You got one, ain't you?
Yeah, it's right here. My wallet someplace. Yeah, here it is.
Let's see now. 6'2", 190, brown hair. Bennett. Dr. Richard Bennett?
Huh?
Oh, so you're the new doc coming to Somerset.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I heard old Doc Milburn's been expecting you.
Doc Milburn's expecting him. The whole town's expecting him. Excuse us for stopping you like this, Doc.
Yes, sir. This is a heck of a reception. Practically being me mistook for an escaped convict.
Well, look, Red, I got an idea. Why don't we greet Doc Bennett here in style? You're going off duty in a few minutes anyway. Give him a motorcycle escort to Marsh's place.
That's a swell idea.
Wait a minute.
Won't take no for an answer. No, sir.
Boy, would I like to see Marsh's face when you pull up with that siren going.
Now, look, fellas, I appreciate all this.
Skip it, Doc. I'm already on the motorcycle. Come on. Let's go.
Go ahead, Doc. If my relief shows up in time, I'll bring up the rear.
Yeah. Here we are, Doc. Here's the house.
Well, thanks a lot, officer. I'll see you later.
Sure, but let me get Marcia first.
No, that's all right. You just run along.
I don't mind at all. Hey, Marcia. Marcia.
Hello, Red. Is something wrong?
Wrong? Everything's fine. Look who I got with me.
Who?
Him. Don't you know him?
Well, Red, I never saw that man before in my life.
Hey, what goes? Look, didn't you say you was Dr. Richard Bennett?
Why, yes.
Dr. Richard Bennett. Oh, Dick, can you ever forgive me?
Say, what is this?
I thought you'd recognize me at first sight, Marcia, after all our letters.
Oh, Dick, do come in, please. Don't stand out here.
Now, look, Marcia,
it's all right, Red, and thanks for showing him the way. You see, Red, we'd never really met. Well, anyway, it's all right.
Leave it to a woman to foul things up, eh, Doc? Had me thinking you were that escaped convict or something for a minute.
Oh, Red.
Well, be seeing you.
Goodbye, Red. Well, Dick, do come in, please. Oh, I'm so glad you're here. Well, don't stand out there. Come on. You know, we'd just about given you up. It's so late, and Dad and I thought that with the fog and all over the road, well, look, I'll call Dad.
You know, I hoped you'd look like this, but I never thought. But I would have known you.
Oh, I think I'd have known you too, Dick, if you'd given me 1 second more. Tall, serious looking, but you didn't write me that you were wounded.
Wounded?
Well, that scar on your cheek.
Oh, that. Well,
Who's that? Just came in, Marshal.
Dad, he's here.
Oh.
Dr. Bennett.
Oh, Dr. Bennett, well, at last. Hello, Dick. Don't mind my calling you that, though we've never met.
Good to see you, Dr. Milburn.
You must be tired and hungry.
Well, I am a little.
Of course you are. I'll show you up to your room, and Marcia warm up something for Dick.
All right, Dad.
Hurry, or I'll tell Dick all about Scotty, the motorcycle cop you used to keep company with.
Oh, Dad.
Until your male romance started, of course. Well, we can all have a nice long chat. You two can talk about those soulful letters, but save me a moment with him, Marcia, to discuss his new patient.
All right, Dad.
And I'd like him to see some X-ray plates I've just developed. Right this way, Dick.
Okay.
Over here. Here they are, Dick. X-ray shots. Get to know your future patients inside out.
Yeah.
I know it's late, but here's one I'd like your diagnosis on.
My diagnosis?
We'll see if it checks with mine. Here, take it. Now hold it up to the light. Now, what do you make of it?
What do I make of it? Well, I'd say...
What? Dick.
Huh?
You will have your little joke, eh?
What do you mean?
Oh, you know well enough what I mean. You're holding that X-ray upside down.
Boy, I'm hungry. Never been hungrier in my life.
Do you want any more, Dick?
No, you just take it easy.
Dick, you seem so jumpy. Is there anything wrong?
Wrong? No, I'm just tired and, well, you know how it is, coming into a strange town, taking over a new practice, patients I don't even know. Got me sort of phased.
But that's what I always like about you, your attitude.
Attitude?
When things go wrong. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole. You finish it, Dick.
Finish it?
I'd like to hear you say it.
Say what?
With the rest of the poem.
The poem? I don't know it.
Oh, stop kidding, Dick. It's Invictus.
Yeah? Well, I still don't know it.
Oh, that's strange.
Why? Some people like one poem, others, well, they don't. What's strange?
Because that was your favorite poem, Dick. You quoted it to me in one of your letters. Remember?
How are you feeling now, Dick?
Okay, I guess.
I'll better get a good night's rest, then you can start right in tomorrow.
Tomorrow? You mean start treating patients tomorrow?
Oh, yes. Sooner you take over, the better.
Oh, but I'm all fagged out, Doc. I need a rest.
Oh, by tomorrow you'll be as fresh as daisy.
No. Look, I need a couple of days. That's all. A couple of days, and then I'll be all set.
Well, Dick...
Let me get accustomed to things, and then...
I'll see who it is, Dad.
Yes.
Excuse me, Dick.
Is your dad in, Marcia?
Yes, Red. Oh, good Lord, what's happened?
There's been an accident.
Why, it's Scotty.
Yep. He must have got run over. They found him lying on the road near his motorcycle. Unconscious.
Dad, come here, quick.
What's happened?
It's Scotty. He was run over.
Oh, great heavens. Bring him into my office. Easy now. Easy.
All right, Doc.
Take it easy. Put him down there.
Here?
Yeah, on the couch.
Okay.
Scotty? Oh, Scotty.
Looks like hit and run, Doc.
Yeah?
I'm going down to headquarters and report it.
Yes, Red, you do that.
Call me at headquarters when you're finished.
Marcia, this is a...
Here, Dad.
Got to cut away his uniform.
Scotty. Scotty, this is Marcia. Listen, Scotty. What happened?
No nasal or oral hemorrhage. Good.
Some guy. Car parked at the side of the road.
Easy now. I want to listen to your heart.
How is he, Father?
He'll be all right.
Oh, thank goodness.
Multiple contusions and abrasions.
Will you have to move him to the hospital, Dad?
Not now. First aid right now.
He ran over me on purpose. Meant to kill me.
What?
I think it was escaped killer Curly Elkins.
Curly Elkins?
Did you get a good look at him?
Scotty, describe him, and we'll notify headquarters.
Well, his height was about...
Dr. Milburn, I'll take over this
Oh,
patient.
Dick.
But, Dr. Bennett, I don't... Well, I thought you wanted to wait a few days.
I know, but you were right. I gotta begin sometime. It may as well be now.
That voice.
What is it, Scotty?
That voice. Just now.
Lost consciousness again. What did he say?
I don't know. Something about a voice.
Just leave him to me. I'll handle it.
Well, let me explain the case.
I know. It's an accident case.
How did you know?
What? I'm a mind reader. Pretty obvious, isn't it?
Well, my diagnosis...
I'll make my own diagnosis.
Well, all right, but I'll just stay around and help.
No help.
What?
No one's going to help me when you're gone, so I want to handle my very first case in this town alone.
Well, very well.
But, Dick, can't I? I always help Father in cases like...
No, Marcia. You go, too. Now, don't worry. I know he means a lot to you both. Rest easy. I'll take good care of him. Very good care of him.
All right. Let's go, Marcia.
How do you feel, Scotty?
Who are you?
Don't you know? Honest? How did you get run over? Did you get a good look at the driver?
No.
You sure?
I want to see old Doc Milburn.
Why? What do you want to tell him? You sure you can't identify that driver?
No.
I don't believe you. You're lying. You said that voice. What voice? What did you mean?
I want to talk to Marcia and the doc. Let me see him.
I'm taking care of you, Scotty. I'm going to fix you up good right now. This scalpel ought to do the trick.
Look.
Take it easy, Scotty. Lie still. Just a little insurance, see? To make sure you'll be all right.
I wish he'd hurry with Scotty. Dad, there's something funny about him, isn't there?
You think so, too?
Yes, I do. I recited a poem to him, one he had sent me, and, well, he didn't remember it.
Oh. That's nothing to condemn a man for, but I don't know. Maybe we'd better check up while he's busy with Scotty.
Yes, I can call his club in Los Angeles. Get a description of him.
Maybe you'd better.
All right. Hello? Hello, operator? Operator?
Put down that phone. I said put down that phone. That's better. We don't want the police now, do we?
What have you done to Scotty?
Get a box for him after I'm gone.
Dr. Bennett. You're not Dr. Bennett.
That's right. My name is Elkins, Curly Elkins. Your Dr. Bennett is lying out in the woods with a bullet in his head. I got a bullet for each of you, too, if you make one false move.
You're not going to get away with this, Elkins.
Dad, don't.
Why, you old...
Dad.
That was dumb of you, Doc. Never rush a guy with a gun. Now listen to me, both of you. In case the cops return to check on Scotty's condition, you won't let him in the door. Scotty was fixed up, see, and went away for arrest. If either of you say one word out of turn, you're going to get it.
What do you want from us? Why don't you leave?
I'm staying right here, sister, right in this house until the heat's off. Remember this. I'd just as soon kill you as look at you. I'm staying put. You're going to cover for me. Because if you don't, if you or your old man try anything or give me away, it's curtains for both of you. Now, how does that sound? Convincing? Well, that wasn't such a bad night now, was it? Cozy, just the three of us? Lot better than the pen, huh?
You can't keep this up forever, Elkins. Someone's sure to find out. And then...
Then it's flowers for you. Yeah, and for your Marcia, too. Get up, Doc. I don't like to see you always laying around, see?
Can't get up. You hurt his back when you hit him with your gun. But we'll get even with you, Elkins. You can't keep us prisoners forever. One of us will find a way. You can't always stay up chain smoking. You've got to go to sleep sometime.
Yeah, sure I do, sis. But when I do, I'll take your old man into the room with me and tie him up. Then I'll lock the door and sleep with a gun under my pillow. If anyone tries to get into that room...
You've got it all figured out, haven't you, Elkins? But what are you going to do in a couple of hours when my patients come in?
I thought of that too, Doc. You'll tell them all you got kind of crippled falling down the stairs, see, and you'll send them away. But you won't let out one peep because all the time I'll be upstairs with Marcia. She'll stay alive as long as you play ball, Doc. That's just how long, no more. What's taking us so long? Hurry up with that coffee.
It's not boiled yet, Elkins.
What's taking you so long? You growing it? Gotta have a swallow of Java, you hear?
Marcia's bringing it. What's the matter? Why you so jumpy? Why your eyes so bloodshot?
Shut up.
Look at your hands, trembling. What is it? Conscience? I doubt it.
Shut up, Doc. Clam up, you hear?
Nerves? What are you afraid of? You've got the gun in your hand.
Clam up, I say, or I'll... Let's see who's jumpy. As soon as I've had my coffee, just wait. Gonna be glad to get rid of me, hey, Doc? Half an hour, it'll be dark, and I'm scrambling out of here. You'll feel good about that, eh, Sawbones?
I can't say I'll be sorry.
You hear that, Marcia? He thinks I'm going off and leave you two here to blow the whistle on me. He thinks I'm fool enough to do that. What's he take me for, a dope?
Elkins, no. Good heavens, man, surely you won't. Elkins, do anything you want to me, but Marcia...
She's deaf and dumb. She can't talk to the cops.
I promise we won't. We won't breathe a word. Not a word. I beg you.
Ask me, Doc. Ask me right. Who knows? Come on with that Java.
Coming. You like it hot, don't you?
Give it here. Yeah, maybe I will. Maybe I won't, Doc. Maybe I'll kiss you both goodbye. Or maybe 2 bullets will do it. Can't be sure, can it? Give you kind of a funny feeling, huh?
Drink your coffee.
Who's nervous now, huh? Don't know if you're alive or dead in a few minutes from now. Ain't that something?
Drink your coffee, Elkins.
Why?
Why what?
Why are you so anxious for me to drink this cup of coffee?
You wanted it, didn't you?
Is it good?
I hope so.
You hope so, huh? You hope maybe a few drops of poison will do the trick and get rid of me,
What
huh?
are you talking about?
You wouldn't try a little thing like that now, would you, to save your own neck? Here, you drink it.
Me?
Yeah, you drink it. Drink it, I say. Take a few swipes.
Very well. Why not? For the silly things. Give it here. There. Are you satisfied now?
Okay. Wasn't taking any chances. Give me that coffee now.
Dad? BCD.
C2SO4, quick.
What's all that? What was that double talk?
Double talk, Elkins?
Come on, spill it. What was it all about? Where'd she run off to?
She's gone to the next room, to the dispensary.
What for?
To get a drink.
Drink? Of what?
Of a certain liquid.
What for? What is this? Tell me, you scheming old devil, or I'll kill you right now. What did she ask you? What did you answer? What?
My daughter just asked me the antidote for poison. I gave it to her.
Antidote? Poison?
That was poison coffee you both just drank, Elkins. It will take exactly 60 seconds to kill you.
60 seconds? Now! Marcia.
Yes, Elkins? May I help you? Do you want something in this laboratory?
Antidote, swallow.
Oh, yes, I took some myself. I'm quite well now, thank you.
Give it to me. Where is it?
Now, isn't it a pity I forget?
Where is it? What bottle? Lily's bottle. Which one? Doc, tell me. Tell me which one. My inside's burning. Which one?
C2SO4.
What's that?
The antidote.
C what?
But the full name's on the bottle.
What's it mean? What's the name?
You're a doctor, aren't you?
Doc.
Surely you weren't merely posing.
Give me a break.
Any doctor would know, Dr. Bennett.
Get it for me. It hurts. Get it.
I'd be glad to, Dr. Bennett, if you hadn't crippled me. But I can't move. I must lie on this couch, perhaps for life. Or else I'd get the bottle for you and save you.
I'll kill you.
No, Dr. Bennett. There is no antidote to death.
And so the curtain falls on Prescription for Murder, which was chosen by guest expert Bruno Fisher, whose latest thriller, The Restless Hands, will soon be published. Next week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you the story of an invisible menace which terrorizes a whole city. Selected for your approval by the noted mystery writer, Mr. Lawrence Blockman. Until then, this is your host, John Dixon Carr, hoping you'll be with us again next week at this time.
Prescription for Murder was written by Joseph Ruskell and Paul Monash. In the cast were Kenny Lynch, Kathy McGregor, Roger DeKoven, Bernie Grant, and Jack Curtis. Music is under the direction of Emerson Buckley, composed by Richard DuPage. Murder by Experts is produced and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Kogan. All characters in our story were fictitious. Any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. This is Phil Tompkins speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come on in. Say, getting worry wrinkles over inflation, anybody? A pale face here at my elbow just asked me to point out that where he comes from, nothing inflates, everything deflates. As a matter of fact, living down under is one way of trimming your clothing budget down to bare essentials. All you need for the longest while is one wooden shoe.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, Mark My Grave, was written by John Robert and stars Lawson Zerbe in the role of Colby, with Santos Ortega as Gabby.
Tonight we intend to prove that when a live wire meets a dead head, not a spark of sanity remains. We're in Christenberry, an ancient American village founded during the reign of Queen Anne. We're witnessing a climax in the dark and bloody story of the Brenda clan. A story that has long terrified the timid and baffled men of logical mind. The story of the Brenda ghost. In a close, airless room of the Brenda home, a man is strapped down on an iron bed. His face is youthful, but his hair is white as if bleached by shock. He stares blindly at an older man hovering anxiously over him.
Gabby. Yeah? It's me. I've got everything under control.
Untie me, Gabby. I can't breathe.
No, I can't untie you, kid. Not the way you are. You just hurt yourself. I've sent for a doctor. Able to talk about it a little?
Talk about it? Sure.
Only if you're able to.
Ghosts. Ghosts were a big joke to us. The assignment was going to be a gag. Picture stunt to give the newspaper comic relief. That day he called me. Hey, Colby.
Yeah? Read the wire coming in.
8-state search for missing hitchhiker couple. And what about it? Just 2 more missing Americans. There's 1 million of them.
Pamela and Alfred Parker have been missing for 14 days. They were last seen entering the village of Christenbury. They were seen entering, but nobody saw them leave. Christenbury is the village famous for the Brenda ghost.
You want to buy a bed sheet, boss?
No. I do want to buy a circulation booster.
Oh, you're not assigning me to interview the Brenda ghost.
And all the other Brendas with pictures. Trot yourself over to Christenbury with a flash gun and photograph everything that moves.
What if the ghost is, camera shy? Christenbury was a village a man starts talking to himself in. A handful of bearded old-timers who stared at newcomers, then scurried away like frightened jackrabbits. The population on the ground was less than 100. The population underground was an easy 20,000. Now, before tackling the Brendas, I did some reconnoitering.
If you're a man of caution, Mr. Colby, you'll not go poking your nose.
How did Luther Brenda die?
He was found keeled over in his study one black night, murdered. Somebody took an axe to him.
Just somebody, huh? The, hatchet man was never caught?
No.
Did the police ever figure out a motive for the murder?
Robbery, they said. But it was hate that killed old Luther, if you ask me.
Well, driving into town, I saw posters tacked onto telephone poles advertising a public auction of the Brenda house and grounds tomorrow at 10 a.m. What's it mean?
County supervisor's orders. Ain't a penny in taxes been paid since old Luther Brenda died. Good riddance to Luther's brood, I say. If you're set to go into the devil's roost, you'll be wanting a powerful charm on your person. Wear this around your neck and you'll come to no harm.
The old lady was peddling a bag containing a few strands of human hair, a strip of dried snake skin, and a cube of live lodestone. A luck charm to ward off demons. Hey, you really sold yourself on the Brenda ghost story, huh?
I've seen old Luther Brenda. Seen him with my own eyes.
Where?
Right where you're standing. Look. He called the devil and he's come.
Come? What do you mean, come?
Look to the window.
I followed her pointing finger. There, staring at us through her window, was a face.
It's old Luther Brenda.
It glowed like a mask coated with phosphorus. In a moment, the face was gone. Vanished. I left and drove on to the Brenda place, trying to throw off the spell. It was a perfect setting for a ghost. Inky black, you couldn't see your hand in front of you. A dimly lit gabled house high up on a hill, and barking dogs somewhere. I was picking my way slowly with my camera slung over my shoulder, working my flashlight, when I got the first proof that I really needed a charm bag around my... Oh, the rifle shot. Somebody had shot the flashlight out of my hand.
Are you shot?
Nah, you just ruined a new flashlight. Who are you?
David Brenda. You?
Colby, a reporter. You always welcome guests with a blast of rifle fire?
I mistook you for old Luther. Old Luther's on the prowl tonight.
Shooting at your father's ghost, huh? But what makes you think the old fellow's on the prowl tonight?
He ain't in his casket.
You checked to see, huh?
I did.
You dug him up and pried open his coffin and checked?
Nope. Wasn't no need to do that. We ain't never buried old Luther. We put him in the family crypt like he wanted to be put.
And you say he's not there now?
Yep.
Well, any objections to showing me?
Nope. Come along.
I followed David Brenda into a small fieldstone house set on the edge of a weed-choked meadow, less than 50 feet from the big gabled house, sort of a primitively built mausoleum. In the center of it was a heavy oak coffin tool with steel fittings. Raising the lid was a job for Hercules. I watched David Brenda's face purple with the effort.
I'm showing you. Now, look for yourself.
I looked. The casket was empty.
I said old Luther was on the prowl.
A man who's been dead 10 years just got up to take a walk.
Got up to keep his promise.
What promise?
To take the Brendas back to his keeping. First Walter, then Polly, then me, he said. Walter's first because he's the oldest.
And you last because you're the youngest?
Yep.
And you believe it?
Listen. Hear that?
Organ music. Some cheerful Joe's playing an organ over at your house.
It's the piece old Luther always played. Only Luther can play the organ.
I still say, show me. Come on. I started for the main house to the accompaniment of a ghostly funeral march that seemed to hang in the night air like a weight. Halfway across the lawn, the organ stopped. A dead man was ready to take his eldest son back to his keeping.
It's Walter.
Upstairs in a little room, Walter was on the floor beside the organ, sitting rigidly with his hands clasped on his knees, like a child at his father's feet.
First Walter because he was the oldest.
And then me. I'm next.
You're Polly Brenda?
I'm Polly Brenda. Didn't Father play beautifully, Daisy?
Polly fit her name to a T, a face like a parrot. Standing behind Polly, writing furiously into a palm-sized notebook, was another quail-looking duck. The kind of guy you imagine running through the fields with a butterfly net. Oh, who's the note-taker, David?
Mr. Lortrick. Yeah, he's a lord.
Sir Oliver Lortrick. And your name is what?
Are we, rival reporters?
Indeed not.
Well, then what's all that note-taking about?
My on-the-spot investigation into supernatural phenomena. The Brendas were kind enough to extend an invitation to me.
For $500 for his keep.
And a silk dress for me.
What research society do you represent, Sir Oliver?
My own. My independent research will become a book. A really revolutionary book, I would say.
You've seen the Brenda ghost.
I have. My findings here have been truly remarkable.
You gotta show me. Bodies disappear, sure, but not under their own steam. Now, old Luther was missing from his casket. Sure, but where is he? Do you know where he is, Polly?
Why, back in the coffin. He always goes back to rest after he's played the organ.
We hiked back to the mausoleum, all of us. I watched David Brenda make like Hercules again, raising the heavy oak lid.
I'm showing you.
I looked. Old Luther Brenda was back in his casket. And it was the same face I'd seen pressed against the window of old Lady Hawkins' house. The mind's a funny thing, Gabby. You're a hard-headed cynic who says, show me, but suddenly you can't trust your eyes. suddenly your mind's developed a small crack, and your sanity begins to push out like sawdust coming out of a rag doll. A dead man who gets up out of his casket, plays an organ solo, commits a murder, then gets back into the casket. You don't dare believe it, because if you do, you'll never stop screaming. I didn't try to figure it out too much. I photographed everything in sight, talked a while with the overstuffed researcher, Sir Oliver, then holed up in the ground floor bedroom David Brenda assigned me to.
It won't be comfortable, but it's a bed.
I hadn't even closed one eye when the dogs outside set up a holler that raised goose pimples all over me. It was the kind of holler you hear from bloodhounds when they reach the end of the chase. I went to the window. Something was pulling me. Something. Like a premonition. There were the dogs on the lawn, under the moon. Brute mastiffs, 4 of them, and snapping something in their jaws, then tossing it into the air. I concentrated on whatever the gadgets were, peering through the window glass until my eyes almost dropped out of their sockets. After a while, I made the gadgets out. They were articles of clothing. A shoe, a man's hat, a lady's handbag. I found the place the dogs had come from. It wasn't hard. I just followed the dog tracks to a ravine behind the meadow. I found them side by side, deader than just dead. Pamela and Alfred Parker, your missing hitchhiker couple.
Oh, Luther killed him.
Great, having a ghost around that walks. Huh, David? You can make him the explanation for everything.
Oh, Luther killed him. Listen.
The organ's going again.
It's old Luther's favorite piece. He's fixing to kill Polly. Walter was the first, now it's Polly's turn.
Busy night for a dead man. The idea is that Luther Brenda's up there at the organ, huh?
Yep.
Up there playing a prelude to murder. Out of his casket and up there in the watchtower?
Yep.
I'm going back for a double take at that casket. I played Hercules with the lid myself this time. I did a double take 20 times over. The casket was empty. I sprinted for the main house with David Brenda, puffing at my heels and a funeral march pacing me. Sprinting got me within a foot of the front door when the music stopped.
Polly was next, after Walter. Oh, Luther's keeping his promise.
Shut up, shut up! It was Polly, same place. On the floor in the watchtower at the foot of the organ. Same kind of death. Like Walter, sitting rigidly with her hands clasped on her knees, like a child at her father's feet.
First Walter, then Polly, he said. I'm the youngest. I'm last.
When my feet felt steady enough, I went to see if Luther Brenda had settled back in his casket. I went to see just as a matter of routine. I'd find him there, I was sure of it. I'd find him there because there wasn't an organ going. That's how I'd begun to think. I wasn't your boy anymore, Gabby. I was practically your Brenda. I never reached the mausoleum. Because out there in the dark, I saw Luther Brenda. I stood knee-deep in the weeds and watched Luther Brenda walk past me and head straight as an arrow for the mausoleum. The dead man was returning to his casket. I took his picture, a rear profile view. My hands worked the camera automatically from habit. I didn't start screaming until the mausoleum door closed behind him.
And then I couldn't stop breathing.
Feel better for the sleep, kid?
Yeah. I feel okay. What time is it?
10 a.m. The doc gave you something to quiet you down. Able to get up?
Sure. Did I make any sense to you early this morning?
So. But we're not talking about it, Colby. Sergeant Conley's around the premises now figuring things out. That public auction's starting in a minute. They're going ahead with the sale of this place. If you want to climb any of your duds, we can watch it.
Gentlemen, your attention, please. The sale is about to commence. By authority vested in me by the Board of Supervisors of the Incorporated Township of Christenbury, I now offer you tax warrants, file number 126015, at public sale.
Great public sale. Not a soul came.
Nobody wants the place. Luther Brenda goes with it.
Fat boy over there. See Sir Oliver?
Uh-huh. And that's David Brenda.
What keeps him out of a padded cell?
The tax warrants amount to $3,000, gentlemen. The minimum bid I am empowered to accept is $3,000. Bid lively, gentlemen.
Looks like no takers, Colby.
Mr. Auctioneer.
Yes?
In the absence of bids, I bid exactly $3,000.
Sold. Sold to... your name, please.
Lautrec. Sir Oliver Lautrec.
Come on, Colby. That's all I wanted to hear. Sir Oliver.
Yes?
What's here that's worth $3,000 to you?
Must I answer that question?
You'd better, and pronto. And don't tell me you've gotten attached to a walking dead man.
My work prompted me to make that bid. The $3,000 enables me to pursue my research. I'd been advised that the county planned to raise the house to the ground if no bid was forthcoming. That would be a pity. An irreparable loss to the study of supernatural phenomena.
But more of a loss to you, eh? A loss of, say, $100,000?
You're making no sense at all to me.
I'm not, eh? There's a cop here who'll tell it to you in basic English. You tell him, Sergeant.
$100,000 in jewels stolen by an escaped convict who came through here and murdered old Luther Brenda 10 years ago. The killer left the jewels behind him for safekeeping. Because he was wanted in 12 states, he was hotter than a firecracker. He knew we'd never crash through roadblocks set up to trap him. My theory is that the jewels are bricked in somewhere as a part of the Brenda dwelling.
Isn't that why you bought the house, Sir Oliver? To be free to take a wall down at your leisure and pocket a bag full of jewels?
It's a preposterous theory. In my opinion, gentlemen, your surroundings here have affected your minds. You're all stark mad.
Ah, that gimmick. Give him the rest of it, Sergeant.
The corpse that gets up and plays the organ? That's you, Lautrec. Now, don't waste your breath denying it. Among other items of proof, we've got photographic evidence.
That wraps up the ghost story, Colby. Sir Oliver was caught in that roadblock 10 years ago. Served his time, then came right back to Christenbury and his jewel cache.
Photographic evidence, Conley said. What did he mean?
That picture you took of Luther Brenda walking back into the mausoleum. We developed it and blew it up. It was Sir Oliver wearing a plastic mask. It was a close copy of Luther Brenda's features. We found the mask in his luggage.
But the casket was actually empty. Twice.
Another Lautrec operation. Bet on it. Stop picking your brains. It's all ABC, open and shut. Everything fits logically. Everything adds up.
But they were sitting on the floor with their hands clasped around their knees. Walter and Polly, like children listening to music.
Colby, I'm begging you. Get that malarkey out of your head. Dead men don't sit down and play the organ.
Don't they, Gabby? Listen.
Oh, at a time like this, some jerk decides to play the organ.
It's old Luther Brenda up there in the watchtower playing his favorite piece. He's out of his casket and at the organ. And David's on the floor like a child, listening to his father play.
Colby, quit it.
It's David's turn now. After Walter came Polly. David's last because he's the youngest. It's his turn now to go back to his father's keeping. Soon the music will stop, and David will scream. Listen, Gabby. See, Gabby? David sits like the others on the floor, dead.
Is he dead, Sergeant?
Yeah. Can't pin this one on Lord Trek.
And what killed David Brenda?
Old Luther Brenda killed him, Gabby. David was last to go because he was the youngest.
Oh, shut up, Colby. You were saying, Sergeant?
No visible injury. Offhand, I'd say he was frightened to death. Brought a seizure on himself.
Sure. That makes sense. He frightened himself to death.
Does it make sense, Gabby? David Brenda played an organ solo for David Brenda. He sat at the organ pumping the pedals and sat on the floor at the same time.
Sure, it makes sense. It's got to make sense.
He played a funeral march and died listening to it. One man in two places at the same time. Does it really make sense, Gabby? Does it?
So the Brendas are back together again. Now, there's one gang that believes in the family ties that bind. Did some cynic whisper, straitjacket? That's Oliver. Nice guy to rent your attic to. I'm told he's using himself as a basis for research now. He's bringing his notebook and pencil into the hot seat with him. Expects to record impressions that will electrify nobody but himself. And say, if you ever run into a walking corpse, Mr. Blow the whistle on yourself. You're on a dead-end street.
Inner Sanctum is heard each week in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Good evening, friends. This is your host again to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come in.
Come on, then. I want you to meet Ambrose, our man-shy ghost. The other night in a graveyard, he bumped into a human and was so frightened he turned flesh-colored. Yes, poor Ambrose. He's got a bad case of ants in his fantasies. He's so upset he's just a ghost of his former ghost. Was a time when we held high hope for Ambrose. Oh, yes, at Abnormal U, he was cited by his classmates as the personality most likely to split. And now, let's visit Murder Mansion. For over 100 years, the old house has stood on the cliff, weathering the relentless ocean winds that have battered at its gray shingles. Now, in the living room, the real estate agent and the new buyer are completing the arrangements of sale.
Only one thing bothers me, Mr. Griffin. That graveyard just outside the window there. Are you sure nothing can be done about it?
I'm sorry, Mr. Burley. You know the conditions set down in the deed. The Crandall family burial ground must remain on the property untampered with.
Those Crandalls must have been a morbid family, having themselves buried right next to the house they lived in.
Yes, they were peculiar. I guess they figured it was a way of keeping the family together.
You shouldn't laugh, Mr. Griffin.
What? What are you doing here?
I hope I'm not too late. This is the gentleman who's planning to buy the house?
Mr. Burley's already bought it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, look. What is this, Griffin? Who is this woman?
I'm Emily Robbins. Mr. Burley, please, you must sell this house immediately to me.
Sell it? That's ridiculous. I just bought it.
Mr. Griffin never should have allowed you to.
Now, see here, Mrs. Robbins.
Just a minute, Griffin. I want to hear what she has to say.
Well, all right, but you can see she isn't exactly accountable.
You're bad, Mr. Griffin. You promised to sell the house to me, but you couldn't wait until I had the money, could you?
I'm in the real estate business, not charity.
Mrs. Robbins, I still want to hear why Griffin shouldn't have sold me this house.
Because, Mr. Burley, a house isn't just a thing made of wood and stone and mortar. It's almost a living, breathing creature. It accepts and rejects people just the way we do. I was born a Crandall, and only a Crandall may live here. Anybody but a Crandall would be an enemy within its walls. You'd never spend a happy moment here.
Oh, you see, Mr. Burley, I told you, she doesn't make sense.
Please, Mr. Burley, for your own sake, sell it.
Oh, you can't frighten me into a quick sale. No, I know a buy when I see it. My wife and I will be living here within a few days.
I'm sorry, Mr. Burley, but I don't think you will. I don't think you will ever live here.
Helen! Oh, Helen!
Mr. Burley?
Yes, Ada. Where's Mrs. Burley? I want to tell her I got that house at my price.
Oh, sir, you'd better go upstairs. The doctor's still there.
Doctor? What's the matter?
Oh, Mr. Burley.
What is it, Ada? What is it?
Your wife is dead.
What?
She seemed so well after lunch. She was upstairs napping, and when she didn't come down at the usual time, I went up. I tried to wake her, but...
Helen dead? Oh, no, it can't be. It just can't be.
I tried to get you everywhere.
But she hadn't been sick. There's no reason she should die.
Dr. Hirschman said the same thing. He said that... Oh. Hello?
Is Mr. Burley there, please?
Well, Mr. Burley can't come to the phone right now.
Oh, it's all right, Ada. I'll take it.
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Mr. Burley, this is Mrs. Robbins.
Listen.
I called to ask you if you've changed your mind about selling me the house.
Can I bring you something, Mr. Burley?
No, Ada, thank you.
Sir, I know it's none of my business, but maybe you shouldn't have come to live in this house. Maybe you should have sold it to Mrs. Robbins.
I had to come here. I have to prove to myself that a house can have no evil influence over life and death.
Of course it can't.
And yet, according to the doctor, my wife passed away almost at the very moment I
I bought this house. I'm so confused. I don't know what to think.
I'm not one to butt in, but you are letting the house have an effect on you. Or you haven't moved from that window all evening.
I'm just trying to fathom things out.
You've been standing there staring out at that graveyard.
I'm all right. Now let me alone.
Yes, sir. Good night, Mr. Burley.
Good night.
Hey there. What is it, sir?
That graveyard out there. When the lightning flashed just then, I saw it.
Saw what?
There was a new headstone among the old ones. A brand new headstone. Mr. Griffin, how long ago was the last Crandall buried in the graveyard out there?
The last one? Let's see. Oh, yes, it was Vincent Crandall. He died 20 years ago.
20 years? Then his headstone would have been a little worn by this time.
Well, sure it would, but what are you...
Then what is the meaning of the new headstone?
New?
Come to the window. I'll show you.
Oh, now, Mr. Burley...
There's a brand new headstone out there, over a fresh grave.
Oh, but that's impossible.
I saw it first when the lightning flashed.
Well, you must be imagining things.
Then see for yourself. Here, take this flashlight. Shine it out there on the graves and see for yourself.
All right.
Well...
Mr. Burley, maybe you better see a doctor.
Doctor?
They're all old headstones out there. The new one is only in your mind.
Give me that flashlight. Mr. Griffin, what?
You've been under a terrible strain. Your wife's sudden death and all.
I don't know. What made me think I saw a new headstone out there? I want to sell this house. Right away.
Well, you know, it takes a little time to arrange a sale.
What about that Robbins woman? She'll buy it. She's been bothering me all along to sell it to her.
Yeah, but Mrs. Robbins can't pay you a decent price.
Well, I don't care. I'll take anything she offers. I want you to get in touch with her.
All right, Mr. Burley. I'll call her in the morning.
No. I can't wait until then. I want this house sold tonight.
You don't understand, Mr. Griffin, why Mr. Burley had to bring me out here this time of the night.
Well, he's made up his mind to sell. He wants to close the deal tonight.
You don't want me to have this house, do you?
Look, Mrs. Robbins, I don't care who gets it, just as long as it's at a decent price.
So you can get a higher commission. You're a very selfish man, Mr. Griffin.
Not in business for love.
Your wife did well to leave you.
She was as crazy as you are. Why doesn't he answer the door? What's taking him so long?
Mercy! What was that?
Someone screaming. Came from... Say, the garage. There's a light in there. Come on.
Whoever screamed must be in that garage.
Well, we'll soon find out.
But maybe it isn't safe for us to go in there.
That's a chance I'm going to have to take. What? Ada.
Mr. Griffin.
Well, that was you who screamed, huh?
Yes.
Why? What happened?
Mr. Burley.
What is it, Ada? What about Mr. Burley?
He's dead.
What?
He left the house an hour ago. I looked out of the window and noticed that the garage here was lit. I came out and I found him slumped over in the car, dead.
How dreadful.
Well, this place is filled with carbon monoxide fumes.
It wouldn't have happened. None of it. If he hadn't bought the house.
Now, look, Mrs. Robbins, this is no time for that superstitious nonsense of yours.
She's right, Mr. Griffin. It is nonsense.
What do you mean, Ada?
Here. Look. On the back seat of the car.
Good Lord. A new headstone.
Hey, anybody want to buy a house? The Crandall place is a real buy. All you have to give for it is your life. Too bad about our friend Mr. Burley, huh? Thought he was getting a bargain basement, but instead he's ended up in a basement he didn't bargain for. Yes, he should have taken old Lady Robbins' advice, which, in a phrase, was, One man's menage is another man's ball. Well, now let's get back to our mystical manor. A week has passed since Burley's death, and the real estate agent, Mr. Griffin, has found a new buyer.
Well, here's your check, Mr. Griffin. Oh, thank you, Mr. Wagner. I consider this house a real buy. Well, you're the only person who's had any interest in it since Mr. Burley died. The place has gotten a bad name. Most people are superstitious, I guess. Wouldn't live here if you paid them. Superstition never bothered me. Mr. Griffin. Yes? What are you looking at that way? There's a graveyard out there. I don't understand. Understand? What are you trying to say? There were always 10 graves out there, I'm sure. But now there's 11. I'm sorry, Mrs. Robbins, but nothing you say can persuade me to sell.
Please, Mr. Wagner, for your own sake, don't be stubborn. It may cost you your life. You know what happened to Mr. Burley and his wife.
Well, I've always prided myself on being a jinx breaker.
Oh, be sensible. That's a very silly reason to live here.
Maybe I have another reason, too.
What do you mean?
Charles Burley was a very close friend of mine.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I told it to Mr. Griffin. Now I'm telling you. I knew Burley like a brother. Everything about him. Mrs. Robbins, he wasn't the type to commit suicide.
Oh, but he didn't commit suicide.
Oh, you seem to know a lot about it.
I do.
Then maybe you can tell me who killed him.
I can.
Who?
This house is the killer.
Now, look.
Oh, it is, Mr. Wagner. I know. You don't believe me, do you?
Of course not.
Soon you'll find out that I'm telling the truth.
That sounds like a threat.
No, Mr. Wagner. I'm not threatening you. I'm just trying to help. I'm just giving you a chance to live. One more chance to sell me this house at my price.
And if I refuse?
If you don't sell it to me now, well then, I'll buy it after your death.
I see. Well, Mrs. Robbins, there's nothing more we can talk about. I'm sure you know your way out. Good afternoon.
Good day, Mr. Wagner.
Hello, Mrs. Robbins.
What, Ada, what are you doing here?
Oh, didn't you know? I'm Mr. Wagner's new maid.
Hello.
Mr. Griffin?
Yes?
Come over here to the Crandall house right away. Mr. Wagner wants to see you.
What, who is this?
It's very important, Mr. Griffin. Come as quickly as you can.
Yes, but who is this? Hello. Oh.
Your number, please.
Operator, get me Maine 6539 and hurry.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir, but that line is disconnected.
Disconnected? What? Well, that's impossible. I just spoke to someone at that number. Try them again.
I'm sorry, sir, but I checked. There is no way I can get you the number.
Come in, Mr. Griffin.
Mrs. Robbins, what are you doing here at the Crandall house?
I was waiting for you, Mr. Griffin.
I don't understand.
Come in, please. I was the one who called you on the phone to come out here. I didn't say who I was because I didn't want to mention names.
But I tried to get the phone here right after you hung up. The operator said the line was disconnected.
It is. The wire has been cut. I walked down the road to the mobile gas station to call you to come out here.
Mrs. Robbins, just what is this all about anyway? Why are you here, and where is Ada and Mr. Wagner?
Ada's left. She's gone away. For good.
What?
On the hall table over there, a note from Ada to Mr. Wagner. explaining why she left.
And what about Mr. Wagner himself? Where is he?
In the dining room. Oh, wait, please don't go in there yet. He's dead.
Mr. Wagner dead?
When I came in, he was slumped over the table.
When you came in, huh?
Well, the way you say that, Mr. Griffin, you make it sound like you think I killed poor Mr. Wagner.
Well, what should I think?
Oh, I wouldn't do a thing like that.
Then suppose you tell me exactly what you're doing out here tonight.
Well, it's like this, Mr. Griffin. I was home in bed, but I couldn't sleep. A strange feeling kept running through me that I should come out here and try to convince Mr. Wagner that he should sell the house before another day passed.
Oh, a feeling, huh?
You can believe me.
Oh, sure.
When I arrived out here, the door was open and everything is just as you see it.
What about the police?
I didn't call them.
Why not?
Because I wanted to speak to you first.
Speak to me with a murdered man in the next room?
It wasn't murder. It was just the will of this house. And I want this house.
You'd do anything to get it, wouldn't you?
Yes. Anything.
Even murder? Yes. Mrs. Robbins, I'm driving down the road to make a phone call to the police.
Mr. Griffin, wait.
Well, Ada, what are you doing here?
I was watching you and Mrs. Robbins through the window.
Mr. Wagner is dead.
I know.
But how could you? You left the house this morning.
I saw his body slumped over the table. You think the same as I do, don't you?
Well, what do you mean by that?
You suspect Mrs. Robbins, too.
In a way. But I also suspect you, Ada.
Me?
But I can't exactly figure out what your game is.
Game? I have no game.
And why did you leave a note saying you were going away?
What note?
There's no use lying. I saw it myself on the hall table.
But you must be mistaken. Today is my day off. I left the house early this morning. I didn't write a note.
Well, if you are telling the truth...
I am.
Then I know who did write that note. You wait right here for me. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Keep your eye on the house.
Where are you going?
The phone inside is disconnected. I'm going down the road to call the police.
I'll go with you.
Why?
I'd rather not stay here alone.
Mrs. Robbins doesn't know you're out here. You're safe.
Just the same, I'd feel better if I went with you.
I'm not taking you with me.
You act as if you're afraid of me.
Maybe I am.
But why?
Why? Because when Mrs. Burley died, you were in the house. The same with Mr. Burley. And now Mr. Wagner. You were there when every victim died, Ada. I won't let you in this car with me.
You called the police, Mr. Griffin?
Yes, they're on the way out now. By the way, what are you doing here in this kitchen?
Oh, I was just walking through the rooms, recalling the happy moments I spent here when I was young.
You sure that's the only reason?
Why, yes.
I thought maybe Ada had something to do with it.
Ada? You know very well she's left. You saw her note.
Ada didn't write that note.
What?
I talked to her outside this house 15 minutes ago. She was to wait out there for me until I got back. She wasn't there. What's happened to her?
I didn't see Ada, but wait.
What is it?
About 5 minutes ago, I thought I heard something move down the cellar.
The cellar?
Yes, but then I thought it was just my imagination.
Hold on a minute.
What's the matter?
Just now. I heard it, too. Something or someone is down there. Come on. We're going down into the cellar to look around.
Mr. Griffin, look. Look, it's lit down there in the cellar.
Yes. Go on. You're going first so I can keep my eye on you.
Mr. Griffin.
What is it?
The hole in the floor here.
Huh?
Well, one of the stone flooring slabs has been removed. There's an old well down there. I remember it was sealed up when I was a little girl.
Yes. And I can see the slab was freshly removed. I wonder why.
Mr. Griffin,
What now?
behind you in the shadows. Look, there's a woman's body.
It's Ada.
She's dead.
Yes, I know.
Why, you say it as if you were sure we would find her this way.
I was sure. You see, Mrs. Robbins, I killed her.
Oh, no.
I didn't have quite enough time to dispose of her body in the old well here. I heard you moving about upstairs in the kitchen.
But why did you kill her, Mr. Griffin?
Because she insisted on living in this house like the others.
Then it wasn't this house. It wasn't because they weren't Crandall's.
Of course not, but your idiotic superstition about this place helped my plan. Mrs. Burley's sudden, peculiar death was a lucky coincidence for me. It gave me the idea for the others. I needed a series of deaths to completely destroy the value of this place, so no one would ever live in it.
But why?
On several occasions you mentioned my wife, Mrs. Robbins. You see, you were wrong about her, as everybody else was wrong. She didn't run away from me. She would have, but I killed her. And her body is down at the bottom of that well, just as Ada's will be, and just as yours will be.
But the police are coming. They'll find you out.
You foolish old woman, do you think I really called them? Now, Mrs. Robbins?
No, please don't come near me.
You wanted to stay in this house. Now you will, forever. No. You're going to get the thing you wanted most. Oh!
You're not going to kill her, too.
Ada!
Yes, Ada.
No, it can't be. You're dead.
Not yet. Not completely. I've just enough life left.
No, my leg! Let me go! Let me go! The well! I'll fall in there!
Ada! Oh, Ada. You thought it was nonsense, didn't you, Mr. Griffin? But it was this house that kept her alive long enough to protect me. My house, Mr. Griffin.
Well, as they say, all's well that ends in a well. Say, folks, what about that Griffin character? Just goes to show how a property agent can sink to such an unreal estate. Yes, sir, that's what I call tripping over your own plot. Now, Mrs. Robbins will never be lonely. No, when things get dull, she can always step outside the house and dig up a relative or two.
Murder by Experts. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts with your host and narrator, Mr. John Dixon Carr, world-famous mystery novelist and author of the recently published bestseller, The Life of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
This is John Dixon Carr. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective writers. Those experts who are themselves masters of the art of murder and can hold tensity at its highest. This time, our guest expert is the noted mystery novelist, Kelly Roos. From the innumerable thrillers he has read and enjoyed, Mr. Roos has chosen a story by Robert Foster. To quote Mr. Roos, the story is a fascinating study of an ambitious and corrupt man venturing into the unknown. and being caught in a whirlpool of violence and death. And now we present Carl Weber in Two Coffins to Fill. The scene, Nick's place, a popular roadhouse on the West Coast. It's early evening, and the dimly lit cocktail lounge is empty, save for the bartender and a couple in a corner booth.
Roger, we can't go on like this.
Why not, darling?
I'm tired of meeting you at discreet places, of seeing you only when you can get away from your wife.
Just have to be patient, Eve.
Patient? It's already a year. How long do you think I'll go on waiting for you?
What would you have me do?
Leave her. Forget about the money. We can get along.
On what? Oh, no, Eve.
What do you think you'll get from her?
I have plans. It'll take time, but I'm very patient.
Well, I'm not. I can't go on waiting, Roger. I won't.
I'm sorry, Eve. Another drink?
Nothing affects you, does it, Roger? War, famine, or love. You're a man with only one weakness, money.
Why is it that women can never break off without creating a scene?
Why, you arrogant... Oh, what a fool I've been. All right, Roger, I'll break off without creating a scene. Goodbye, Roger.
I'll have another, Steve, and put a dash of bitters in it.
Hello, Thornton. Your friend left in a hurry.
You're quite observant, Al.
I'm a student of human nature. Nick's having a game in the back tonight. Interested?
A game?
Poker.
Yes, since my date's walked out on me, I'll play a few hands. Tell Nick I'll be there. It's amazing how one small weakness can disrupt an otherwise orderly and well-thought-out plan. My wife, Frieda's first husband, left her with a manufacturing plant and holdings amounting to something like $4 million. That's a comfortable sum of money, and I'm a man who likes comfort, or I wouldn't have married Frieda. She was 40 and tired, and no bargain special in the marriage market. But I had plans that didn't include murder. Not then. I was a patient man. Patient until a weakness occurred, and I spent the night playing cards in a back room at Nick's place. That night cost me $30,000, all on my signature. Perhaps that's why Nick's gun-happy friend Al was so insistent a couple of weeks later. I was sitting at the bar in Nick's.
Thornton.
Yes?
You busy?
That depends.
Nick wants to see you in his office.
Wants to see me about what?
I didn't ask him.
Well, tell him I'll drop back after I finish this drink.
Make it now.
What?
I said now, Thornton.
All right. All right, let's have it your way.
Hello, Roger.
Good evening, Nick.
Sit down.
Before I sit down, let's have an understanding. I don't like the idea of your man here pushing me around with a gun.
A gun? I kept it covered, Nick. And we don't want any trouble, Al. Nobody's seen me. Don't mind Al, Roger. He takes his work seriously.
Perhaps someone will take him seriously someday.
Al's a good boy. For a price. Right, Al? That's right.
I'm not interested in the merits of your bodyguard.
Sit down, Roger. You're getting red in the face. Al, mix us a drink, will you? Sure, Nick. Coming up. Roger, what about that 30 grand you owe me?
I'll pay you when I get it.
That's a poor bet, Roger. I've been checking on you.
What do you mean, checking on me?
You're a punk. That wife of yours has got all the dough. You haven't got a dime.
My personal affairs don't concern you, Nick.
I'm a right guy. I've never given a right guy a bum break yet. How about that, Al? That's right. I'm a gambler, Roger. When I lose, I pay off. When I win, I aim to collect.
Before you start laying down the law, Nick, that happens to be an uncollectible debt.
Yeah, I got a lawyer, too. When you say uncollectible, Roger, you want to figure all the angles.
What angles?
Al, what do you figure this guy's worth? About 30 grand. Which way?
Either way? What are you talking about? What do you mean, either way?
Tell him, Al.
Sitting up or lying down? Oh, no, see here, Nick.
I can see, Roger. And I want you to see me tomorrow. With 30 grand.
I said I'd pay you.
Tomorrow.
I don't know if I can get it that soon.
I don't like punks like you, Roger. You're crummy. With all that dough you're tied up to, you're still crummy.
I'll do the best I can.
When I said tomorrow, Roger, I wasn't kidding. Was I, Al?
You sure wasn't, Nick. I didn't like Nick calling me crummy. Whatever I wasn't Nick's kind of tramp. I was furious with myself for becoming so stupidly involved with him in that card game. And Frida had me tied down as if I were a child, making me account for every nickel. If I'd had her then, I could have killed her. I'd have to have a talk with Frida. When I got home, she was in the library.
You're late, Roger.
I stopped for a drink.
Won't you have your cocktails here at home?
You said you were going to the doctor's.
I did go.
Well, I thought you'd be late.
Well, not this late.
Is this going to be another session, Frida?
No, it's not going to be another session. Roger, we're growing apart, aren't we?
Oh, for heaven's
Now,
sake.
please, Roger.
You'd stop treating me like a child. Do you know what someone called me today? Do you, Frida?
No.
Crummy. He called me crummy because I'm tied to your apron.
Oh,
strings.
now,
How do you
Roger.
think I felt? Vice president. I signed my name to half a dozen letters, and that makes me a vice president. Oh, I'm sick of it.
I'm sorry.
You're sorry. Did you marry me so you could push a button and have me come running?
Now, don't be absurd, Roger.
Oh, am I? Put yourself in my place.
I have put myself in your place. Tonight, while I was waiting for you.
What do you mean, Frida?
Well, I thought it'd be nice if we could spend the weekend at the lodge.
The mountain.
Yes, Roger.
Why?
Oh, we could talk things over.
Oh, why can't we talk it over now?
A weekend vacation together would be nice.
No, then you didn't have anything to talk over. It's only a ruse to get me up to the lodge.
No, it wasn't a ruse. You've been wanting to handle the advertising for the plant. I wanted to surprise you.
You mean you're turning the advertising over to me?
Yes.
I'll control the whole department, everything?
Everything.
Why, that's wonderful, darling. Of course it's a surprise, a charming surprise.
Does it make you happy, Roger?
Of course it does. Now I have something to do, or something I can sink my teeth into.
Then will you go up to the lodge for the weekend?
Well, why don't you run up by yourself this time, Frida? You need the rest, and I have something important to tend to.
I wanted you to go.
Of course you did, dear. But next time, Frida. Next time. I promise you. Frida's act was more considerate than she realized. Having access to some funds, I could pay Nick, write it off to advertising. For a moment, I felt almost kindly toward Frida. But then, as I stared at her, long and hard, wondering if I could care for her even remotely, my thoughts were revolted. I hated her for condescending to place me in charge of the advertising department. I knew I could no longer tolerate her, standing in the way of everything I was waiting for. Not until the next day did I conceive the plan. I was ready when Nick's bodyguard, Al, came into my office.
Nick sent me over.
I didn't think it was a social call.
I don't like jokes.
You're very businesslike, aren't you, Al?
I work for a living.
When you work hard. And when you play, you play hard. Is that right, Al?
That's right.
Could you use, say, $5,000 to play with?
I don't like chiselers.
Chiselers?
You heard me.
Oh, you think I'm trying to buy you off because of the money I owe Nick?
What am I supposed to think?
I see. Well, here's a check for Nick. What do you think now?
30 grand. How do I know this is good?
You're smarter than that, Al.
Okay. Okay, what's on?
What's 5,000 worth to you, Al?
Could be worth anything. Maybe. Nick doesn't come in on this?
No. This is just between us.
How hard is it?
It may be a bit difficult.
For 10 grand, I might see you.
10,000.
Is it yes or is it no?
Well, I don't know yet, Al. I'll give you a ring tomorrow at Nick's. I have to make some arrangements. Frida?
Yes, Roger?
Are you still planning to go to the mountains for the weekend?
No, not without you.
Well, I've been thinking, you do need a rest, you know.
Oh, I can rest just as well right here.
Yes, I realize that, but, well, I thought I might come up to the lodge with you.
Oh, Roger, do you really mean it?
Of course, dear.
Oh, I'm so glad you decided to go with me.
Oh, there's just one thing, Frida.
Yes?
I won't be able to come up until later Saturday evening.
Oh, I don't mind driving up late.
Well, you don't understand, Frida. I expect you to drive up early.
Why, Roger?
Well, you can check over the repair work that needs to be done on the lot.
Repair work?
Yes, I ran into an old friend of mine today, Frida, a carpenter, Al Graves. He's a bit down on his luck, and, the lodge could stand some work.
Well, that's perfectly all right with me, Roger, but must I go up early?
Well, we don't want him hanging around, do we?
No, of course not.
Good. Then I'll ride up with Al. Now, when we get there, we can discuss the repairs. He'll look things over, and then he'll drive on back in his own car.
And you want me to go up early so I can make a list of the things to be done?
Yes, Frida, that's it. Do you mind about the carpenter, I mean?
Of course I don't mind, Roger. I'm just so happy that you want to go.
Thanks for the drink, Thornton.
You haven't answered my question, Al.
I'm thinking.
Thinking what?
Murder's quite a rap.
You had your proposition. If you want to forget it.
I didn't say that.
Then you'll do it.
When's the payoff?
1,000 now. 9,000 Saturday night.
You want it done about 9 o'clock?
Just so it happens before I get there.
And I get a ride back with you?
Yes.
Maybe you try to pull something like the cops.
I couldn't risk bringing the police in. You're smart enough to know that.
Smarter than you think, Thornton.
All right, now it has to look like a struggle and robbery.
Leave that to me. Is everything okay with the wife for me to ride her up there?
It will be. Saturday morning.
Thornton residence?
Oh, Charles, this is Mr. Thornton.
Oh, good morning, sir.
May I speak to Mrs. Thornton?
Very well, sir. She's right here, sir.
Roger?
Oh, I was afraid you might have left for the lodge already.
No, not for an hour yet.
Frida, I wonder if you'd mind doing something.
What is it?
Well, Al Graves, the carpenter who is going to drive me up.
Yes?
His car is broken down. It's in the garage. Would you mind terribly taking Al up with you?
Oh, and Roger, really,
He could look over the repairs himself that way.
Well, when will you come up?
As soon as I'm finished working at the office, I'm working on the new advertising program.
Well, I suppose I could have Richard take Al and myself up in the sedan.
Oh, you don't have to bother Richard. Why not take your convertible?
Oh, couldn't we have that carpenter come up some other time, Roger?
All right. Let's just forget the whole thing, Peter. If you wish, you can go on up alone.
Now, Roger, you know that...
Now, things must always go your way.
Well, you'll drive up in your car?
Yes. Al can use it to return to town in.
Well, all right. Where'll I pick him up?
On the corner of Hawthorne and Orange.
Hawthorne and Orange.
Yes, I'll tell him to watch for the convertible.
All right, Roger. I'll see you at the lodge tonight, darling.
Things for the past few days had moved so amazingly fast and remarkably well that I had little time to reflect upon my emotions. Frida's surprising agreement to my wishes I knew was merely a new tack in her attempt to draw me closer to her. And yet, as I drove through the lane to the lodge in the evening, I had an unaccountable fear. The wind whined through the trees, and the eerie sound disturbed me. I parked the car and sat for a few moments watching the lights in the lodge. It was 10 o'clock. Al should have been finished long ago. I got out of the car, walked to the veranda, and opened the door.
You finally got here.
Yes.
Well, how does it look? You satisfied?
I said to make it look like a struggle.
Well, don't it?
I guess it's all right.
Have you got the dough?
Where is she?
In the bedroom. Go in, take a look. Turn on the light.
No, I can see.
Satisfied, Thornton?
She's partly under the bed.
Yeah, she got scared. She tried to hide. I had to follow her.
Shut the door. I said to shut the door.
You're a funny guy.
Why?
You figure all this out and can't stomach your own stuff.
Let's sit down and have a drink, huh?
Sure. You got the dough?
Yes, sure. Oh, there should be some glasses here.
On that shelf.
Oh, yes, I see. I'll fix the drinks.
When I get that drink, we're gonna blow.
Where's her car?
Garage. Want to see it?
No. Here you are.
You need it worse than I do, Thornton.
Where'll you go from here, Al?
A trip, maybe.
Well, you have nothing to worry about from me.
That I know, Thornton.
How was it done?
Gun.
Did you leave it?
I'll get rid of it.
Well, here's to you, Al.
Yeah. All right, Thornton. Now let's have the dough.
Certainly. I've got it right here.
You know, I've been thinking about you, Thornton. I think Nick's right. You're crummy.
Oh, now, you shouldn't feel that way, Al.
I had to do it over...
You won't.
Say, I'm sick. What'd you put in that drink?
Why, nothing, Al.
You double-crossing, I'll kill you, Al.
Will you, Al? I poured some of the liquor on Al and tipped the bottle over. Then I carried him out of the lodge, across the carpet of pine needles, to the bluff 100 yards away. I placed one of Frida's expensive bracelets in his pocket, along with some money and articles of lesser value. I dropped him over the bluff, heard his body strike the rocky stream bed 300 feet below. I went quickly to my car and drove away. I drove rapidly for an hour till I passed an all-night diner. I wheeled the car around on the highway, pointing it back in the direction I'd come. Then I ran the car into a ditch hard. The front fender crumpled against the wheel and the tire blew out. I couldn't have wished anything better. This was it, my alibi. I walked a mile up the road to the diner. As I opened the door, a car pulled up. When I entered the cafe, a girl got out of the car and followed me in. Where'll it be, folks?
Coffee, please.
And you, mister?
Coffee. Say, is there a tow truck around?
Tow truck?
I blew out a tire and went into the ditch about a mile down the road.
And Jim Parson has a tow truck. And him and the missus went into L.A. Won't be back till Monday. Here you are, miss.
Monday.
Yes. Wreck your car bad?
Smashed the wheel. I don't have a spare.
Oh, that's too bad. Going far?
My lodge, about 50 miles up. The Thornton place. Roger Thornton. Maybe you know it.
Thornton? No, can't say I do.
My wife's there. But I'm sure she's all right.
You don't stand much of a chance of getting a ride going that way this time of night.
I suppose not.
You can use a phone there, reverse the charges.
No, the phone's disconnected up at the lodge.
You might be able to hitch to L.A. Once in a while, there's a car going that way.
Oh, that's an idea.
Anything else for you, miss?
No, thanks. How much?
10 cents. Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
I reckon the young lady didn't want a passenger.
Yeah, so it seems. Say, I think I will use your phone.
Help yourself.
Have you got that straight, Charles?
Yes, sir. I'm to call the auto club and have them pick up your car.
It's quite a way to the lodge, so I'm going to try to get a ride back to town.
Were you hurt, sir?
Oh, I'm perfectly all right. It may be rather late before I get in, so leave a light in the library.
Very well, sir.
Good night, Charles.
Is that all, sir?
Why, yes. Yes, that's all.
Very well, sir.
Thank you for the use of the phone.
No, that's okay, mister.
Could you use a drink?
I ain't never been known to turn one down.
I got a bottle in my car.
Oh, that's quite a wall.
It's nice out, and I could use a drink myself.
Suit yourself.
You don't mind if I sit around after I get back? Maybe I can pick up a ride.
Glad to have you. I'm open all night.
Good. I'll be right back.
Mister?
Oh, yes?
Did you say you wanted a ride to L.A.?
Why, yes, if you're going that way.
Hop in.
Well, thank you very much.
I would have asked you in there, but I didn't want to give the counterman the wrong idea, Mr. Thornton.
How did you know my name?
You told the counterman.
Oh, of course. I was just going to get a bottle out of my car.
I already got it.
You got it?
Sure. Nice car, thirsty girl. I had a hunch.
How long were you with the car?
Long enough to find the bottle and see your name on the steering post.
I thought you heard me tell the counterman.
I did. So then I knew you was a gentleman.
Have you drunk much of that bottle?
Enough.
Hey, you shouldn't be driving if you've been drinking too much.
Scared?
Oh, no, it's for your own good.
I'm celebrating.
Oh, you might have waited till you got in Los Angeles.
Mr. Thornton.
Yes?
Why'd you turn your car around and run it into that ditch?
What?
I know all about you, Mr. Thornton.
Who are you? What's your name?
Della.
Ella what?
Just Della.
Look out! You nearly turned us over. Either stop this car and let me drive, or...
Or what, Mr. Thornton?
Stop this car.
When we get to Nick's.
Did you say Nick's?
I'm Al's girlfriend.
No.
Didn't you think Al could have a girlfriend?
Why did you pick me up?
Because I'm not half as tight as you think I am.
Then, what do you want?
Al was a punk, a nice punk, but punks come cheap, Mr. Thornton. I want that $9,000.
Do you think I carry that kind of money around?
And did you think Al was stupid enough not to have somebody cover him at the lodge?
You were there? You saw?
Yes, I was there, and I saw.
You're a very brave girl, Della. Threatening me.
I don't scare easy. I know you're kind.
Do you?
This is a gun, Mr. Thornton. I'm not afraid to use it.
You're a very stupid child.
If you try anything, I'll wreck this car.
What's that, curve? I'll take that gun.
Oh!
Now, stop that car or I'll kill you.
No, you won't.
I'll hold that wheel.
Let go. Let go of me. Let go.
You're stopping right here. All right. Now, get out of the car. Get out.
I'm willing to talk to you.
Get out.
My arm.
Now, down this ravine.
I was only kidding you. I wanted to scare you. I didn't mean it.
Must I force you?
I won't tell nobody.
You're my only witness. My only witness.
Please, let me tell you. Let me talk to you.
This will do.
Wait. You've got to let me explain it.
When the girl told me she'd seen me kill Al, I went out of my head. I didn't know what I was doing. I shouldn't have killed her. I was stupid, but I couldn't help it. I couldn't stop. I drove the girl's car into town and left it on a side street. I dropped the gun down a sewer and caught a bus home. It was almost daylight. I was tired and sick. But it was all over. It was all over. I unlocked the front door and quietly entered the house. My house. I was too keyed up for sleep. What I needed was a bracer. I went into the library.
Good morning, Roger.
Frida!
Who did you expect?
Frida, what are you doing here?
I've been waiting since you telephoned Charles.
I killed them. What? I killed them both.
You killed them?
Al and the girl, and you're here. You're right here.
Stop it. Stop it, Roger. Roger, stop it. Oh, I'm so sorry for you.
I had it all figured out. I did.
That man, Al, the carpenter, he told me everything, Roger. I had to pay him.
You paid him? You? And it was the girl I saw. She was in the bedroom, pretending to be you, pretending to be dead.
Al framed the whole thing as a shakedown. He never intended to kill you.
Oh, I'm so sorry for you.
You said that. You said that. Who are you to feel sorry for me?
I love you. I'm going to miss you, Roger.
Love? Then why didn't you do something? Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't know. I stayed home hoping you'd come here and we could talk things over before you did anything rash.
Rash? You call it rash? Do you know what I've done?
That's why I'm so sorry for you.
You say that once more, Frida.
It was greed, wasn't it, Roger? Greed for my money.
I hate you, Frida.
I know. And I love you. Isn't it strange, Roger?
It's pathetic.
What I wanted to tell you at the lodge, Roger. Or if I'd only told you sooner.
What do you mean? Frida, what do you mean?
I'll tell you. But it's too late now, Roger. You've killed 2 people. And you'll hang. If I let you.
What are you doing with that gun?
I haven't any money, Roger. I've been wiped out. That's what I wanted to tell you. You needn't have killed them.
No, Frida. No.
But I still love you.
No.
And I won't let you hang. Goodbye, Roger.
And so the curtain falls on 2 coffins to fill, which was chosen by guest expert Kelly Roos, whose latest mystery is Murder in Any Language. Next week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of intrigue and surprise, of a beautiful Hollywood actress, and of a man who died twice. Selected for your approval by the famous mystery novelist, Miss Helen McCloy. Until then, this is your host, John Dixon Carr, hoping you'll be with us next week at this time.
In the cast of 2 Coffins to Fill, which was written by Robert Foster, were Carl Weber, Eleanor Phelps, Jimmy Stevens, Miriam Wolfe, and Maurice Tarplin. Music was under the direction of Emerson Buckley and was composed by Richard DuPage. Murder by Experts is produced and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan. All characters in our story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. This is Phil Tonkin speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once more to the place I have been calling my House of Horror. There is another place, however, that many people, rightly or wrongly, regard as a house of horror. I mean, their dentists. Personally, I can never understand this dread of the dentist. After all, he's an expert with years of experience probing inside people's heads. All you need to do is to trust him. You're at his mercy, of course, but he doesn't want to hurt you. Unless, of course, he happens to bear a grudge against you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, accept my invitation to a day at the...
Yes, just a little more there and I've done. Are you still feeling relaxed? Good, here we go then. I must make a good job of this one, mustn't I? I don't want to think of my last filling coming. I wouldn't do at all. No. You'll be buried with this filling, Mrs. Phelps.
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Peters, but Mr. Charles is retiring this week. Well, didn't you get a letter? Well, yes, today. I'm sorry, I don't know how we could have overlooked you. Doctor... Yes, he's giving up the house with a practice. Dr. Maybury is taking over, a very capable man. Of course, Mr. Charles made sure of that, so if you'd like... Yes, to phone on Monday, you'll be able to arrange with him. Yes, I am sorry. Goodbye. Can I help you?
Can you fit me in this afternoon? Fillings come out.
Well, I'm terribly sorry, but I'm afraid...
I know it's short notice, but I don't mind paying over the odds well over if you like.
Well, it's not a matter of money, Mr...
Houseman, Fred Houseman, I am on your books.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't remember
Well,
you...
it was 10 years ago. I've never taken myself off, so I should still be there, shouldn't I?
Do you mean to say you haven't been to the dentist?
I've got perfect teeth. It's only this one, look. Hang on. Right?
Well, I'm very sorry, Mr. Houseman. If you are on our list, you should have had a letter. I'm afraid Mr. Charles is retiring early. He's on his last patient now, in fact. If you'd like to ring on Monday...
But it's only 4 o'clock. Surely you can fit me in. I'll pay.
I'm sorry, but he gave instructions.
Will you come in now, please, Betty?
Yes, Mr. Charles. I'll ask him, but I really don't think he'll have the time. Wait there, please.
Amalgam, Betty. 3 will do, I think. Now, I'm just going to put this thing round the tooth a little wider. All right?
Someone's turned up wanting emergency treatment, Mr. Charles. I told him I didn't think he could deal with him, but he's very persistent.
No, I really haven't the time. Not too tight? The removals people are due in the morning. I must help my wife finish off.
Yes, of course.
Is he one of ours?
Well, he says he is. He had a filling 10 years ago, but he hasn't been here since. Says he has perfect teeth.
Has he indeed? So what does he want with me? Here we go, Mrs. Phelps, all right?
He says the filling's come out.
Can't have been one of mine, then. What's his name?
Houseman, Fred Houseman.
I'm terribly sorry, Mrs. Phelps. Careless of me. All right? Nearly done. Fred Houseman.
Do you remember him?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. There we are. All done now. I'll just take this out. Now, bite gently. Again. Now, grind your teeth together. That's good. Again. Splendid. Now, just rinse your mouth out now. I'll finish off, Betty. Go and tell Mr. Houseman that I'll be pleased to see him.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes. Quite sure.
Oh, very well. Mr. Charles says he can fit you in.
Oh, thank God for that. You don't know what it takes for me to go to a dentist?
You'd like to fill in this form?
Oh,
Is that why you haven't been for so long?
I tell you, my teeth are perfect. No, I had a bad experience when I was young, you know. No, I'm not afraid of anything else, you know. I do everything. Rock climbing, potholing, and here I am in a muck sweat. Oh, ridiculous.
You'd be surprised how common it is.
Common it may be, but I'm not. I don't run with the herd, you know.
No. May I have the form?
Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Charles won't keep you long. He's just finishing.
I hope so. Oh, can't stand the waiting. I just want to get the damn thing done with.
If it makes you feel any better, he has a special technique.
Don't you? I know about his technique. Why do you think I'm here? He still doesn't use the needle, does he?
Oh, Mr. Charles doesn't believe in local anaesthetics if at all possible. No, what he does...
Right. I hate the needle worst of all. Well, that's why I went to him in the first place. All my life, I've been obsessive about dental hygiene. You know what I mean? What, to keep the damn dentists away. And he did too. Till I broke a damn tooth. I must say, though, Mr. Charles did a good job. It's 10 years ago, that was. And I can still remember the state I was when I came in that door. God.
I'm sure.
Once I was sat in that chair. Oh. You know, somehow he got me relaxed, you know. Hypnotism, is it? What does he do?
I really don't know. He says music is very important.
Yes, well, I don't give a damn how he does it, as long as he does it again today. Oh, thank God I was in the neighbourhood.
Oh, you no longer live here?
But I've written it on here, haven't I? Epsom. Nice little place. Detached. Pony in a paddock for little Polly. That's my daughter. All my own work. Started off with nothing. No rich daddy for me, you know. I thought you said he wasn't going to be long.
Goodbye, Mr. Charles.
Oh, Mrs. Phelps, if you just sign here before you go.
Yes, of course. Should I pay now?
No, I'll send you a bill as usual. Your letter will be forwarded on.
Such a pity he's going. He's been so good.
Dr. Maybury is very highly spoken of, you know.
Well, I hope he's half as good as Mr. Charles. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Phelps.
Betty?
Yes, Mr. Charles?
You can send Mr. Houseman in now.
Very well. If you go straight in.
Right.
Ah, Mr. Houseman, come in.
Look, before you start, there's something you ought to know.
But I do, Mr. Houseman.
What?
I know all about you.
You remember me?
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, after 10 years?
I remember you, Mr. Houseman.
Well, yeah, I did kick up a bit of a fuss, I suppose.
You did indeed. I've never known such a bad case of odontoatrophobia.
What, is that what you call it?
Fear of the dentist, yes. But I managed to get you to relax, didn't I?
Oh, I still don't know how you did it.
Do sit down. No. Not there. In the easy chair. That's it. We'll talk for a while till you're properly relaxed. There's no hurry. You're not pushed for time, I hope. Nobody expecting you, waiting for you?
No.
Nobody knows you're here?
No, why?
Well, you know, the relaxation process sometimes takes a little time. Sometimes people like to ring up their loved ones, tell them not to wait. It helps put their minds at rest.
Oh, no, that's all right. But it only happened over lunch.
What did?
Oh, the filling came out.
Yes, of course. I was wondering how you'd managed to dislodge one of my fillings.
Oh, bit of chicken bone. In a health food restaurant, would you believe?
Well, it just goes to show you never know where you're safe, do you? Don't try to relax.
I'm sorry?
You're trying to relax. I can see it.
Oh, is that wrong?
Oh, yes. It's the fear expressing itself. You'll not get rid of it that way. I'll tell you when to relax, though by that time you will be. You know, you really should have taken my advice last time.
What was that?
I asked you to come back, didn't I?
Well, there's nothing wrong with me. You've done the filling.
Exactly. So I could have really got to work on your phobia in a totally non-threatening situation. Never mind, you're here now. Better late than never, eh? But, my goodness, you cut it fine. Another half hour and I'd have been back in the house with my wife. Do you have loved ones, Mr. Houseman?
Yeah, well, I'm married, yes.
Children?
One, little Polly. I've got a photograph.
Oh, no, please. No, pardon me, no.
What was he like?
So, a nice wife, a nice child, a nice little house, I expect. Where's that?
Epsom, and not so little, actually.
No, I see by your dress you're in fair way of business, if you don't mind me saying so.
Oh, I'm glad it shows.
Yes, I'm sure you are. Like to wear your successes on your sleeve, don't you?
Well, it's a matter of confidence if you want to put yourself over. Look,
Yes?
Is all this necessary? I mean, I'd really like to get this treatment finished.
Of course you would. That's another symptom of your anxiety.
No, I mean, I'm a busy man, Mr. Charles.
Not at the moment, though, are you? You just told me.
Oh, no.
No, so it's just anxiety, you see. And that's what I have got to get rid of. You comfortable in that chair?
As comfortable as I'd like to be in a dentist surgery.
You'll get used to it. So, what were you doing this afternoon?
I'm sorry?
You had lunch with a client, was it, or
Yeah, with a business contact. His treat, so I couldn't tell him I'd lost a filling on his damn chicken bone. Damn nuisance, actually. I'd planned to spend a nice afternoon in town.
You didn't want to get back to your nice house, give your wife a surprise, take her some flowers, perhaps?
What do you mean?
Well, just getting you talking. Part of the process.
Well, no. Well, I planned since I was in town. I thought I'd walk through the park or something. Nice weather, you know.
I know. It's nice to feel fancy-free sometimes.
Look, I've got a feeling.
Yes?
Well, you're getting at me in some kind of way. Digging at me, is that what you're doing?
Is it annoying you?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I think it damn well is. Why didn't I go home to my wife? And what was I going to do in the park? Look, I've come to get you to put your filling back, not
Good.
Good.
Not good that you saw through my little boy, but good that it's working. Getting the anger out, or rather transmitting a little of the anxiety into anger. It loosens you might say. It makes it easier to take it out, like extracting a tooth, loosening the root first before you...
Don't...
Sorry. Just testing. No... Actually, I quite understand how pleasant it can be, especially for a busy man like yourself, to find yourself with an afternoon all of your own. Takes you back to your childhood, like playing truant. Forbidden fruit, eh? You walk through St. James's Park, say, or perhaps Hyde Park would be better. More chances there. Sun shining, no worries, no appointments, ready for anything that might come your way, is that right?
You're trying to make me angry again.
Yes,
actually, I'm a happily married man with a lovely wife.
Did I say you weren't?
Look, I don't think this is working.
What, Mr. Houseman?
This, therapy or whatever it is.
How do you know it's not?
I can feel it, can't I? I don't know what you did last time, but you didn't do it like this. It's not working. You're wasting my time and I'm getting fed up. Forget the therapy. Just give me a new filling and be done with it.
Shall I tell you what's happening now?
Look, do you understand?
I understand that you have no intention of sitting in that chair, let alone letting me anywhere near your teeth. What's happening is that your fear is getting scared, feeling vulnerable. Do you know how they used to drive the devil out of people they thought were possessed? They taunt the devil to loosen him up, twist him this way and that, and to dislodge him. And when he felt his roots beginning to slip, that devil would get really angry. Then the exorcist knew he was winning. We don't call them devils anymore, of course. We use psychiatric terms for them. But the principle is the same. Get them scared and they get angry. Do you really think your phobia would let you get into that chair? No, he'll let you get almost into it. Then he'll find something else for you to get angry about, and you'll storm out swearing to sue me or something. Nothing I can do about it. I can't put them in straight jackets, can I? They'll never go to a dentist again. They let their teeth rot in private. You want to leave?
No, get on with it.
Well done.
So what now?
Well, I think a little music.
Music?
Do you have any preferences? What music do you play when you want to forget unpleasant things?
Yeah, I don't have much time for music.
Oh, come on now. Everyone has time for music, if only as wallpaper. Put it this way. You've taken a nice young lady out to a restaurant. Nice meal, rather pricey, but you hope it's going to be worth the money. Taxi back to your place for a brandy to show her your collection of Toby jugs.
What the hell?
Sorry?
How did you know?
Know what?
About my Toby jugs.
Have I hit a bullseye? Well, I never. I must be getting onto your wavelength. That's a very good sign.
Is it?
Certainly. This is going to be a success, Mr. Houseman. After today, you'll never worry about going to the dentist again. I guarantee that.
I must have mentioned it last time.
Yes, of course. And I've held it in my unconscious all these years, waiting for this moment. Isn't the mind a strange thing? Well, then, you've got the lady into your nice little bachelor flat. This is before you married, of course. How long have you been married, Mr. Houseman?
9 years.
So, there you both are, sitting on the sofa with a brandy or a scotch, wondering if the time has come to make the next move. You notice her eyes dart to the half-open door of the bedroom. You're not sure whether the expression in the eyes is apprehensiveness or anticipation. You decide to play safe and distract her with some music.
Look. I don't think this is necessary.
Mr. Houseman, I have to ask that you trust me. It is necessary, I assure you. Well, I'll choose something for you. I've got quite a good selection of tapes here. Now, something old, 10 years or so ago. How's this?
I used to have that album.
So, I've hit the nail on the head again, have I? That's good. Because you see, Mr. Houseman, there's an interesting parallel to be drawn between you, say, and your younger days, of course, before you became a happily married man with a sweet little child and a nice, not-so-little house in Epsom, between you trying to coax a young lady into your bed and me trying to coax a patient, you, for instance, into my dentist's chair. Think of the processes of dentistry. The prying fingers of a stranger in your mouth. What an impertinence. What an indignity. And then worse still, the dreadful machinery of filling, of extraction. Unclench your hands, Mr. Houseman.
You have to talk about it.
Yes, I do. Trust me. So you see, what am I to you but a potential rapist, intent on assaulting your most secret, most vulnerable places? Some fool of a dentist mistreated you as a child, forced your mouth open perhaps, regardless of your cries, to insert his instrument. Don't try to relax. And now, here am I trying to persuade you into the same situation again. No fear, says you're unconscious. You'll not catch me again. And however much I tell you that this time is different, that the past is over, that this time you might even enjoy it, your unconscious won't believe me. Because, for the unconscious, the past is never over and the present is only the past happening all over again. Do you understand?
Understanding is one thing.
And the emotions are another, I quite agree. I can't argue you into that chair, Mr. Houseman, I know that. And I can't do what that criminal idiot did all those years ago and force you. You're too strong now, and besides, I find the idea of that kind of forcing quite dreadful. No, I have to seduce you into my chair.
Well, you've got a job on.
Oh, I have. But think back again to that night, that hypothetical night when you persuaded the young lady back to your flat to look at your Toby jugs. I've got a job on here, you might have thought. This is a tough nut to crack. On the other hand, she's still here. There was a time when she could have left after a quarter of an hour or so after the first brandy. She's still here. Nil desperandum. And look, when you smiled, she smiled. When they smile with you, the battle's as good as won. Isn't that so?
Yes.
Of course it is. And now I'm going to ask you to try my chair.
Oh, no.
Yes.
No, you haven't done anything yet. It hasn't worked.
You think not?
No, you'll have to do better than that. You're right. I'm a tough nut to crack.
But I have done something, you see. There's a change in our relationship. Haven't you noticed? You laughed with me. You feel more at ease. You feel you can trust me, don't you?
I suppose so.
And so you can permit yourself to issue a challenge. You'll have to do better than that. In other words, whatever I'm afraid of, I'm not afraid of you anymore. I'm in control of events. I'm not a small boy here. I don't feel like letting you near my teeth, but if you think you can change my mind, you just go ahead and try. Isn't that the case?
I suppose it is.
And isn't it the same with women? When you sense that they're challenging you, the battle's as good as won.
Yes.
So, now I'm in a position to make you a request and a promise, which you know I'll keep because you trust me. And in any case, you're in control. The request is that you try out the chair for a moment. No treatment, no, not even a peek into your mouth. And the promise is that as soon as you say the word, you can go back into that chair again. Well?
You won't look in my mouth?
I promise.
Yeah, all right. If you think it'll get you anywhere?
Good. That's it. Sit comfortably. Legs straight, you're not on a horse. And now I'll show you how it works. This is how we put children at their ease nowadays, you know. We treat the chair like a toy, and we're all still children at heart. Apprehensive, but curious. This is how it goes. Down. And up. And this is how it tips back. No, you're thinking of its function. You don't need to do that. For present purposes, this chair is just a chair. Its function is to be comfortable. Is it comfortable? How can I make it more comfortable? Back a little? Up a little?
Back a little.
Like that? Is that better?
Yes.
A little more? No, right. Now, you're sure you're comfortable?
What if it was just a chair?
But it is just a chair. You're going to sit there and then you're going to leave it. Now, we're doing very well. Next stage, I want you to slip this on.
Huh? What is it?
Well, it's a sort of apron. It protects you. Mr. Houseman, do you trust me?
Yes.
Of course you do. Now, just put your arms through... That's right. Never mind the tapes, I'll bring them round here. That's right. Just relax.
Look, I think I'd like to just...
A minute or two, Mr. Houseman, just a couple of minutes. Excuse me, just a moment. Just lie there and relax. Betty?
You want me in now, Mr. Charles?
No, Betty, I've decided no treatment is necessary.
What?
We're just going to talk a little longer, so you can go home now.
Are you sure, Mr. Charles?
Yes, quite sure. Don't bother to clear up, just go. Drop in the morning and we'll settle things.
Very well, Mr. Charles.
Oh, and Betty?
Yes, Mr. Charles?
On your way out, will you ask my wife to come to the surgery? Tell her I have a surprise for her.
A surprise?
She'll understand.
I'll tell her.
Thank you. Goodbye, Betty.
Goodbye, Mr. Charles.
Look what's going on.
What?
What do you mean no treatment necessary? You haven't even looked in my mouth.
Oh, that was just to get her to go home. She's a very conscientious...
Why do you want her to go home? You can't do anything without her.
Oh, I can, believe me. We're likely to be here for some time, you know. You wouldn't have the poor girl missing her supper.
Time? I don't understand. Look. I want to get down now.
Aha. Do you hear that? I want to get down now. Straight from your childhood, that came, that awful childhood when you got that nasty dentist. All right, get down.
I can't. So I can't move my arms. The tapes have got caught or something.
Let me see. Oh, so they have. That's Betty leaving. She's gone into the house to fetch my wife.
Will you hurry up and let me out?
Oh, look at that. The tapes have got all tied together.
Get them untied then. What are you doing down there?
Just strapping your ankles, Mr. Husband, so that you don't kick there.
This.
Yes?
This is a straight jacket.
A sort of straight jacket, yes. I had it made specially.
Oh, my God, nurse! Betty!
She won't hear. You can't hear anything in here from the house, and anyway, she's probably on her way home by now, and the windows are very well double-glazed, as you can see. Don't worry. My wife will be here any moment. She's dying to meet you.
What are you talking about? What the hell is going on? You let me get out of this! You let me go!
It's no use struggling, you know. That thing's very strong. We've tested it.
We? Oh, look, if this is part of your so-called therapy, I've had enough of it now. I am getting... Get me out!
Please, may I get down?
I'll get you stuck off of this, you let me out!
Please, may I get down?
Please!
Please, may I get down?
May I get down? I don't feel very well.
Oh, do you not? That's a pity.
You're going to let me out?
No.
You promised!
Promises are very insubstantial things, Mr. Husband, as you know.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, God, this is a nightmare.
Yes, you're right. A nightmare returned. It was somebody else's. Now it's yours.
It's about, please let me out. Look, my wife knows I'm here, so she'll soon be on the way.
No, your wife knows nothing. No one knows anything. You told me so.
Get me out this jet, please. Look, I'll do whatever you want. I'll give you whatever you want.
What I want, you can't give me, Mr. Husband. What you owe me, you can't pay back. And what you owe my wife.
I didn't know your wife.
As for getting me struck off, you forget I'm retiring today. You're my last case, Mr. Houseman.
Be sick.
Oh, I hope not. You do know my wife, you know. Or did once, in the biblical sense, as they say. Before you were married, of course. You don't go in for that kind of thing anymore. Well, you're a respectable family man now, aren't you? With a nice little family and a nice big house in Epsom. Be quiet, I'm talking. Mr. Houseman, I'm not in a position to have to keep my temper with you. If you interrupt me again, I shall take this piece of machinery here and wedge your mouth open with it. And if you still make noises, I shall hurt you. Do you understand? About 12 years ago it was. You may not remember the woman, Mr. Houseman. I dare say she was one of many. But you must remember the case.
Case?
Yes, I see you do. I was very distressed to read about it in the paper. I've always had a hatred of physical violence. It's what makes me a good dentist, I think. Made me. And that you'd actually got away with it. I knew you were guilty. I knew her, you see. As a patient, a sweet child. I knew she was not capable of such things as came out at the trial. And I saw the change in her. Her teeth were always good, but she took to seeing me regularly after it was all over, after she'd lost the case and thus been branded as a perverted woman. She knew I was gentle, you see, and she needed to remind herself that there was in the world at least one gentle man. And I was a good deal older, that helped. She could treat me as a father. She'd sit there in that chair, and while I pretended to examine her teeth, I'd talk to her, try to comfort her, though of course without alluding to the reason for her distress. Anyway, the long and short of it was, we married. It wasn't only pity. No, she attracted me. You'll understand that. Only after that experience with you, there were difficulties. She couldn't bear to be touched. Not even by me. She told me about it eventually. A pleasant young man who took her out to a nice meal. How he persuaded her to drop into his place for a brandy and to see his collection of Toby jugs. She was an innocent and soft music. And then the rest. And then the court case, her humiliation, his release, his crowing to his friends, spreading stories, yes, I heard. And then having to get rid of the child. Your child.
Oh, my God.
Did you know about that? To her, it was a sin. But she had to commit it. She'd have gone mad otherwise. A sin she paid for because afterwards she discovered that even if she could bear the physical contact, she couldn't bear more children. That's one of the debts you owe us.
No, I didn't.
Then one day, in you came for a filling. I knew you, though you didn't know me. She'd pointed you out in the street once with terror. You sat in my chair, and I could do nothing. I asked you to come back, but you didn't. So I waited and prepared. And here you are.
I'm sorry. Look. If there is anything...
Wait!
Money...
You haven't heard the best bit. A very strange thing happened when I told her I'd had you in this very chair. She said, "What would you have liked to do?" I told her, and her eyes lit up. That night, for the first time, I'd made a mistake, you see, with my gentleness. My innocent child. Your fault, Mr. Houseman. Fred. Another debt. We talked fantasies that night. Nasty fantasies. About you. And for the first time as we talked, she allowed me to touch her. And that's how it's had to be ever since. You've lived with us in our marriage, Fred, in a most intimate way. They were her idea. The straight jacket and the ankle straps. She wanted to feel that somehow, someday, her fantasies would take on flesh. And here you are. She won't be long now. She'll be preparing.
Let me go. You can't do this. Help. Help.
That's it, open wide. Splendid. Come in, my dear. See who's come to visit us. Isn't she beautiful, Mr. Houseman? Fred, isn't she? Why don't you loosen his clothing here a little, my dear? That'll do for the present. Now, where shall we start? You first, my dear. This is your treat.
Well, if any of you have an appointment with your dentist tomorrow, I hope that little tale won't cause you to cancel it. After all, it was only a story. Wasn't it? John Castle played the nasty Mr. Charles, and Mick Ford the oh-so-unfortunate Mr. Houseman. Betty was played by Karen Archer, and Mrs. Phelps by Joan Matheson. A Day at the Dentist's was written by James Saunders, based on an idea by Arch Obler. The director was Martin Jenkins. My name is Edward D'Souza, the Man in Black. And I hope you'll join me next week when I tell you a story that goes into the mouth in quite a different way.
From London, we present Orbit 10, a play in 6 episodes by Peter Elliott Hayes. Episode 1, The Unseeing Eye.
In Fleet Street, they say a good story gets its facts across. So facts it's going to be. My name's Tom Lambert, and I work in a daily paper that maybe came through your letterbox this morning. It's a good many years now since I wrote my last article on the cosmic noise and what followed. But it's my belief that the whole inside story never was told. That was why a few weeks ago I tracked down the man who lives with the whole truth, Dr. Hayward Petrie. I found him in an Oxfordshire village. He's retired now, and we talked about the old days for a long time. I came away with an empty notebook, but not empty-handed. I have here 6 reels of recording tape which Dr. Petrie lent me. His own recordings made 10 years ago, dictated by him alone in his study, remembering. I played these tapes. It's all here, better than I could tell it. Our glimpse across a weird threshold on the rim of space where there should be nothing but eternal frozen darkness. Yet where there was something more. You're going to hear the first of the Petrie recordings. For the moment, I need do no more than press the switch and let Dr. Petrie and the facts speak for themselves. Ready?
Notes, first reel. My name is John Hayward Petrie. I'm a doctor of science, and my purpose in making these observations is to... Oh, hang it, I can't lecture to a machine. I'll do this my own way or not at all. Now, where to begin? I must go back. Kensington, London. Some years ago, the old Imperial Museum in South Kensington was turned into the Commonwealth College of Science. It worked well, the college. Some of the old vision of empire must have lingered, though, because there was a department to study a new potential empire, space. The School of Astrophysics. East wing, 3rd floor, quite handy for the canteen. I was its head in those days, and a keen crowd we were. It really began on a grey November day in the college's 2nd year. I was lecturing my course that morning. Among the heads bent dutifully over notebooks were 2 that, with me, were to experience things that would make us doubt our sanity. But none of us knew that then. To summarize, the effects of cosmic radiation, filtered by the Earth's atmosphere and observed in relation to botany and geology, are understood well enough. But the source of these radiations remains one of the best guarded secrets of the universe. That'll be all for today, ladies and gentlemen. We shall not now meet again until next January, by which time I trust I shall have received an admirably learned thesis from each one of you. Good morning.
What, my dear Miss Ryder, is that? A new form of lecture shorthand?
Hello, Cliff. This?
Yeah.
Oh, just a doodle.
Some doodle. I've been watching it develop for the last half hour. It took me right out of myself and the lecture.
Well, if anything, it represents the state of mind of a second-year student with 2 months to produce a thesis and who hasn't a clue for a subject.
Sure, Liz. Me too. Well, that wraps it up for this term. Do we drown our sorrows in canteen tea?
I think we do. Let's go before the queue reaches halfway to Marble Arch. Don't forget your notes, Cliff. You're going to need them.
Don't remind me. Madam's usual table? Am I the trade, Bill? Want some hot tea down your neck? Or... Well, I guess we can squeeze in here by the window.
Okay.
Have a chocolate biscuit?
Thanks. You know, Cliff, it's hard to believe sometimes.
That this is tea? Believe me, in no other civilized land do they make tea quite like this.
No, out there, Kensington, with the mist. It hasn't changed in 100 years. And here we sit in the middle of 6 floors of electronics.
And this is a science college, not a school for romantic lady poets. Now, back to earth, Liz. Petrie won't accept a sonnet for a thesis. 10,000 words. That's a lot of words.
And a lot of hours in my bed sitter in Chelsea. And a lot of shillings for the gas meter.
You're not trying to get home for Christmas?
Cliff, Daddy works for a copper mine. He doesn't own one. He paid my fare here from Rhodesia. And if I don't pass at the end of next year, well, I can see myself walking back.
Look, if one of us is doomed to fail, Liz, it certainly won't be you. And Montreal is no bus ride away. My people run a hardware store. So I guess I sweat it out in the college hostel. We'll send each other Christmas cards.
And you can take me to see the Christmas tree in Trafalgar Square.
You've got yourself a date. Well, well. Now, why is our colleague from down under fighting his way over here? You'll make it, Whitey.
Hi, Liz. Got a message for you, too. The prof wants to see you in his study.
Dr. Petrie?
Yeah, he's waiting. Don't rub him the wrong way, for Pete's sake. Many a good scholarship now hangs in the balance.
Dr. Petrie is a pet.
Maybe to you he is. There's a difference.
We better go, Liz. Thanks, Whitey.
Okay.
What have we done to deserve this? Nothing, I hope. Come on.
If we can carve our way through.
We had to have a corner table. Excuse us, please. Don't block the gangway. Thanks.
Come in. Ah, Mr. Boyd, Miss Ryder. You got my message?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good. Sit down, please.
Thank you, sir.
Now, I have your course records here. I've been glancing through them. They may not on the whole suggest that you're the 2 most brilliantly gifted students of your year.
We don't think so either, Doctor. We just hope we're good enough to get through all 3.
Yes. Still, you do have something that's rare even here. Inquiring minds. Now, look here, if neither of you are committed for Christmas, how would you like to spend it 80 miles out in the Atlantic?
The Atlantic?
Well, not afloat, on an island.
Well, sir, I guess... But we have theses to get started work on.
Well, perhaps the two can be combined. I have a letter here from an old colleague of mine. Yes, Professor Campbell McLaren. He's in charge of the radio telescope that 3 of our universities built between them.
The one in the Outer Hebrides?
Yes, it's on the Isle of Skara, about 40 miles west of Barra. It's a very powerful apparatus, more adaptable than the one at Jodrell Bank. McLaren's been working there in splendid isolation for 2 years, studying cosmic radiation.
Has he made any progress?
Well, McLaren is the least excitable person alive, and that's why the voluble style of his letter puzzles me. However, the point is, he wants a second opinion on some findings. He suggests that I spend a few weeks there and bring a couple of students to assist. You can make observations, take notes, and I will accept in exchange 7,000 words on radio astronomy, but not one less. Well?
I'd love to come, sir.
I'm not asking what you would love, Miss Ryder. I wish to know if you feel you would benefit from an insight into field research.
I mean, yes, I think it would be very helpful.
Good. And what about you, Mr. Byrne?
Glad if you'll count me in, too, sir. I was reading about the Scar telescope in the Scientific Journal. It has a range of 5 billion light years and can detect the fastest receding galaxies.
I'm not unaware of those facts, Mr. Byrne. I wrote that article.
Sorry, sir.
Mm-hmm. Well, now, I shall be leaving in 3 days' time. McLaren mentions November gales and advises thick clothing. I'm purchasing a garment called a duffel coat, in which I shall look quite ridiculous. He does also mention some other work outside the laid-down program. In his own well-chosen words, some wee backroom messing about, which should be right up your street. Well, we shall see. Please meet me at Euston at 8 p.m. on Monday evening.
Right.
I'll make the travelling arrangements.
Thank you, sir.
Fine.
Now, I really have a great deal of work to do, so, good morning to you.
We'll be there. Goodbye, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Petrie.
Good morning.
Well, how do you like that? Is that character a sheep in wolf's clothing or the other way around? Now and then he gets to be almost human, but not for long.
He's just a bit shy, that's all.
Shy? Oh, sure, and modest, too, like your Dr. Johnson was. Now, come on, we've got a lot to do before Monday.
Yes, let's go.
The Isle of Skara. A lonely tilted granite paving stone jutting out of the ocean. Even from the steamer we could see the radio telescope straddling the highest end like some enormous black crab. 2 towering pylons, and between them the reflector, a vast upturned bowl. We went ashore at Kirkuish, the only harbour, and the only village. The island's only taxi rattled us up steep lanes and across windswept moorlands where sheep huddled behind crumbling flint walls. It left us at the very foot of the telescope, and then it scuttled away as if nervous of the brooding monster it had dared to disturb. The 3 of us gazed up in silence. The wind whined through the 2 tall lattice towers. Slung between them in a cradle of girders, the monstrous hollow eye gazed coldly at the leaden sky. Only this steel creature was blind. It saw by listening. It was almost a relief to see the homely, white-haired figure of McLaren trotting down towards us in a flapping overcoat.
Hello there. Grand to see you again, Hayward. I saw the steamer put in. That's a big event here.
Hello, Campbell. Yes, we were just paying homage to your creation. Rather like the popular idea of an invading Martian.
Oh, don't be unkind to it. It may look a wee bit unfriendly today, but when the sun's out, it can look quite pretty.
It looks as if it might decide to eat us at any moment.
Oh, man.
Campbell, may I introduce Mr. Rudolph Ryder, Mr. Pivot Burley.
How do you do, Ryder, Mr. Bowden? So you're the ones he talked into this.
That's right.
Glad to have you. Now, let's get inside. It never stops blowing on Skara. I think we may as well go straight up to the signal box.
The signal box?
Aye, the control room. It's slung up there, just under the bowl. It's safer than it looks. There's a lift.
A lift?
Oh, we have every modern convenience. Now, watch your step. These paths are slippery.
Right.
We will.
A lift inside one of these supporting towers whirred upwards. We crossed a narrow catwalk, where Elizabeth looked down once and didn't try it again. And then we were in a warm, spacious, glass-panelled laboratory. One felt still on the ground up there, until you looked out and saw all the island, the Atlantic below you, or up, where the bowl of the telescope blotted out the whole sky.
This is where we work. And this is my assistant who shares my eggs out here, Peter Garrick.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you, Dr. Petrie. I've read all your papers on solar physics.
Oh, well, I'm glad someone has.
And Miss Ryder and Mr. Bourne from the CCS in Kensington.
How do you do?
How do you do? No, yeah.
Well, now, you all know the form, of course. We can either send out impulses ourselves, and they're bounced back from bodies in their path, or we can receive short waves from any source that emits them. How's that analysis coming on, Peter? Is Alpha Centauri still complaining?
Yes, quite a disturbance. It's coming through very steadily.
We're tracking one of our celestial neighbors, the star Alpha Centauri, a mere 5 light years away. He seems to be having a little cosmic indigestion, throwing out masses of white-hot hydrogen. I'd like to hear him doing it.
Love to.
Let's have the audio range, Peter.
Right. I'll bring him in.
Aye, there he is. The sound of a furnace hot enough to shrivel the earth, but too far for any ordinary telescope to see. Of course, we're not hearing the physical activity, just the radiations it gives off.
Yes, gotcha.
Swing off to a general bearing, Peter. Let's have the third program for a change.
Anything in particular?
No, the full orchestra.
Right.
Well, look at that. The bowl up there is turning, and we're going with it.
The whole structure is mounted on a circular track.
There are 20 electric motors driving this lot. When we're observing, the whole thing creeps automatically.
I see.
It has to, of course, to counteract the Earth's rotation.
Yes, good.
This bearing ought to give us a fair selection. Just a moment.
There it is, Hayward. The creaking of the universe. The voices of 1,000,000 galaxies. Some of those signals began their journey before men learned to live in caves and chip flints, and have only just arrived. But all that is dead noise, given out by bodies much like our own sun. Aye, and there are more things in heaven and earth.
Campbell, what do you mean?
I'm not sure that I know myself.
Oh.
There, you see, it goes on tape and into these computers for analysis. And these pens scratch it out in graph form, mile after mile of it.
Oh, you research people have all the fun. I'd like one of these in Kensington. Well, tomorrow we'll get down to it in detail.
Surely. I'd be glad of your advice on one or two problems. Well, shall we go down?
Yes.
We have our quarters in those concrete buildings near the cliff. We live well enough, thanks to Mrs. McWhirter, our resident cook. She's promised us dinner at 7. Peter, at 8, will you go on to bearing C60?
C60? Tonight, sir?
Yes, tonight.
Very good.
I'd hang on to the handrail when you get outside. The wind seems to be getting up. One of our problems is the rain that collects in the bowl. On a bad day, the drainage ducts have to cope with something like 600 water.
McLaren's living room, with its chintz curtains and cheerful fire, seemed that night the coziest place on earth. We might have been in the heart of London, save for the wind and the waves pounding on the rocks below. And all the time we were conscious of that vast steel monster towering into the darkness outside. McLaren himself seemed uneasy and kept glancing at his watch. And at 8:15, he said,
Hayward, I've been doing a little work of my own, a sort of sideline. I think it might interest you. We could take a look now if you'd care to.
I said I would. So McLaren led me out of the concrete block, and we dashed through the rain to another which housed the electric generators, then down some bare steps into a series of basement rooms. The last and largest was not as elaborately equipped as the signal box, but there were control consoles, a computer in a shiny grey cubicle, and another recording machine, its stylus scratching a jagged red line on a creeping roll of graph paper. As soon as he closed the door, I realized that McLaren had only been keeping up his cheery manner with an effort.
I dare say you're surprised to find another laboratory down here. The universities don't know about this yet.
Well, I knew you were keen on investigating cosmic radiation, Campbell, but...
No, this is something else. Aye. Now, where to begin? Look at that pen, Hayward. Mm-hmm. See the trace it's making?
Yes, it seems fairly regular. Is it something the telescope is picking up?
Aye. Garrick's on to a certain bearing.
What do you mean?
I'll put it in a nutshell. A year ago, we noticed that a very persistent signal kept breaking in on our other recording.
Oh?
We put it down to meteor showers or the like. Then one day, for something to do, we focused accurately on them and recorded them for several hours. Garrick was curious about the results, so we fed them into the computers. The usual variations emerged. But this time, they were in the form of a regular pattern.
But that's impossible. Cosmic emanations are either continuous or intermittent. There could be no system. Unless...
Unless what?
Well, unless they were from some artificial source, in some way being, transmitted.
We made more recordings and more. We analyzed, compared sequences, and soon we had no doubts at all. There was form and system.
No.
There could be only one thing, a means of communication. Soon we confirmed something else, the position of the source and the range.
Well, if they're coming from some distant nebula...
They're not, Hayward. They originate somewhere on the edge of our solar system. We place the point of origin at a distance of no more than 500,000 million miles.
You mean just beyond the orbit of the farthest planet from the sun, Pluto?
Just so. The edge of outer space.
Good.
Listen to this. Hear it for yourself.
There's meaning, intelligence behind that sound.
And I'll tell you something else. Garrick has worked for months on the breakdown graphs. An organized system is emerging. It's a code, and he believes he's on the way to breaking it.
Good heavens, of course, any kind of common word language is out of the question. It would have to be some other way of transmitting ideas. It could be figures, theorems, atomic numbers, the linear spectrum, things constant to all matter everywhere. Mathematics, after all, is a universal language.
Just so.
Good heavens,
You know, if we're right, Hayward, this is an event of tremendous importance.
Have you made any statements?
No. Communication with some other intelligence beyond the Earth. We've got to be very sure.
Campbell, this is fascinating. I must go over it with you in the smallest detail.
Once we can find the basic key, that's a voice we are hearing, a small voice speaking to us across space. We must learn to understand it. We must.
Well, I gave a brief account of the evening's activities to our two young people and let them hear the signals. And then for the next 3 days that followed, we thought of little else. We spent them either in the underground laboratory or in the high control room beneath the telescope, poring over the neatly filed rolls of squared paper. And on went that jagged red line, saying so much, but then meaning so little to us. On the third day, McLaren and I wanted to work alone, so Clifford and Elizabeth took the brief opportunity to look over the island. They explored the harbour at Kirkuish, took snapshots, and ended up in the evening at the small stone inn near the jetty.
Any good at thought, Cliff?
Heck no, that crazy little board, I can't even hit it. But I'll take you on at ice hockey anytime.
It's not played much in pubs, I'm afraid.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, landlord. Usual for you, Liz?
Yes, please.
1 tomato juice and a half of draft.
1 tomato juice and a half of draft.
Well, Cliff, we have walked into something.
We certainly have. But nobody sane believes that any other planet beyond Mars can possibly support any life beyond a few fungi and mosses.
Too far from the sun. No light, no heat. And beyond Pluto, 500 million miles. There's nothing out there. Just freezing darkness. And nothing.
Well, that's what the book says. But let's just hope, for the sake of professional dignity, that those signals don't turn out to be mixed up dance music from Radio Istanbul or somewhere.
Somehow, I don't think they will, Cliff.
Neither do I. There's something about that noise that gave me the creeps around the back of my neck.
1 tomato juice and a half of draft. That will be 1 and 9pence, please, sir.
Right, 1 and 9. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well, cheers.
Cheers.
The young lady and yourself will be concerned with the contraption, no doubt.
That's right. Hey, just listen to that wind out there. Landlord, are there ever days here when you could keep a hat on?
Oh, yes. But this is the 3rd winter, so there will be bad weather.
The 3rd winter? What's that?
It is the time when the Kirkuish monster visits us.
The Kirkuish monster?
It is a fisherman's story. It is said the sea monster returns to Skara every third year and swims round it, bringing ill weather and driving off the fish.
Have you seen him? Or does he only appear when no one's looking?
It is a story. They say the place to watch from is Drumeard Point on the north of the island. No, I cannot say that I have seen the monster, but then I cannot say that I have.
Well, I think it's time we were getting back here.
Okay, Liz. Good night, landlord.
Good night, sir.
Good night. We'll look out for the monster.
Aye. Seamus, I have been wondering, are the dead fish being washed in again? Yes, I had heard that they were.
Work continued. I saw McClellan's point. There was no hard proof. We might cause a sensation and then have to admit to chasing a theory. But the proof then was closer than any of us imagined. It was nearly a week later on a grey afternoon when Clifford and Elizabeth were following a cliff path on the north side of the island.
So this is Drumeard Point. Goodness, it's bleak and lonely. Just the rocks and the cold breakers falling in from the Atlantic. Up here, you could almost start believing those fishermen's stories.
Now, Liz, you really believe that's the scientific approach?
Well, it's supposed to be our inquiring minds that got us here. I just happen to have a little imagination as well.
Well, my imagination never works so good with my ears half frozen off.
Oh, poor old Cliff. Cliff?
Yeah?
Look there.
Where?
Look at the sea. Just beyond the last of those rocks, where all the gulls are gathering. There's a big circle of foam.
Hey, you're right, there is. Must be a couple of 100 yards across. Water's all churned up. Almost looks like it's boiling. Which today I would say is unlikely.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. And I felt it through the rock we're standing on.
I'm sure it's coming from out there.
That's quite some disturbance. Can't be volcanic, not here. Hey, and get a look at those waves coming in.
Those gulls, Cliff. Which fish are they diving for? They're snatching them from the surface. They look as if they're dead ones.
Oh, they sure do. Hey, Liz, you know that spot isn't far below the tide line. And the tide's going out. Now, I reckon it'll be uncovered in another hour. We could walk out to it. Sure, let's do that. Let's stay around for a while and do it. That big rock is just away to the right. I guess this was just about the place. But there's not a thing here now.
Just firm, wet sand. And the gulls have gone. I've never seen such a lonely place. What could it have been, Cliff?
Oh, maybe just an eddy, some freak local current. But there seemed to be force there. Something pretty powerful.
Well, my feet are getting wet, so let's go.
Hey, hold it. Can you hear that, Liz? It's a kind of humming.
Yes. It's underneath the sand. I'm sure it is. Look, it's vibrating the seawater in that pool. Here, what is it?
Well, I'd need more than 3 guesses. And for something that hums, this is some place for it to be. Hey, this sand is soft enough. It wouldn't take us long to scoop a hole.
What with?
Hands, girl, hands. The best tools in the world. Only 4 are better than 2.
All right. Cliff, You don't suppose we could be teasing an old mine, do you?
Mine's rust up. It could be we're sitting on top of something else. The lair of the Kikuish monster. Had you thought of that? What is it?
Oh, a great fat lugworm. Oh, it's hopeless. As fast as we make the hole bigger, it fills up with water. I'm getting soaked. We need spades.
Well, it can't be down so deep. Try and keep going, Liz.
Oh, there goes a nail. Here. I broke it on something hard.
Hey, just let the sand settle. Yeah, do you see it? There's some kind of curved edge. Let me get down there. It goes down quite a way.
It looks like a circular metal plate. It's covered with tiny shellfish.
Yeah, marine crustacea. Sea deposit. Must have been submerged for years. Now we're getting to it, Liz. You feel that vibration? The thing's going like a dynamo.
Cliff, don't touch it anymore. I don't like it. You can see what it is now, can't you?
I guess so. The end. It's about 3 feet across, and it runs quite a way under the sand. It's a cylinder. An enormous, great cylinder.
That was Orbit 10, a play in 6 episodes written by Peter Elliott Hayes and produced for the BBC by David Davis.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the realm of your imagination and that of the greatest horror story writer the world has known, Edgar Allan Poe. Yes, I said the greatest horror story writer because although others may have written stories equally macabre and terror-ridden, no one has written as many. Moreover, when it comes to sheer mystery, puzzlement, Poe is unsurpassed. As witness.
But, Monsieur Dupin, the door was locked from the inside. The windows were locked from the inside. The murder scene, the L'Esplanade apartment, is on the 4th floor. The murderer could not have escaped.
And yet he did, my friend.
But how?
Oh, come, Pierre, you know as well as I do how.
I know.
You do. Your trouble is, you don't know you know.
Riddles, Monsieur Dupin. You speak in riddles.
Not at all, my friend. You create riddles where riddles do not exist.
Our mystery drama, The Murders in the Rue Morgue, was adapted especially for the Mystery Theater from the Edgar Allan Poe classic by George Lothar and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Well, now, my friends, make yourselves comfortable. Turn down the lights and listen to one of the most horrifying and mystifying of stories, Edgar Allan Poe's The Murders in the Rue Morgue. The year is 1840. The place, Paris, France. At about 7 o'clock in the evening, a young off-duty gendarme, Pierre Musset, and his sweetheart Yvette are returning to her apartment in the Rue Morgue after an evening at the Moulin Rouge.
But
When, my darling, shall we be married?
Oh, just as soon as I'm promoted to gendarme first class, Yvette.
When will that be?
Oh, when indeed. My sergeant, Duchamp, is one of the most indifferent, ruthless of sergeants who takes pleasure in holding his men back, doing all he can to prevent promotion rather than... Yvette, look. There's a crowd in front of your house.
Something's wrong. Come here, quickly.
All right, let me through. I'm a gendarme. You there. What's happened?
We do not know. It happened less than a minute ago. Screams, officer. The most awful screams from Madame L'Espanaye's apartment.
Madame L'Espanaye? Her daughter Camille?
Yvette, it is you.
Oh.
Yes, Camille, too. Both of them screaming so horribly in such agony. I cannot tell you.
Where is the L'Espanaye apartment? What floor?
Next to mine. 4th floor back.
Yvette, you stay here. I'll see what happens.
No, I'll come with you.
Stay here, I tell you. God knows what I'll find up there.
No, Pierre, they were my friends.
Oh, well, all right. Come on, then. Is this the apartment?
Yes.
All is quiet. Too quiet. The door is locked.
Break it in.
All right. So, now let's have a look.
Pierre.
Oh, my God. Yvette.
No. I won't faint. I'll be all right. But, oh, heaven help us. What has happened here?
Look, the woman on the floor. Her throat cut. Is that Madame L'Espanaye?
Yes.
But her daughter, Camille, where is she?
The bathroom door. It's closed. Perhaps...
I'll go and see. No, it's empty.
The kitchen, then. It's the only other room.
No, there's no one in the kitchen.
But where can she be? The door was bolted on the inside.
The windows.
They're closed.
Yes, but... this one's locked. Look, it's nailed shut. You see the nail?
The window next to it is nailed shut, too. And anyhow, it's a sheer 4-story fall to the yard below. Camille couldn't have left that way. Oh, Pierre!
Be calm, Yvette. We must both be calm.
In the face of this? Oh, poor Madame. Her throat cut.
Look here. This is strange. A bag of gold pieces. Napoleons strewed all over the floor.
Oh, perhaps the murderer heard us coming and hurried to make his escape before...
What escape? How could he escape? The door is bolted on the inside. The 2 windows, the only windows in this apartment, nailed shut. How could he leave? How could Camille leave?
Impossible. It's just impossible.
Well, it makes no sense. Here, give me a hand. Get this poor old lady off the floor onto the bed.
Yes.
You take her by the feet. I'll lift her by the shoulders. Ready?
Yes.
All right. Now, lift.
Oh, good Lord. Pierre.
Her head. It fell off. Don't faint, Yvette. Don't faint.
Oh, no.
Look, I must get a message to headquarters at once. You take it while I remain here and... Wait.
What, Pierre?
The fireplace. See there? A lot of soot has been dislodged. Fallen down from inside the chimney.
What would that mean?
There's only one way to find out, and that is to get down on my hands and knees and look up into the chimney.
What is it?
I'm looking into a woman's face. A dead woman's face.
Her face?
It must be Camille. She's been stuffed up the chimney, head down.
Pierre?
What?
I'm sorry. I can't help it. I'm going to faint. Jules? Another glass of wine?
I'll tell you, Yvette, after what happened next door to you last night, I could use another bottle of wine.
You sailors, all alike. You can never get enough of wine.
Oh, love. Come here to me.
Jules, not now. I'm engaged.
Yeah, to a gendarme. And second class yet.
He'll be a gendarme first class someday. Yes, and a sergeant someday, too. Jules, let me go. I must answer the door. Pierre, darling, I wasn't expecting you.
Yes, so I see.
Oh, don't get any ideas, Pierre. This is Jules Dubourg. He's a sailor on sick leave. Jules, this is Pierre Musset, my fiancé.
Hello. How long have you two known each other without my knowing?
A few days. Jules only came to live here a few days ago.
Live here?
He has 2 rooms in the basement, and he is quite sick.
Something I picked up on my last voyage in Borneo.
Borneo, eh?
Jules has been all around the world, and more than once.
Thank you for the wine, Yvette. It has warmed my stomach. Goodbye for now.
Goodbye.
I hope that is all you warmed? His stomach?
Pierre, what a thing to say. We have no cause to be jealous.
I'd better not have. I have enough troubles as it is.
Tell me, my darling, what happened when you talked to Sergeant Duchamp?
Exactly what I expected would happen. I said, Sergeant Duchamp, I would like to be assigned to this case, to the murders that happened in the Rue Morgue.
And what did he say?
He said, You solve a mystery like that one? You leave such things to your betters in the Detective Bureau.
Of course you stood up to him.
Oh, yes, I'm not afraid of him. Not like the others. I argued with him. I explained that I am in love with the most beautiful girl in the world, and that I cannot wait to make her my wife. But I cannot make her my wife until I am promoted to gendarme first class, and one way to get promoted to gendarme first class would be for me to solve the murders in the Rue Morgue.
And what did he say to that?
He laughed. You are a nut, he said. You are as much of a nut as C. Auguste Dupin.
C. Auguste?
Dupin.
Who is this Monsieur Dupin?
The fellow who solved the Marie Roget case. He is not a policeman. He's only a private citizen with a gift for solving mysteries that others can't solve.
Oh.
Anyhow, that's what I think, even if everybody else at headquarters doesn't.
But if he solved the Marie Roget case...
They say it was an accident. That case. It was as much of a mystifying puzzle, an unsolvable riddle as this one. And he explained it so simply, you wouldn't believe it.
He'll never be able to explain what happened in the L'Espanaye place next door last night. No one could.
You may be right. Especially now that we know there were 2 murderers, not 1.
2 murderers?
Then you don't know?
No.
Yvette, I talked last night with some people in the crowd downstairs. They said that while Madame and her daughter were screaming, they heard the voices of 2 men yelling and cursing at them. 1 murderer or 2. How did they get out of that apartment?
Perhaps your friend Monsieur Dupin could tell you. Go to him. Ask for his help.
You forget. My sergeant has ordered me to leave everything to the Detective Bureau.
You forget that unless you are promoted to gendarme first class, we cannot marry.
One day I shall become
One day? What one day? When? Jules Dubourg would marry me like that.
That sailor? That sick sailor? You would marry him?
It would be better than not marrying you.
Oh, Yvette, please.
You do as I say. Pierre, either you go, or here, take back your ring.
Keep the ring. I'll go.
Pierre?
Yvette! What are you doing here in Montmartre?
I had to see you. This couldn't wait. Pierre, I found this shoved under the door of my apartment.
Huh. Looks like a note.
It is a note. Read it.
Be warned. Tell your boyfriend to forget about the Rue Morgue murders, or you will die the way Madame L'Espanaye did. Yvette.
I thought you had better see this and take it to Monsieur Dupin at once. He will know what to do.
Yes. Yes, he would.
Then take it to him as soon as you are off duty. And Pierre?
Yes?
You did go to see Monsieur Dupin, didn't you?
Well, no.
Yeah.
I couldn't bring myself to do it. I didn't have the nerve. But now that your life is threatened, I'll go to see him and ask his help. I promise you, Yvette. I promise.
Yes?
Monsieur Dupin? C. Auguste Dupin?
Yes?
I am Pierre Mouzet. Gendarme, second class Pierre Mouzet.
Ah, yes. You wish my help in solving the murders in the Rue Morgue, is it not so?
You know why I'm here?
Of course.
But how?
Oh, you were the first policeman to reach the scene of the crime. You are a second-class gendarme, and helping to solve the murders would result in a promotion. And inasmuch as you yearn to marry a very beautiful young woman named Yvette...
That's amazing. That you should know all this without our ever having met? Amazing.
It's anything but amazing, my friend. It's simplicity itself. Everything I've just told you was fully reported in the newspapers. Oh. Now then, won't you come in?
And so what was to Pierre an amazing deduction turns out to be no deduction at all. Nor does C. Auguste Dupin turn out to be the formidable man Pierre thought he would be. As to whether Dupin can bring our two lovers happily together in marriage by solving the apparently insoluble mystery of the murders in the Rue Morgue, we shall see when I return shortly for Act 2. Well then, Gendarme Second Class Pierre Musset has sought the help of C. Auguste Dupin in solving the murders in the Rue Morgue. Murders so baffling that any chance of solving the mystery seems impossible. Still in all, as you know, Dupin solved a mystery equally as puzzling, that of Marie Roget. So let's join Pierre now as he sits across from Monsieur Dupin in the latter's modest apartment.
My dear fellow, I've little, if any, interest in solving crimes. I wish only to be left alone to read my books and pursue one or two hobbies. And after all, crime is the business of the police.
I know. Well, thank you for seeing me, at least. I'm sorry to have taken your time. Good day, Monsieur Dupin.
Good day. No. Wait.
Monsieur?
I'm a fool, but I'm also French. I have no interest at all in solving crimes, but, let me face it, I cannot remain untouched by the plight of young lovers.
Then you will help me to...
If you solve this mystery, or more precisely, if I solve it for you and let you take the credit, then assuredly you'll be raised to gendarme first class and able to marry your beloved Yvette. Now, can you gain access to the L'Esplanade apartment?
Of course.
Well, in that case, my dear fellow, let us go at once to the Rue Morgue. The door is unlocked here?
Yes. As you can see, Monsieur Dupin, it was bolted on the inside when I broke the door. The bolt was torn out of the wood.
Small wonder. You're a big fellow. Ah, there. That large blood stain on the rug.
That's where she lay. Madame L'Esplanade, with her head cut off.
Now, the bag of gold pieces...
It lay right here, on the rug. The gold pieces were strewn all over the floor. I keep asking myself, why didn't the two murderers take the gold? But there is no answer.
Because you're asking yourself the wrong question.
The wrong question?
Well, the answer to why they didn't take the gold is simple. They didn't want it. The question you should be asking is, why didn't they want it?
Oh, yes. Yes, I see.
Now, this is the fireplace where you found the body of the daughter, Camille?
Yes. Stuffed up the chimney. Feet first, the head down. Again, I keep asking, how powerful must these men have been to be able to do it? To stuff a body up a chimney with such force that... Well, I don't know how many bones were broken.
My friend, you have a positive genius for asking the wrong questions. Again, it's not how they do it, but why did they do it? What reason would they have for doing it?
I can't answer that. Maybe there was no reason.
There's always a reason, Pierre. Now, what else was there? Ah, yes, the windows. You say these are the only two windows in the apartment?
The only two.
None in the bathroom, in the kitchen?
None.
And these appear to be kept locked with a nail in each. And let's see. I pull the nail out of this one and open the window.
Well, the murderers couldn't have escaped this way. Even if the windows had been open, it's a sheer drop. 4 stories to the ground.
So I see. I also see a drain pipe.
But if the windows were locked...
They could not have been locked.
But they were.
Oh, my friend. God also gave you a brain. As with your eyes, use it. You know the murderers did not escape by way of the door. It was bolted on the inside and you broke it in.
True enough.
They could not have escaped by way of the chimney. It follows that they had to escape via the windows, using the drain pipe to reach the ground.
But I tell you, the windows were locked, just as they are locked now, each with a long nail. All the windows in this house are the same. A hole is bored through the window and into the sill. To lock the window, you push a nail through it into the sill. Well, you just pull that nail out of this one.
Not the other. You do that, my friend. You pull the nail out of the second window.
What for?
To answer the question of how the murderers escaped. Now do as I say. Pull it out.
What in the world
is... You see?
A broken nail. As simple as that. A broken nail.
But it's not simple.
The window only appeared to be locked.
Well, I've seen enough. Let's go.
You have the answer then, Monsieur Dupin?
Well, part of the answer. Only part, but give me time to think and...
Look who's coming up the stairs.
Hello, Pierre.
What are you doing up here? Why don't you stay in your cellar, Jules?
That is not your business.
Yvette is my business, and you are up here to see her.
What if I am?
I want you to stay away from her. Yvette is my fiancée.
Take a reef in your sail, Pierre. You don't own her.
Now, you listen to me.
You take your hands off me. Take them off.
Gentlemen.
What is all this? What's going on here?
I want Jules Dubourg to stay away from you, and you from him.
Oh, you do?
Yes, I do, Yvette. You are my fiancée.
But not your wife. And even if I were, I have a right to see anyone I please.
Not while you are engaged to me.
Oh, is that so? Well, let me tell you something. I will see anyone I wish, whenever I wish.
Now, mademoiselle, you don't mean that. You're speaking out of anger.
Who are you? And what right have you to interfere?
My name is Dupin. Auguste Dupin.
Monsieur Dupin. Pierre, you went to him.
I did indeed, mademoiselle, and believe me, your fiancé is not only a man of determination, but brilliance, mademoiselle.
Brilliance?
But, my dear fellow, the way you solved the puzzle of that locked window, brilliant, positively brilliant. You'll be in the detective bureau before you know it.
Oh, Pierre, that's wonderful, wonderful. Jules, I think it would be better if you do not come to see me anymore.
But Yvette...
Please, Jules, no more.
Have it your way. There are other ports of call.
Oh, so there, Monsieur. Monsieur Dupin, can I offer you a glass of wine?
Thank you, but another time. You could tell me what perfume that is you're wearing?
Nuit de Passion.
Passionate night. It's well named, mademoiselle. A pleasure meeting you, mademoiselle. Pierre, if you would see me down to the street?
Oh, of course.
But come back, Pierre. If you were off duty, that is.
I am off duty, Yvette, and I shall be back.
This fellow, Pierre, this Jules Dubourg, he's a sailor, isn't he?
Yes.
What's he doing here? Why isn't he at sea?
I don't know. He's ill. Some sort of rare tropical disease he picked up in Borneo.
In Borneo? Interesting.
What's so interesting about it?
You know, my friend, I told your fiancée you were brilliant enough to be a detective.
Oh, I appreciate that, Monsieur Dupin. You did me such a favor, building me up in her eyes.
Oh, but it's true, you know. You could be a detective. You've only to learn how to use your head and all your senses.
My senses?
All 5 of them. You see, everyone's senses, taste, smell, sight, sound, touch, all these tell things. But few people listen. For example, I noticed the scent of your fiancée's perfume. Have you?
Well, I've always known she smelled exciting.
But beyond that, you did not go. Now, you ask me why the fact that our sailor man, Gilles Dubourg, contracted a disease in Borneo is interesting to me.
Yes, I do.
But you've no need to ask. It's as I said before. You know, but you don't know you know. Very well, then. I'll give you a lesson. Your first lesson in how to be a detective. Now, first, look. Then, see what you look at. Then, put 2 and 2 together and make sure they add up to 4. Now, for instance, put Gilles Dubourg together with drain pipes and see where it leads you.
Jules and drain pipes? I don't understand.
You will, if only you think, my friend. Think.
Pierre. You must go now. It's 3 in the morning.
Oh, let me stay a little while longer. Just a little while.
No, my darling. I must go to work in the morning. Oh, I need my sleep. And I'm certainly not getting any with you.
Must be that perfume you wear.
Oh, my perfume, not me.
Oh, of course it's you.
Well, whether my perfume or me, off with you.
All right.
When will you be seeing Monsieur Dupin again?
Oh, I don't know. He said he wanted time to think, that he would leave a message for me at headquarters. But, you know, Yvette, I'm beginning to wonder if I need Dupin. If there was any need to go to him in the first place.
What do you mean?
Well, after all, I solved the mystery of how the murderers escaped. One of those 2 windows wasn't locked at all. The nail was broken.
Brilliant. The murderers must have got to the ground by the drain pipe.
The drain pipe. Oh, yes, the drain pipe.
But even so, I've been thinking. No ordinary man could manage to slide down a drain pipe. He would have to be very strong. Yes, and agile. But you've thought of that, I'm sure.
Oh, of course. Well, it's only a question of what kind of man would that be?
Oh, I could think of any number.
You can?
But of course. A chimney sweep for one, a house painter for another, a circus performer.
Huh?
You know, an aerial artiste. A sailor, like Jules Dubourg, say. They're used to climbing things.
Yes, that is a possibility. Jules Dubourg, a definite possibility.
Now, you let jealousy blind you. Jules is a sick man, for one thing, and doesn't have the strength, anywhere near the strength, to do what was done in that apartment. Whoever committed those horrible murders was more than strong. He was powerful, unbelievably powerful. Oh, but come now, you must go. You must.
I'm going. Lock yourself in.
Don't worry, I will. I'm not taking any chances. Not after getting that note.
Yvette, you have nothing to fear. Dupin and I are working on this case, and trust us to solve it in short order.
I do trust you, my darling. Oh, I do. Good night, my sweet. Good night.
Good night. Good night, my lovely wife-to-be.
Good night.
Bolt the door.
I was about to. There. It's bolted. Good night, Pierre.
Yvette! Oh, my God! Yvette! It's bolted on the inside.
Pierre! Help me!
Yvette!
Help me!
Yvette!
The horror that struck Madame L'Espanaye and her daughter now strikes Yvette. And once again, Pierre faces the barrier of a door bolted on the inside. You, like me, can imagine the terror of this young policeman as he steps back before flinging all his weight at that locked door, wondering what frightful sight will meet his gaze when he breaks it down. I'll return shortly for Act 3. frightful monster haunts the Rue Morgue? What kind of fiend committed the butcheries on Madame L'Espanaye and her daughter Camille? These are the questions young gendarme Pierre Musset has been seeking to answer. Now it seems he's about to find those answers in the most horrible way imaginable. For behind the bolted door of her apartment in the Rue Morgue, his fiancée Yvette is herself in the grip of the fiend.
Oh, Lord, help me. It's dark. The lamp. Where's the lamp? What? Here. Wait. What happened? Oh, my stomach. Yvette. Where's that lamp? Light the lamp. There. Yvette. Heaven help us all. Yvette!
My friend, compose yourself.
Monsieur Dupin.
There now, softly. Now, tell me all about it.
Well, as I said, I broke the door in. It was dark, but I could make out a shape. It was a huge, a monstrous man against the moonlit window. I saw him only for a second because he flung himself at me with such speed, with such amazing speed. He took me off balance. He struck me. It was a powerful blow in the stomach. Oh, heaven, I'm not yet recovered from it.
Some wine, perhaps?
No, thanks. Let me go on. Now, as I went down, I grabbed at him and... Here, look, I must have grabbed him by the hair on his head because I pulled these hairs out.
Black. Coarse.
Then I think I don't know, I lit a lamp. Yes, and I saw Yvette. Oh, my poor Yvette. Blood streaming down her cheek. Bruises already beginning to blacken her face.
You took her to the hospital,
yes.
You said?
Yes, I did.
What is her condition?
Well, it's not fatal, thank God. Not even very serious. Badly bruised, cut over her right eye, but she's going to be all right. The monster failed to make good his threat to kill her.
We may indeed thank God for that.
Yes. Well, at least we know more than we did before, Monsieur Dupin. We know that the murderer is a big man, a huge man of unbelievable strength, and that he has black hair.
We know a great deal more than that, Pierre.
We do?
Well, I do, and so do you. Only, as I've said before, you don't know you know.
Oh, Monsieur, I do not have your brilliant brain. Well, it doesn't matter. All that matters is that you can solve this awful mystery, that you can save Yvette. The murderer failed this time, but he'll try again.
Well, it's my hope that he will, yes.
Your hope? Surely you, as much as I, want to save Yvette's life.
Well, of a certainty, my friend. But I'm afraid I can save it only by risking it.
Yvette, you're sure you're comfortable on the couch?
Yes, Pierre, thank you.
Mademoiselle, are you strong enough to help me in a plan I have in mind?
Now, wait, what kind of a plan?
A plan to trap the murderer.
And I can help you trap him?
You can be the bait.
Now, just hold on a moment.
Yeah, let me explain.
There is nothing to explain. Whatever you have in mind, I refuse to let Yvette risk her life.
Nonsense, Pierre. My life is in danger anyway.
Precisely. The killer will strike again, but not for the reason you think.
What do you mean? In that note he sent Yvette, he swore he would kill her if I did not stop trying to unmask him.
But that is not the reason Yvette was attacked. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, she was not deliberately attacked at all.
How can you say such a thing? Look at the bruises on her face, her arms, the gash over her eye.
Use your ears, my friend, no more than your eyes. I did not say Yvette was not attacked. I said she was not deliberately attacked. Nor was she attacked by the person who wrote the note.
Monsieur Dupin, you amaze me. How do you know all this?
Because 2 + 2 = 4 if you put them together properly. I'll help you by showing you the facts once again, but you must add them up. First, we know that the killer entered the L'Esplanade apartment by the window and left by the window because it was not locked, though it appeared to be.
The nail was broken, yes.
As you discovered, Pierre.
Yes.
Quite so. Now, this apartment is next door to the L'Esplanade apartment. Outside that window, it's a 4-story drop to the backyard unless the murderer escaping slid down the drain pipe attached to the wall between these apartments. You follow?
Yes.
A sailor, Monsieur Dupin. A sailor, maybe, like Jules Dubourg.
There you go again, letting your jealousy...
No, mademoiselle, he's altogether right. A sailor could climb the drain pipe. So much for that fact. Now, here's another and a most revealing one. Why was the bag of gold pieces, worth, as we have learned, more than $4,000, why was that bag of gold not taken?
Perhaps the murderer was in such a hurry to escape.
But there was no hurry. The door was bolted. There was plenty of time to escape.
You said the gold wasn't taken because it wasn't wanted. But what were the L'Esplanades killed for, if not the money? Revenge?
It couldn't be that. They stayed to themselves. They knew no one.
Well, if not for money or revenge, what then?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Monsieur Dupin, that makes no sense. No sense at all.
Precisely. That's the answer. The L'Esplanade murders were senseless.
But that is impossible. The murderer must have killed for a reason.
No, he did not. And why do you keep saying murderer when there were two? You're forgetting one of the most important facts of all. The fact that 2 voices were heard in the L'Esplanade apartment. One was definitely that of a Frenchman, but the other... you shall see tonight, if mademoiselle will indeed act as the fate.
Of course. What do you want me to do?
Do not lock your windows, and do not bolt your doors. That is all.
That is enough.
Now be calm, my friend. Your fiancée will not be alone. We shall be with her, both of us armed with pistols. Oh, and one thing more, mademoiselle.
Monsieur?
That perfume of yours, Passionate Night. And be sure to use it. Use a lot of it.
If you say so, yes. Why?
The murderer, I think, finds it enticing. If it comes to that, so do I.
2 o'clock. No sign yet of the murderer.
He'll come, of that I'm sure. Especially since mademoiselle did indeed use a sufficiency of Passionate Night perfume. It makes waiting a pleasure, mademoiselle.
Thank you, Monsieur Dupin.
It won't make you that death a pleasure.
She will not be harmed, I promise you. I have a pistol, and so have you. I'll be sure to use it when I give the word. And, Pierre.
Yes?
Shoot to kill.
Depend on it. I shall certainly.
Listen. Come back. Come back, I tell you. Let me get to the window. Yes, it's coming. It's climbing the drain pipe.
It?
Damn you, come back. There's someone climbing the pipe behind it, trying to reach it, trying to stop it.
You keep saying it. What do you mean, it?
You'll see in a moment. Get back, well back. You, mademoiselle, you stay there. Pierre?
Yes?
The instant it appears in the window, I'll give the order to shoot. Remember, shoot to kill.
Don't worry about that.
Now, shoot! It's still alive. Shoot again. Light the lamps while I get to the window and... Dubourg! Jules Dubourg, come up! Don't try to escape.
Dubourg, I was right. It is Jules Dubourg.
Who else, my friend? He's the only sailor living in this arrondissement. Come in, Dubourg, come in.
Please, it was not my fault. It was not my fault.
I'm well aware of that. You've nothing to fear, although you thought you had.
On the floor! My God, what is it?
It's the Russian, the German, the Italian, the foreign voice that was no language at all. I'm not as familiar as I might be with the ape family, Dubourg. What is it? A gorilla? A baboon? What?
An orangutan.
What?
An orangutan, a large ape found in the jungles of Borneo.
And this is the monster that killed Madame L'Espanaye and her daughter?
Yes. And heaven help me, I am responsible. There was nothing I could do, monsieur, nothing.
Well, you could have notified the police. You should have. They would have handled matters for you with dispatch, but you didn't do that because you still hoped to sell the ape, didn't you?
Can you blame me? I'm a poor man and sick. I need money. I brought the orangutan back from Borneo in the hope of selling it. I paid to have the ship's carpenter build a special box with air holes to hold it. Paid money I couldn't afford. And God help me, when I engaged those rooms in the cellar, I should have kept it in the box. But I felt sorry for it. It looked so human. It was so human that I let it out and kept it in one of the rooms.
How did this beast come to kill Madame L'Espanaye and her daughter?
It escaped from the room I kept it in. I wasn't there when it happened. I discovered it when I came home that night. I opened the door, and I could not believe it. The ape was seated in front of a mirror, shaving himself with my straight razor.
Shaving himself?
Well, trying to. They are great imitators, you know. I went to take the razor from him. I was not afraid of him. He was really harmless. But he ran from me, out through the door, and into the backyard.
You chased him?
Of course. I was afraid he might cut himself with the razor. Well, his eye caught the window of the Espanaye apartment because the light was on. Up the drain pipe he went, and I after him. He tore the window open and went in, and the screaming began.
You wrote that note to Yvette, didn't you? That note that threatened her life?
Yes, but only to frighten you of the case. I was afraid if you found out what had happened, I would be sent to the guillotine.
I believe you. But why did you let the ape attack Yvette?
I didn't. I couldn't control it. And it was drawn to her by that perfume she wears.
My perfume?
That time when we were kissing and holding each other close, the ape smelled her perfume on me.
What?
I brought the scent of your perfume back to my cellar rooms. It was on my clothes. The ape couldn't get enough of smelling my jacket. He liked the perfume, enjoyed it. And so, when he escaped last night and tonight, he followed the scent here. But he didn't mean to harm you any more than he meant to harm the Espanays. It was your screams and theirs that frightened him and made him do the horrible things he did.
Jules Dubourg, I hereby place you under arrest as the party responsible for the murders in the Rue Morgue. We will go at once to headquarters. Come along. Oh, and, Yvette.
Yes, chérie?
After Dubourg has been booked, I shall return, and we will discuss the kissing and the holding each other close that left such a strong smell of passionate night on his jacket. All right, you Dubourg. Get along.
He's very angry with you, your fiancé.
He will cool off.
You will have no doubt a satisfactory explanation for him?
No. But there are other ways, Monsieur Dupin. There are other ways.
There are indeed, mademoiselle. There are indeed.
So ends the murders in the Rue Morgue. If not happily, at least on an easier note. I may tell you that Yvette did cool Pierre's anger, and that they wound up eventually with 9 children, very handsome and healthy children who became the pride and joy of Sergeant Pierre Musset. I'll be back shortly. I cannot close without an expression of gratitude to Edgar Allan Poe, a sensitive man whose life was an almost incessant and unrelenting torment. Such torture for him that he sought release in alcohol and drugs. He yet gave the world immeasurable pleasure with his stories of the macabre, the horrible, the arcane. He may even have given to the world one of the greatest fictional detectives literature has ever known, Sherlock Holmes. I don't know about others, but I must ask, had it not been for C. Auguste Dupin, would there have been a Sherlock Holmes? Our cast included Paul Hecht, Guy Sorel, Corinne Orr, and Dan Acco. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale. Shh, listen.
What's that? What's he saying?
He's crying as if his heart would break. This is terrible. Poor Wyatt. He's in agony out there.
Yes, I can hear him. Poor man. Will, what is he crying over?
It can't be the painting, even if it had been damaged when those sailors bumped the box. Elvira, it can't be that.
It isn't.
Isn't?
I told you I've had this feeling all along. This sense of something. You know. And now I'm sure. It isn't a painting that's in that box, Will. It's a corpse.
A corpse?
And the question that I've been asking myself all along is, whose?
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the terrifying world of your imagination. Vampire. Perhaps in the safety of your home, the word means little to you. Oh, you've heard of vampires, of course. But do you believe that they exist? Not you. Well, all I can say is Minna Harker didn't believe either. Our mystery drama, Dracula, was specially adapted from the story by Bram Stoker for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Mercedes McCambridge. It is sponsored in part by new sugar-free Diet 7-Up and by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
And now, another story of the ball and chain, as Kellogg's Special K presents The Library.
Welcome to the public library. May I help you, sir?
Yes, I'd like to check out... I'd like to check out Famous Laundromats of the World by Audrey Schnorbart.
Sir, excuse me, but isn't that ball and chain you're wearing just like the ones they use in the Kellogg's Special K commercial?
This ball and chain?
Yes, that one. How are you going to get rid of it?
Well, you know, lots of good exercises, and by eating smart at every meal, starting with the Special K breakfast.
Don't you have to watch your calories?
Yes, and the Special K breakfast is less than 240 calories.
Less than 240 calories?
Right. A 1-ounce bowl of high-protein Special K, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, and coffee. It's really tasty, and it's going to help me get rid of this ball and chain. I'd say it's long overdue, get it?
Your happy ending could begin with the Special K breakfast from Kellogg's.
There's a very special deal going on at all offices of Suburban Savings throughout North Jersey. It's called Suburban Special Interest Deal, and you'll be especially interested in the savings you get. A top 7.90% effective annual yield on Suburban Limited's issue 750 savings certificate. And Suburban guarantees it from 4 to 10 years. Minimum deposit, $2,500. Early withdrawal prior to maturity is subject to a substantial penalty. Suburban compounds interest continuously from day of deposit, paid paid quarterly. So you not only get interest on your savings, you get interest on the interest. And Suburban offers you the highest interest rate allowed by law. Here's your chance to get a great savings. A top 7.90% effective annual yield on Suburban's limited issue 7.50% savings certificate. Why not deal yourself into Suburban Savings Special Interest Deal in Bayonne, Edgewater, Elmwood Park, Emerson, Hackettstown, Morris Plains, Nutley, Paramus, and Sparta.
Horror, in its purest form, lies ahead for us. I would be remiss if I didn't warn you that if your nerves are not strong, it might be better for you not to listen. No, really now. Be warned. Because as Minna Harker tells us in the diary she kept, there awaits you
an experience so loathsome, so horrifying, that I can hardly bring myself to write of it. If I'd known what lay ahead for me when I went to visit my dearest and closest friend, Lucy Westenra, at Hillingham, I could not have brought myself to go, much as I loved her. Looking back now, I realize I had plenty of warning, but I paid no attention. For example, as I drove to the Westenra estate through that lonely, isolated country and heard the wolves howling in the distance, it occurred to me that it was strange to hear wolves in this part of the country. As strange as the huge bat that flew alongside my car. I mentioned this to John, Dr. John Seward, Lucy's fiancé, as we sat having a drink in the living room.
It's strange, Minna. I've seen that bat myself. The thing must have a wingspread of at least 4 feet. I haven't the faintest idea where it came from, or the wolves either.
Even Lucy's letters seemed kind of strange to me, John. What is the matter with her?
No, I don't know. I'm completely baffled. I've had 2 other doctors look at her, colleagues of mine, and they can't figure it out. I'm desperate, Minna. I'm so desperate I've called in my old friend and teacher, Professor Van Helsing.
Van Helsing?
Yes,
he's one of the finest diagnosticians in the world, John.
Yes, he'll be here from Amsterdam in a day or 2.
Amsterdam, Holland?
Yeah.
All the way from Oh, John, you must be desperate.
Lucy is dying, Minna. I'll do anything I can to save her. We must find a way to stop her from losing blood.
Losing blood?
Well, it's this constant loss of blood that's killing her. Transfusions help for a time, but only a short time, and each transfusion is less effective.
John, when can I see her?
Oh, she's sleeping now. Her mother's with her, watching her. We take turns. As soon as Mrs. Westenra lets us know she's awake...
Oh, listen. Those wolves, they're at it again. John, hasn't anyone looked into this wolf thing? How they suddenly come to be in this part of the country?
Well, according to the paper, the town police have looked into it. Well, that's peculiar, too.
What?
Well, they haven't been able to spot one single wolf. Oh, excuse me. We have a visitor. Oh, come in, Count. Come in.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm on my way to town. I have a dinner engagement, and I thought I would stop to ask after Miss Westenra.
Oh, she's no better, I'm afraid.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Can you stay for a drink?
Well,
I'd like you to meet a friend of Lucy's who'll be staying with us for a while.
Oh, in that case, of course.
Minna, this is Count Dracula, our new neighbor, Count Miss Minna Harker.
How do you do?
How do you do? Count Dracula?
Yes, but do not hold it against me, Miss Harker. I cannot help being of the blood royal.
Well, why don't you two get acquainted while I go up and see if Lucy's awake yet?
I shall do my best to entertain this charming young lady.
I won't be a minute.
You're a long way from home, Count.
A very long way, Miss Harker.
May I ask what brought you here?
Business.
Business? Good heavens, what kind of business could you have in this part of the country? I mean, it's so isolated.
True, it does present difficulties, but I like living in the country.
Oh, you must. Oh, forgive me, I'm forgetting my manners. Would you like a drink?
Thank you.
Scotch or bourbon?
Is there perhaps some wine? Red wine.
Now, let me see. I'm not very familiar with the supply here. Here we are. There's a bottle of Burgundy.
That glass of that will be... Miss Harker, what's wrong? What is it?
It's the bottle. I'm afraid it slipped. It slipped. That's all. I'm afraid I cut my hand. No, don't be upset. It's only a slight cut, see?
No.
Lucy's awake and we can... Count, what's wrong? Minna, your hand.
I must leave at once, Doctor. Sorry, I cannot stay. Something I just remembered. No, it's all right. I will see myself now.
What in the world? But, Count... Minna, what happened? Minna?
I dropped the bottle of wine and cut my hand.
Yes, I see you did, but...
I dropped the bottle because I couldn't see him in the mirror.
Couldn't see? What mirror?
This mirror over the table. It reflects the whole room.
Well, of course it does, but...
John, I picked up the bottle to pour Count Dracula a drink, and I looked into the mirror, and he was standing where you are now, and I couldn't see him in the mirror. What? He was there where you're standing, but he wasn't reflected in the glass.
Minna, you're not making sense. And you're trembling.
John, I'm scared.
Of what?
How can you ask? I look in the mirror and didn't see someone who should have been reflected in it. Is something going wrong with my eyes or my brain, John? What?
Minna, easy. I don't want another patient on my hands.
But, John,
An optical illusion, something like that. Our eyes play tricks on us sometimes. Now, come on. Let's get a bandage for that cut, and then we'll go up and see Lucy.
I believe, John. It must have been. It had to be a trick my eyes had played. What else? Well, we got a bandage for the cut on my hand, and then John took me to Lucy's room. I can't find words to describe the shock I felt when I saw her. She was white as new-fallen snow, and so thin, she almost seemed transparent. She's dying. That was my first thought. She's dying, and nothing can save her. And I know she read the thoughts in my face. I could see the sudden fear in her eyes.
I am dying, Minna.
Oh, you mustn't even think that, Lucy.
You do. It was in your face when you looked at me. I read your thoughts. She's dying, you thought. And nothing can save her. I am. And nothing can save me.
Oh, John can save you. And he will.
He hasn't so far.
You mustn't despair, Lucy.
Despair, Minna? I don't have the strength to despair. You better go now, Minna.
Go? Lucy, dear, I haven't seen you in nearly a year. We haven't even started to tell each other everything that's happened.
Later. Not now. I'm tired. I want to sleep.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll come back later.
No, not till tomorrow.
All right, whatever you say. But I'll just look in on you later.
No,
Lucy.
You mustn't.
All right, then. But stop upsetting yourself.
Go quickly.
Oh, good Lord. At the window.
It's nothing. Go, Minna. It's nothing.
Nothing. It's that bat. That huge bat that followed my car.
Oh, I beg of you.
Lucy, the thing is trying to get in. Look, it's clawing at the window. Is that locked? Is that window locked?
Yes, it's locked.
But locks are useless against Count Dracula. Oh, good Lord. Mirrors do not reflect my image, Miss Harker. Nor do locks keep me out.
You were that bat.
As the wolves you hear are not wolves, but like myself, vampires.
Vampires?
The dead, who live by night. The dead, undead.
No, this can't be happening. It's a dream. It's a nightmare.
That's what it will seem like when you wake up. Yes, you're going to sleep now. And yet not sleep. You will remember all you've seen here, but when you waken, it will seem like a dream. A dream you'll tell no one, not even Professor Van Helsing. Because you will not want to look foolish. You'll be ashamed to tell it for fear he will think you're a silly young woman. Enough. Did I sleep? Did I dream? No. My sleep was a hypnotic trance into which he had placed me. And what I dreamed was reality. There in the moonlight that streamed through the window, I saw Dracula raise his arms and call. Lucy. Lucy, my dearest love, come to me. Come, my darling.
I can't. Too weak. My lover, I'm too weak.
Then I shall come to you. Embrace you. Kiss you.
And now the strangest thing of all happened to me. As I watched what then took place, my love for my friend Lucy, my fears for her, made me feel as she must have felt, so poignantly, so deeply that, yes, I became Lucy. I watched Dracula as he approached my bed. There was a deliberate voluptuousness in him which I found both thrilling and repulsive. Lower and lower went his head as the lips went below the range of my mouth and chin and seemed about to fasten on my throat. I could feel the hot breath on my neck. Then the skin of my throat began to tingle. I could feel the soft, shivering touch of his lips on the supersensitive skin of my throat, and then two hard dents of two sharp teeth just touching and pausing there. I closed my eyes in a languorous ecstasy, and I waited. I waited with a beating heart. And then horror overcame me, and I sank into unconsciousness.
I promise that the horror you have just experienced is nothing compared to what is to come. Think twice before you return with me shortly with Act 2.
Hi, I'm Goldilocks, Ms. Goldilocks, if you please, and I'm a professional taste tester. Here at my taste test laboratory, that's TTL for short, I taste test everything from porridge to diet drinks. Actually, there's not that much taste testing in porridge these days. There used to be, once upon a time. I mean, that's how this Ms. got into the biz. But lately it's been diet drinks. I mean, with so many diet drinks going sugar-free, I've been really busy conducting taste tests. A rather unbearable assignment, to be sure. But then I discovered sugar-free diet 7-Up. Fresh, natural, delicious. My only problem is that sugar-free diet 7-Up tastes so good that it broke my Goldilocks diet drink taste-o-meter. Well, sugar-free diet 7-Up certainly has my seal of approval. This one's just right.
Hey, Mom, what's for dinner? Hey, Mom, what you got?
It's time to get ready for the great outdoors, and your ShopRite supermarket has everything you'll need for cookout dinners and fun in the sun. And for this week's dinners, ShopRite is featuring whole grade A frying chickens, just 37 cents a pound. Roasting chickens up to 4 pounds, 47 cents a pound. Choice beef rib steaks, $1.19 a pound. ShopRite Franks, 89 cents a pound. Get all your outdoor cooking equipment and many great food values at your ShopRite supermarket.
She loves the family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
This is WOR New York, an RKO General Station, your station for Mystery Theater.
I thought it must have been a dream, a nightmare, for nothing so vile and revolting could be real. But though I tried during the next day or two to persuade myself it was only a dream, there were signs, warnings all about me that told me I was lying to myself. There was the nightly howling of the wolves, the screeching of that huge bat around the house, and yes, the scarf that Lucy kept wrapped round her throat. It's such a hot afternoon. How can you bear to wear that scarf around your throat?
Hot? I feel cold.
But, Lucy, you're perspiring. Your forehead is damp.
All I want to do is sleep. I'm so tired. I'm so deathly tired.
I'll leave you for a while, then. I'll look in on you later to make sure you're all right.
Oh,
Sleep well.
Minna?
Yes, dear.
If I'm asleep when you come back, promise me you won't remove this scarf from around my throat.
Very well.
You won't even touch it. Promise?
I promise. Later that afternoon, toward evening, Professor Van Helsing arrived from Holland. When John introduced me to him, he stared at me suddenly and hard, his eyes boring into me from behind his thick lensed glasses.
You are frightened, Miss Harker? Why?
Frightened?
Maybe she hasn't recovered from that optical illusion the other night.
Optical illusion?
Yes, you see that mirror over the table there?
Yes.
Well, we had a visitor, Count Dracula, a new neighbor at Carfax, a few miles from here, and Minna had the illusion that she couldn't see his reflection in the mirror.
My eyes must have played a trick on me, Professor.
Yes. This Count Dracula, John, he's new here, you say?
Yes, he arrived from Hungary about 6 weeks ago.
I see. Take me to see your fiancée, John.
Oh, she's sleeping, Lucy, sleeping.
We'd better wake her up.
What is it? You seem suddenly concerned.
I am. Take me to Lucy at once. Wake her, John.
All right.
Gently. Very gently.
Lucy? Lucy, dear. Come on, wake up.
Here. Let me. Pulse weak, very weak. Eyes. Oh, she's not asleep. She's in a coma. What is her blood type?
Oh.
So is mine. Prepare for a transfusion, John. I will be the donor. And hurry, man, hurry.
Yes, of course.
Meanwhile, I shall have a look under this scarf.
No, she didn't want the scarf removed.
I'm sure she didn't, Miss Harker, but we're going to remove it. Aha. As I thought.
What is it?
Yes, Professor, what?
Look.
There are two little holes. Wounds.
As if she'd been bitten by a large snake.
No, not a snake.
What then? What?
We must be quick with the transfusion, very quick. And pray God, both of you, that I have not arrived too late.
But he was too late. The transfusion revived Lucy a little. When we'd made her as comfortable as we could, the three of us, Professor Van Helsing, John, and I, went back down to the living room. And it was here that Professor Van Helsing told us the truth. The truth that made John Seward cry out.
Vampire? You say we are dealing with a vampire, Professor? Have you gone out of your mind?
My dear John, I don't blame you.
Blame me? I should hope not. You ask me to believe me, a doctor, a man of medical science?
Science? There's more to this world than science.
But, Professor, a vampire? I can't believe that there's a vampire.
I tell you that witches exist. That warlocks exist. That vampires exist. And we are dealing with one here.
But if what you say is true...
It is. Ask her. Ask Miss Harker.
Me?
You had an experience in this house that you are concealing. You choose to think it was a dream. When did it happen, child? Last night?
No. The night before.
Where?
In Lucy's bedroom.
Minna, what happened?
I dreamed...
No, it was no dream.
All right, then. I saw... Oh, heaven protect me. I saw...
You needn't tell me. No need to put you through that. I would if I didn't know who our vampire is. But I do know.
Who?
The man whose reflection she could not see in that mirror. Your new neighbor, Count Dracula.
I don't believe you. I cannot believe you.
If you can't believe me, at least trust me.
Oh, I'll answer that.
Wait.
Yes, Professor.
If that should be Count Dracula, you did say that he calls about this time each evening, John?
Yes.
Say nothing, do nothing to give away the fact that we are onto him.
Oh, this is nonsense, sheer
Do
nonsense.
as I tell you. You may answer the door now, Miss Harker.
Yes.
Good evening, Miss Harker.
Count Dracula? Come in.
And How is Miss Westenra today?
Not too well, I'm afraid. She had to have another transfusion.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, John. Very sorry to hear that.
Thank you, Count.
I do not believe I have met this gentleman.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, you haven't. Let me present my old friend and teacher, Professor Abraham Van Helsing. Professor, this is Count Dracula.
How do you do, Professor?
How do you do, Count?
I wished only to inquire about your fiancée, John. I'm sorry indeed to hear she is no better. If there's anything I can do...
Thank you.
Meeting you, Professor, has been a pleasure. Good night.
Oh, Count.
Yes?
Mrs. Westenra keeps asking me to do this, and I keep forgetting. There is a custom in the Westenra family to ask visitors to sign the visitor's book.
Ah, charming old world custom.
It's right here. If you'll just wait a second, I'll get it, and then you can sign it. Is something wrong?
It's a Bible.
Well, yes. Why do you back away from me? Or are you backing away from the book? The holy book?
I must go.
No, you'll stay and face this book.
You know.
John, you fool. You shouldn't have done this.
I had to have proof. I will make you pay for this. You shall pay.
Oh, no. Not now that I have found out what you are.
Oh, John.
You think because you discovered my secret you can stop me? Fool. You've only delivered yourself into my hands. I meant to make Lucy one of mine, and that was all. But now you shall become mine, and you.
Not I.
Yes, and you.
No, I beg you.
I shall have you all, but first, Lucy, I shall take her. Take her. Now. She's mine. She's no longer of this world, but of mine. I leave you.
Look, he turned into a bat. The bat. And he flew right through the wall.
John, why did you do this? Why, after I warned you?
I had to know one way or the other. I had to know.
There's only one way to finish a vampire. Oh, the first thing you must do is find out where he sleeps during the day.
Lucy! Professor, quickly. Professor!
There is no hurry now. When he said he meant to make her his own, he had already done so.
It was true. Lucy was dead. We went to her bedroom and found her. Dead. I felt as if I'd been stabbed to the heart. We buried her, my dearest friend, in the Westenra vault at Hillingham Cemetery, not far from town.
Lucy is gone. Dead?
No, not dead.
Not dead, Professor.
She has become the undead. She has become a vampire.
Oh, what are you saying?
John, listen to me. Believe in me. You didn't believe before. Believe now.
Yes. I believe you. Go on.
John, you feel you've been through hell. I must tell you that you have been through only the anteroom to hell.
What do you mean?
Now listen to me. Listen carefully. There is only one way in which a vampire can find peace, can be changed from the undead to the dead. What you must do, terrible as it will be, will release her soul from the horrifying bondage in which it finds itself. Her soul and Dracula's.
Dracula's?
What do you think a vampire wants to be a vampire? Oh, no. A vampire's soul is chained, pinioned, held mercilessly to this earth by Satan himself. And we who believe in God are the only ones who can free them. It is our duty to destroy them.
Well, then let's destroy them.
We shall, if you have the nerve to do what must be done.
I have the nerve.
Professor, you frighten me.
I mean to, in order to prepare you. But no matter how well I prepare you, when it comes to doing what must be done, your sanity could snap like that. So first I will ask you both to take as much time as you need to think, to ask yourselves, how much do you really love Lucy Westenra? And be sure, be positive beyond all doubt that your love for her is greater than the hell that lies ahead for you and you this very night. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. When you drink beer, do you tilt the glass for long, hearty swallows? Or just tip it and sip it? Well, sipping's the thing for wine. But Budweiser beer is a hearty drink, brewed for zest and character. The best way to enjoy Bud is to drink it. Not chug-a-lug, just man-sized beer drinker swallows. That's when that famous Budweiser taste, smoothness, and drinkability really come through. Smoothness and drinkability that come only from natural carbonation and exclusive beechwood aging. Smoothness and drinkability, too good for any half-hearted sipping. So drink up. You'll see that brewing beer right does make a difference. And that when you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis. I thought I knew what horror was until I read it. I changed my mind. You will, too.
I'm ready, Professor.
I knew you would be, John. We'll wait now for Miss Harker.
No, there's no need to wait. I love Lucy enough. More than enough. She was my dearest friend.
Is your dearest friend. For she is not yet dead. She is as yet the dead undead. It's nearly sundown. Let us go to the cemetery at once.
The cemetery?
It will be dark by the time we get there. She will have left her coffin.
Left it?
Like Count Dracula, she cannot go on living, or let me say being the undead, without drinking human blood. To find it, she must, of course, leave her coffin. The instant the sun goes down tonight, she will be on the prowl for little children.
Children?
Yes, children are innocent, gullible, naive, make easier victims. And the inexperienced vampire must practice. Yes, she will be seeking children.
Oh, it's revolting.
Revolting? Well, that is only a word to you at the moment. In a short time it will be reality. Do you really think you can bear what is to come?
I can. I must.
Good. I have preparations to make. So do you, the two of you. Dress warmly.
Warmly? But it's hot out.
Child, there is no chill like a graveyard chill.
We drove to Hillingham Cemetery in John's car. I'd never been in a cemetery at night. How many people have? I found it a very unsettling experience, to say the least. It was a moonlit night, the moonlight spilling like milk over the gravestones, which in turn threw long black shadows. An owl hooted, and dogs barked. Or I couldn't help thinking, were they wolves? And then we reached the Westenra vault, the vault where we'd put Lucy's coffin that afternoon.
Now what do we do, Professor?
We go into the vault.
Why? And how?
I have the key to the vault.
How did you get it?
I asked the undertaker for it, or rather told him to give it to me. He assumed I was a member of the family. You need not come with me. Not now.
But why shouldn't we come?
I wish to save you as much shock as I can. She will not be there in the coffin. It will be a shock for you to find it empty. Now, on the other hand, it will be less a shock than what is to follow. Yes, it will prepare you. Come then. Now, I shall open the coffin now.
If she isn't in it, how could she have got out?
I could tell you, but it is better that you see for yourself later. Now, this won't take long. I need only unscrew the top part. There. Well, now to lift off the top of the lid. Yes. Empty. She's gone.
Where? Gone where? In God's name, where?
In search of the life-giving blood, John. In search of a small child.
Oh, it's horrible. It's horrible.
John?
Yes?
Come. We go outside the vault. Now to lock the door. Now, that's most important. And now, what I must do will take a little time. Yes, make yourselves as comfortable as you can.
Make ourselves comfortable.
Professor, what must you do?
Well, I have here a paste made of garlic, flour, and water. I must seal off every crevice with it. Seal all around the door so Lucy cannot get back into the vault, into her coffin.
She could?
Through the crevices, yes. How do you think she got out of the coffin?
I can't believe...
Yes. It is unbelievable. But it is so. Now, forgive me. I must get to work.
I can't express in words how fresh and clean the night air seemed when we came out of the tomb. How sweet to breathe the fresh air that held no taint of death or decay. John was silent, and so was I. As for Professor Van Helsing, he was very busy sealing the door.
10 o'clock. I hope both of you took my advice, dressed warmly. We have a long wait ahead of us.
How much longer, Professor? I'm chilled to the bone.
Everything depends on how long it takes her to find a small child. Nearly 2 o'clock. Has been gone several hours. Soon now, I think... Shh. What? She comes.
Where?
See there? Amidst the headstones?
Yes, a woman. Dressed in white.
Lucy. Make no move, no noise. You see, she is carrying something in her arms. A child.
I feel sick.
Control yourself. Ah, there. Yes, she's coming toward the vault. See, she draws back. The mixture I used repels her.
Why are we doing this? Why are you keeping her out of the vault, her coffin?
Because I hope... Yes, she is leaving, hurrying away from among the headstones. Come, we must follow.
Follow where?
To Dracula, I hope. Unless I'm mistaken, she's going to him for help. Hurry. We must keep her in sight. No, wait.
What is it?
She is heading for that tomb. Dracula must be there. Good. Now what? See, now she's putting the child down on the ground. And now...
Where is she? She's vanished.
She simply slipped into the tomb through the crevice around the door. Oh, wait here.
Yes.
What's he doing?
He's picking up the child, I think. Yes. See, he's coming back now.
Here, Miss Harker. You take the child. Keep it warm.
Oh, this poor thing. Poor little thing. Look, it doesn't move. It doesn't make a sound. It's lifeless.
No, only in a trance. It will recover. But remember, when I ask you to do what must be done, remember that we have saved not only this child, but God knows how many others.
I'll remember.
Good. And now we will return to her tomb and wait till dawn.
Till dawn?
She will return to the tomb then. She has no choice. Dracula cannot help her. She must sleep in her own coffin before daybreak. How do you feel, Miss Harker?
I'm all right, thank you.
John?
I'm okay. It's almost dawn. Why doesn't she come?
Soon now. How's the child?
Still asleep, if it is only sleep.
It is. It will not come to its senses until daybreak. Now, prepare yourselves for... In a very short time, now Lucy should... there. Yes, she's coming.
And this time she'll be able to enter the tomb. Because you removed the garlic mixture.
This time I want her to enter the tomb and her coffin. It will be there that you will do what must be done.
Oh, there she is. Oh, heaven help me. She is as beautiful as she always was.
Now, hold on to yourself.
She isn't dead. She can't be dead. Lucy! Lucy, my darling!
John! No, come back!
Lucy!
John, my dearest, come to me, John. Come to me.
I have never seen anything so horrible. And God save me from ever seeing it again. Lucy's eyes shone with an unholy light, and her face became wreathed with a voluptuous smile as she advanced toward John with outstretched arms.
Come to me, dearest. My arms are hungry for you. Come, and we can rest together in the tomb. Come, my lover. Come.
And John suddenly opened wide his arms and started running to her, and she to him, when Van Helsing rushed forward between them. And he raised something he held in his hand up against her face. It was a crucifix. With a cry of rage and agony, Lucy flung herself away from John and toward the tomb, and she was gone.
John, are you all right?
The Lord help me. The Lord help me.
And he shall. Come, into the tomb. It's time. Now, first, let me put the bag I brought over here. And now I will remove the coffin lid again.
Professor, is this really Lucy's body or some kind of demon in her shape?
Oh, she's hideous.
Yes, your friend who was so sweet and pure is now a foul thing. But if you can do what you must do, you will see her once again as she was.
Whatever it is, we'll do it.
This wooden stake I have bought.
Yes?
This pointed stake. You must drive it through Lucy's heart. With this hammer.
Oh, no.
And when that is done, cut off her head with this surgical knife.
I don't...
You must do it. For her sake, John. For the sake of the woman you loved.
All right. Give me the stake. And the hammer.
John took the stake in his left hand, the hammer in his right. I saw him tremble as he placed the point of the stake over Lucy's heart, saw the point dig into her white flesh, and then I could see him gather all his strength, all his self-control. He raised the hammer high above his head and looked at Van Helsing.
Yes.
John struck with all his might. The thing in the coffin writhed, and a hideous blood-curdling screech came from the opened lips. The body shook and twisted in wild contortions. John never faltered. He struck, and he struck again, driving the stake deeper, deeper, as blood from the pierced heart welled and spurted up around it. And then the writhing and quivering of the body became less. The teeth stopped champing, and the thing lay still. It was over.
Is that enough, Professor?
Enough.
I think I'm going to...
I've got you. There. Now go outside, get some air.
No.
Both of you go. You look faint too, Miss Parker.
I must still her head.
No.
I
You have done all that can be asked of you. No more. I will sever the head. Now go now, but before you do, look at your beloved Lucy for the last time.
There, in the coffin, lay no longer the foul thing we dreaded, but Lucy, as we had seen her in life, her face as beautiful and pure as it had been then.
You will want to know that later on, Professor Van Helsing freed Count Dracula from his earthly bondage, and in so doing, brought his bloody career to an end.
Unhappily, I must add that Count Dracula was only one vampire among, how many? I don't know. Hope I never find out. Hope you don't either. I'll be back shortly.
Dear Thomas's, your new Thomas's onion English muffins are so delicious my husband insists on them at every meal. It's embarrassing when we go to a Chinese restaurant.
Dear Thomas's, for years I've been buying bagels and Bialys with my Sunday Times. Last Sunday I bought the Times and your new Thomas's onion English muffins. Not bad, Thomas's.
Dear Thomas's, since serving sandwiches on your new onion English muffins, I've become very popular with the boys.
Thomas's new onion English muffins.
Here, 45, please, and don't spare the horses.
Yes, sir. In 1880, when a cab had 4 legs and took 12 minutes to cross Manhattan, Samuel Bath Thomas was baking bread, every bit as delicious as his original English muffins.
Here, 45, and move it.
Today, cabs have 300 horses, but still take 12 minutes to cross town. And Thomas's is still baking breads every bit as delicious as their English muffins. Thomas's protein, whole wheat, and white bread. Thomas's promises.
Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, Paul Hecht, Stephen Schnabel, Michael Wager, and Marion Seldes. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to my deadly house of horror, and to the 5th story in my series. It is appropriate that this is story number 5, because the number itself appears in the title, and also the title is composed of 5 words. In the science of numerology, the number 5 is held to be a magical number. And magic, as you know, can take many forms, sometimes merely entertaining, but sometimes fearful and sinister, as in the world of black magic. My story today is a sinister one indeed, and concerns a beast whose fearful presence defies all normal logic. It is a story that truly takes us into that blacker side of magic where the number 5 holds court. Where did this beast come from? From where did it derive its terrible power? Why did it seek such a deadly and desperate revenge? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me with some trepidation to present you to the beast who to this very day still haunts the mind of a certain Mr. Saunders, the beast, in fact, with 5 fingers. On the night in question, Saunders had been out visiting and had arrived back as the nearby church clock tolled 12. He let himself into the house, and as he did so, he heard his employer's voice calling him.
Saunders, is that you?
Yes, just back. Sorry I'm late.
Saunders, for pity's sake, come in here quickly, in the library.
All right, but it's gone 12. I thought you'd be in bed by. What's all the matter?
Oh, thank God you're back.
You sound awful, Eustace. What does the
Shut the door, for heaven's sake, shut the door.
This isn't like you at all. There's the famous balls over My God, you're white as a sheet. What is it in the name of all that's wonderful? What is it?
Saunders, it's here, in this room, up there, in the little gallery.
What?
You won't believe me. I know you won't. I hardly believe it myself. It's too horrible.
Oh, come on, old boy. I'm known as Gullible Saunders, the man that believes anything.
Don't make a joke of it. Not tonight. I beg you. It's deadly serious.
Well, I don't see anything out of the ordinary. It all looks perfectly calm and peaceful.
I cornered it, but behind those books, the big shelf there. It's tired, too, I think, for the minute. Won't move for a little. It's been leading me a merry dance all evening, Saunders.
It? What do you mean, it? I mean, for a hard-headed scientist, I must say you're being deuced mysterious.
I think I want to be mysterious. I've got no alternative. If you understood what I know about that thing behind the books.
Look here, Eustace, you're either temporarily off your head or there is something behind the books. I'm going to look.
Saunders, don't go near it. Not yet. Please. It might...
Might what?
Listen, Saunders. If you sit down, I'll tell you what I know. And look, I'm calmer now. You can see that. I must tell you, before I get you to help me catch it.
Well, whatever you like. Well, what about a drink? Whiskey? Brandy? You look as though you could do with one.
Brandy, please.
Mind if I have one?
No, of course not. No soda. Thank you. Now, to begin with, I want you to believe that everything I'm going to tell you is the gospel truth. You remember that the afternoon post came in just before you went off in the car?
Yes, Morton put the letters on your desk unopened.
And there was something else. A box. A little wooden box.
Oh, yes, of course. I'd forgotten that there was some kind of animal in it, a rat or something. I assumed it was the four-toed albino old Terry was sending you for our latest experiments.
Yes, so did I. Heaven help me. Do you remember what Morton said when he brought the box in?
Vaguely. Something about the local post office boys boring holes in the lid. The thing was making a devilish scratching inside, and whoever had packed it had forgotten to make some air holes.
The thing in that box did not need to breathe.
What?
Now look. Do you remember my uncle Adrian Balser?
Well, I remember he had the decency to die a couple of weeks ago and leave you more money than even you know what to do with.
Oh, you met him, I think.
Oh, once or twice, only fleetingly. Nice old chap.
He was a nice old chap, as you put it, one of the nicest possible. I used to visit him a lot during his last illness, did what I could to cheer him up. I used to sit with him when he was confined to bed. He was always very grateful. Now listen very, very carefully. You know that my uncle was completely blind?
Yes.
Well, a few months before his death, he developed the power of automatic writing. He was sitting quite quietly in bed one day reading Braille with his left hand when I suddenly noticed that he had a pencil in his right hand. He had beautiful hands, very long and slender. And the pencil was moving swiftly across the opposite page, writing.
And the old boy didn't know?
No, he was deep in his book. It was quite clear. He had no idea. It was even clearer when I found out later that this automatic writing went on most fluently when he was actually sleeping. He would fall into a doze, and then his right hand would grope about for a pencil and would start writing, just as if it had some kind of life of its own.
That's fascinating. What did it write?
Well, that's the point. Gibberish, absolute gibberish, complete nonsense, rambling words and phrases in a strange, ugly script, quite unlike my uncle's writing.
You're sure he didn't know?
Oh, positive. I tested him, asked him questions when he'd gone on for some time, and it was certain he knew nothing at all. And then one day...
Yes?
One day, after this had been going on for some weeks, just before the old boy died, it started to make sense.
What do you mean?
Well, I was watching, almost hypnotized by it, and it was so odd. And suddenly, it was writing my name over and over and over again. Eustace Bolsover, Eustace, with a strange, maniac intensity.
What did you do?
I spoke to it.
Spoke to it?
I said very quietly so as not to waken my uncle. I said, "Who are you?"
Well, did it answer?
Oh, yes. Well, not exactly. It wrote down answers with a kind of horrid facetiousness almost. Look, you see this piece of paper. I took it away before my uncle woke up that day. I filled in my questions in the spaces between the answers it wrote.
Who are you? Never mind. Is it my uncle who is writing? Oh, my prophetic soul, mine uncle. Is it anyone I know? You will see me very soon. When? When poor old Adrian is dead and I'm free. Where shall I see you?
Its answer to that question gave me a stranger thrill than I'd like to admit. Do you see what it said when I asked, "Where shall I see you?"
Where shall you not? It is a bit weird, isn't it?
After you went out, I got a screwdriver and a hammer to open up this box that had come in the post. It was fairly dark. I'd only my old oil lamp on. You know, I hate the glare of electricity. I took the screws and the nails out and put a heavy book on the lid to keep it down while I went to fetch a cage from the lab. Before I was out of the room, I heard a crash. The book had fallen off. The animal was stronger than I thought. It had escaped. I could hear it scuttling up the little iron stairway to the gallery library.
What was it? A rat?
I was going after it when my eye fell on the unopened letters Morton had brought in. For some reason, I felt compelled to open one of them. I don't know why. Read it. It was from old Stoker, the family solicitor. Look at the last paragraph. Starting at a very strange request.
Yes. A very strange request from your late uncle. Just before he died, had a letter from him. Take it he was very ill and couldn't write easily. The script was rather awkward. Cancelled his previous instructions about his funeral. He wished his body to be embalmed when he died and gave us the address of the man we were to employ with orders saying that his right hand was to be amputated and sent to you, stating that it was at your special request.
When I read that, I was suddenly more frightened than I had ever been in my life. I got up to my feet. Somehow, I climbed the stairs to the gallery, switched on the light, and about 6 yards in front of me, crawling along the floor, was a man's hand. My uncle's hand. It was like a hideous grey toad.
I don't believe it. I can't believe it. It doesn't make sense.
There, Saunders. Should we believe in all those books? It's throwing them down. Do you hear? It's throwing them down.
It's insane. The whole thing is insane.
If you mean that it's insane, I believe you're right. I told you it let me have Devil's Own dance the night before I trapped it. It can move like lightning, whatever it is. It was only by chance I forced it onto the shelf and jammed it in. I was exhausted and sickened by the whole business.
Well, it's got its strength back now, it seems. Oh, my God. Those will hold us.
Me. Now we'll have to get up to the gallery to catch it. We must. Come on.
But how the devil can we catch it?
Don't know, but we must. That's all.
I still can't believe it. I can't. It must be a rat throwing books.
It's there. It's behind there. Put your own hand in there. What are you waiting for? Feel it, feel the smooth stump of it and those long fingers. Go on, feel it.
Eustace, you must get a hold of yourself. It can't be a hand. It can't.
Where have you... There. Do you see? It's out.
Oh my God.
It's stepping down the steps there. Saunders, we must get out of it. It mustn't get out of this room.
It's trying to open the window.
We must head it off. Stand by the door so we can't get out.
Right. Oh, it's coming towards you, Eustace. It's on the piano.
Saunders, I'm crazy. It's horrible. It's horrible. It's as cold as death. I can't hold it. I can't. It's fighting through it in the fire. I can't do that. Saunders, for heaven's sake, look on my desk. There is a hammer and some nails.
Oh, you can't mean...
Do exactly as I tell you. Put the lid of the box down there.
Yes.
I'm going to nail it to it. Yes, that's it. Now, give me a hammer. Hold that nail above it. Damn it, then, do what I say. It's writhing. You're hurting it. Eustace, this is madness. Open the desk. You can stay in there till it dies. Whatever it is. If it can die. Now lock it. And the key goes in my pocket. Now, for the love of heaven, man. Brandy. More brandy.
Beg pardon, sir. I thought I'd let you know that I've done as you asked.
Done? Done what?
Well, sir, I found your note when I went into the library this morning. A draft must have blown it off the desk onto the floor.
What the world are you talking about, Morton? I never wrote any notes.
Oh, excuse me, sir. I have it in my pocket. There it is, sir. It is undoubtedly your writing, Mr. Eustace.
My writing? Oh, give it to me. Give it to me quickly. Heaven's name, man. Oh, do you think I could write this? Does it sound like me? Get a screwdriver, Morton, and break open the drawer of the old desk in the library. You need do nothing else. Do not open it. Only break the lock. Eustace Bolsover. Oh, why should I write to you about a thing like that while I'm in the same house as you, you stupid fool?
I'm sorry, sir. I'm most deeply sorry. I did think it odd. I thought when you didn't come down this morning you'd left the note for me last night. It was on the floor, just beside your desk, sir. And it is like your writing, Mr. Eustace.
Yes, I grant you that. Oh, I'm sorry, Morton. You see, it can imitate handwriting. Look at that letter to old Stoker.
I beg your pardon, sir. Who can?
Nothing. No, it doesn't matter. Well, what happened? I mean, you did it, you say. You broke the law.
Yes, sir. First thing, I sincerely hope, sir.
No, Morton, because I can't blame you. Well, what are you staring at? Is there anything else?
Well, yes, sir. I'm afraid that one of your specimens from the laboratory must have got loose. A peculiar-looking creature. I saw it this morning in one of the corridors.
What colour was it?
Well, kind of greyish-white, sir. It crept along in a very funny way, sir. Most unusual.
Did anyone else see it?
Yes, sir. I'm afraid the maids did. They said it was... No, well, you'll excuse me, sir. They said it was a hand they saw. Emma trod on it once at the foot of the stairs. She thought it was a toad, only white. And then Jane was washing up the dishes in the scullery, and she took her hands out of the water and was drying them absent-minded like on the roller towel. And she found she was drying someone else's hand as well, only colder. Of course, I told them not to be silly. What's that?
It's out of the escape. No, it must have squirmed off the nail somehow and found a pencil and paper in the drawer and pushed a note to Morton through the crack.
Bathroom! Have you seen it? I wanted to wash my hands. I think it's mad. I've never seen anything more horrible.
We've got to get hold of it again. It's the only way. Which bathroom was it?
First floor, next to my room. Come on. Morton, get a cloth of some kind and follow us. Anything.
Yes, sir, yes.
Open the door carefully.
There. Look, there it is. In the bath.
Slipped in somehow. It's trapped. It can't get out.
It keeps falling back. Oh, my God, look at it. That wound where you put the nail in is still gaping and bleeding. Does it feel pain, do you think?
I don't know what it feels, and I don't care. I just want to get rid of it.
I had the most horrible dream about it. I dreamt I was putting on my gloves, those big fur ones, and it was inside one of them. It was sleeping in it.
It's the length of its nails. They must have gone on growing up. Look at them. Where's Morton? Morton! Hurry with that cloth!
Use a towel. This big bath towel.
It's not as quick. It's got the blood chain. Oh, no, you brute. No, you filthy brute. You don't. I've got it.
Hold it, Eustace. You must hold on to it.
I can't. It's all slippery. It's claws. It's scratching. It's trying to kill me. Shut the window.
I brought your landing net from the laboratory, sir. Thought if it was an animal...
Morton, get out of the way.
It's gone. flung out of the window, Morton, of all the idiotic times to come in.
Well, I really am sorry, sir. I honestly thought I was doing my best, sir. I did try to help. I do hope it wasn't one of your valuable animals, sir. I'm really very sorry. I'm very, very sorry.
Do you realise neither of us have shaved today? Normally I look reasonably respectable in the mid-afternoon, even if I've been working in the lab. I've got quite a stubble.
Yes, well, I find the prospect of going into my own bathroom after seeing it there this morning quite frightening.
Call me if you need me. Now, where's Morton put my razor? Oh, here it is. What's it doing? Oh my God! I can't bear it. I can't bear it.
What happened? What's the matter?
It was here, waiting for me. I turned to pick up my razor, stretched out my hand, and suddenly there it was, grasping the hand of the razor and slashing for my throat. It tried to kill me. It wanted to kill me. It caught my neck, here, see? When it realized that it failed, it dropped the razor and disappeared through the window. Why does it hate me? Why?
I told Morton we won't require him any more tonight, and we should lock up very carefully.
Turn the key quickly. It mustn't get inside. Check the windows. Oh, what is it? That's what I can't understand. What is it?
I don't know. I just don't know. Unless I mean, shouldn't we inform the authorities?
What would we say? The two fully grown men in full command of their faculties are terrified of an amputated hand. It hardly sounds convincing, does it?
It must have something to do with your uncle.
No. Adrian was a fine man. This thing is evil, dreadfully evil. It wants to kill me.
But he was blind. I suppose that made his hands more sensitive than most. Was he always blind?
Yes, as long as I remember. But no, it's useless to try that tack. It wasn't my uncle. I think...
What?
Oh, I don't know. It's too fantastic. The whole thing is just too fantastic. Oh, what about a game of cards or chess or something? Oh, my nerve is going.
Look, have some brandy.
Yes, brandy.
There, that should help.
Thank you. Thanks. Look, don't misunderstand me. I just want to say I am glad you're here with me. Not for your sake. I wish you weren't for your sake, but I don't think I could have borne this alone.
Look, I'm glad I can help. It's the least I can do. I mean, somehow we've both got to face this rationally. We're both sensible men. Now, suppose... Oh, no.
Suppose what? It doesn't matter how strange it seems. It couldn't be any stranger than what we've seen.
Well, it sounds ridiculous coming from me, of all people, but I suppose some folk might say that some kind of malignant spirit had got your uncle to prepare a tiny body for it, almost. That's the only thing.
Well, that is what I have been forced to think myself. And you remember what it said when I asked when I would see it? It said, when poor old Adrian's dead and I'm free. Well, it made itself free. It wrote that letter to the lawyer just before Adrian died. I mean, the instructions to have the body embalmed and the hand cut off and sent to me. But why? Why me?
You've spoken to it. You were the contact.
No, it's more than that. I remembered something today, something my uncle said. I think he almost knew right at the end.
But you said he didn't know.
No, I don't mean fully. It was just at the end when he suddenly said, not apropos of anything particular, he suddenly said, education is good so long as you know to whom and for what purpose you give it. But with baser spirits... And then he drifted into a kind of doze. And I waited for a little while, and then I began to go out on tiptoe, and then he suddenly sat up, and he said, before death, quite often people lose control of themselves and make absurd requests. And then he trailed off again and fell back. I didn't pay any real attention at the time. I wish to heaven I had.
Who's that? Who's there?
Me, sir. Morton.
Thank heaven. Oh, I thought... Yes, all right. I'll unlock the door. You can come in and watch. Oh, come in quickly so I can shut the door behind you.
Excuse me, Mr. Eustace, something rather strange, sir. I was going the rounds to lock up and I found this folded paper just inside the front door. I think it must have been slipped underneath, not through the letterbox. It's addressed to you.
Oh, give it to me, quickly. Quickly. Oh!
Will that be all, sir?
Oh, yes. Yes, Morton. You can go. Go and shut the door firmly.
Yes.
Firmly? Mr. Saunders will lock it behind you.
Yes.
Oh. Look. It's from...
Yes. Yes, I know what it's from. Let me see. Ah, yes. The old writing. Eustace, will 11 o'clock tonight be suitable for our last appointment?
Saunders, I can't bear it. I can't...
It's nothing. It's the ivy, Tucky. It's only the ivy.
It isn't. You know it isn't. But you can't get in. But thank heaven for that. At least the window is locked and the door...
It stopped. It's gone.
Oh, Saunders, why me? Why me? I'm no worse than other men. I've done nothing to be ashamed of. I am no worse than you, Saunders.
You spiked it through with that nail. I think it was filled with pure malevolence at first to everybody. Then you nailed it. It can get in.
Huh?
It can. We forgot. The chimney. There's no fire.
Oh! Light the fire. Burn something. Anything. Burn it. Burn it.
Give me a match. Thank heaven the fire's near.
It's no good. It's no good. Get off the hearth. I'll lock the chimney.
Where's the old reading lamp? There's oil in it. Get the fire going.
Hurry, man. Hurry. Come on.
Hurry there. That's done it. Plenty of oil. There, it's blazing up.
Saunders, the hearth or the oil spilt on it. You don't need it now. Help me put it away. It's a light.
It's no good. It's blazing. Eustace, get back, man. Come on, get back. We must get out.
Oh, please don't go up. Saunders, get help. We'll never manage it. I'll lock the door and get help.
Morty! Fire! Fire!
It's here. My God. It's here. It's in the room. Help me, Saunders. Morton. Help me.
Rushing back into the blazing library, Saunders saw Eustace Bolsover spotlighted in a brilliant flash of light as the oil-drenched fireplace burst into flames. He saw Bolsover stumble and then fall to the floor. Then he caught a glimpse, or thought he did, of something black and charred creeping across the floor towards the terrified man. Then the smoke billowed up and swept the scene away. As the smoke cleared for a second, he saw the thing fastened hideously, grotesquely, around Eustace Bolsover's throat. Bolsover's eyes were turned towards him, pleading with Saunders to save his life. Then the flames engulfed him. In the morning, Saunders searched in the smouldering ruins for some sign of his friend. There was nothing. The bones had fused and limed in the intense heat. Of the hand, there was no trace. Saunders, you will realize now that Saunders is not his real name, has always been unwilling to interpret this horrible sequence of events. He has tried unsuccessfully to shut them from his mind. He once intimated to me that it could have been some malevolent ancestor of the Bolsovers that by some hereditary defect had managed to inhabit the flesh of his dead uncle. Or that it could have been the spirit of a former employee, a black-haired, spiteful little brute who died cursing Bolsover because he couldn't live to settle a score with him. On my last visit to see Saunders, he produced from between the pages of a Bible a blackened fragment of paper, part of the last short note sent by the creature. Will 11 o'clock be suitable for our... Showing it to me, Saunders crumpled forward, his face white and haggard. I can still hear that awful cry. The writing on the paper is thin and shaky, almost spidery. The writing of an old man or an old woman. And it is steeped in utter, indescribable evil. As I handed it back to Saunders, he whispered to me, "You see, I don't think the hand was destroyed. I believe it is still alive, waiting to strike again. Is he right? I don't know. All I do know is that everything you have heard is true. And I pray that none of you ever encounter the beast with 5 fingers. James Lawrenson was Eustace Bolsover, Kim Wall Saunders, and Cyril Luckham Morton. Our story was written by W.F. Harvey and dramatized for radio by John Keir-Cross. The director was Martin Jenkins. I am Edward D'Souza, the Man in Black. And I shall be back next week with another story in my series, Fear on 4.
And now, the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of the Sea Phantom.
There was a terrible storm on this coast. The ship was heading for safer waters when through the storm they heard a woman calling for help. The captain ordered his men to rescue her. The ship heeled around and started towards her.
As they were getting close to her, suddenly the ship hit a submerged rock that tore open her hull. No one had a chance. For in a matter of minutes, the ship and all hands were lost.
In just a moment, the Hall of Fantasy will present The Sea Phantom. And now for our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Sea Phantom.
The house stands on one of 2 points of land that stretch out into the ocean, forming a small bay of the water and the shore between them. The tides rise and fall. The waves roll in inexorably. Sometimes the wind shrieks and howls in anger. On a calm day when the ocean is at peace with man and the soft sea breezes blowing off the water, there's no more beautiful spot in all the world. But when the sea is angry and the winds whip it into a raging fury and the sky is filled with black swirling clouds, then you would believe that you were in another world. And you would also believe the stories they tell. Don Fleming was an artist, and I, a writer. And through the years, we've become good friends. Oftentimes, we would take trips together around the country, to Europe or South America. He to paint, I to write. And when we had finished with the day's work, well, we managed to have some pretty good times together. How we came to rent that house in Maine on the rocky coast of the Atlantic, I still don't know. But we did, and it was there the story I tell you begins.
Awful nice of you to come out here with us, Mr. Loman.
Well, I was coming out anyway. Got to see old Mrs. Green about some business, so I figured I might as well drive out with you fellas. Make sure you get settled nice and comfortable like.
Well, we appreciate it, Mr. Loman.
Oh, it ain't nothing at all. You're that writer fella, huh? That Larry Reardon?
Oh, that's right.
Read one of your stories in a magazine just the other day. Pretty good.
Thanks.
And what about you, young fella? What do you do?
I'm an artist.
Painter, eh?
Yes, he is. And a very good one.
Only thing I know about painting concerns houses and barns and boats. That's the only painting I ever done.
You're probably a lot better off.
I expect so. Well, here's the house. Better pull up. It's a beautiful house. Always come out here when I rent it to folks. Yeah. Here's the key.
Thanks.
And I want to thank you for driving me out here. I'll go on down to Mrs. Green's now. Drop in now and then, see how you're getting along.
Thanks, Mr. Lohman.
And, in case you see anything down in that bay, don't you worry, none. It won't hurt you, as long as you leave it alone.
Both Don and I thought he was joking when he said that. He disappeared down the road, and we moved everything into the house. Ah, it was a beautiful old place, spacious and bright, standing like a lonely sentinel on the point overlooking the ocean. And in the days that followed, we were too busy to think about his words. Both Don and I seemed to be, well, inspired, if you'll allow me to use that. And his painting was almost half finished, while my story was well along the way. Not until a week after we arrived did we realize what was happening. It was late in the evening. We stood outside the house, looking down at the ocean.
Larry?
What?
Something's happening.
No? How do you mean?
My painting. I don't know how to explain it. I'm not painting it. It seems like someone or something is moving my hand. I make no conscious effort when I stand before that easel. Brush seems to be alive.
That's what's been happening to me with my story. You know, usually I have to think and plot ahead for hours before I can write a word. But it's been different with this story. Don, it's writing itself.
What's it about?
Oh, about a phantom ship that sails forever.
You haven't seen my canvas, have you?
Well, why?
Because that's what I'm painting. The phantom ship.
Strange coincidence, isn't it?
Yes. Listen, I heard it. It was a woman's voice, crying for help.
It came from somewhere down in that bay.
There's nothing down there, Larry.
I know.
Hello! Anybody home?
Who's that over there? It's Mr. Lohman.
Oh.
Oh, and look, there's a woman with him.
I thought I'd drop in and say hello. How are you getting along?
Fine, Mr. Lohman.
This here's Mrs. Green. These are those two I was telling you about, Maud. Mr. Reardon and Mr. Fleming.
I'm pleased to meet you.
How do you do?
How are you getting along?
Oh, pretty well. Say, by the way, when you were coming up here, did you hear anyone calling from down in that bay?
No, not a thing.
It was a woman's voice. You didn't call, did you, Mrs. Green?
No.
Now, then we probably were mistaken.
No, you weren't. You heard something, all right.
You know who it was?
Yep. It was the girl.
What girl?
The girl on the ship.
But there's no ship down there.
Yes, but there will be.
What do you mean, Lohman?
You tell him, Maud.
All right, Simon. Well, it was almost 100 years ago, Mr. Fleming. It was a terrible storm on this coast. The ship, the Sea Mist, was forced into this bay. They were heading for shore when through the storm they heard a woman calling for help. The captain ordered his men to rescue her. They heeled around and started toward her. Then the ship hit a submerged rock that tore a gaping hole in her hull. Well, the Sea Mist went down in a matter of minutes. And all hands were lost.
But how could anyone?
It's true, believe me. Folks saw it on the shore. Saw the girl appear and the ship go down. No one knew where she came from.
But who was she?
Well, people said she was the captain's dead wife. The woman he murdered 20 years before. And that she'd vowed vengeance on all men. That's why I told you if you saw anything down that bay to pay no attention to it.
Oh, we haven't seen anything. We only heard her voice.
And you'll see the ship. Don't you worry about that.
The waves seem to be rolling in much stronger than they were before.
Heard it again.
Yep. That's her, all right.
I can't see any. Wait a minute. Down there, Larry, see? Sailing ship under full canvas. The girl. She must be in trouble. Why don't we go down there? Right, there's a rowboat down there.
I wouldn't if I were you.
I'm going to see what's down there.
I'm telling you, don't go.
Come on, Don. Right.
Don't go, I tell you.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Sea Phantom.
Don and I went down the trail as fast as we could, even though it was steep and treacherous. As we neared the water, the spray from the breaking waves filled the air, and falling down on the rocks made them slippery and wet.
Those waves look pretty strong.
Yeah, but nothing to worry about, though.
All right. You ready with the oars?
Right.
I'll shove us off then.
Okay. The ship's still there?
Yeah.
Can you see anyone?
No.
Well, it shouldn't take us too long to get out to it. Then we'll see if anyone's aboard.
Seems to be quieting down.
Yeah. Can you make out a name?
Let me see. It says Sea Mist.
That's the one they told us about.
Yes, I know. Hey, watch it. We're getting close.
Well, we're here. I'll beach these oars.
Think I should try hailing her?
Yeah, might as well.
All right. Hello, Sea Mist. There's no answer.
Yeah, maybe they didn't hear you. Look, we pulled up right alongside this rope ladder. We might as well board her.
Yeah, I suppose so.
You know, Loman's crazy with that story of his about this being a phantom ship.
Well, it's the most solidly built ghost ship I've ever seen.
Say, you sure you tied our boat securely?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Okay. Up and over.
Yeah.
Want a hand, Don?
No, I can make it, Larry. Anybody on board? Wonder why. No one answers. I don't know. There has to be someone aboard the ship. She couldn't have sailed into this bay by herself.
Of course not. She's in such good condition. They must have built her recently. Probably for a celebration of some kind.
Well, there's one thing, Larry.
What?
Why should I paint a ship exactly like this, even to the name, when I hadn't even seen her? And why should you write about one?
I don't know. Look, you think we better take a look around?
I'm not sure it would be a good idea.
Well, we can't stand down here and... Don.
Yeah?
Look up at the sails.
They're all unfurled. They're catching the wind. Where are you going?
Take a look over the side. There's no wake.
What?
Don, the sails are full, but there's no wake. The ship's not moving. Now, how can a ship be under full set? Where?
Over there. On the captain's deck.
A skeleton. Lashed to the wheel.
Larry, that wasn't there when we first boarded the ship.
It could have been. We might not have seen it.
Maybe not, but I think we better get off this thing.
That's not a bad idea.
But you will join us when we come for you.
Larry.
Yes, I heard too.
There's something here with us.
But I can't see anything.
Nothing. Except that skeleton lashed to the wheel.
You will join us.
Let's get back to shore.
All right, let's go.
I hope our boat...
Don't worry, it's there. I can see it.
Maybe Lone was right. Maybe this is a phantom ship.
We will come for you.
We're coming, Lone.
Yeah, we were worried about you. We thought maybe you wouldn't come back.
What happened out there?
Yeah. What happened?
We boarded her.
And? What happened?
Well...
Listen.
She's calling to you again.
Let's go into the house.
Good idea. You shouldn't have gone out there.
We know that now.
Looks like it's going to blow up a storm.
Yeah, it's clouding over very badly. We'll go into the front room.
I'll have to be leaving soon, Simon.
I'll take you back home, Ma. Don't worry. I'm just interested in finding out what happened.
What did happen out there?
Well, like Don said, we boarded the ship.
What was its name?
The Sea Mist.
That's the one, all right.
And then what happened?
Well, we looked over part of the main deck, but couldn't find anyone on board.
Did you go down inside?
No.
Good thing you didn't. You mightn't have come up.
We didn't see anyone by the wheel when we first boarded her, Oman. But suddenly when we turned around, we saw a skeleton lashed to the wheel. And then we heard a voice, a woman's, a whispering voice saying, "You will join us when we come for you."
Do you know what that means?
No.
I'll tell you then. Like I said, you shouldn't have gone out there. If you hadn't, nothing would have happened.
Well, nothing actually has happened yet. Just that we went out there, and while we were on board, we heard a voice.
That's just the beginning.
What do you mean?
What do you think she calls out for help for? She don't need help. She wants to get you out there, out to that ship. She's got her eyes set on one of you, or maybe both.
Why do you say that?
Because that's what I've heard. Now, mind you, I never saw it myself, and Maud hasn't either. But they say she's always looking for men for her crew. That she or the mate of the Sea Phantom will come to get you if ever you set foot on the ghost ship.
Roman, you can't mean what you're saying.
Oh, yes, I can. Like I said, I never saw it myself. But I've heard folks tell about it. And I've known men to disappear and never show up again. Remember what she said. You will join us when we come for you.
When we come for you.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Sea Phantom.
Outside, the weather was getting worse. The sound of the waves washing up against the rocky shore became louder. The wind became stronger. 4 of us were in the front room of the house Don and I had rented. Simon Loman had just said,
"And I've known men to disappear and never show up again."
He's telling you the truth.
"What should we do?"
I wouldn't know what to suggest.
"Well, we can leave."
No, that won't do you no good. She'll catch you sooner or later. If I was you, I'd stay right here. She's going to take one of you. Or maybe both.
You'd better take me home, Simon.
All right, Holmes.
I'm pleased to have met you, both of you.
Same here, Mrs. Green.
Let's go, Simon.
Yeah. As soon as I take her home, I'll come back. Maybe I can help you some way. Now, be careful.
What are we going to do, Larry? Listen, Don, maybe he's only trying to scare us. To play a trick on the smart city slickers. We've only got his story to go on.
And the woman.
Well, maybe she was in on it. Yeah, of course that's possible. Look, someone could have been on that ship when we went out there. And they could have waited until we weren't looking, then gone out and lashed that thing to the wheel, and then they could have hidden and called out the words we heard.
But why should they go to so much trouble to do anything like that? Sort of practical joke. It doesn't sound reasonable.
I know, but it's possible.
Yes, it's possible.
And I think that's just what they have done.
There is going to be a storm tonight.
Yeah, bad one.
I still can't believe that they'd go to all that trouble.
Look, haven't we done the same thing on occasion?
But we didn't go to such...
Of course we did. Now forget it. There's nothing to worry about. Nothing at all. I wouldn't be surprised if Loman didn't send someone else out here tonight to tell us that the woman was waiting for us.
It's starting to rain.
I wonder if Loman will be back tonight.
Well, he said he would.
I don't know. But I'm not so sure he will.
Listen.
Yes, I heard it.
This is a joke. Why don't they stop it?
Take it easy, Don.
How can I take it easy? I've had all of this I can take. There it is again.
Where are you going?
I'm going to take a look out the window.
You see anything?
No, Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
There's someone coming towards the door.
Well, it's probably Loman.
No, I don't think so. He couldn't have taken Mrs. Green down to her house and returned in so short a time.
Yeah, I didn't think of that.
Who is it, Larry? Who is that man coming towards the house?
I don't know.
Unless they're carrying through that joke of theirs. I hope you're right. I hope it is. Larry, what? His clothes. What about them? They're not modern. He's wearing clothing worn by sailors almost 100 years ago. He's at the door. Okay, I'll let him in. Yes?
I want to come in.
Why?
I've come for him.
For whom?
The man with the brush.
What are you talking about?
The crew was short one hand. That's why we put in here.
Look, I've had just about enough of this. This thing has gone too far. You go back and tell Loman to stop his little joke, or I'll stop it for him.
I came to the man with the brush. She said she wants him.
Get out of here.
Get out of here!
I want to get away from here, Larry. I will leave tomorrow.
Tonight.
All right. We'll leave tonight. Come on, let's start packing.
No packing. We'll just leave. If we want anything here, we can come back when it's daylight.
All right.
He's back.
I warned him.
Here, let me in, quick.
Loman, I want to talk to you.
Sure. What about it?
Look, this thing has gone far enough, this joke of yours.
Huh? What joke?
Trying to frighten us with that hullabaloo about a ghost ship and then sending him out here.
Who?
That sailor in the costume.
Listen to me. I didn't send anyone here.
Look, how stupid do you think we are?
I don't know, but I didn't send anyone here.
Then who was he?
I don't know any more than you do.
And that story you told us was true.
Every word of it.
I'm going to get out of here.
Don! He's running the wrong way. Going towards the edge of the cliff. We gotta stop him. Don! Come back!
I'm leaving now.
You're running the wrong way.
He can't hear us.
We gotta stop him.
Woman, there's someone else out there, too.
A woman. Look out, It won't do you no good to look anymore.
Now, but Loman, he fell over the cliff. He should be down here on the rocks.
You won't find his body down here.
You saw him fall, so did I. And she went over with him.
That's right. We saw them both go over. But we're not going to find them down here. If we could only see out onto the bay now, you'd know what I mean.
Why?
She needed a man for her crew. She has him now. And the ship's gone and won't be back again. Till she needs someone else.
Welcome to the sea.
Tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Seltzer, made by the Emerson Drug Company, invites you through the creaking door for tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, titled Beneficiary Death, written by Ed Adamson and Bob Smith. Bromo Seltzer reminds you to fight headache 3 ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo.
Good evening, friends of the creaking door. This is your host to welcome you once again into the inner sanctum. Come in, come on in. Oh, I'm tired. Just finished my spring gardening, planted a couple of dozen of bulb heads. But I'm sure they won't be content to stay in their new loams. That's how things are here behind the creaking door. Whatever goes down must come up at night. Oh, by the way, folks, I want you to meet our laughing ghost. We call him Silly Willie because it's easy to tickle his fantasy. But Willie's not really so silly when it comes to getting rid of his mates. The first one left him because he started each day by beating her over the head with a club. Well, naturally, she got sick and tired of such treatment. But his second wife, a brunette, had a much more interesting conclusion. Willie buried her head in the sand at the ocean front. Now she's a beached blonde. Horror has many sides. It can make itself felt in an almost hidden, quiet sort of way. Just as it did that rainy Monday morning that Sam and Helen Braden were at breakfast in their small southern home. The Bradens sat in the kitchen nook near the window, the same as they'd done for 20 years. But still, this morning, things were not quite the same.
Sam, you've just been sitting there staring out the window. You haven't touched your breakfast.
I'm not hungry, Helen.
You didn't sleep last night, did you?
A little on and off.
You're just worrying yourself sick over nothing. Now, business is bound to get better.
Oh, there's no use kidding you any longer. The store is on its last legs. The bank refused me the loan.
Oh.
Said I was a bad risk.
Then you don't need the bank's money. You can still raise some yourself.
Yes? How?
Your insurance.
Yes. I begged and borrowed everything up to my teeth, but I won't touch that insurance. That's for you, Helen, in
Sam,
case...
please, listen to me.
No, I don't want to talk about it anymore. Getting late. I'm starting for town.
Sam, wait.
Yes?
I wish you'd take the train instead of the car.
Why?
Well, weather's so awful. Look at the way the rain's coming down.
I drove into town in lots worse weather than this.
I know, but...
But what?
Feeling the way you do, Sam, I wish you wouldn't drive.
Oh, I'm all right, Helen. I'll see you this evening.
Sam, please take the train.
I told you I'm all right.
I had an awful dream last night. I saw you driving the car along the turnpike, and then suddenly the car crashed and you were...
Killed?
Yes.
Well, that's not such an awful dream at all. Well, it isn't. When you consider my insurance, I'm really worth more to you dead than alive.
Hello?
Mrs. Brayton? Mrs. Samuel Brayton?
Yes?
This is Sergeant Len with the Merrick Police.
Please. It's about my husband.
Yes. His car was in a crack-up an hour ago on the turnpike.
Was he hurt badly?
I'm sorry to tell you, Mrs. Brayton, but he's dead.
Oh.
Mrs. Brayton? Mrs. Brayton?
Yes?
It's only a formality, but you'll have to come down to the county morgue personally to claim the body. Did you hear me?
Yes, I heard you. Oh.
Helen? Why are you crying?
Sam, why did you do it? I didn't want the insurance money. I wanted you to come back.
But I have come back.
Please tell me you were killed in the auto crash. Just the way I dreamed it. I saw your face. Just the way it is now. Covered with blood. Sam, I only wanted you to live.
Why are you talking that way, Helen? I am alive.
No.
Here, touch me.
Sam, don't.
You mustn't be afraid. Touch me.
Sam, please.
There. Feel my hand.
It isn't cold. You're not dead. You're alive. But your face in that call just now.
There was an accident. The car was coming toward me. I swerved to get out of the way, and then everything went black, and the next thing I knew, I was standing at the front door outside.
But the police found your body in the wreck. They asked me to come down to the morgue and claim it.
My body?
They said you were there. Dead.
The hitchhiker.
Hitchhiker?
Just before I got onto the turnpike, I picked up a tramp. I was giving him a lift into town. Wait.
What is it?
My wallet. It's not in my pocket. It must have fallen out in the crash.
Then that's why they thought it was you.
Yes. Helen, what are you going to do?
Call the American police and tell them you're alive.
Put that phone down.
But they should know.
Put it down. I'm not alive.
What?
To all intents and purposes, that's my body down at the morgue.
Don't understand.
This is our chance, Helen. Don't you see?
What are you trying to say?
It's very plain and simple. My $25,000 life insurance. Now, do you understand?
We can't do a thing like that.
And not for just $25,000. Accidental death, the double indemnity clause, $50,000.
Sam, please.
$50,000. I told you at breakfast time, worth more dead than alive. $50,000. After you collect, we can go away. For the first time, we can really live. We won't have to worry about pennies anymore.
Darling, we don't want money that way.
All you have to do is go down to the morgue at Merrick.
Sam, we can't do it.
Of course we can.
They'll find us out.
The tramp I picked up told me he was homeless. No family. It's all so perfect. Once you claim my body, no one will ever find out.
Now, Mrs. Braden, just one more thing to be filled out on this form. Where do you want your husband's body sent?
To the Winston Funeral Home in Crestview.
Winston Funeral Home, Crestview. Now, come with me, please.
Sergeant Landau. Where are we going?
To that room at the end of the hall. That's where the bodies are kept.
Do I have to go?
Well, I'm sorry, but that's the law.
You know it's my husband, don't you?
Sure. But the next of kin has to make identification.
Oh, Sergeant Landau.
It'll only take a second. Here we are.
Yes, Sergeant, that's my husband.
Mrs. Braden, how many years were you married?
20. Why do you ask?
Well, it just hit me as peculiar, but it may be because you're upset by your loss.
I don't understand.
The body you just identified has been here in the morgue for 3 days.
What?
Your husband's body is here to your right. On this other slab.
You should have been more careful. You could have ruined everything.
I was so frightened, Sam. I didn't know what to do. When Sergeant Landau stopped, I thought that was the body. I didn't know what he looked like.
Oh, well, I guess it was my fault. I should have described him to you. Anyway, you got away with it. They gave you the death certificate, and they sent the body to the Winston Funeral Home.
Came so near to getting caught.
But luckily, you acted upset enough to save us.
We may not be so lucky the next time.
There won't be a next time. From here on, there won't be any trouble for us.
Sam, please, let's forget about the whole thing.
Are you crazy?
Before it's too late. We can still save ourselves. We can say you had amnesia and just turned up. They'll believe that.
And let $50,000 slip through our fingers?
But we never did anything wrong in our lives. You know we're not the kind of people to do a thing like this. Someone's at the door.
All right, get hold of yourself and answer it.
Who could it be?
I'll hide in the closet here.
Mrs. Braden?
Yes?
My name is Granger. I'm from the Acme Insurance Company.
Sure.
I'm here in regard to your husband's death.
Come in, please.
Thank you. I'll just be a moment. I don't want to bother you unnecessarily at a time like this, but before the company pays you the double indemnity benefits of your late husband's policy,
you'll be required to sign these papers. Now, you may mail them in if you choose, or you may sign them right now, and I'll take them back to the office with me.
Oh, I'll sign them now.
Very well. Oh, by the way, Mrs. Braden.
Yes, Mr. Granger.
Where will the services be held?
The Winston Funeral Home in Crestview.
Tomorrow?
Yes, at 10 in the morning.
I'll be there.
You'll be there? I don't understand.
To pay my respects. You see, Mrs. Braden, I knew your husband quite well some years ago when I sold him the policy.
Bromo Seltzer, famous for fast headache help, is bringing you Inner Sanctum.
Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? How do you do? This is your old friend Norman Brokenshire. The other day I heard a fellow speak of the hour between 5 and 6 in the evening as the headache hour. Now, if you get a headache about this time or any time, I hope you'll remember Bromo Seltzer. For Bromo Seltzer is a friend in need when you've got a headache. It's true, neighbors. Bromo Seltzer not only quickly helps the pain of a headache, but it also soothes the upset stomach and the jittery nerves that may come with it. Yes, Bromo Seltzer gives you three-way headache help that's fast and pleasant. Now, by pleasant, I mean Bromo Seltzer is pleasant to take, actually refreshing. Try Bromo Seltzer next time you get an ordinary headache. Try it on this guarantee. You must be satisfied or your money back. All drugstores carry Bromo Seltzer at their counters and fountains. For fast three-way headache help, ask for
Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
You know, personally, I feel kind of sorry for that Sam Braden. The only way he can make a decent living is by being dead. Well, that's fate for you. Everything was going pretty well until that insurance guy Granger turned up and said he was going to pay his last respects to Sam. You see what happens when you fool around with death? Things go from bad to hearse. Well, now let's get back to our tale and the troubled Braden.
Of all people for the insurance company to send out here, it had to be Granger.
Told you we couldn't get away with it.
Well, we're not finished yet. Granger told you that you'd probably get the check from the insurance company tomorrow.
But in the meantime, he'll go to the Winston Funeral Home. He'll know that's not you in the casket.
You'll never know.
What are you doing?
Something we should have done right after Granger left here earlier this evening. Here, take this phone. I've dialed the Winston Funeral Home.
But what?
When they answer, you tell them they changed your mind. There'll be no services tomorrow. You've just found a paper signed by your husband in which he requested that he be cremated immediately after death.
They'll be suspicious.
I'll write the note now. That'll cover it. Haven't they answered yet?
No.
You've got to get that body out of there before tomorrow morning. Still no answer?
No, not yet.
Well, better hang up. They must be closed for the night. If we wait until tomorrow morning, it'll be too late.
Then what'll we do?
There's only one thing to do, Helen. We're going over to the funeral home and get that body out ourselves. We'll try the back door down at the end of this alley.
We'll never get away with it. I've had the feeling all along.
Will you stop talking like that, Helen? Don't you understand it's worth any risk we take to get that $50,000?
But I told you I don't want the money.
Wait and see. When you get your hands on it, you'll feel differently. Here's the back door.
It's locked, isn't it?
Well, of course. What did you expect?
There's no way we can get in.
Yes, there is. I'll break the glass panel and then reach in and turn the lock.
Someone might hear us.
You're just making things worse by talking that way. Besides, we looked out in front, didn't we? There's not a soul around. Yes, I'll need something to break the glass. What can I use? I know. Helen, give me your compact.
Here.
This compact should do fine.
Sam, you cut yourself.
I guess I'm not much of an expert on housebreaking.
Don't you see we can't do any of this, right? Because we're not people for a thing like this.
And we make ourselves that kind of people. We'll manage. We did so far. I'll have this door unlocked in a second. There. All right, come on, Helen.
Can't I wait here?
No, I need your help. Come on.
Sam, I'm so frightened.
You mustn't be. Just try to think of the money. Just try to think of all the pleasure we'll have with it.
We'll never enjoy it. We'll never have a happy moment again.
Please, Helen, don't say things like that. Here are the caskets. I'll see what this tag says. Sarah Adams. All right, we try the next one. Samuel Braden. All right, Helen, you get down at the other end and help me lift the lid.
Oh, Sam, please, I can't. I just can't.
All right, I'll do it myself. Helen, what's wrong? What is it?
The coffin. There's no one in it. The coffin is empty.
But you had the body sent here from the morgue.
Yes.
And this coffin tag has my name on it. What could have happened to the corpse? Where can it be? Someone came in.
Footsteps. They're coming this way.
I can't let anybody see me, and there's no time to get out the rear way. Wait, I know where to hide.
Sam, what are you doing?
The only safe thing. I'll hide in this coffin.
But what'll I do? What'll I say?
I don't know, but try to carry it off the best you can.
Good evening, Mrs. Braden. I had an idea I might find you here. Oh, you don't have to be afraid of me. I won't hurt you.
Who are you?
My name is Stephen Winston.
You own this place.
That's right.
We've never met. How do you know who I am?
I've made a point of knowing Mrs. Braden. As a matter of fact, I've just come from your house. I'd planned on having a talk with you about the ceremonies tomorrow. Oh, by the way, don't you know it's illegal to force your way into an establishment?
But I tried to get you on the phone, Mr. Winston. There was no answer. I thought perhaps your line was out of order, so I came down. I wanted to talk to you, too.
About the ceremonies?
Yes.
Do you mind telling me how you got in here?
The rear door was open.
It's odd. I distinctly remember having bolted it. However, first I have something very interesting to show you.
Mr. Winston, what are you doing?
Lift up this coffin lid.
No, don't.
Why not?
I can't bear to see you.
Well, that isn't the reason, is it, Mrs. Braden? That isn't the reason at all.
What do you mean?
You've already opened this coffin. You know there's no body in it. Isn't that the reason?
Yes.
I thought so. You probably wonder what's happened to the body that was in it. Well, I'm happy to relieve your mind of the anxiety. I have the body down in the basement, hidden.
Why did you hide my husband's body?
You can drop the act, Mrs. Braden. I know that wasn't your husband's body.
No.
Yes, of course. I once met your husband. I rarely forget a face. The police would be very interested in your game, but the police don't have to know, necessarily.
What do you mean by that?
Now, look, Mrs. Braden, I'm a businessman. The police don't have to know about this at all, providing you make it worth my while.
You want money?
Yes. $10,000 should seem to be a fair sum. I suggest, Mrs. Braden, that you get in touch with your dear departed husband and tell him my terms. 10,000, or jail for both of you.
Sam, it's been hours. Thought you'd never get back here to the house.
It became light out. I had to be careful no one saw me.
Winston knows everything. It was he who took the body out of the casket.
Yes, Helen, I know. I heard from inside the coffin. He wants money.
We mustn't give it to him.
Of course not. He'd go on blackmailing us until he got every cent of the 50,000.
That's not what I mean, Sam.
It's a good thing you didn't tell him I was in that coffin.
Darling, please listen to me. I've been waiting for you to come home. I wanted you to be the one to call the police.
Call the police?
You've got to. If we make a clean breast of everything now, they may not be too hard on us.
We're not telling the police anything.
Then Winston will.
No, he won't. Winston is dead. I killed him. I buried his body where it will never be found.
Sam.
I had to do it, Helen. Things had gotten so that I just had to. Helen, do you have to keep standing at the window there looking at the birds down in the garden? Why don't you talk to me?
Talk? What can I say?
You can find something to say to make me feel a little better about it.
How can you feel better about killing a man?
It isn't that I wanted to do it. I had to. You've got to understand that I never had the makings of a murderer in me.
No, Sam, you didn't. Until the thought of that $50,000 made you one.
Why do you keep saying that? There's nothing I can do about it now. I can't go to the police. They'll sentence me to death. You wouldn't want that, would you?
No, Sam, I wouldn't want that.
Well, then what can I do?
I don't know.
Well, there's one thing I know we've got to do, and that's move away from here where no one will know us. Maybe then we can start over again. Maybe then things will be all right between us.
Maybe.
Sure they will. The 50,000 will make all the difference. What's the matter? Why are you looking at me that way?
We can't take that money now.
After all I've done?
After what you've done, that's just the reason.
You're not making sense. We couldn't get anywhere without money. We'd have to get it some way. We need a lot of money to... Helen, look. There's the mailman coming down the walk. I bet he's got the insurance company check with him now. You better go down and see.
All right.
Why did you stop, Helen? All you have to do is go down the stairs and open the door.
I've made up my mind, Sam. We're not taking the money.
But you know we need it to save ourselves.
Not that kind of money.
Now, look, the mailman must have that check. That's why he's ringing the bell. It was sent registered. You'll have to sign for it.
I'm not going down to get it.
You are. Hurry before he goes away. Now, go on.
Don't stand. Let go of me. I'm not answering that ring.
Yes, you are. You're opening that door and signing for that lever. I have to drag you down. Helen, get out the steps. Helen. Helen. I didn't mean it, darling. I didn't mean it. I didn't.
No, you didn't. You couldn't help yourself. I understand. Sam.
Yes?
The money. You can't have it now. I'd have to sign the check, and I won't be able to. I'm glad about that. Wasn't meant for us. Never would have brought us a happy moment.
Helen. Operator, will you please get me the Merrick police? Hello? Is Sergeant Landau there? No, he won't have to call back. Message? Yes. Just tell him that Sam Braden is on his way over.
Now that's what I call a significant ending. No doubt there for whom the doorbell tolls. That Sam and Helen sure were bunglers. They handle a cold corpse like it was a hot potato. But before Sam went the way of all burnt flesh for the insurance murder, he was heard to say that honesty is the best policy. Well, anyway, now he's got a coffin to call his own.
Say, neighbors, here's a fact I'm sure you'll agree with. To help a headache one way is good. To help it two ways is better. But to help your headache three ways is best of all. And that's exactly what Bromo Seltzer does. First, Bromo Seltzer helps the headache itself, and fast. Then it soothes the upset stomach and jittery nerves that may team up with your headache. And that's not all, neighbors. Bromo Seltzer tastes good. You'll actually like sparkling, refreshing Bromo Seltzer. Convince yourself. Try Bromo Seltzer the next time you get a headache. Remember, where others fail, Bromo Seltzer works. Caution, use only as directed. And, of course, if a headache persists or recurs, see your doctor. Be ready for fast headache help at all times. Get Bromo Seltzer today at any drugstore. And remember, don't just fight a headache one or two ways.
Fight headache three ways. Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer.
Well, it's time to close that creaking door on tonight's Inner Sanctum, which featured Everett Sloane as Sam and Barbara Weeks as Helen. The music was by Lou White, and the entire production was directed by Hyman Brown. Tonight, friends, we close the creaking door for several weeks, while Inner Sanctum takes a short vacation. We'll be back soon, so be sure to listen for that familiar creaking door. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is The Motive by Evelyn Piper. Until we meet again, then. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Hello, this is Jimmy Stewart with a special kind of an invitation for you. It's to hear the premiere broadcast of the Hollywood Star Playhouse on Monday, April 24th. Gloom of Night is the title. I'm going to be in it. I think you're going to enjoy this new series of plays. They'll be written by Hollywood's leading writers.
And this is Norman Brokenshire speaking for Bromo Seltzer, inviting you to tune in next week, same time, same station, when Bromo Seltzer will present, direct from Hollywood, that famous movie star Jimmy Stewart in an original mystery thriller entitled Gloom of Night. In this exciting story, Mr. Stewart plays a mail carrier who is also a tall storyteller. He matches wits with a murderer single-handed because no one will believe his warnings. Don't miss Jimmy Stewart in Gloom of Night, brought to you next Monday night on the premiere broadcast of Hollywood Star Playhouse by
Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer, Bromo Seltzer,
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From London, we present Orbit 10, a play in 6 episodes by Peter Elliott Hayes. Episode 4, The Voices.
This is Tom Lambert again. You've now heard 3 of the 6 tape recordings made by Dr. Hayward Petrie. But on that November night in the college laboratory, when the green rod went into action for the second time, we were very far from halfway to the truth. Even as the 3 of them watched a solid steel lamp dwindle and vanish into the cylinder, they could not dream of what was yet to come. But Dr. Petrie must take up the story for himself. Here is the 4th recording.
Continuation of notes, reel 4. If I had watched it alone, I would have disbelieved my own eyes. But we all saw it. That heavy, jointed lamp shrink to a speck, and then literally sucked into the glowing core of the rod. Almost at once, the disturbance, noise, light, vibration began to subside.
Look, do you see? The light's dimming.
And the mist in the cubicle is clearing. But there's no way for it to get out.
It doesn't need a way out. It's being reabsorbed into the rod where it came from.
Nothing else in there. The lamp's gone completely.
And we wondered what power that thing possessed. Now we know.
Yes.
It can absorb solid matter.
No.
Those objects missing from the shelf are Kirkish.
Of course.
The way the workbench that thing was standing on seemed to vanish. The dust that was left, they went. The same way as that lamp.
But it's impossible. Solids, gases can't pass through each other. It's a question of densities. It's a law of physics.
Well, one of our laws, perhaps. But must they apply everywhere? Under sufficient pressure, water can be forced through a steel plate. A solid can pass through a gas. But a splinter of superfrozen hydrogen can be driven into a wooden board. It's all a question of applied forces. We only understand these things in our own terms.
Yes, sir, but physical and chemical changes always leave something, some deposit.
Yes.
Look at the rod now. It's gone quite dull. You can see through it again.
They can.
Just the wires and the gray thing in the center. Nothing else.
No, nothing else.
But that lamp just can't disappear off the face of the earth.
Can't it? After tonight, who are we to say what's impossible? Thank heaven we had that cabinet made. If this had happened in the open.
Yes.
It seems to work more powerfully each time.
Now listen, both of you. I repeat what I said 3 days ago. And this time I mean it. After this, we must never open that cubicle. Not for any reason.
No.
All right.
If solid matter can be drawn in, it could be, well, extremely dangerous.
Doctor?
Yes?
The book I was looking at, before Cliff sounded the buzzer. That illustration, I think you're right.
Yes, that organism in the center. It has all the same characteristics, only on a much larger scale. The resemblance is perfect.
And the photograph was of human nerve cells.
Yes, each one perhaps 1/10,000th of an inch in diameter. But the cells that thing is made up of must be 1/4 of an inch across. If that material comes from some kind of living being, for some reason, in some way, enclosed, sealed in, well, the mind staggers at the possibilities. Don't you realize it's simply a question of scale? A human, if he were composed of cells that size, he'd be almost 3 miles high. Later that night, leaving Clifford and Elizabeth on watch, I went alone to my study. I wanted to think. This had suddenly become something far larger than a laboratory problem. This powerful, ruthless mechanism, lying buried for years beneath a Hebridean beach with the sea washing indifferently over it, how had it got there, and, more vital, where it had begun its existence? At last, I picked up the telephone and called Sir Edward Bancroft at his home in Kent. Edward made no comment as I told him the facts. When I'd finished, he told me to come down to Westerham at once and bring my students with me. I wonder now if either of us realized that it was 3 a.m. I shall always remember that drive through the wet, empty suburbs and later through the black Surrey lanes. And at 4:30 we were sitting in Edward's panelled drawing room around the ashes of a dead fire with the first grey of dawn coming over the Kent hills.
You was the pajamas and dressing gown, weren't you?
Yes, of course.
Don't usually receive guests like this. But guests usually come at a respectable hour.
Well, Ed, sorry.
My wife's making coffee. She'll be here in a minute.
Perhaps I should have waited until the morning.
No, you did quite right, Hayward. Well, at least you didn't write off the college completely.
Not quite.
And these are the readings you collected.
Yes, sir.
Radiation level reached 5 Roentgens. Temperature down to -11 in 80 seconds. Vibrations up to 12,000 cycles. Quite a lively little gadget, isn't it?
And we lost a lamp.
Yes. Look, Hayward, it's no good our thinking up glib explanations and sticking our heads in the sand. I'm in touch with technological advances pretty well everywhere, and I can tell you that no one has produced anything like this. So, we're forced to consider the possible alternative.
that the cylinder did not originate on this planet.
Not a new idea to you, perhaps?
No, it's not.
We've shot umpteen satellites into space. Some of them have stayed up.
Some of them haven't.
But what do we know about what comes into our own planetary back garden? Practically nothing.
I agree.
This could be our first contact with some other intelligence.
Yes.
The thing probably isn't meant to do any harm. It may be just a complex instrument hopelessly out of its element running wild. Imagine Sputnik 99 thumping down on Venus and disgorging sparks, radio signals, and guinea pigs. The inhabitants, if any, would be quite justified in taking a sledgehammer to it and asking questions afterwards. This could be something like that.
Yes, but where in the solar system could it have come from? The composition of the planets is well known. None of them can support the kind of life to bring off an achievement like this.
And I think, sir, our cylinder can bite a little harder than the average guinea pig.
It can.
And it'll take more than a sledgehammer to even chip it.
Yes, so you've seen.
We have indeed.
Well, none of us is qualified to make decisions on this. In the morning, I shall give Charles a ring.
Charles?
Lord Heatherton, the Minister of Science.
Oh, of course.
Lives in Whitehall somewhere. We're getting a little out of our depth, Hayward. I'm afraid officialdom must take over.
Yes, but whatever happens, I must have facilities to continue studying that rod. I can't stop now.
If I know, Charles, you have every facility. And the cylinder for the moment seems safe enough where it is.
Oh.
Don't look so glum, all of you. You may have made the most important discovery in the history of our world.
I hope so, Edward, but, I don't know. I just wish there wasn't something about that thing that makes me want to throw it back into the sea.
That's not like you, Hayward. You're tired. Been going at it too hard.
Perhaps.
We must take this one careful step at a time. Ah, here's that copy. Yes, poor old Heatherton. Cambridge, he was just rotten at high on that.
I reached home as my housekeeper was laying breakfast. If my unshaven, disheveled appearance was a shock for her, there was one waiting for me, too. Almost at once, the telephone rang. Oh, Cardiff University. Yes, this is Dr. Petrie. Thank you. Hello?
Good morning, Hayward.
Morning.
Trevor Hughes here.
Good.
Did I get you out of bed?
No, you didn't.
Good, good.
How is Welsh Wales this morning?
Cold and damp, but better than London any day. Hayward.
Yes.
You asked me to have a look at that colliery, Llan Weslin in the Rhondda.
Yes, of course. Now, have I wasted your time?
I got it over my students doing some detecting, ones who come from that part.
Hold on.
I have a good mind to advise the dean to send them down, every mother son of them.
Why, what have they done?
A couple of them were keen potholers. They thought this was too good to miss. Worse, one of them had worked in a pit.
Well?
They went to Llan Weslin, but everything seemed quiet enough, including the pit keeper who was having a sleep. Of course, there was no way of getting down the old shaft, but did that discourage them? The idiots went down their way. Potholing gear, ropes, lamps, and all the rest. They ought to be shot. Believe it or not, they got down to the level of the first working and went half a mile into the galleries.
Good for them.
Good for...
Sorry, I mean a very foolhardy of them.
Mad as hatters.
Yes.
Luckily, the pit is still in quite good shape, except for a few small collapses and a little flooding. But at the very end of the east working, Hayward, they say they found a kind of cavern.
Oh, yes?
It must have formed since the pit was closed. And then, clambering about with their lamps, they found something else.
What? What did they find?
An object covered in mineral deposits sticking out of the debris. Tubular, 7 or 8 feet long. They described it as some sort of cylinder.
Oh. So it's not the only one. They didn't try to move it?
No, the air was foul. They had to come up.
Thank heaven for that. Now, Trevor, I can't explain it all now, but they must not go down again. We have a similar object here in the college.
What?
Yes, and we don't know what it may be.
Have you been climbing down coal mines at your age?
No, this was found on an island in the Hebrides. Now we know of 2.
Good heavens.
I'll call you later, Trevor.
All right, yes.
And those students of yours, be strict with them. Get them sent down, definitely.
Yes, I should, of course. On the other hand, one could say they showed a good sense of initiative. What are you laughing at?
Oh, nothing. Thanks for your help. Goodbye. Shortly afterwards, the telephone rang again. It was Sir Edward Bancroft. He told me he'd arranged an appointment for me with the Minister of Science, 4 o'clock that afternoon in Whitehall. A cloud of uncertainty was gathering in my mind, a dark, forbidding cloud. And I knew then where the answer lay. I went to Fleet Street, to Tom Lambert.
Well, Doctor, are we in business, or aren't we?
Yes. Lambert, I owe you an apology.
No, not at all.
You were right to drag me down to Llanwethlin. After this, I'll respect journalistic intuition. There is another cylinder in that pit.
There is?
Yes. It was found yesterday.
Well, it was a shot in the dark, but I've had my eye on this longer than you have, Doctor. You know, years ago, I began noticing the way similar reports kept turning up.
Yes?
Well, I hadn't a ghost of a theory for them, but once a journalist smells a mystery...
Oh, I know.
Well, anyway, I started a private news library.
Just so, and that's why I came.
Huh?
You showed me some cuttings on the train to Wales. There were about 7, I remember.
Yeah, but they were only a few of them.
A few?
Well, didn't I make that clear?
No. How many more are there?
You'd better see the file. All of it. Should be in here. And I've only been at this for a few years. Here we are.
Oh, it's very thick. Uh-huh. One cutting dated 1907. Mystery earth tremors in Lincolnshire. 1919. Strike at Kent Quarry. Narrow escapes as fissure opens. 1929. Frostbite in midsummer. Strange sounds on Exmoor.
And plenty more, going back for 50 years. 40 accounts in all.
40?
And they all have a familiar ring, don't they, Doctor? Maybe even this isn't the whole story. Look, turn to the last sheet. One I came across by accident when I was in Jordan last year.
Syrian village devastated. Humming heard as ground subsides. Green light. Vibration felt in Damascus. Good heavens.
Yeah. And early this year, a half-finished block of flats in Belgrade collapsed without warning. Again, the ground just caved in, and again, workmen talked about a green light. Does that mean anything?
Yes. Of course you don't know. The cylinder in our laboratory emits a green light when it functions.
Good heavens.
Yes. Syria, Yugoslavia, there could be others, perhaps all over the world. Lambert, this is vitally important. All such reports everywhere. Can we get hold of them?
Tall order. The world's a fair-sized place, you know. Yeah, but the Press Association's not so little. If I can get my editor on our side, and the foreign news agencies would play, we can try.
I think I can get you official backing for it. I'm seeing Lord Heatherton this afternoon.
The minister? Is it that high already?
Yes. Look, may I borrow this file of yours? I think he ought to see it.
Yeah, it's all yours. And I just hope that one day that lot might make a news story.
It may yet.
Looks like something pretty big, doesn't it, Doctor?
Bigger, perhaps, than we can even imagine. Soon at 4 o'clock, I was sitting in a long, high room behind Whitehall. A log crackled in an Arab fireplace, its flames reflecting darkly on the disdainful portraits on the walls. Beyond the tall window, a tug hooted on the grey curve of the Thames. Lord Heatherton seemed a quiet, mild-looking man, until his blue eyes suddenly sharpened, and then you felt a powerful mental microscope focusing on him.
Interesting, Dr. Petrie, there. Disturbing, perhaps. But would you say conclusive, any of it?
Well, there's no actual proof of what we suspect.
Right. Then you're not a crank.
No, sir.
Well, now, you've given me the technical data, your notes. Methodical, as I expected they would be. And I've talked with Bancroft, and he takes it seriously. Now tell me what you think, Doctor. Just what you consider we are up against.
Well, I can summarize. We know of the certain existence of 2 cylinders. They can cause violent physical disturbances. They can also assimilate mineral and metallic substances, probably any solid matter.
How do they do it? I want your theory.
Possibly by some means of compressing molecular structures. This could account for the extraordinary shrinking process we have observed. When the object is sufficiently condensed, it passes into the interior of the rod and is absorbed. You might say it's digested without trace.
But this is not limited to single objects.
No. Beneath the ground, the cylinders absorb quantities of whatever strata surround them, soil, rock, sand, and submerged, I believe they even take in seawater.
They seem to have quite an appetite, and some curious taste. But this would require energy, a great deal. Where do they obtain it?
It may well be that they can absorb that, too, from any nearby source. Dynamos, electric lines, possibly even heat. There was an occasion when an express diesel engine became drained of power. And at the college, since we've had the thing in the laboratory, The lights often grow dim, and the electric lifts work sluggishly.
You mean they can recharge themselves at will? Through solid walls? Across distances?
It's the only answer. And when they're replenished, they can operate again. That's when the dangerous freezings occur.
I see. And these news reports, do you seriously believe that each one means another cylinder?
Well, not in every case, perhaps, but I think we must accept the existence of, well, a considerable number.
Europe, the Middle East, a network of them. Where does one begin to grasp a thing like this? And you are trying to trace all reports that fit the known pattern.
Yes. It may take some time.
It must be done quickly. I will talk to the Press Association myself. Until we know how far this goes, if the results are significant, some of the sites will have to be excavated. Until then, carry on with your work, Doctor. You will have my ministry's full support.
Thank you, sir.
Money if you need it.
Thank you.
It's not meter readings I want. I want to know why. What their purpose is. And now, what is nowadays known as the $64,000 question. Where have they come from, Doctor? You tell me.
Very well. I believe they've traveled here from some source in space. They've been guided, directed to bury themselves in out-of-the-way places. They're part of a plan, an operation, devised by an extremely advanced intelligence. They've been falling on Earth for at least 50 years, possibly for very much longer. It seems safe to assume, therefore, that they're still arriving. It was coming nearer. At last we were beginning to glimpse the vast outline which only too soon was to become dreadfully clear. And things were not only happening in London. Since our return, we'd had too much to occupy us to give much thought to where it had all begun, the radio telescope on the Isle of Skara. But on that desolate headland in the control room beneath the huge brooding bowl, McCradden and Garrick were making discoveries of their own.
Still a long way from breaking down the signals themselves, but you check the calculations yourself, sir. What conclusion would you come to?
The signals faded steadily for 6 months. Now they're growing stronger again. The source moving away from us.
And coming back?
Yes. And these progressions are regular.
Yes.
That means the motion of the point of origin is curved. An arc.
And an arc is part of a circle.
Or an ellipse.
An ellipse.
And that can only mean one thing. An orbit.
Yes.
These transmissions are coming from a solid body orbiting around the sun like a planet, somewhere beyond Pluto. 9 planets and... Peter, do you realize what this could be?
Yes, what every astronomer has been wondering since Pluto was discovered in 1930.
Yes. Well, the universities must see these figures and... No, I must discuss this with Petrie first. We need his opinion. I'll send him a telegram and go down to London for a few days.
Right, sir.
I rather want to see what he's making of that wee souvenir he took home with him.
Late the next afternoon, I sent Clifford and Elizabeth away from the laboratory. I wanted to study my notes alone, and there now seemed no purpose in watching the silent cylinder all the time. Also, Elizabeth seemed to be growing more depressed each day, as if something were weighing on her mind. She and Clifford retired rather discouraged, probably to spend the evening at their usual coffee bar, and I went home. At about 11 o'clock that night in my study in Eaton Square, I was examining a thick folder of calculations and diagrams. Professor McCradden, who had arrived with it an hour before, watched me curiously.
Well, is it or isn't it?
Campbell, I want to be the first to congratulate you. These figures are conclusive. A large orbiting body within the solar system. There can be only one explanation. A new 10th planet.
Orbit 10.
That's it. It's been suspected for years. A planet so distant, so dark, that no telescope, even yours, can detect it.
No, we would never have known without those signals. But that's where they're coming from, Hayward. Signals from the 10th planet.
It must be enormous, possibly even larger than Jupiter. A vast, frozen giant. And its journey around the sun must take something like 700 years. I wonder, Campbell.
Yes?
Well, suppose those cylinders of mine scattered over the Earth have some connection with it. They take in solid matter and it vanishes completely. It's a fantastic process, and it must have a purpose. Is it possible that they absorb substances in order to transmit them elsewhere? To send them perhaps back to where the cylinders themselves came from? Back across space? Back to the 10th planet itself? If so, we're up against something so big we don't realize it's staring us in the face.
Like another coffee, Liz? That one must be cold.
Oh, no thanks. I'm not hungry.
I only said... Oh, skip it. Well, if the Martians are on the way, they surely have a Lulu of a technique. Nerve warfare. And we're the first victims. Any time now, we'll be at one another's throats.
Oh, Cliff, don't. Don't say things like that, even in fun.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Shall we talk about the weather?
I'm tired. I think I'll go and... Oh, I left my file of notes in the lab, and I want to write them up at home. I'd better slip back and get them.
Not alone, you don't. Petrie won't be there. I'll walk up to the college with you.
No. I'd rather be on my own. I'll ring you tomorrow.
Okay. I'll stay here a bit.
Sorry, Cliff.
No, forget it.
Good night.
Night.
Elizabeth left the coffee bar at exactly 11:35. She walked into Cromwell Road, entered the deserted college, and took the lift up to the 3rd floor. Reaching the laboratory and switching on the lights, the first thing she did was look quickly at the rod standing in the Densolite cubicle. It was dull and silent. Elizabeth could see her own pale face reflected, distorted in its polished green surface. Automatically, she ran her eye over the recording instruments. The meter needles were all quite still. Near the cubicle lay the cylinder, a huge, empty shell. She smiled. Already, dust was gathering on it. She collected her folder of papers from the bench and walked back towards the door. And then, she stopped. Even before she looked round, she knew. By the air becoming colder each second, chilling, biting, and by the slow flood of unearthly green light which bathed the wall, confronting her with her own black rearing shadow. And as she spun round, her breath made a white cloud and something crackled under her feet. Frost, forming rapidly, white and glinting. The green glare from the rod growing fiercer hurt her eyes. Then the vibration, rattling the benches and apparatus, dinning in her ears and dulling her mind. She found herself walking against her will towards the cubicle, her aching eyes fixed on the glowing core of the rod. Something seemed to be drawing her towards it. She bumped something. It clicked as she put out a hand, but she went on. She cried out, but her voice seemed not to belong to her, to come from a vast distance. Seconds passed. There was no thought in her mind. And then, something seemed to burn her fingers. Forcing her eyes down, she saw it was the lock bar of the cabinet, white with ice. She had lifted it, and the door was swinging open. Now she was very close to the blazing rod, and softly, silently, A grey vapor was beginning to seep from its surface. With a frantic effort, she forced herself to think, to move, to step back. But the noise wouldn't let her think. Something somewhere was calling, demanding, willing her to obey. Her eyes fell on the laboratory telephone. One clear thought, one hope came, and she clung to it.
Telephone. Cliff. Coffee bar. Phone number. Seen it so often. Phone number on the menus. Think. Sloan. 01. Number on the menus. Sloan. Yes. 0181.
The frozen steel of the telephone dial bit at her fingers. It seemed to take all her strength to turn it, release it. It whirred back. Her mind was blurring, slipping away again. Another one. And another. And another.
Hello? Oh, yes, he is here. I tell him. Hey, Mr. Clifford, your young lady is on the phone for you.
Okay. Hello? Cliff here. Is that you, Liz? Hello?
Cliff, I tried. I didn't know if...
Hey, Liz. What's wrong?
Cliff, please come. Please. I can't fight it much longer.
Oh, Liz, what is it? Are you in the lab?
Yes. Cliff, help me. I mustn't go back.
Liz. Liz. Honey, hang on. Whatever it is, hang on. I'll be right with you. Liz! Liz, are you in there? Liz, for heaven's sake, can you hear me?
Clifford had reached the college, the doors of the laboratory. They wouldn't open. Something had fallen across them, jamming them on the inside. Peering helplessly through the glass panels, he saw grey, swirling vapor. The room was choked with it, and everywhere a wintry whiteness of frost and ice. He saw dimly the open cubicle and the rod glowing a dull green. The telephone and its receiver just clear of the floor, swinging slowly on its cord. But there was no sign of Elizabeth. The laboratory seemed quite empty.
That was Orbit 10, a play in 6 episodes written by Peter Elliott Hayes and produced for the BBC by David Davis.
The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater. I'm Tom Bosley. Welcome once again to the magic world of radio. Jules Verne was writing over a century ago, yet because of his vision of the future, his stories today, 100 years later, are still science fiction. For although much of what he prophesied has already come true, many of his predictions still await discovery or proof. None more so than the story I bring you today. Our adventure, Journey to the Center of the Earth, was adapted from the Jules Verne novel, especially for the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater by Ian Martin. I shall return shortly with Act 1. Welcome, Daddy. Professor Otto Lidenbrock was a man of such determined purpose that when he dedicated himself to some single goal, nothing could stop him. This is the story of him, of his orphan nephew Axel, Vicky, the girl Axel loved, and of a strange old parchment with a cryptic message that catapulted the professor into leading all of them into the burning depths of hell.
Come.
Excuse me, Axel, but the housekeeper asked me... The professor is not here.
No, Vicky. Something must have delayed him. Don't tell me Martha has dinner ready to serve.
Almost. What time do you think it is?
I really don't know. I was busy studying these rocks, and I get busy. I don't notice the time.
Oh, you're as bad as your uncle. You live in a world apart.
Not me. Only the world you're in.
Axel.
Well, if you don't want anyone to hear, close the door.
What would Martha have to say about that? Or my guardian?
What the professor and his housekeeper don't know won't hurt them. Darling, quick, kiss me.
Oh, Axel. Oh, you're so nice. You'd be even nicer as a husband.
No, until you finish your medical studies and I my apprenticeship as a mineralogist to my uncle. We just have to wait.
Oh, it's so long, Axel.
To me, it seems longer than eternity.
Axel, my... there you are. Close the door.
Oh, yes, Uncle.
Now,
Don't you recognize your own ward, Professor Linderbrook?
What? Oh, yes, of course. What are you doing in my study, Vicky?
Well, Martha sent me to tell you that the soup is ready.
To the devil with the soup, Ted. I'm busy, child. You go drink the soup. And now, Axel.
Yes, Uncle. First I'll go with Vicky and explain
You
to Martha.
will do no such thing. You will get that girl out of here and close the door. So I can tell you what I have found. It's fabulous. Fabulous.
My uncle was curator of the Mineralogical Museum in Hamburg, and one of 2 or 3 of the most famous men in his field. He was a tall, vital man in his late 40s. He was renowned for his enormous intelligence, his monumental impatience, and a horrifying temper, more or less in that order.
Imagine, Axel, to find a treasure beyond price by accident at a bookstall. Look at it.
Heims Kringla of Snorro Turelson?
But look at what I found inside it, dear boy. Now, what do you make of that?
A piece of paper?
Parchment.
Okay, very well, a parchment.
Read what is written there.
I can't. The letters look Icelandic.
Well, look at the signature. At least that can be read.
Arne Saknussemm.
One of the most famous alchemists of the 16th century.
But what's his connection with this book?
Don't you see, Arne must have owned this book. And this paper, he hid in it. I know enough to know. This is in code. It is a puzzle, a cryptogram. And I shall not rest until it is solved.
I wonder if I had realized then what solving it would mean, if I would have accepted the challenge. Because it was only going to catapult him, and with him myself and the woman I loved, into an adventure bizarre and mystifying beyond belief.
132 letters of the alphabet in apparent disorder. What is the key? I have tried them in all sorts of mathematical combinations. Look at this sheet where I have written them vertically. Yes, come.
Forgive me, but you've been locked in here all day. Martha wants to know.
Tell Martha when we are ready for eating, I shall let her know.
Yes, Professor. No luck with the cipher?
How did you know about it?
Oh, why,
I told her about it, Uncle. There are no secrets between Vicky and me.
Oh? How is that?
You may as well know. We want to be married.
Well, you may as well know. I don't think either of you are ready for it.
You're quite sure of that, Professor? You know, Axel can solve your old puzzle any time he wants.
He can? Axel, how long have you known the answer?
For several days.
Then why haven't you told me?
Because I'm afraid of what it may mean.
Never mind that. How long are you going to keep me in suspense?
Supposing I made a bargain. If the news is worth it, would you agree to Vicky and me being married?
My dear boy, except that it is too soon, nothing would be nearer to my heart. But, well, is that what you want, Vicky?
With all my heart.
Confound it, all right, yes. Now let us waste no more time. What is the key?
You stack the letters vertically. Now read them backwards.
Great heavens. I can't believe what I think I read.
It is in Latin. Not very good Latin. But it could be read thus. Descend into the crater of Sneffels, over which the shadow of Scartaris falls before the calends of July, bold traveler, and you will reach the center of the earth. I have done this. Arne Saknussemm.
The centaurs. We shall do it too. You and I, Axel.
I suppose I cannot refuse that, but you must give me something in exchange. If we set out on this mad adventure, you must give your consent that Vicky and I can be married first.
Well, I suppose if it is what you both want.
Oh, you see, Axel, all it needed was the right kind of miracle.
When, Uncle?
Well, the sooner the better.
Tomorrow?
Yes, if you wish.
Of course, we weren't married the next day, but before the week was out, poor Uncle Otto, he didn't quite know what he was letting himself in for.
What do you mean, take Vicky with us? Do you realize the dangers, the hardships, the inconceivable problems we may face buried deep in the bowels of the earth?
If you want Axel along, you must take me, too.
Want Axel? I need him. I need his fluency in languages.
She's a better mountain climber than either of us. She's trained in medicine, and she's no stranger to mineralogy. She'd be far more of a help than a hindrance.
So very well. I shall argue no further. There is not time. But you had better prepare yourselves. We leave the day after tomorrow. There is only one boat service to Iceland on the 30th of each month. Unless we catch that boat, we would be too late to discover a realm no man ever has set foot in before. The inside of the earth. All the way down to the very heart of it.
That was our honeymoon. That boat trip to Iceland. That cold, remote island in the North Atlantic. A honeymoon shadowed by the frightening thought of what was to come. At least for me, if not for Vicky.
Oh, Axel, will you stop looking so gloomy? Come and look at the moon with me.
I'm sorry, Vicky. It's a lovely moon, and a nice cool breeze, and I just wish our voyage would go on forever.
How about our happiness?
There won't be much room for that once we reach Iceland.
You really think there is such a moment when the sun will cast a shadow that miraculously points to a strange opening nobody else has ever explored, and that once through it, we will all just walk casually to the middle of the earth?
No.
Then what's there to worry about?
My uncle was received and entertained in Iceland as one of the foremost mineralogists in the world, and it was a perfectly normal thing for him to request and receive a guide to lead us to the huge extinct volcano which dominates Iceland's skyline. Then came the incredible moment when at last the four of us, Hans Belke, our guide, my uncle, Vicky, and myself, having scaled the mountain itself and plunged deep into its volcanic crater, found there 3 chimneys, any of which from their dark and forbidding promise could be bottomless and might well be the passage we were seeking.
2 days we have sat here in this swirling fog, and there's no sun to cast a shadow to point out our path.
Is it so important after all, Uncle Otto?
Important? Only the realization of a life's dream for me.
Supposing the sun's shadow does point to a place where we could enter and try to get to the center of the earth, what difference would it really make? If we tried it, we'd all be burned to a crisp.
No. The heat is all on the surface. That was the theory of the man who is leading us to take this expedition, Arne Saknussemm, and who lived to prove it.
But, Uncle, if he achieved this, why has no one heard of him?
Because Arne Saknussemm was persecuted for heresy, and in 1573 his works were burned by the common hangman at Copenhagen.
Then are we the only ones who know his secret?
If he had one to preserve,
But he left no indication of which of these chimneys is our pathway to glory.
The sun will tell us if this overcast would just break and...
There's the sun now.
And the shadow.
Look, it is pointing right to the center chimney. Just as Arnie said it would.
You really believe all of this?
Oh, yes, there is our route to immortality. When we go down that rock chimney, we will be the first human beings to explore the mystery of inside our planet. And to reach at last the center of the earth.
Can you believe that somewhere there is a fissure in the Earth's crust through which people like you and me could descend 5,000 miles until we reach the very center of this spinning globe? And if you had the chance, since men have opened all the continents, sailed the 7 seas, and conquered space, and revealed the mysteries of the ocean, since this is the only place left unexplored, could you resist the adventure? I'll return shortly with Act 2. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly. Four lonely human beings, dwarfed by the immensity of the crater in which they stand, are frozen at this special moment when the shadow of the great mountain Scartaris points directly to one of the 3 great chimneys, reaching downwards into oblivion, the entrance, according to an alchemist dead for 500 years, to the passage that will eventually lead them to the very center of the earth.
It looks bottomless.
I doubt it, if Arnie Saknussemm went down it and came back to tell the tale.
If...
We can repel ourselves down there, but what about the food and supplies?
They would go down by themselves, Vicky.
What do you mean?
Watch Hans. He has already roped them together. Yeah.
He just threw it over.
It'll be waiting for us. Listen. Good. Our turn now.
Uncle, we can't go down there. It's vertical, like a chimney.
Oh, not quite.
Your uncle is right. No worse than any of the Alps I've climbed. I've been talking to Hans.
But you don't speak his language.
When it comes to mountain climbing, I do. Now look, the rope is hooked around this projection of rock, so it acts like a pulley. Hans will go down first till he finds a ledge or somewhere he can have footing. Then he'll signal us to come down. All you have to do is take hold of both ropes and use your feet to push off against the mountain. Then you sort of slide down. Are you ready?
As ready as I'll ever be, I guess. There's no bottom to this.
Of course there is. Listen.
It sounds like miles.
Nonsense, I timed it. Adding the velocity of a falling object to the return speed of sound, I would estimate some 3,000 feet.
And how long is our rope?
400 feet. But it was double, so say 200.
Which only means we have to repeat what we have just done about 15 times before we reach the bottom of the chimney.
Oh, we're mad. That's impossible. We've got to go back.
It is a little late for that. Hans has already disengaged the rope to use for the next turn. And I doubt if any of us could climb back up without it.
My uncle was right. It took 15 times, hooking the rope around whatever projecting rock we could find, to reach the bottom of that dark, narrow, dreadful chimney in the rock. By the time we reached bottom, exhausted, the last of daylight was fading, and looking up, the hole we had climbed into far above our heads was little bigger than a silver dollar. It was like looking through a gigantic telescope at a tiny star, a star which flickered and then went out, as all of us fell into an exhausted sleep.
Axel? Axel, wake up. Come to, my boy. Come to.
I'm dizzy. I'm seeing stars.
Nonsense. It is just the daylight bouncing off the lava. Like a shower of sparks.
Where's Vicky?
She went up the chimney with Hans, you see. They are getting the bundle with our supplies loose where it caught on the rock.
Oh, yes. We're inside the mountain.
Right. But so far we haven't even penetrated the Earth's crust.
What do you mean?
We started down this tube from the crater of a mountain. We are only back to sea level.
Are you sure?
Look at the barometer. It shows the same air pressure at sea level. But as we go deeper and leave more air above us, its pressure will increase. And by measuring that pressure, we can calculate how deep we are.
If we can breathe by then.
We will descend gradually. And that way, our lungs will get used to the heavier air.
Down below! We're going to drop the package.
Get over here, Axel, into the shaft opening. Okay, let's huggo.
Where does this tunnel lead?
Down to the center of the earth, I hope.
Okay, we're coming down now.
Uncle, look, be sensible. We've got to give this up. It doesn't make any sense anyway.
No sense? Why?
Because the deeper we go, the hotter it will get.
Oh, are you so sure?
Well, it stands to reason, since the center of the earth is nothing but liquid fire.
Really? You have been there?
Well, no, but according to scientific theory...
Some scientists, but not all. For myself, I prefer to believe our 16th century alchemist Arne Saknussemm, because he has been there. And more important, he came back.
Oh, what are you two arguing about?
Oh, if we were, my arguments have no weight.
Certainly not, since they are only speculation. Now, come, let us all have breakfast and press on with our quest. Well, Axel, how do you find the temperature after these first days?
It's quite comfortable.
And you, Vicky?
Oh, I hadn't even thought about it.
Well, why should you? By the thermometer, it is just under 60 degrees.
Should it be more?
My nephew would think so.
Me? Why?
When we left the surface, it was 41 degrees Fahrenheit. But according to most authorities, there is a 1 degree centigrade rise in temperature for every 100 feet. So, figuring the present rise in temperature by the Fahrenheit scale, could you estimate how deep in the earth we have penetrated?
Well, that isn't very difficult. Less than 1,000 feet.
Except, my boy, and I promise you that my figures are correct, we are now 10,000 feet below sea level.
What does that mean, Axel?
It means we are far below the deepest mines ever sunk in the world, and that the temperature ought to be at least 178 degrees.
What?
So much for preconceived ideas about the inside of the earth, huh? Now, do you feel better about continuing with our search? Water!
What did Hans say?
Well, he said water. Whatever the temperature may be, we have only a 3-day supply of water. That's something no figures can change.
But as soon as we get below this stage of lava rock, we will find springs.
So, we're going on.
But certainly.
Well, there are 2 roads.
Both of them dark and narrow.
And there is nothing to be gained by hesitation. So, we will take the one to the east.
The second day in this gallery, we were all breathing with difficulty. And I stopped.
No. Go on.
I have to rest a minute. So does Vicky.
Oh, yes. I'm tired out.
What? Trampling over such easy ground?
Oh, it was easy. Till it started to go up instead of down.
Up?
Yeah, the slope has changed in the last hour.
What? Well, it must go down again soon.
We're very low on water.
As soon as we get deeper, there will be plenty.
Oh, perhaps we should turn
turn back, Uncle.
When we have come this far, when we are on the edge of making history, there is no turning back.
I'm afraid we haven't much choice. Ahead, it's a dead end. The passage is blocked.
Very well, then. We should have taken the other arm of the fork. We must go back.
I won't drag you through the mental and physical agony of those retraced steps. Before we got back to the cavern, we had to ration the water. And by the time we arrived, we were parched and so weary we were ready to drop. All of us, except Hans, whom nothing seemed to affect, arrived half dead at the junction of the two galleries.
Now come. We must pull ourselves together and try the other fork.
What? Are you mad? We must go back
and give up this expedition just when success is almost assured.
The only thing that's assured is that if we continue, we'll all die.
Very well, then. You must take Vicky and Hans to help you climb. Perhaps you can make it out of the chimney.
What about you?
I shall go on.
And die?
I don't believe so. The lack of water is the only thing that stands in our way. And as a mineralogist, I have every hope that within hours we will reach a layer of granite. And there, water should be abundant.
Vicky?
I think we'd better go with him, Axel. Even if we made it back to the bottom of the chimney, we'd never be able to climb out. Wait a minute. Oh, what's that noise?
Noise? There is Hans.
I don't know, but shh.
Water!
Var?
Neda!
Come on. He says down below.
Where's the water?
It's behind the wall. A solid wall of granite. No way to get at it. Tons and tons of water. A torrent. A fountain of hope. And no way to get at it. No way. It's all over.
Are our friends to perish, buried alive, dead of thirst, when unlimited water is so near and yet beyond reach? Well, there's a limit to how much suspense I can honestly hold you under. Obviously, if the story is to be continued, they must survive. But how? I'll return shortly with Act 3.
This is...
The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater will return shortly.
Good luck.
Three of our discoverers are slumped in parched exhaustion deep under the earth, deeper than any human being has ever penetrated before. But the fourth, the quiet man of few words, Hans, the phlegmatic Icelander with his incredible physical endurance, has left the others, following the granite wall, listening to the sound of the torrent behind it. And now, faintly, the sound of his effort to save them reaches Vicky's ears first.
Axel, listen.
What, Vicky?
That sound.
A pickaxe. Where is Hans?
I don't know, Uncle. Pickaxe. He must be trying to break away the wall.
Water. I think he's found water.
Come on. Let's go.
Water. Oh, look, he's found it.
Martin, give up.
What do you mean, be careful?
Oh, what is it doing?
It's hot. It's boiling hot.
It's really cool. Then it hits the floor. Follow it down, and we can drink to our heart's contents.
That precious jet stream of water was to be more to us than something to quench our thirst. Like Kubla Khan that we had all read in school, It led us through caverns measureless to man, down to a shining sea. But I am getting ahead of myself. On the 18th of July, 3 weeks after we had left the surface of the earth behind us, my uncle stopped to make some calculations.
Where are we, Uncle Otto?
Well, by my calculations, we are 213 miles southeast of Sneffels.
But that means we aren't under Iceland anymore.
No, my dear. The Atlantic Ocean is now above our heads, but some 48 miles above.
48 miles?
We must all realize by now that there is no way of turning back.
You mean this is our life? Forever?
Of course not, Vicky, if you have the faith I have. Remember, there was a man who went before, and he came back and lived to tell it. I must believe, so shall we.
I don't think anyone else believed that. The only thing that kept us from going mad was the sense of companionship. And then, suddenly, it happened. We were hoarding our electricity, saving our lamps. And on this day, feeling along in the dark, the nightmare that lurked in the back of all of our minds happened to me. Vicky, will you ask Uncle Otto if we can't stop a minute? Vicky? Uncle Otto? Hans? Vicky? I was suddenly screaming, panic welling up and catching in the back of my throat. Then, with an effort, I got hold of myself. What a fool I was being. I had a sure way to find my way back to the others. All I had to do was follow the stream of water. I bent down, and to my horror and terror, I found nothing but dry granite. The stream was no longer at my feet. I went mad with panic, running back in the dark, screaming, Vicky! Vicky! Can you hear me? Uncle Otto! Hans! Please! When I came to, I had no way of knowing how long I'd been unconscious. My face was wet with tears and blood, for I'd cut my head when I fell. I was dizzy and half frantic with fear. Then suddenly, what was that? An explosion? Some subterranean earthquake? Oh, Lord, please don't let me die. Please don't let me be buried alive.
No, we won't give up. Fire the gun again.
It's Vicky and Hans. Help! Help! That must be the gun. Why does it sound so strange?
But if you can't hear that gunshot, it is hopeless.
But I do! I do!
Won't give up.
Why can't they hear me? And why do they sound so strange? Wait. I see it. It's some trick of acoustics. Their voices are traveling along the wall, like the Whispering Gallery in St. Paul's Cathedral in London. If I put my mouth close to the wall and whisper, maybe... Vicky, my darling, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Listen. That's Axel. My darling, where are you?
I don't know. I'm lost.
Axel, my boy, how wonderful to know you are alive and well. We have been hunting everywhere for you. Now, because there is a time lag in transmitting messages, let me get us together as soon as possible. I have my watch in hand. At the end of this, I will say your name, noting the exact second. The moment you hear your name, repeat it. The moment I hear it, I shall check the watch. By dividing the elapsed time, we will know just how far apart we are. Ready.
Now came the agonizing wait. It was unbearable to know that my darling Vicky and the others were so near, and yet so...
You see, exactly 20 seconds. Now, if that is 10, and then 1,020 feet a second, that makes 10,200, approximately 2 miles.
2 miles?
Now, all you have to do, Axel, is to find a path that takes you down. It is better that you come to us. I will tell you why. We are in a vast cavern, and all the cracks and fissures and galleries seem to radiate from here. So, on your way, boy. On your way.
I love you, Axel. Just hurry to us.
If our voices passed back and forth as they had, there could be no obstacle between us. So, weak as I was, I hurried along the corridor, guiding myself by touching the wall. But I made one mistake. I was careless of what was under my feet, and suddenly, it was as though the ground gave way beneath my feet, and I went slithering on loose rock, down, down, sliding, out of control, faster, faster, till suddenly the slide became a fall. I was jarred against projections, dropping down a vertical shaft, till my head hit a sharp rock, and all went black.
Hello, darling.
Oh, Vicky.
Oh, thank heaven. You're all right. You're alive.
I hear waves, and we're in the open. The sun is shining. Are we back outside?
On the contrary, you are now at a depth underground of approximately 100 miles.
Oh, and how far from Iceland?
Over 2,000 miles.
Then we're somewhere beneath London, or perhaps Paris?
Approximately.
Incredible. What's that hammering? What's that hammering I hear?
Come and see. It is Hans. He is building a raft for us.
Out of what?
Oh, pine, fir, birch.
But there are no trees down here.
Somewhere on the shores of this sea there are, or were at some time. This is fossil wood, mineralized by the sea, driftwood. It floats, and it will make a fine raft. Good dog, Axel.
Good dog, Hans. But why is Hans building this raft?
Well, so we can follow the example of that well-known chicken and get to the other side.
I wish someone could explain this other world to me.
If Uncle Otto can't, nobody can.
Where does the light come from?
Well, the best I can do is suggest that it's a kind of luminance from electric forces. A sort of constant lightning.
What about those clouds?
Water vapor in suspension.
How high are they?
Oh, a good 12,000 feet, I'd say.
How large is the sea?
At least as big as the Mediterranean. We've been sailing for nearly a week, and there's no sign of the other shore.
And all this inside one huge cavern in the deeps of the earth. It's beyond belief.
It was 2 days later that we made land, in a heavily wooded area, with mountains rising steeply almost from the shore. In one of them we found a cave, and another miracle. The name of Arne Saknussemm chiseled in granite. But less than 100 feet into the cave, the way was blocked by a gigantic rock, which fitted into the passage like a stopper in a bottle. Hans began to chip at it with his pickaxe.
Now, it is hopeless. Even you could never cut through that, Hans.
No, but Axel can.
Axel? How?
Let him answer that for himself.
What have you got there, Axel?
50 pounds of our explosive. If we can't cut through the rock, we can blow it out of there. Hans, you cut a hole big enough. Fortreffelig.
Yeah, fortreffelig. Excellent indeed. Now, set your charge, Axel, while I make a slow fuse. That will give us time to get away from here before it explodes. Everybody aboard. Now I said, push off and pedal.
I don't think there would be any danger.
Better to be safe than sorry.
The fuse burned faster than I expected.
That's what I meant by being safe.
What happened?
The raft! Pull back!
Hold on, everybody! What is it? It looks like a bottomless pit. There must have been an abyss on the other side of the rock. The sea is pouring into it, and we are being swept with it.
Axel! Hold me!
Hang fast to the raft! We're being sucked into the center of the earth! The next 48 hours were a nightmare not to be believed. With the speed of an express train, the current carried us down on a wave, tearing through between the walls of the tunnel. We were tossed and battered about, but held on grimly. Nothing worse could happen to us, we supposed, until...
Oh, what is it, Uncle?
We're going up! How? The water has reached the bottom of the abyss and is now seeking its own level. It's carrying us up with it. We'll be drowned when it reaches the roof. So, there is a shaft over there. Paddle, Hans! Paddle! Ah, the water! It's boiling now!
I'm suffocating!
Back and furthest! Pray, my little ones, pray. That is our only hope. Fate has flung us in the path of burning lava, and it has mixed up with the water. It is an eruption, and we are going to be spun into the air, hurled along with ashes, cinders, and a whirlwind of flame. But we are lucky. You call this lucky? It is the only way. We have a chance of returning from the center of the earth.
So our four adventurers came back to the surface the same way they had entered, through the crater of a volcano. Burned, bruised, tattered, and exhausted, they were blown out of the volcano Etna in Italy, for that was how far they had traveled through the center of the earth. But they lived to tell the tale, and that is how Jules Verne's book begins and ends. Once again, I remind all of you that there is only time to bring you highlights of a book such as this. To enjoy it fully and to appreciate the genius of Jules Verne, the richness of his imagination, and the scientific knowledge that justifies it, you must go back to the book. It will bring you many hours of pleasure.
Delicious.
Our cast included Ian Martin, Don Scardino, and Jada Rowland. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is Tom Bosley inviting you to return to the General Mills Radio Adventure Theater for another exciting tale you can hear through the magic of radio. The General Mills Radio Adventure Theater is recommended by NEA, the National Education Association.
Transcribed.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan, and starring one of radio's foremost actors, James Stevens, in The Haunted Trailer.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable if you can as we take a little cross-country trip in the haunted trailer. Before we begin, I have a question for you. Do you believe in ghosts? No? That's good. Then my story won't bother you in the least. So let me introduce Melvin McGraw, as nice a young man as you'll ever meet, in this world or the next. Melvin is very unhappy. He has a story he wants to get off his chest. All right, Melvin, tell us all about it. Maybe it'll buck up your spirits.
Spirits. Don't mention that word to me. What I could tell you about spirits. In fact, I'm going to. You are now listening to a desperate man. And yet, just 2 months ago, I was sitting on top of the world. I was heading for California in my coupe, pulling a brand new trailer. In California, I had a girl waiting for me. Her name was Louise, and we were going to be married. We were going to take a 2-week honeymoon trip in the trailer, then settle down in a little vine-covered cottage. But I haven't the heart to go into details. Just say that as I drove through the Catskills, I was happier than a lark. I'd made a late start, so I drove until well after dark. Then I found myself on an empty stretch of road in the mountains with a bad storm coming up. I didn't want to drive through a storm, so when I came to a tiny, dark railroad station, I pulled off the road beside it and made myself comfortable in my own trailer. In no time at all, I was asleep. But about midnight, a terrific clap of thunder woke me up. I sat up, bumped my head, and blinked. The storm was raging outside, and the trailer door had blown open. It was banging back and forth. I got up to close it, but before I reached it, it shut itself, firmly. I was about to get back into my bunk when somewhere in the darkness a voice spoke.
Ah, now this is something like.
It was an odd, unearthly sort of voice, and at first I thought I just imagined it. Then it spoke again.
A house on wheels, furniture and everything. Some fun, eh, chum? They never had nothing like this when I was alive.
Then I realized what must have happened. I'd left the radio on, and I was hearing some late program. I reached over to click it off, but it was already off. Puzzled, I found the light switch and turned it. The trailer was empty, except for me. I was staring around in perplexity when I heard it again, that strange voice.
Over here, chum, in the easy chair. That's right. Now, can you see me?
Can I see him? I rubbed my eyes, then rubbed them again. There was something white and misty sitting in my easy chair. Something that grew more and more solid as I stared at it, until I could see it quite plainly. Like looking at a disreputable old man carved out of a chunk of London fog. It was... the only thing it could be was...
That's right, chum. I'm a ghost. My name is Spike Higgins. Pleased to meet you.
What do you mean you're a ghost? There's no such thing as a ghost.
Oh, no? Then listen to this. Oh! Did you ever hear a more ghostly groan than that? Or maybe you'd like to hear a banshee scream. You like it, chum? Every ghost can do it. Here, now I'll give you another demonstration. We call this one number 3B, the fatal warning. Are you ready? It'll curl your head.
Are you prepared to meet your fate? Beware. Beware.
Stop. Stop.
Well, I ain't even begun yet. I got a whole bag of ghostly tricks to try out. Why, it's years since I had a chance to use a single one of them. Hey, what about some invisible footsteps, eh? Hey, you see, I can do that without even stirring from this chair. And then there's the hollow knock on the front door. I'll demonstrate that, too. There. And now the door creaks open. Now, listen. Hey, see? Now, just suppose you was alone in a deserted house at night and you heard all them noises. What would you do, huh? I'm asking you, chum.
I'd run like the dickens.
Yeah, I bet you would. Anybody would. And now do you believe I'm a ghost? Or should I give you some more of my repertoire?
No. I'm convinced. You're a ghost.
Well, that's better. Yeah, now that we're acquainted, you can call me Spike. That's my name, Spike Higgins. Born March 28, 1888. Died April 15, 1930. Well done, thou good and faithful servant.
Oh, I certainly wish I could wake up. This dream I'm having is ghastly.
Not ghastly, ghostly. And you're not asleep. Hey, but speaking of sleeping, it's after midnight, and this is the first time I've been near a bed in more than 20 years. What do you say we turn in, man?
You mean you're suggesting you're going to sleep in my trailer?
Well, why not? That's what a trailer's for. A home away from home.
No. I won't stand for it. Now, get out. Why did you ever come in here in the first place?
Well, why did you stop at my territory? Answer me that, chum.
Don't call me chum. My name is Melvin.
If my name was Melvin, I'd rather be called chum. Okay, Melvin, you invited me in.
I did no such thing. I deny it.
Well, you stopped beside my railroad station, didn't you?
What do you mean, your railroad station?
That old station outside, I haunted.
A haunted railroad station? I never heard of such a thing.
There's plenty you never heard of. Well, back in 1930, I was a bum, see. I rode the boxcars. Well, one night I was trying to get away from a railroad bull. Toughest railroad dick in the business, named Dan Bancher. Well, I slipped off the top of a boxcar just as we was passing his station, see? Well, so I got appointed resident ghost for 7 Pine Station. A real lousy break. Hasn't been anybody in the station after dark for 10 years. And then tonight you come along and park. Well, naturally, I invited myself in. Oh, that's some layout you got here.
Well, why did you stay if you disliked it so?
Had to. I was doomed never to leave. Punishment, you see.
You were doomed to stay here forever?
Like I said, never to leave. Why?
I'll show you, Spike. This is where you and I part company. I know you think I was dreaming, but I wasn't. I was sitting there in my trailer talking to the ghost of a very disreputable-looking hobo. And I saw that I had to take drastic action. Spike had said he was doomed to stay there forever. But I wasn't. I hurried out of my trailer, climbed into my coupe, started the motor, and pulled away from there. I didn't stop until I'd gone 20 miles and left Spike Higgins' ghost safely behind me. Then I found a spot off the road, stopped, and went back to my trailer, completely bushed. Oh boy, now for some sleep. Oh, I'm dead.
Watch your language, Melvin. I'm dead, not you.
Spike.
Here I am, Melvin, in the other bunk.
No, you can't be. You said you were doomed to stay forever back at the railroad station.
Well, I said I was forbidden to leave. I didn't leave. You hauled me away in your trailer. So now the curse is broken. I can go any place I want.
Then go. Any place. I don't care where, as long as it's someplace else.
Oh, but I like it here, Melvin. Nice, cozy, good company, plenty of scenery. I'll tell you what I'll do. If looking at me bothers you, I'll merge. Then you won't be able to see me.
Merge with what?
Merge with the other way. So long, chum. I mean, Melvin. So long.
He was gone. Except for me, the trailer was empty. Then I knew it had just been a dream. I took a stiff drink of scotch and tumbled into my bunk. Next morning, the sun was shining. I thought about Louise and cheered up. I made myself a cup of coffee and started out happy as a lark again. I stayed happy almost all day. Then, as it was getting on towards evening, a cold, clammy draft chilled the back of my neck, and...
Hello, Melvin. It's me, your old chum, Spike.
You're not my old chum, and where are you? I can't see you.
Well, give me time, Melvin, give me time. I've been merged with the other wear all night. I can't materialize again too fast or I'll strain my protoplasm. There, how's that?
You transparent monstrosity. I thought you were just a dream.
Oh, have I got to convince you all over again? Okay, I'll run through my repertory for you. The ghostly groan, the dying scream, the scream of the banshee, the hollow footsteps, the squeaking door.
No, anything but that. I couldn't stand it again.
Well, okay then. Oh, but I left one out last night. The mournful howl of a dog. You know, in every ghost story, there's always a dog howling someplace. Well, that ain't a real dog. It's just a standard ghost sound effect. Yeah, like this, see?
Oh, no. My nerves can't stand anymore.
Melvin, chum, you're gonna have to toughen up. You're gonna be hearing a lot of them ghostly noises, and you just gotta get used to them.
What do you mean?
Well, you and me are gonna be seeing a lot of each other. I am now the resident ghost of this here trailer. Congratulations, Melvin. You own the first haunted trailer.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. Nobody ever heard of a haunted trailer.
Well, they're going to hear of this one. You'll be famous all over America.
Oh, that's absurd. A haunted trailer. Why not a haunted ferry boat, a haunted boxcar, or a haunted Pullman?
What, do you think there ain't? Well, there's a haunted ferry boat, makes the crossing at 125th Street every stormy night. And then there's a haunted boxcar. Never gets where it's going. Balamine rides it, name a boxcar Benson. And speaking of trains, didn't you never hear the Phantom Express?
The Phantom Express?
Yeah, it's an all-Pullman car job, and nobody rides it but hobos who've been given a reward, see? It only travels by twilight, and it goes 1,000 miles an hour. Always traveling, never stopping. That's heaven for us poor restless hobos.
Indeed.
Yeah, so what's so funny about a haunted trailer? Now I ask you.
Well, as I got underway again, I was worried. The idea of taking Louise for a honeymoon in a haunted trailer didn't appeal to me. I didn't think it would appeal to Louise either, especially since Spike Higgins seemed to be a ghost completely lacking in all delicate sensibilities. But I didn't have any idea of what to do about it. Not even the ghost of an idea. Presently, Spike oozed himself back into the trailer, and I kept on driving until almost 9 o'clock. Then I turned into a little motel and arranged to park overnight. I had some supper at a diner nearby and then went back to my trailer, hoping against hope that Spike would be gone. But he wasn't. The trailer was full of cigar smoke and the smell of whiskey. There was Spike sprawled out on my bunk, inhaling the smoke of a cigar that burned in the ashtray, and from time to time leaning over to sniff at an open bottle of scotch. And to make it worse, another phantasmal character, long and thin and disreputable looking, occupied the other bunk. They were two thoroughly intoxicated spirits.
Oh, many brave hearts lie asleep in the deep. So beware,
Spike, what is the meaning of this?
Oh, hello, Melvin. Hey, Melvin, I want you to meet an old pal of mine, Nitro Nelson.
Pleased to meet you, Melvin. I'd shake hands if I had any hands.
Spike, I asked you a question. What is the meaning of this?
Why, Melvin, we're just celebrating, that's all. I ain't seen Nitro for pretty near 25 years, so we're having a little fun. We're just a couple of high spirits. You get it? Huh?
Very funny. Well, get this Nitro ghost out of here at once. This is my trailer, and I don't want him here.
Yeah, sure, Melvin. It's your trailer, only I'm the resident ghost, see? I got full rights to extend hospitality to any other ghost, ghoul, phantasm, spirit, spook, boogeyman, werewolf, vampire, or poltergeist I want to. Look it up, the Spirit's Handbook, Section 7, Paragraph B.
Besides, Melvin, there's a lot worse things than me that Spike could have invited. You know, some of them werewolves now. Brother.
All right. Let's not talk about it. Just thinking of such things makes me nervous. But you'll have to stop singing. Suppose somebody heard you and came to investigate.
Oh, well, okay. And anyway, it's time to turn on the radio.
Turn on the radio? For what?
But to hear it, stupid. Let's see, Yeah, this ought to be the right station.
May I ask, merely out of morbid curiosity, what program a ghost would listen to?
Well, you don't have to ask, you'll hear it.
to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable if you can. Mysterious Traveler. Oh, that's a pipperoo of a program.
Oh, no. Turn it off.
What's the matter? You don't like the Mysterious Traveler? All us ghosts listen to it.
Oh, I like it all right, but you don't expect me to listen to it with two ghosts right in the same room with me, do you?
Sometimes he even scares us. Okay, we'll turn it off.
Look, Spike.
Yeah, Melvin.
What'll you take to go away and leave me alone, both of you?
Oh, Melvin, you don't understand. I've took up my abode in this here trailer. I'm your ghost now. Your family ghost. Where thou ghost, I will ghost. Hey, you get it?
Then am I to understand you refuse to clear out?
And the answer to that, Melvin, is absolutely.
Well, in that case, I'm going to rent a cabin for the night. I couldn't possibly sleep in this trailer with you two hunks of animated fog.
Suit yourself, Melvin. Anyway, me and Spike got some practice in the dope. Okay, Spike, let's go. First, the mournful dog howl.
That night, I slept in a rented cabin. The next morning, I drove on westward with my two phantom passengers and tried to pretend they weren't there. I almost got used to them. I suppose a man can get used to anything, even to having a permanent cold chill running down his backbone. When we passed through Denver, Nitro Nelson dropped off, saying he wanted to haunt up some old pals of his, leaving me with Spike Higgins.
Well, Melvin, it's just you and me together now, just the two of us. Until you get married, that is, then there'll be the three of us.
I don't think Louise is going to like that.
Oh, sure she will. Anyway, I'm sticking around.
I hate to think what Louise will say when I tell her about it.
Hey, where are we going on our honeymoon? The three of us, I mean.
I figured on driving up to Oregon to see the mountains.
Oh, that's good. Just as long as we get away from California.
What have you got against California?
Oh, just that Dan Basher lives there now.
Dan Basher?
Yeah, you remember that tough railroad dick who was chasing me when I fell off that freight? Oh, he's the toughest bull in the business.
Hey, you're not afraid of him now, are you?
No, of course not. Oh, only the grapevine says he's kind of sick, see, and he might be entering the spirit world any time now. And I wouldn't want to run into him again if he did. He's got a grudge against me. Hey, I just thought of something.
What?
Well, right at first, Louise probably won't be able to see me or to hear me, see? On account of a family ghost that's only visible to the household. You get me?
Yes, but I don't understand
why. Well, as soon as you're married, she'll be part of the household, and then she can see me. Until then, no. Wake me up as soon as it gets dark, huh, chum?
3 days ago, we reached Santa Monica. I rented parking space in an auto camp and immediately phoned Louise.
Melvin, darling, I'm so glad you're here. I've been worried not hearing from you.
Oh, I'll explain all about that. When can I come and see you?
Well, I'd better come see you first, Melvin. You see, my uncle isn't well, and the doctor said he must have quiet. I'll be there in an hour.
I hurried back to the trailer and tried to clean it up. Spike Higgins' ghost lay on a bunk and watched me cynically.
Hey, take it easy, Melvin. You're no good at housework. You know, this place needs a woman's touch.
Now listen, you've got to promise not to frighten Louise.
I told you, Melvin. She won't even know I'm here.
I certainly hope not. That would ruin everything. Here she comes now. Coming, darling.
Melvin.
Louise. Oh, here, let me help you in.
Oh, thank you, Melvin. So this is it. The trailer you wrote me about.
Uh-huh, darling. Hey, look, here's the stove, and an icebox, and a built-in bar.
A bar?
Uh-huh.
Oh, now, Melvin, you know I disapprove of spirits.
I resent that.
Be quiet.
Why, Melvin.
Oh, excuse me, darling. I wasn't talking to you.
Well, then who were you talking to?
Oh, it's hard to explain. Look, Louise, here's a writing desk that folds into the wall and a regular easy chair.
Well, it's very nice, Melvin, but all the same, we're not taking any spirits along on our honeymoon, bar or no bar.
Oh, she got a surprise coming to her.
I said to be quiet.
Melvin, how can you talk to me like that?
Come on, show her who's boss, Melvin.
I told you to shut up.
Melvin! I won't stay here and be insulted. You can telephone me when you're ready to apologize.
With that, Louise stormed out. That evening, I had to plead with her on the telephone for half an hour before she would consent to let me drive out and see her at her home.
Oh, really, Melvin, you were very rude this afternoon.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I'm overwrought. I apologize.
Well, you do look rather haggard, Melvin. And the way your hair stands on end, you really should do something about it.
I wish I could. Louise, how soon can we get married?
Well, I don't know. It depends on Uncle Dan.
Uncle Dan?
Uncle Dan Basher, my mother's brother. He's very ill. The doctor just gives him a few more days.
Your uncle is Dan Basher, who used to be a railroad detective?
Why, yes.
And he's dying?
I'm afraid so, Melvin. But you needn't look so pleased about it.
Oh, sorry, darling. Look, I must talk to him now.
Oh, but the doctor said he can't.
Just for a minute, darling. It's very important.
Well, maybe, just for a minute. Come this way. This is his door. Uncle Dan?
Yeah?
Do you feel strong enough to talk?
What about?
Well, it's Melvin, my fiancé. He wants to meet you.
Send him in.
Come in, Melvin.
Oh, thank you, Louise. Look, I must speak to your uncle in private.
Oh, but Melvin...
I'll explain later. That's a good girl. Thank you, Louise.
Good work. I can never get rid of her. What do you want to marry Louise for, anyway?
Oh, I love her.
It's a pretty poor excuse for getting married. She's like a mother, my sister. The reason I spent all my life on the railroad.
Well, that's what I want to talk about, sir. Do you remember a certain Spike Higgins?
Do I remember him? If I could ever get my hands on him. You know him?
I know his ghost. He's haunting my trailer.
He is, huh? I'd certainly like to meet up with him.
Well, I'd certainly like you to. He's outside now. My trailer is parked at the curb.
Well, in that case, I was figuring on postponing the event for a few days. But for the privilege of meeting up with Spike Higgins' ghost...
Yes?
Lad, go outside and wait. I'll be out in a couple of minutes. In the spirit.
I made some excuse to Louise and hurried out to the trailer. Spike Higgins' ghost was lolling on my bunk.
Oh, out so soon, Melvin? What's the matter?
Oh, nothing, Spike. Nothing.
Hey, you're up to something. What is it?
Nothing, I tell you. Oh, relax, Spike. Relax.
I got a funny feeling. Uh-oh, someone's coming.
What do you mean, someone?
Another spook. He's coming in here.
Hello, Spike.
Dan Bash.
In the spirit, Spike. I've been waiting for this meeting for a long time.
Oh, no, Melvin, you double-crossed.
After him. Quick, Mr. Basher.
Right, you're out, lad.
I rushed outside. 3 blocks away, I saw a long freight train puffing away. Spike Higgins' ghost was racing for it with Dan Basher's spirit gaining on him. For the first time in a week, I felt happy again.
Melvin.
Louise.
Melvin. Uncle Dan. He's gone.
Yes, I know he is.
You know? Well, what do you mean?
Well, I just saw him running for that freight train.
You saw Uncle Dan running for a freight train?
Oh, I certainly did. Wonderful fellow, your uncle.
Well, Melvin, are you mad?
Mad? Not a bit. I am as happy as a lark.
Well, you must be out of your mind. Your poor Uncle Dan has just... Oh, Melvin, and you just stand there laughing about it. Laughing!
But Louise, you don't understand.
Oh, I understand all too well. You want to break our engagement.
Hiya, Melvin. So you want to get rid of me, do you?
I certainly do.
There, I knew it. I just knew it.
Louise, darling.
Oh, just like a dame, always weeping.
Will you shut up? Isn't there any way to get rid of you?
Well, there certainly is. Goodbye, Melvin McGraw, forever.
Louise.
Oh, never mind, Melvin. You've always got me.
Well, that's my story. I'm a desperate man. Louise sent me back my ring, and I'm stuck with Spike Higgins' ghost. I should have known he'd outsmart Dan Basher. He left Dan's spirit hunting the freight train for him and came straight back to me. Now I'll never get rid of him. I'm just a shadow of my former self. I can't get a job. Oh, look. Do any of the radio stations carrying my story need a good sound effects man for mystery programs? Oh, with me and Spike Higgins' ghost working together, we can guarantee authentic effects. Here, look, we'll give you a demonstration. Spike, let's have the creaking door. Now, the fatal warning.
Are you prepared to meet your maker?
Now, the dog howling in the cemetery.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Dear me, what an odd story Meldrin had to tell. Really, I don't know whether to take it seriously or not. A haunted train. It would be just the thing for my summer vacation. I do know a haunted telephone booth where I make all my calls. Oh, but I'm just joking. There are no such things as ghosts. Are there, Spike?
Oh, of course there ain't. Well, the whole idea is ridiculous.
You see? Oh, you have to get off here? I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler. And now you can also enjoy other tense and dramatic stories of The Mysterious Traveler in the June issue of The Mysterious Traveler magazine. In our cast were James Stevens, Larry Haynes, Bill Zugert, and Shirley Blank, with Maurice Tarplin starred in the title role. Music is under the direction of Emerson Buckley and was composed by Richard DuPage. This program came from New York. The dramatized stories of crime and the events leading up to the capture of the perpetrator are the order of the day on True Detective Mysteries. These stories are based on actual police file cases and have an air of authenticity seldom captured by a crime program. So, for the best in mystery listening, make a date to tune in True Detective Mysteries every Sunday over most of these stations.
This program was transcribed especially for presentation to the West Coast audience at this hour. Listen again next week at this same time for Mysterious Traveler. And stay tuned now for Let George Do It, heard over most of these same stations. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Good evening, friends of the creaking door. This is your host bidding you enter the inner sanctum. Come in, come in. And now for tonight's tortured tantrum. Ever have an ancestor who's dead but won't lie down? Can't happen, huh? Okay, Bub, hang on and we'll demonstrate. We're in an ancient cemetery hidden in a lost valley somewhere outside an old New England town. The stone face of a mausoleum reads 1790. Behind its iron door, the ancient dead sleep in sealed vaults. Beside the dead, trapped in the mausoleum, is a man. He's haggard, glassy-eyed, like a man suspended between life and death. The man rallies his dying energies to tear at the door, to break his hand in a final desperate attempt at escape.
Gotta get out! I gotta get out of the fortune's not good! It's not good! Langer! Langer! You can't let me die! Don't let me die! The ransom is yours! Go! Drink it all! Take it for yourself, only stop! So I was empty-handed, broke, without a dime in the world. Exactly the way I began. Exactly the way I began. 6 weeks ago, I came to this jerkwater town of Hillcrest to claim a worthless white elephant. A state called Highgate. It's been in my family since the Battle of Bunker Hill. I was the missing heir. Finding me cost the trustees more money than the estate was worth.
That's the picture, Mr. Lyon. A big estate, but the land's been neglected too long, and the buildings are about ready to fall down. Now, if the inheritance raised your hopes any, I'm
Well, what
sorry.
about cash, other property, stocks maybe?
No, the tax collector sees what little there was for arrears. There isn't a cash penny in sight for you, young fella, unless you chance to run into your grandfather's boodle.
My great-grandfather?
Yep, your great-grandfather, Daniel Zenga. Folks around here say old Daniel salted a pile away and walks the halls of Highgate watching it and waiting for the right descendant to come along.
Wait a minute, you're talking over my head.
Well, I'm just repeating local bogeyman talk. See, according to old records here in Hillcrest, your great-grandfather was a man of fearful omens and prophecies.
You're not saying he had supernatural powers.
The records hint he had. There's a paper in the files that accuses old Daniel Zenger of consorting with the devil. And there's another paper ordering his execution for the same thing.
My great-grandfather was put to death?
If we're to believe the records, yes.
What did you mean by that remark? Waiting for the right descendant to come along.
Oh, legend. The old Daniel Zenger swore his money would keep until an avenging descendant came along. But don't you go getting no ideas, young fella. Now, if there's anything I can do for you...
Yeah, there is. Run the missing heir $20, huh? I'll need train fare out of here. The train out of Hillcrest would have been the smart play. But curiosity got the better of me. I wanted to see Highgate once. I'm just out of town. I hitchhiked part of the way, hooked it the rest of the way with the storm threatening. Highgate was more run down than words could describe. I stood outside, watching the shadows pile around that big heap of junk. It had a look about it. As if once it pulled you in, you were shut away forever. Before I knew it, I was heading inside. As if I couldn't help myself. But it wasn't pulling. I was being pushed in. As if there were someone at my back. I was inside. And the door banged shut. It was the wind, I told myself. The door had been open and the wind had blown it closed. But I had a feeling that I wasn't alone. I felt a presence near me, pushing me toward a sputtering yellow light in a square library room.
No.
Who are you?
They want us. You wouldn't be Theodore Zenger Lyon.
I'm Ted Lyon. What are you doing here?
At the moment, making notes. I'm the town librarian.
What are those books you got there?
The remnants of Daniel Zenger's personal library. There are many fascinating writings here.
My great-grandfather's writings, you said?
Yes. In addition to his other reputed talents, Daniel Zenger was a prolific penman.
What do the manuscripts say?
I can't tell as yet. The language is English, but much of it is in an old obscure dialect. I would need to examine and interpret them. That is, if you have no objection.
No, I haven't. You can make a bundle of the stuff, take it along with you, and dope out what it says on one condition.
One condition.
Uh-huh. That you tell me what it says first. I dropped around to see the old librarian the next night. Shades were down. Library hours were over. Old Hillary Waters let me in. His face seemed to be burning with excitement.
I've made an amazing discovery. A most amazing discovery. Your great-grandfather was put to death.
Oh, that's no discovery.
Don't interrupt, please. I have documentary proof that Daniel Zenga was a man of extraordinary vision and prophecy. But I resent my proof.
First tell me, was he rich?
From all indications, fabulously rich. He accumulated a princely fortune.
And he did what with it?
I cannot say. But that is of minor importance. It is the remarkable scope of his prophecies I am principally interested in.
Okay, spill it. What did he prophesy?
In these manuscripts, written in the 18th century in about the year 1790, Daniel Zenga predicted Napoleon's defeat at Waterloo, our civil war between the states, and the rise of Abraham Lincoln, and the First and Second World Wars.
You're kidding.
I'm in earnest. There were other remarkable predictions. Your name is that a Zenga lion. 4 generations removed from Daniel Zenga.
Yeah? What about it?
This obscure passage I came across in his book of predictions. In the 4th generation, a lion will come to the crest of the hill. And then, over High Gate.
What are you eyeing me for? Me? You're thinking the reference is to me?
Yes. I must think that. A lion. That is you, plainly. Theodore Lion. And you're the 4th generation.
And the crest of the hill is Hill Crest. This town.
And you're the master of Highgate now.
What does the rest of it say?
He will first silence the waters, then capture the jewel from the king. Thirdly, after 7 days of wanton darkness, he will fling a tarnished stone into the earth, and a flame in the sky will show him the 4 keys. There's a final line. Read it. And the lion will sit with a ransom at his feet, and the winds will seal him from the wrath of the world.
Funny change had come over the old librarian. He looked as if he'd run out of the room if I wasn't standing right smack between him and the door. I started toward him slowly. That prophecy you read to me, if there's any truth in it, it means that if I complete the 3 steps referred to in those clues, I'll reach a certain 4 keys and lay my hands on a fortune.
Yes. It purports to mean that.
That's not quibble, huh? It means just that, period. Now, boiling certain words down, words like silence, capture, and fling. The 3 steps mean 3 murders.
Believe me, it is madness to accept or even interpret them literally.
Let's skip the weasel talk. It boils down to those 3 murders, doesn't it?
No.
Liar. First, he will silence the waters. That's you, Hillary Waters. I must first silence you.
No. It's insane.
You can't run away, old man. I've got to silence you. The chair came down on his skull and he dropped. Then my thumb on his windpipe for a couple of minutes. And I'd satisfied the first clue to a princely ransom. I'd silenced the waters.
He will silence the water. Is there anybody around whose name is stream, flood, lake, or maybe river? Old Librarian Waters had a look in the book, and the prophecy took. His name's Muddy Waters now. A lion will reign over the High Gate. Yeah. If our hectic hero keeps on exterminating quaint old scholars, I predict a lion will take it on the land. Let's verify my prediction, shall we? Okay, lion, roar.
I propped old Hillary Waters on a chair at his desk. There wasn't a telltale mark on him. He looked as if his heart had backed up on him while he was poring over his books. I moved into Highgate. But old Daniel Zenger's second clue burning in my brain. He will capture the jewel from the king. What did it mean? Couldn't even begin to figure it out. All I could do was wait. And watch. A month dragged by. Then one night at the railroad depot, I watched the signal flag go up. Watching the trains roar by and sometimes stop was a way of getting a peek at the world outside of Hillcrest. I watched a girl get off. Young. Made up and dolled up in a style that yelled for a second look. She looked like my world. A big town, bright lights, fast talk. I moved toward her like a guy in the desert starts for a pitcher of water. The funny thing, she was coming right at me, too.
Could you direct me to the nearest hotel, handsome?
I could even carry your bags there. For a price.
A local wolf, What's the price?
Smile.
Okay. Now pick up the bag.
I'm Ted Lyon. You?
Ruby Myers.
Your business in Hillcrest?
What are you, the local DA?
No, I'm just a guy with time on his hands.
I'm an advance agent.
Advance agent?
Ballyhoo. I nail up posters, hire a local hall, and I start the promotion and publicity going. It's really a man's job, but we women do it better.
Who are you publicizing?
Slugger Conlon, the middleweight prize fighter. Conlon's barnstorming, putting on exhibition bouts. He'll be here Friday night.
Well, what are you doing after working hours? Between now and Friday night.
Oh, I haven't thought about it yet. Got any suggestions?
Honey, sister, I got 1,000,000. Before the end of the week, we knew each other a whole lot better. Walks, dances, the movies. There was someone behind me, pushing me, as close to her as I could get.
You're as nervous as a cat tonight. What's eating you?
Nothing.
What are you doodling?
Doodling?
Yeah, you've been scribbling absent-mindedly for an hour. Well, let's see it. He will capture the jewel from the king. That's a funny doodle. What does it mean?
Oh, nothing. It's a line I read from a poem somewhere, maybe.
Ted.
What?
We gotta break it up after tonight. I'm somebody's girl.
In love with Slugger Conlon?
No.
Then why brush me off?
Well, I've got to. The king's crazy jealous of me. If he saw you around, there'd be murder.
Did you say the king? Did you call Slugger Conlon the king?
That's his nickname. Well, what's wrong?
Nothing. Just the idea of losing you, that's all. Ruby.
Yeah?
Just came to me. Ruby is a precious jewel.
Oh, now you're making with the sweet talk again.
Come on, Jewel. Let's have a last dance before the king claims you. Capture the jewel from the king. Second clue in the prophecy had been right under my nose for a week, but I hadn't seen it. When Conlon came in one day ahead of his party, I was right there at the depot waiting for him. Ruby was back at the hotel, freshening up for her boyfriend. Slugger Conlon?
That's me, kid.
I'm Ted Lyon. I represent the town athletic committee. Welcome to Hillcrest.
Oh, thanks, kid. Where can I dig a shower, a steak, and a flop in this flea town?
My car's over there. Pile in. I'll drive you to a hotel.
Deal.
The town's all head up about the exhibition bout, King.
You know my nickname, huh? I've put on a show. Just everybody turn out. $1.65 a head. Hey, how far to town is it?
Another half mile.
What are you stopping?
Flat tire.
There's a break for you, but I love this town. Well, where do you keep your jack?
Don't bother worrying about the jack, Conlon.
Hey, I don't see no flat. Say, what gives? What's the gun for?
You, King.
This a stick-up? I've got a plush nickel, kid.
Turn around.
Sure. But you won't find a sign on me, I'll tell you.
The king was dead. I buried him in an abandoned quarry, baggage and all. His party arrived the next day. They stewed over why Slugger Conlon hadn't showed up, and then they left the following Monday. Nobody thought of making a search for him, checking with the railroad. Luck was with me. King had pulled more than one disappearing act before, and his crowd was used to it. The party left, but the jewel stayed. A week later, I married her.
Where we honeymoon, handsome?
In Highgate. We'll spend 7 days there, alone. Thirdly, after 7 days of darkness and want, there was only one way of interpreting the third clue in the prophecy. I closed Highgate to the world, and I settled down to 7 days of darkness and famine. It was slow agony. But without it, I'd never find the 4 keys. Without it, a lion could never sit with a ransom at his feet. At first, Ruby resisted. Soon she began to suspect that she'd married a crazy man.
Ted, I've got to get out of here.
You'll stick for 7 days.
No, not even 7 more minutes. I'm getting out of here right now.
You'll stick it out, I said. You'll stick it out if I have to chain you to the floor.
You're mad. You're crazy, raving mad.
No food, no daylight, just endless dark. But 7 days passed. I was ready for the next clue. He will fling a tarnished stone to the earth, and a flame in the sky will show him the 4 keys. Fling a tarnished stone into the earth. What did it mean? Ruby!
Oh, leave me alone. Leave me down.
Come outside, Ruby, into the daylight. Ruby, I'll make all this up to you. All this suffering, I swear I will, Ruby. I'll sit with a ransom at my feet, and you'll sit right beside me, and there'll be gold and trinkets.
No. You'll sit in the hot seat, and I'll sit 20 feet away with the witnesses, watching you burn.
What do you mean? Watching me burn?
I sat there starving with my body dying by inches, but my mind was alive. I could think. I figured out your lazy doodling and all your crazy recitation. He will capture a jewel from the king. I figured out what that meant.
You better stop talking, Ruby.
Try and shut me. King. Slugger Conlon. I know why he never showed up that night. You met him and killed him.
Ruby stood there, pale and beat up looking, accusing me. The clothes were ragged. She'd lived in them for 7 days and 7 nights. The hard illusion of beauty was gone. Hunger had aged her 7 years. The jewel had lost her sparkle. The tarnish of a misspent and wasted life was all over her.
He will fling a tarnished stone into the earth.
There was a voice behind me. The voice of someone whose hands were pushing me toward Ruby. Pushing me toward the 4th clue in the prophecy. It was old Daniel Zenger.
You're going to kill me.
Yes. I didn't know then, Ruby, that you were the jewel and the tarnished stone both. It's no use trying to resist, Ruby.
I'm too tired.
My fingers on your throat for just a little while. It won't hurt. Too much. She hung limply in my arms, and I flung her to the earth. And then there was a flame in the sky, a lightning spear. It seemed to fix in the sky, pointing like an arrow on an illuminated map. The flame in the sky will show him the 4 keys. I followed the arrow across the countryside. There was a wind behind me, pushing me on. Old Daniel Zenger was behind me, driving me. I reached an ancient cemetery that was hidden in a lost valley. Then the flame was gone from the sky. And in front of me was a mausoleum. The date on its stone face read 1790. And under it was a family name, Keys. The door was unlocked. I turned the knob and opened it. And the wind slammed it shut behind me. The iron door had a knob on the outside only. There was no knob on the inside. I'm in here now. Trapped. Too weak to move. Hearing voices.
And the winds will seal him from the wrath of the world.
Dead are all around me, waiting for me to close my eyes and join them. Waters, Connell, and Ruby. I'm in here to stay. There's a ransom at my feet. Gold coin. Trinkets that go back to the time of Queen Elizabeth and Sir Walter Raleigh. But the lights are going out for me. The jackpot I won. No good to me now. No good to me.
The lion will sit with a ransom at his feet, and the winds will seal him from the wrath of the world.
Now there's an industrious lion for you. He built his own cage. A pifflicated prophet named Pennypacker once said, lions in stone cages shouldn't throw predictions. What some fellas won't do for a buck. Kind of brings a moral popping out of a wide crack in my brain. If a dead ancestor cozies up to you, start traveling, Bob. Fan out on a horizontal line before all you can get is vertical transportation. Pleasant dreams.
Inner Sanctum has been brought to you through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.